Welcome to Hear Stories PH, your world of manhwa and web novel stories.
Chapter 96. Ju Sung Taek's eyes fluttered open as he regained consciousness, his senses slowly returning to him. His vision went from a blurry haze to a clear focus. What's going on? Was that all just a dream? Strangely, there was no pain, just a sense of awakening from a deep slumber. What a fucking dream, man. That shit was so real. In that dream, he had attempted to murder a buyer but ended up on the receiving end of a brutal retaliation. It was a terrifying experience to face an opponent who was immune to his fierce skill. Well, it doesn't matter, it was just a dream, right? Ju Sung Taek shook his head, trying to shake off these bad scenes, and began to assess his surroundings. The place looked oddly familiar. Where am I? To his surprise, he found himself inside the second-floor building he had prepared as his escape route. So, it wasn't all a dream. He attempted to stand up, placing his hand on the floor. Where's my arm? It all came rushing back to him. That buyer cut off my arm. But his loss extended beyond just his arm. Fuck my leg. Even his leg was gone. Confusion, frustration, anger, and an overwhelming sense of emptiness washed over him all at once. He desperately wanted to scream, but it felt like his throat was blocked. Where are you? Where are you, you damn bastard? He confirmed that this was no dream. It was painfully real. His anger surged beyond words, filling the void left by his lost limbs. Where are you, you miserable, fucking insect-like scumbag? He frantically searched for the person who had reduced him to this state. There was no doubt about the identity of the offender. Buyer, you bastard, I wouldn't mind tearing you apart. Get out. Ju Sung Taek tried to get up with bloodshot eyes. But due to the missing leg, even that was not easy. Did this damn son of a bitch make me like this? I'll definitely kill. At that moment, Ju Sung Taek's eyes fell on a neatly folded piece of paper on the ground. When he unfolded it, he found a lengthy letter written in dense handwriting. Your name is Ju Sung Taek, right? I checked your ID. Your address is written on the back. Do you really think it's my fault that you lost your leg? That's your doing, you bastard. Why did you hide a bomb in the clothing collection bin? Were you trying to kill me with that? Honestly, I was so pissed that I wanted to kill you, but since you're missing both arms and legs, I'm just letting you live. Who in the world treats the guy who was trying to rob them and even gives them medical treatment? Consider yourself lucky. Live a good life instead of trying to rob people. I know your name and address, so don't cause trouble for no reason. If you do, you'll really die. What is this? It was clear that the buyer was the one who wrote this letter. However, what happened to my leg as the result of the body explosion? Suddenly, a wave of helplessness washed over him. To fall into his own trap, it was a bitter realization. He couldn't blame anyone else, and it was far from an ideal situation. But does this guy usually carry paper and a pen? Leaving a letter behind, muttering in disbelief, he searched his pockets. It's gone. My wallet. His wallet, containing his ID, had disappeared. Damn it, my entire savings were in there. He took away up to 300,000 won in cash. Asking people to live a good life, then he robs others. This scumbag, he must have thought I was a joke, Even if he blamed himself for his missing leg, it was evident that the buyer was responsible. For his missing arm, he had more than enough reason to bear a grudge. Not only did the buyer take his item and wallet, but he also took away his arm and leg. Ju Sung Taek couldn't let go of his anger and frustration. Damn it, damn it, damn it, damn it. He shouted so loudly that it echoed through the building, yet it couldn't fill the void left by his missing limbs. I'll kill him. I'll definitely kill him, even if I lose my life trying to. He remembered every detail about the buyer, his face, build, and voice. While the buyer was undoubtedly strong, Ju Sung Taek was confident he could win in a rematch. If only the body explosion had struck him. Ju Sung Taek thought he had lost due to bad luck, and as he attempted to take a single step, he lost his balance and fell. Thud. Damn it. Setting aside his pride, he limped out of the building, unaware that the person he had been searching for was invisibly watching his every move. Ryu Min couldn't help but smile as he read Ju Sung Taek's thoughts from behind. It looks like he's planning to get back at me, just as I expected. After all, severing someone's limbs tends to brew resentment. But realistically, what can he do in his current state? Could he seek revenge when he could hardly walk, especially when his opponent is Ryu Min? There's no way he'd stand a chance if we were to face off again. Could he have won if he had utilized the body explosion technique more effectively? Honestly, I wasn't even bothered by that weak skill. While the fear curse could be considered a potential threat, it didn't appear overly menacing. After all, I have an 82% resistance to it. The fact that the fear curse was nullified earlier was due to this resistance. Well, it's not 100%, so I could have been unlucky. But he wasn't overly concerned. Resistance reduces the duration of the fear curse by the same percentage. Normally, the fear curse lasted for 5 seconds. With an 82% resistance, it would only last for 0.9 seconds. In other words, even if he had an 18% chance of being affected by fear, it would only last for about a second. 1 second is enough to lose a life, but not in front of this guy. He was so careless. This was why Ryu Min confidently faced the fear curse. Even if he were affected by fear, it would likely dissipate with just a casual huh. Anyway, despite reaching this point, he still wants to take revenge on me. He's got some spirit. Though Ryu Min met him as Wang Yongman, there was no way for Ju Sung Taek to come after him. With that desire for revenge, he would make a name of himself. If he has any items, he would immediately list them on the market. This will benefit me too. He may not be in the best physical condition, but he still needs to earn a living, right? Ryu Min chuckled as he watched Ju Sung Taek struggling to move with his unsteady gait. Before the start of the 7th round, Ryu Min and Min Yuri sat down for a meal. Isn't the food here at this Korean restaurant delicious? Yeah, it's the best I've had. I'm glad you like it. Let's come here often. Often. There wasn't any deeper meaning to Ryu Min's words, but Min Yuri seemed to interpret them differently, contemplating their significance. Ryu Min quickly clarified, not often, just occasionally. Oh, I see. I see. Min Yuri appeared somewhat disappointed. By the way, Min, you've seemed busy lately, haven't you? Every time we talk, you say we'll meet later. Oh, there's been some stuff. Ryu Min brushed it off casually. He indeed had been busy, attending Heaven Cafe meetings every weekend and Player Place meetings as the top executive. Additionally, he had to be vigilant about being tailed. Ryu Min knew that even at this moment, there were eyes watching him. He had already identified the person, Jeffrey Bishop, a level 28 assassin, and the mastermind behind it all is Nathan Watson, Christine's father. At first, Ryu Min didn't realize he was being followed, but he eventually figured it out using his perception skill, as someone had been tracking him for several days. However, they didn't show themselves. That means they had the invisibility skill. There was no other explanation. The question is, why are they tailing me? It wasn't too difficult to figure that out. In fact, tailing the tailor was the way to go. I don't think they've learned the perception skill. If they had, I wouldn't have been able to follow him. If he had known that invisibility can be detected by the perception skill, he would have followed from a distance in the first place. Not so closely and openly as he's doing right now. It was information that could be known if he thought about it a little. With that in mind, Ryu Min followed the trailer in reverse and waited for the invisibility to be lifted. And I found out. The person tailing me is a foreigner, and this was orchestrated by Christine's father, Nathan Watson. He could also discern their intentions by reading their thoughts. It wasn't for assassination or some other grand purpose, but simply for information gathering. Christine must have told her father about me. That's why Nathan felt uncomfortable. He understood. Imagine if someone predicted that your daughter would die in the 11th round. Even Ryu Min, like anyone else, would want to confirm the truth by visiting the fortune teller. Well, unless they reveal their purpose, there's no reason to confront them. Just let them keep tailing you. In their eyes, you'll appear as an ordinary executive, shuttling between your company and home. Despite having weekend commitments to Heaven Cafe meetings, he was confident he wouldn't be exposed as long as he knew about the tailing. But, Min, about the 7th round information you told me last time. What about it? Is that all? I just need to remember these words. Yeah, just remember that. From Ma Kyungrok to Insangcheol, Co Aaron, Russell, Christine, and Min Yuri, Ryu Min shared the same information with all of them. All you needed to know about the 7th round was that one thing. Sharing more information than that would be unnecessary. You might wonder why he doesn't reveal the quests, but it can't be helped. If I reveal the quest, they'll be eliminated from the round. Elimination meant extinction. It's better to save as many people as possible. I need at least 5 people to make it to the final round. Of course, only those worth saving should be saved. Yuri, yeah, let's survive until the final round. It was an unexpected statement, but Min Yuri shyly responded with a smile. Yeah, midnight on July 1, 2022. The 7th round had begun. The players summoned to the meadow were bustling around. There were fewer people summoned than expected. Hello, everyone. Have you been well for the past month? Priscilla spoke with a cheerful smile, but the players remained silent. In a game where people died one after another every round, there was no way anyone would feel favorably toward an angel. There are 434 survivors this time, right? As you can see, there are too few humans, so the game won't work, right? That's why we're going to proceed with area integration again. Right, now. As soon as the angel's words ended, the ground shook. The process of integrating 10 areas was still fascinating to watch. It was like the process of fitting together puzzle pieces with perfect precision. Perhaps that's why the players didn't react with surprise but rather looked at it with fascination. Seeing it once before made it easier to adapt. We've integrated 10 areas. The total number of people is 4,922, and the new area's name is C2SK003. As you can see, you're all Koreans, so there's no need to be on guard. The players nodded in agreement with the friendly explanation, albeit briefly. Now, before we start the round, we need to choose area representatives, right? Once again, the representatives of the areas, who realized that they had to kill each other, frowned. Except for Ryu Min, of course. Of course, there's a representative selection match this time. Every time the areas were integrated, it felt like an annual event. This time, I have to become the area representative for sure. Actually, Ryu Min even wanted to be an area representative, but he couldn't miss it this time. The reward was tremendous. It allows you to use the authority of the area representative in the real world. Chapter 97, Dominance, a temporary skill, grants the player the power to enforce commands on other players. However, it comes with its limitations. Only 10 uses are allowed, and it applies exclusively to other players. The most critical drawback is its exclusive usability in the otherworld, rendering it ineffective. In reality, in fact, it's not even registered in the status screen in the real world. It's only listed in the skill window when you hold the position of area representative in the otherworld. Once you return to reality, the dominion disappears. Could it be because I'm not an area representative in reality? This time, as a reward for the winner of the representative selection tournament, the winner would gain the ability to employ dominance only once in the real world. It's an opportunity I absolutely cannot afford to miss. However, Ryu Min's focus extended beyond this sole objective. In this round, we'll also receive a rune as a subquest reward. It's essential for me to dominate player Haven Cafe. Currently, among the cafe's executives, only Yamti is a player. To counter Yamti's abilities, obtaining this rune was a necessity. Furthermore, it was one of the 18 runes classified as essential. In this round, there are 2 must-have rewards, the Unified Representative title and the Subquest rune. I must obtain both at any cost. He was well prepared to achieve this goal, having made comprehensive preparations to conquer the round. It's time to select our representative. Wait for a moment while we discuss the procedure. Priscilla, the one who proposed the discussion, gracefully flew towards the gathering of angels. You arrived. Priscilla, hello. Elfir, hello. Sophia, hello. The 10 angels united, within the unified zone, exchanged formal greetings. It was now the moment to appoint a guide to lead them in this newly unified domain. However, the angels seemed more inclined to delegate the responsibility than to assume it. Who would like to volunteer for the role? Anyone willing? What a ridiculous question. Honestly, where would like to be troubled with such a task? We can't rule it out entirely. There might be an angel who enjoys volunteering. A remote possibility. By the way, Priscilla, I heard you had an interesting time with Oliver last time. Yes, I heard about that. It was a king's game, right? Indeed, if a human from their designated area wins, they can declare themselves a king. Why don't we give it a try again this time? That does sound entertaining. Priscilla couldn't help but be pleased with the angel's consensus. After all, their designated area had the strongest player, Black Scythe. This is my chance to claim the throne. So, for the representative selection, we'll opt for the most basic deathmatch. Wait a moment, that won't work. You guys have Black Scythe in your area. Huh, oh, we knew that. Hee hee, we all heard it. The Black Scythe is the only human who has surpassed level 50, right? If we go with a deathmatch, Priscilla will undoubtedly become the king. But that would be an unfair game. Why should we seize the throne through force? Tisk. Priscilla, who had secretly hoped to seize the opportunity, was disheartened. So, what should we do? Any other good suggestions? A strength-based game won't work with the Black Scythe in the picture. Indeed, it might be better to have a game where the first human to complete the 7th round wins. Oh, that sounds reasonable. Besides, the 7th round is unrelated to physical strength. The angels reached a consensus on this suggestion, with Priscilla being the only exception. Priscilla, what are your thoughts? Well, it seems fair, Priscilla reluctantly admitted. She may have had reservations, but there was no solid reason for her to oppose this plan. After all, the 7th round quest did not hinge on strength. Darn it, I thought I could seize the throne this time. Priscilla's inner doubts began to surface. Perhaps, this time, Black Scythe wouldn't secure the first place. This might be the first time our records get shattered. Other angels shared similar concerns. If passing the 7th round is the condition, it's worth a shot. Haha, even though he's a Black Scythe, the 7th round is beyond his reach. Priscilla's dejected expression gave the angels a glimmer of hope. They, too, saw the possibility of claiming the throne for themselves. And if they were to become king, they had already pondered whom he might target. Oh yeah, by the way, Priscilla, I'm sorry, but until the 7th round is over, you'll have to continue managing the area, even if it means doing it reluctantly. You've got to go through with it. Hey, unbeknownst to the angels who had already huddled together behind her, Priscilla returned to the human side. After discussions among the angels, we've settled on the method for selecting the representative. It won't be a deathmatch this time, unlike the previous round. The area representative who is the first to complete the 7-round quest will become the unified representative. Oh, it's not a deathmatch. Phew. A sigh of relief escaped from all the area representatives. If they had to face off against the Black Scythe, they would undoubtedly be powerless. So, the area representative who finishes the quest first becomes the representative. Does that mean I have a chance? Even though they didn't yet know the specifics of the quest, they believed it had to be better than a deathmatch. As an additional incentive for becoming the unified representative this time, we'll grant one secret reward. Of course, this is a secret that will only be revealed to the human who becomes the unified representative. They referred to it as a secret, but Ryumin was already aware of the reward. Alright, let's announce the 7-round quest. A quest window appeared shortly after, and everyone stared at it with keen interest. Round 7. All areas. Participants. 6,927,066. Achievers. 03,463,533. Specific area C2 ESCA 003. Participants. 4,922. Achievers. 02,461. The quest content was concealed behind question marks. Angel, is there an error in the system? The quest is marked with question marks. It's not an error. The 7-round quest is classified as hidden. Contrary to Priscilla's composed explanation, the people looked puzzled. Hidden. How are we supposed to complete it if we don't know what it is? There's no further explanation. That's it. There's no further explanation. That's it. Priscilla disappeared coldly along with the other angels, leaving the people looking disheartened, like abandoned stray dogs, as they gazed at the angels' retreating backs. What are we supposed to do if we don't even know the quest? Are they just leaving us in the dark? They have no consideration, seriously. Murmuring their grievances, they had no other options. During that gloomy moment, a message appeared before everyone's eyes. Time remaining until round end. 1 hour 59 minutes and 59 seconds. There's a time limit. What's going on? Do we just wait? Having a time limit might mean we need to do something during that time, right? Damn it, are we supposed to figure out the quest on our own now? While people grumbled, there was no alternative. Time will continue to flow, and when the time limit ends, nobody knows what will happen. They had to do something, anything. It's probably a quest to defeat monsters. If we wander around, we might come across something. That area over there looks suspicious. Let's check it out. People began to scatter. Some walked wherever their feet took them, while others ventured into the seemingly peculiar forest on the other side. However, about half of them stood still, unsure of what to do. They didn't know what to do. At that moment, a group approached Ryu Min. It was Sang Chul, Co Aaron, Heo Taesuk, and Min Yuri, who had formed a party during the previous 6th round. Black Scythe, you're here, and Sang Chul greeted. Why are you all coming together? Ryu Min asked. Oh, we happened to run into each other nearby. It's nice to meet again like this. Hee hee. The four of them had become somewhat familiar with each other. Did they get close because they partied together? It wasn't a bad situation. After all, these four were allies Ryu Min had to nurture. If they got along, it wouldn't be a bad thing. Hey, Black Scythe, it's about the 7-round quest. Do you have any idea what it could be? Any guesses? And Sang Chul asked Ryu Min. Why are you asking me? Oh, if it's uncomfortable, I'm sorry. It's just that I thought, with your insight as the Black Scythe, you might have some idea. An embarrassed and Sang Chul was met with a blunt response from Ryu Min. The quest is hidden, so what can I do? I'm in the same boat as you guys. Oh, I see. An expression of mild disappointment on Sang Chul's face was replaced by a subtle smile. It was a look that conveyed his relief at finally being able to assist the Black Scythe. So, Black Scythe, would you like me to share some information about the 7th round? How do you know about the 7th round? I heard about it from a real-world prophet. A prophet? Ryu Min furrowed his brow. Last time, they concealed it. Now, he's openly talking about the prophet like this. Had he been naive to think he could trust them? With this thought in mind, he stared at Sang Chul, stumbling over his words. Why are you looking at me like that? No, but you mentioned prophet. It sounds absurd. It's true. I have a friend who's a prophet. I've already received their help several times. Isn't that right, Co Aaron? Yes. Oh, yes. Co Aaron too. One more person who couldn't be trusted had been added to the mix. Hey, what are you two talking about? A prophet? Heo Taesuk asked with a puzzled expression, while Min Yuri remained silent. Min Yuri seems quite surprised internally. She seems to doubt that the prophet she thought only she knew about might be Ryu Minimum. Ryu Min sighed inwardly as he observed their reactions. The situation had become quite troublesome. He wanted to silence Sang Chul immediately, but he didn't have a good reason to do so. Black Scythe, I'll tell you about the 7th round information. I'll tell you without any cost. How about that? Will you listen? After some contemplation, Ryu Min finally nodded. All right, I'm not sure if it's trustworthy, but I'll listen for now. We're in a situation where we have to catch even a straw. Don't worry, the prophecy has never been wrong. With that said, Sang Chul conveyed the prophecy he had received. As the prophet said, don't be tempted. Just remember this when tackling the 7th round. What are you talking about? Temptation? Heo Taesuk asked, but Sang Chul simply nodded quietly. I don't know the details. Excuse me, Sang Chul. Min Yuri, with a bewildered expression, approached. Is the person you mentioned as a prophet named Ryu Min? This time, and Sang Chul was the one taken aback. Co Aaron was the same. Heo Taesuk, who didn't understand the situation, alternately looked at the two of them. Damn it, Ryu Min, who had witnessed the entire situation, sighed inwardly. The existence and identity of the prophet had been shared by the four of them. Well, it shouldn't be a problem as long as my identity as the Black Scythe isn't revealed. It was a frustrating situation, but Ryu Min held back. For now, it might be better to scatter the four of them in different directions. If the prophet's words come true, don't be tempted. It might not be a bad idea to remember that for now, it might come true. Just remember those words. After Ryu Min nodded, he said to the four of them. For now, it's best to split up and gather more detailed information. Split up, you say? As we move around, we might come across new quests or information. But why do we have to do that when we don't even know if it's a party quest? Ryu Min stared at him coldly upon hearing these words. And Sang Chul swallowed his irritation at the cold tone. There was no way Ryu Min would look favorably upon him for causing trouble. Okay, I understand. Let's handle the 7th round individually then. Black Scythe, good luck. See you next time. After bowing their heads, and Sang Chul and Co Aaron disappeared. Heo Taesuk also hesitated for a moment and then awkwardly bowed his head. Go. Now, only Min Yuri remained by Ryu Min's side. You can go too. Oh, I see. Okay then. Although she seemed reluctant to part, Min Yuri eventually left. Alone, Ryu Min heaved a sigh. This situation has become quite troublesome. As he pondered for about 5 minutes, he suddenly heard a sharp scream piercing through the air. Arg! Somewhere, a sharp scream resounded in his ears. Chapter 98. Ryu Min wasted no time, sprinting toward the direction from which the piercing scream had echoed. But what he encountered there was nothing short of shocking. Am I, Min Yuri? Min Yuri lay sprawled on the ground, clutching her stomach, blood seeping through her fingers, staining the ground crimson. With an unusual fervor in his expression, Ryu Min hurried over to her. Democracy. What in the world happened? She struggled to speak, her voice trembling. The Black Scythe. No, Min, please, help me. Ryu Min was taken aback. She knows about my true identity. How had this revelation come about? He hadn't detected even the slightest hint of this when he delved into her thoughts. As her pupils quivered, Min Yuri continued in a feeble voice. Min, Ryu Min, you're Ryu Min, right? My true identity. How did you find out? Of course, you know, don't you? Why pretend? No, you're my love, no matter how hard you tried to conceal it, it was painfully obvious. So, you've known all along and pretended otherwise. Min Yuri nodded, her strength waning. I knew, pretending all this time was unbearable. Setting that aside, what happened to you? Who did this to you? Tell me. Her injuries appeared grave, with the imminent risk of losing her life. Emergency healing. In his momentary panic, Ryu Min had failed to employ his healing abilities immediately. With a sharp inhale, he finally summoned his power, and Min Yuri's wounds began to mend. A sense of relief washed over her features. Thank you, Min. Who did this to you? Who attacked you? And Sang Chul, he's the one. What? A fiery anger ignited within Ryu Min. His rage was directed squarely at Sang Chul. Where is that bastard? Here I am. In a swift motion, Ryu Min turned toward the voice from behind. There stood Sang Chul, grinning like the quintessential villain. Beside him, Co Aaron twisted her lips into a wicked smile. Their sinister expressions alone made it evident that the two had conspired to harm Min Yuri. You fucking bastards. Wow, your choice of words is rather harsh, prophet. Ryu Min's initially contorted expression subtly morphed. His fury waned, replaced by a composed demeanor. Did you already know I was the prophet? No, we only discovered it when we interrogated that girl, Min Yuri, over there. Until a little while ago, we had no idea. I'm sorry, minimum. The pain was unbearable. Ryu Min harbored no resentment toward Min Yuri. With an ominous gaze, he fixed his sights on Sang Chul. Kukuku. Don't glare at me like that. Do you have any idea how surprised I was to find out that the feeble prophet was Black Scythe? Who would have imagined that? Hee hee. Before I unleash my wrath, let's hear your explanation. Why did you attack Min Yuri? Well, she seemed closely connected to you, so I thought I might obtain some valuable information if I surprised her with an attack. But the outcome exceeded my expectations. To think that the prophet was the Black Scythe, ha ha ha. The CEO will be thrilled when he hears about it. As Sang Chul chuckled and spoke, Ryu Min unsheathed his death scythe. Can you ensure your survival long enough to deliver that message? Whoa, slow down. Don't come any closer, or I'll detonate the bomb hidden inside Min Yuri's body. What? In that moment, Heo Taesuk stepped out from behind Sang Chul. Hee hee, this guy lent me a hand. Ryu Min could already piece together the situation. Could it be? Sorry, Black Scythe, did you truly implant a black seed within Min Yuri's body? Heo Taesuk nodded without uttering a word. This simple act sent shockwaves through Ryu Min. When a dark mage reached level 40, they acquired a skill called Black Seed. This skill allowed them to randomly summon one of their demonic minions and plant it in the ground. But what would happen if this skill were used by planting it within a person's body? Their body would erupt like a firework, and the summoned minion would burst forth. In a positive light, it was a great application of the skill, but viewed negatively, it was a brutal act. Of course, in Ryu Min's case, it was the latter. You bastard, when did you reach level 40? Did you think I was merely fooling around? I worked hard to become strong, just like you. Black Scythe, you worthless scum, remove the seed immediately. I refuse. Without hesitation, he firmly declined Ryu Min's demand, causing Ryu Min's eyebrows to twitch. Are you out of your mind? How dare you challenge me? Weren't you secretly in awe of me? Of course, to me, Black Scythe is like a god. But that's only if you manage to handle this situation successfully. If you're not flawless, there's no reason to continue following the Black Scythe. Right, Ryu Min felt like he'd been sucker punched. And Sang Chul, Seo Aaron, and even Heo Taesuk, who had once revered him as a deity, had all betrayed him. The aftermath of such a betrayal from those he'd trusted ran deep. What do you want? Hee hee, do you see that precious girl of yours? How pity, she can't even move. Get to the point, and promise me you won't harm Min Yuri if I do what you ask. Kukuk. And Sang Chul burst into wicked laughter. That's right, Kukuk, I promise. Alright, what do you want then? Information about the next round. The location of the hidden piece. I have no interest in such matters. You think you can deceive us and manipulate the CEO to your advantage? Unbelievable. And Sang Chul's grin abruptly turned into a stern expression. Take your own life. End it right here in front of us. Then we'll spare this girl. Understood. Keep your promise. Without hesitation, Ryu Min pressed the blade of his scythe against his throat. Snick. His severed head dropped lifelessly to the ground. For a moment, it seemed as if Min Yuri's screams echoed in the air, but there was no time to focus on such matters. As long as I can save Min Yuri, that's all that matters. As long as I can save Min Yuri, that's all that matters. His vision blurred, and the faces that had mocked him seemed to vanish into the distance. A hidden sub-quest is available. A message. Squish. Squish. Cracks appeared in everything he was looking at, as if the world he'd seen moments ago wasn't real. What's happening? One after another, messages flooded his consciousness, and Ryu Min finally snapped back to reality. Commit suicide without hesitation. Upon success receive. You have completed the sub-quest. This was an illusion. The moment he read the message, it dawned on him. What he had seen moments ago was an illusion crafted from his inner anxieties. There's no way Ryu Min, who had gone through it 99 times, would not have known. But the system had ensured Ryu Min couldn't realize it. Actually, it's not the system. I did it to myself. Ryu Min examined the information for the temporary skill, Dominion. Temporary skill, Dominion. Remaining uses. 9 times. Target. Black Scythe. Dominion had been used once. And it had been used on the Black Scythe, himself. It was as I suspected. His memories flooded back to him belatedly. I used dominion on myself to prevent me from realizing that it was an illusion. Ryu Min used dominion on himself as soon as he entered the 7th round. The first half of the order he gave himself was simple. Do not entertain the thought that this is an illusion until you complete the sub-quest. The main quest of the 7th round was to escape from the illusion. But if you knew from the beginning that it was an illusion, you couldn't be trapped by it. In other words, you'd be stuck at the starting point, unable to progress with the quest. Ultimately, you'd be excluded from participating and vanish. How do I know that? Because I've experienced it once before. I recognized it as an illusion, yet I continued with the 7th round, only to receive a warning message and then disappear. I felt so empty then. Just like when I was defeated in the 20th round boss room. This was the reason why Ryu Min had never explicitly stated that it was an illusion when he talked about his prophecies, knowing in advance that it's an illusion would lead to immediate erasure. I've tried various methods of self-mind control, but it's futile. If you're aware of the illusion in your mind, it tends to surface unintentionally. To eliminate such risks, he had thought of using the dominion. If he used dominion to wipe his own memories, there would be no problem. I only realized I could use dominion on myself because of this round. However, the real challenge lay in devising a strategy. Progressing through the rounds was possible, but strategizing wasn't easy. Especially the sub-quest, it was difficult. Committing suicide without hesitation was no simple task. Especially for someone like Ryu Min, who valued survival above all else, it was even more challenging. Moreover, I couldn't intentionally commit suicide since I didn't know it was an illusion. That's why he had gone through the 7th round numerous times, searching for a solution. Eventually, he found the answer. The solution was simple yet not so simple. Before coming to this world, I needed to brainwash myself. To sacrifice my life if necessary. To save Min Yuri, my true love, Min Yuri. The 7th round presented illusions based on inner anxieties. In Ryu Min's case, he had anxieties about his trusted comrades betraying him upon discovering his true identity. Based on this, the system created an illusion and induced a situation where he had to commit suicide as per the sub-quest's objective. So, what if I trick the system into believing that I love Min Yuri? The system would likely craft a story around it and push him toward committing suicide. His prediction had been accurate. The result was committing suicide without hesitation. It had worked because he had conditioned himself to believe in his love for Min Yuri. Thankfully, it went according to plan. If he hadn't made up his mind that way, he would have hesitated when told to commit suicide. In the past, I've failed numerous sub-quests because I hesitated when told to commit suicide. Back then, before meeting Min Yuri, someone else had been taken hostage. My younger brother. Returning after completing the 7th round quest would have meant Ryu 1 being kidnapped and threatened by the villain. At that time, Ryu Min had hesitated slightly when faced with the threat of suicide. So, I came up with a method of mind control before the round to avoid it. If the situation arose where he needed to save Ryu 1, he wouldn't hesitate to sacrifice his life. Thus, he had mentally repeated this hundreds of times, and when entering the 7th round, he had no qualms about committing suicide. This time, the target had changed to Min Yuri. Thankfully, the brainwashing worked, and I succeeded in the sub-quest. Ryu Min chuckled, and suddenly, Co. Aaron appeared. Oh, Black Scythe, did you pass the 7th round quest? Yeah, you. Yes. I also escaped from the illusion. She blushed and glanced around, making sure no one else was present. Others seemed to still be trapped in the illusion. Is that so? Black Scythe. Suddenly, Co. Aaron's expression turned serious, and she blushed. This might sound sudden, but I actually really like you. Don't joke around. Haha. I know it sounds too sudden. I understand if it seems like a joke. But it's not a joke. It's sincere. I gathered the courage to say this now that we're alone. Ryu Min's response was icy. In fact, he tightened his grip on the scythe, as if waiting for something. Whether she was aware that the atmosphere was strange or not, Co. Aaron summoned the courage to speak again. Black Scythe, will you date me? Squelch. With a chilling sound, Co. Aaron's head flew into the air. Thunk. Ryu Min stared at the system with a cold gaze and muttered. Enough with these absurd tricks. As if responding to him, Co Aaron's body disappeared, and a message appeared. You have completed the main quest Escape Temptation within 2 hours. Chapter 99. Round 7's main quest didn't involve breaking free from a fantasy world. The true quest was to resist temptation. The first challenge was a sub-quest, committing suicide. The second, the main quest, was all about resisting temptation. Round 7 was designed as a dual-layered fantasy experience, like this. Most participants felt relief after completing the initial stage, thinking they had escaped the fantasy. But that wasn't the case. It's not over until it's truly over. Even what Co Aaron said about escaping the illusion was a deception. Ryu Min's advice to not fall for temptation was precisely for this reason. If they remembered my words and resisted temptation, the main quest would be a breeze. Of course, he didn't disclose anything about the sub-quest rewards since he needed to secure it for himself. The sole reward that could only be obtained by one person, the rune, was crucial when facing Yamti. Tick-tock, tick-tock. Co Aaron vanished, and Ryu Min gazed at the message that materialized. Main quest Escape Temptation within 2 hours completed. Now, we're truly breaking free from the illusions. The illusion was dissipating. Co Aaron, the field, everything faded away. What emerged was an expanse of pure, colorless space. This was indeed the authentic escape from the illusion. Someone has escaped already. Priscilla, seemingly noticing Ryu Min's movement, flew in from a distance. Who could be the first to resist temptation? Oh. As she drew closer, her eyes widened. Black Scythe, why the surprise? Ryu Min raised an inquisitive eyebrow. She was too far away for her thoughts to be discerned. Gradually, a smile crept across Priscilla's previously astonished face. He, kahehehe. What's so amusing? Something unfortunate. Disregarding the perplexed Ryu Min, Priscilla laughed heartily. An intrigued Ryu Min inquired, Hey, Angel. What's the situation here? Oh, right. This isn't the appropriate moment. Congratulations on being the first to escape the illusion. Illusion. Oh, was that it? To avoid any suspicion from the angel, he feigned ignorance. Please wait until the time limit elapses. Rewards will be distributed after the results are tallied. Subsequently, a beam of light descended, ensnaring Ryu Min. Swoosh. Ryu Min, who had comfortably been seated on the ground, surveyed his surroundings. In this colorless expanse, numerous individuals stood with their eyes closed. They were the ones immersed in the illusion. They likely relocated us to a different setting after wagering on the illusion. The meadow we initially been in wasn't the actual field of the mission. Once you're in the new field and you recognize it as an illusion, it vanished even before the round commenced. The system establishes the illusion after some time has passed. Prior to that, despite being aware it was an illusion, it wouldn't vanish. Ryu Min's ability to exert commands over himself was what helped him successfully pass the mission. Most of them are probably experiencing the illusion fantasy by now. The first illusion is about committing suicide, and it's only a sub-quest. Even if you couldn't readily commit suicide, you wouldn't be excluded from the list of survivors. Only the chance to seize a reward would be forfeited. What truly matters is the main quest. Resisting temptation. Following swiftly was the second illusion, temptation. Just like the first illusion, the system enticed players based on their innermost data. There existed a multitude of ways to be tempted. Material temptation, romantic temptation, yearning to escape suffering, and so forth. Different individuals faced different temptations. In my case, Co Aaron confessed to me. What occurred if you succumbed to temptation and exhausted the allotted time? Naturally, you would be disqualified. Conversely, if you resisted temptation, your ranking hinged on how swiftly you resisted. It's better to resist quickly. Just like me. However, had he killed Co Aaron the moment she appeared, it wouldn't have counted. The timer began after you declined the temptation. The reason Ryu Min had awaited Co Aaron's confession lay here. To eliminate her as soon as temptation began. It didn't happen, but he would have manifested being with her within a second or so if he didn't act quickly. It had been the same in his previous life. Ryu Min sighed and waited, somewhat bored. Time remaining until the end of the round. 1 hour 30 minutes and 51 seconds. We still have an hour and 30 minutes left. It wouldn't have been as tedious if he could see others' illusions. With that thought, while waiting, a few people stirred from their illusions. Wow, what's happening? Where are we? Others asked, bewildered. What's going on? Confusion was evident on their faces. Don't come any closer. Someone urged cautiously. Even if you try to tempt me, it's useless. I have someone I love. Another voice chimed in, filled with surprise. The angel began to explain the simple truth, leaving those who had just awakened from the illusion scratching their heads in confusion. As time ticked by, more people found themselves encircled by the pillar of light. Eventually, the time limit expired, and everyone snapped out of the illusion. Snap, snap. Priscilla clapped her hands, wearing a smile. Now, everyone, let's get our wits about us. You must all realize by now that everything you've witnessed was a mere fantasy. Let me share the quest details with you once again. A message window appeared, unveiling the quest details. Escape temptation within 2 hours. Commit suicide without hesitation. Success leads to reward distribution. As you can see, the main quest was all about resisting the temptation of the illusion. The hidden sub-quest was the challenge of committing suicide without hesitation. What? Committing suicide was a sub-quest? Ah, you mean that wasn't the main scenario? For heaven's sake, how are we supposed to commit suicide in such a messed up situation? This quest is insane. Who can commit suicide without a second thought? Players voiced their discontent, seemingly having suffered some significant mental strain. Hey, seems like some people here are ready to explode. When Priscilla shifted her demeanor to seriousness, the crowd fell silent, as if she had poured a bucket of cold water on them. But don't fret, I won't be taking anyone's life. I'm in quite a good mood right now. With a mischievous grin, Priscilla flapped her wings. A results window appeared in front of everyone's eyes. With a mischievous grin, Priscilla flapped her wings. A results window appeared in front of everyone's eyes. Round 7 results. Entire area. First, Black Scythe level 54 Reaper, 0 hours 0 minutes and 1 second. Second, Chrissy level 27 Priest, 0 hours 0 minutes and 5 seconds. Third, Heavenly Demon level 29 Dark Knight, 0 hours 0 minutes and 6 seconds. Specific area C2 ESCA 003. First, Black Scythe level 54 Reaper, 0 hours 0 minutes and 1 second. Second, and Sang Chul level 34 Knight, 0 hours 0 minutes and 18 seconds. Third, Co Aaron level 34 Summoner, 0 hours 0 minutes and 24 seconds. Upon seeing the results window, everyone voiced their dissatisfaction. Black Scythe is in first place. Again, even when it's not about strength. Does he have an incredibly strong willpower? Look at that, he resisted temptation in just 1 second. He's not an ordinary human. He. While some players grumbled and shook their heads in disbelief. He. Priscilla, staring at the results window, seemed elated. I can't believe it. I actually won this. And it's thanks to Black Scythe. Was it the joy of claiming the throne? Priscilla had momentarily forgotten about distributing rewards. Angel, the first place reward hasn't been received yet. Oh, that's right. I apologize, Black Scythe. The angel, in an uncommon display of humility, apologized to a human, and reward messages appeared. Congratulations. You've achieved the quest in first place within this specific area. Congratulations. You've achieved the quest in first place across the entire area. At present, Black Scythe holds the first position both in the entire area and this specific area. As the first place within this specific area, you'll receive a random selection voucher. As the first place in the overall area ranking, you'll receive a special reward selection box. As these messages streamed in, the rewards didn't end there. As a sub-quest reward, you'll receive the Rune of Mental Barrier. The acquired rune will automatically be imprinted onto the player's body. Now I've finally obtained it. With the desired rune in hand, the information window appeared. Rune of Mental Barrier. Effect: immunity to all mental attacks. Now I can stand up to Yamti with this. The reason for the system's delay in granting the rune until the end became clear. If he had received it earlier, the player might not have been able to participate in the mission. The temptation test. Ryu Min meticulously examined the rewards that had just come in. Until now, first place rewards for specific areas had been equipment items, but this time, it was a lottery selection voucher. You have the option to choose from the following rewards in the next random draw. Please select your desired reward. 1. Random gold pouch. 2. Intermediate magic stone draw ticket. 3. Surprise potion box. It seems like there's not much choice here. My magic stones are already at the highest level, and I have an abundance of gold. There's only one thing worth picking. Number 3. I'll go with the surprise potion box. It's scheduled to appear in round 8, but there are consumable items known as potions. These potions can heal wounds or provide various buff effects when consumed, much like in a video game. They come in various types. The fact that there are gacha boxes with such a variety of potions speaks volumes. There are 3 ways to obtain these potions: by becoming an alchemist, a unique class, by defeating boss-level monsters that appear after round 8, and finally, NPCs, or should I call them beings from another realm. You can either purchase these potions from beings from another realm or acquire them as rewards. The rounds in which these otherworldly beings start appearing begin with round 8. Players will probably be taken aback. They've been encountering monsters who can't speak, and suddenly they'll meet otherworldly beings they can converse with. Ryu Min still remembered his initial confusion upon discovering the existence of these otherworldly beings. What added to the perplexity was the difficulty in discerning whether they were humans or NPCs. It's still an enigma to this day. In any case, starting from round 8, with the appearance of these otherworldly beings, he could utilize his titles. He also needed to acquire the 2 runes he had set his sights on: the rune of future sight and the rune of durability. Moreover, round 8 provided an excellent opportunity for leveling up. It is likely that some players would reach level 40. I'll probably aim for level 60, though. Ryu Min's gaze shifted to the last remaining special reward selection box. You have the option to choose from the following special rewards. Please select your desired reward. 1. Triple experience buff limited to round 8. 2. 20,000 gold. 3. Information on round 8. Without hesitation, he chose option number 1. The next round was ideal for gaining experience. Now, everyone, have you all checked your rewards? Then, let's have our moment of dissolution. Humans who didn't make it into the top ranks and those who couldn't resist temptation within the time limit. Farewell. Wait, hold on. No. Peesh. Without even a chance to make excuses, half of the players turned into dust and disappeared. And as I mentioned earlier, we decided to select the player who cleared the mission the fastest as the zone representative, as you all know. As expected, the unified zone representative is this person. Player Black Scythe has become the new zone representative of C2ESCA-003. People nodded in agreement with the message announcing the representative. It was a fair result with no room for objection. As promised, we will now provide the rewards to Black Scythe, the unified zone representative. After a moment, a message Ryu Min had been eagerly waiting for appeared in his eyes. The authority of the temporary skill Dominion will change. From now on, you can use the Dominion skill once in the real world. The authority will immediately be nullified if the zone representative is dethroned. Chapter 100. At long last, he has obtained the one thing he desired most. The ability to use Dominion in the realm of reality. This means having the power to manipulate someone entirely as desired. I've already chosen who I'll use it on. A sly grin curled on his lips as the angels eyed him. The 9 angels, defeated in the bet, looked frustrated. How could that Black Scythe clinch the top spot again this time? How does that human manage to stay in first place all the time? Is it possible that the missions have been leaked? Their disbelief and frustration knew no bounds. They wanted to pop his head like a balloon right then and there, but regrettably, they had already used their abilities early on. Perhaps 90% of the angels were now devoid of such powers. Hee hee, why do you all wear such pouty expressions? Priscilla approached with a smile, causing the angels to hunch over like drenched puppies. Oh, no, it's nothing. Does anyone here object to me becoming the king? Well, no. Priscilla is the king now. That's right. What does our Priscilla want to do now? Who will you entrust with the guidance? Wait, before answering the questions. Priscilla's gaze turned chilly. Kneel before me, all of you. Round 7 comes to a close. Entire area, survivors, 3,463,533. Specific area C2 ESCA 003. Survivors, 2,461. In a moment, your soul will return to your original dimension. Round 8 will commence at midnight on August 1, 2022. See you in the next round. Congratulations on your survival. Who? As soon as he returned, Ma Kyung-rok's first action was to survey his surroundings. Is it the hotel? Could this possibly be another illusion? He thought to himself, pinching his cheeks multiple times while exploring the house. Just to be safe, he even made a phone call. And team leader, have you returned safely? Yes, President, are you safe too? Is this the reality right now? Yes, it is reality, President. Are you sure? I'm certain. The results are there, and even a congratulatory message for returning. But one never knows, right? Even that could be a meticulously crafted illusion. Oh, come on, it can't be. Oh, wait a minute. What if it truly is? Listening to the president's words, and Sang-chul suddenly felt a sense of unease. For now, come to my room. All right. Ma Kyung-rok consoled himself with his usual glass of whiskey. Swish. He raised his whiskey glass and gazed at the scenery outside the hotel. As he observed the lights scattered in the darkness, it often brought peace to his heart. Have I genuinely returned to reality? It didn't feel like it, perhaps because he had been so deeply immersed in the illusion. No, should I say it was hard to believe. He harbored constant doubts. Ma Kyung-rok had suffered so much mental anguish. Was what I saw merely an illusion? The memory of his brothers pressuring him to commit suicide on the rooftop flashed in his mind. It was an illusion he never wished to experience again. Could it be that I didn't see an illusion, but rather glimpsed the future? Thinking of it as something that would occur in the future made him even more anxious. He resolved to grow the company quickly and gain his father's approval. Knock, knock, come in. When Sang-chul entered, he bowed respectfully. President, are you okay? I'm fine. I've been in the illusion for so long that distinguishing it from reality is a bit challenging for now. What kind of illusion did you see that made you? Ellipsis. Ma Kyung-rok only drank his whiskey in silence. Realizing his mistake, and Sang-chul lowered his head again. I'm sorry. I said something unnecessary. I'll just consider it a bad dream. Sip. Ma Kyung-rok turned around and poured another glass of whiskey. But team leader on, are you okay? Ah, I'm okay. What kind of illusion did you see? Well, and Sang-chul couldn't bring himself to say it. It's just a dark story. What? Well, I suppose everyone feels that way. Ma Kyung-rok, who emptied his whiskey in one gulp, frowned. It feels dirty to be alive. Ha, he suddenly thought of someone. Did the prophet also survive the illusion? Well, I thought you might be curious, so I called while heading this way, and he's indeed alive, responded Sang-chul. Is that so? I mean, the person who was warned not to be ensnared by temptation wouldn't have died, right? Ma Kyung-rok nodded as if it were an obvious point, but suddenly doubt crept in. But it's strange. If they knew that breaking free from temptation was the strategy, shouldn't the prophet have secured the first position in the entire area? Oh, that makes sense. But there was no nickname resembling the prophet in the calculation results. As always, the Black Scythe claimed the top spot in the entire area. Second was the fiancé, and third was himself. While they didn't know the prophet's nickname, it was clear they weren't among the top ranks. If they were truly the prophet, they should have resisted temptation immediately, did they deliberately delay their clear? I don't understand, and Sang-chul admitted. It was a perplexing issue, but they were unaware of a critical fact. If someone recognizes that it's an illusion, the entire progression becomes impossible, including the notion that the prophet survived. Well, we'll find out when we meet later. Ma Kyung-rok decided to leave it for now and encouraged Sang-chul to rest. Rest well, team leader, and he added. Thank you, President, and Sang-chul replied. As Sang-chul exited, Ma Kyung-rok lay on the bed, gazing up at the ceiling. The mental shock was considerable. He desired sleep but found his eyes wide open. That night, Ma Kyung-rok stayed awake, fearing a potential nightmare. At lunchtime, Ryu-min and Min Yuri sat down for a meal together. This meeting was primarily for Ryu-min to share information about Round 8 ahead of time. "Is it too early to meet up? You seem a bit off," Ryu-min observed. Min Yuri was in a more fragile mental state than Ryu-min had expected. "Yuri, what's wrong? Don't you have an appetite?" he inquired. "Oh, no, it's delicious. It's just," Min Yuri began, struggling to articulate her feelings. Despite her appetite, she was wrestling with a significant emotional shock. Was the illusion from Round 7 particularly distressing? Ryu-min ventured to ask, trying to read her thoughts. I don't know," Min Yuri stammered, unable to bring herself to discuss it further. She feared that lifting her head would reveal her flushed face, so she kept it lowered. "Oh, it's not that it was distressing, but rather embarrassing," Ryu-min responded. Empathizing with her, having discerned her thoughts, he coughed awkwardly, uncertain of how to proceed. It appeared that, despite his advice, resisting temptation was more challenging than he had anticipated. "Regardless of what the illusion entailed, let's put Round 7 behind us. It's a round that's already past," Ryu-min advised. "Why, yes, that's true," Min Yuri agreed. "Anyway, there's something I want to tell you about Round 8," Ryu-min continued. In his usual fashion, Ryu-min delivered a prophecy. Jeffrey, the spy, who was nearby, was present, but there was no need for discretion. Ryu-min deliberately spoke loudly enough for Jeffrey to hear. "He'll probably pass on my prophecy to Christine. Due to Christine's skeptical nature, one prophecy wouldn't suffice to gain her trust. Therefore, there was no harm in them overhearing the conversation. So, in Round 8, NPCs will appear, right?" Min Yuri inquired. "Yeah, I don't know if they're artificially created NPCs or beings from another dimension," Ryu-min clarified. This time, Ryu-min explained the strategy in greater detail. Unlike Round 7, Round 8 offered many opportunities to gain experience points. In other words, it was crucial to level up by exploiting various aspects. Ryu-min was providing as much assistance as possible at this time. "And there's one more thing to keep in mind," Ryu-min added. "What is it?" Min Yuri asked. "In Round 8, you won't be able to accompany the Black Scythe as you did in the past." "Huh, why?" Min Yuri inquired, her eyes widening. Ryu-min explained the reason for this change, which left Min Yuri perplexed. "Why? But the Black Scythe, why they're making that choice, I don't know. I can only foresee the future," Ryu-min stated. Matter-of-factly, he casually observed Min Yuri, who appeared puzzled. Suddenly, memories of past experiences resurfaced in his mind. The girl who had learned his true identity and was at risk of being manipulated and harmed. "No, it's just an illusion. It's like a daydream. I won't let that happen," Ryu-min vowed to himself. He was determined to ensure the safety of those around him at all costs. In this world, the only one worth believing in is the Lord Jesus Christ. Repent and seek salvation, everyone. Hallelujah, hallelujah, praise the Lord. We believe, we believe. Leaving behind the prayers of numerous faithful, Nilsson concluded the worship and returned to his pastor's office. Christine, with her slightly puffy face, awaited her father, appearing somewhat anxious. When did you get here?" "Just a little while ago." "Well, what do you want to discuss? Isn't it about inquiring about Round 7? I already heard about that through Jeffrey. A round filled with illusions, right?" "Yes. What kind of illusion did you witness?" "It was related to you, father." "Me? Yes, father, you were being threatened by the believers. I found myself in a situation where I had no choice but to commit suicide. That's quite something. The more I think about it, the more sinister this sorcery becomes." "Father, it's the work of the angels you believe in." "No, there's no way. Those are evil spirits disguising themselves as angels. Sometimes Satan appears before us in familiar forms." "Then, you're saying that all of this isn't God's will. You're stating the obvious. Is it due to a lack of faith? Or have you been ensnared by demons?" "I just Seeing the things I believed in being betrayed in the illusions made my heart waver. Don't worry needlessly. You are the Messiah and the Savior sent by God in a bewildering world. Focus only on leveling up and saving people. Don't entertain any other thoughts. Yes, also, about the so-called prophet you mentioned before. The Korean guy. Yes, when I asked Jeffrey, it seemed that his prophecy was somewhat accurate. Do not be ensnared by temptation, right? That's correct. Honestly, I didn't believe it at first. But it turned out to be the key to clearing the quest. Then, it might be a good idea to get closer to that prophet. Really? The unexpected statement caused Christine to widen her eyes. It wasn't something she expected to hear from her conservative father. Do you believe him just because he got one thing right? Even if it's a lucky guess, what do you think, Christine? The unexpected remark left Christine perplexed. Have you conducted a background check? He appears to be an ordinary young man who commutes between home and work. Christine didn't blame her father for conducting the background check. Instead, she understood why he did it, given her natural skepticism towards people. Even before she got engaged with her fiancé, her father had Jeffrey investigate the man thoroughly. Father, do you think it's necessary to rely on him so much? Isn't your fiancé doing the same? They're even doing business together. But there's a possibility that he's a fraud. In that case, how about doing this, Christine? At the right moment, Jeffrey returned. Jeffrey, what's this all of a sudden? I just obtained information about round 8 from that guy. It was not exactly obtaining information but rather eavesdropping, but it seemed fine in this context. What mattered was the information itself. Round 8. Does this mean you heard a prophecy? Yes. He was quite detailed this time. Christine, if you're still doubtful, you can test it in the 8th round and decide afterward. That's not a bad idea. I'd prefer that. However, a little later, the three of them realized there was no need to eavesdrop. A call came from Ma Kyung-rok, who felt sorry for keeping his prophecy to himself. Chapter 101. After the encounter with Min Yuri, Ryu Min's actions outside were all about exterminating millworms. Slice, slice. Current kill count. 100/100ths. With the rune of slaughter, all stats receive a 100% boost. Ryu Min's gaze shifted to one side of the message. With the bless skill, all stats enjoy a 60% increase. Duration. 2 hours 51 minutes and 21 seconds. Once again, he got a buff from Min Yuri. All set. The preparations are done. From the inventory, he pulled out an item. Surprise potion box. Type. Consumable. Grade. Unique. Effect. Get 1 to 5 random potions. Usage restriction. Until the next round, master grade or above. Description. A time-limited item where you can roll random potions. The item vanishes automatically when transitioning to the next round and is influenced by luck stats. This time, it was a draw box received as the first place reward in the area. He had boosted his stats for this moment. Boosting luck as much as possible will result in getting more potions. They could be of different types or even duplicates. Either way, the more, the better, so raising luck was the only option. Use. He gripped the box, memorized the command, and as it disappeared with a swish, a message appeared. You've used the surprise potion box. Congratulations. Life potion obtained. Congratulations. Healing potion obtained. Congratulations. Dark magic potion obtained. Congratulations. Lowest agility potion obtained. Congratulations. Potion of icy chill obtained. Fortunately, they were different types of potions, and 5-2. Life potion. Type. Consumable. Grade. Legendary. Effect. Player resurrection. Usage restriction. Master grade or above. Description. A potion that resurrects a desired player. Must be used within 10 minutes of death, and if the corpse is more than 30% damaged, it cannot be used. Cannot be used on oneself. Healing potion. Type. Consumable. Grade. Rare. Effect. Wound recovery. Usage restriction. Novice grade or above. Description. A potion that heals internal and external injuries. More effective than emergency treatment. Dark magic potion. Type. Consumable. Grade. Rare. Effect. Dark magic recovery. Usage restriction. Novice grade or above. Description. Recovers dark magic used by dark orcs. Only effective for specific professions. Lowest agility potion. Type. Consumable. Grade. Normal. Effect. +2 agility for 24 hours. Usage restriction. Novice grade or above. Description. Potion that increases agility stat. Multiple consumptions do not stack. Potion of icy chill. Type. Consumable. Grade. Rare. Effect. +50% cold resistance for 24 hours. Usage restriction. Novice grade or above. Description. Potion that enhances resistance to cold. Resists not only cold damage but also status abnormalities. Ryu Min's eyes widened as he looked at the list. Especially where his gaze fell. The first life potion that appeared. To think a potion that resurrects people would come out. Truly a legendary grade potion. Of course, the other potions were good too. But none could compare to the life potion. However, it can only be used by those of master grade or higher. Plus, it can only be used on others. That meant the caster had to be at least level 60 to resurrect someone else. Anyway, just having a legendary grade potion is valuable in itself. Even if he didn't need it now, possessing such a potion could bring tremendous benefits. It might be good for persuading the alchemist. The only class capable of crafting potions, the alchemist, was a guy in Nigeria. Making him an ally would undoubtedly be helpful. Although he's reluctant to come forward for now, once the alchemist's existence becomes known, it will create a sensation. Before that happened, if he made his move first, he might be able to monopolize the alchemist's abilities. But among these potions, one seems useless. None other than the dark magic potion. Is this potion solely for the dark magic record? The only wielder of dark magic is the unique Dark Knight class. In simpler terms, this potion is exclusively tailored for the dark magic potion. For ordinary players, consuming it won't yield any effects. The same goes for Ryu Min. Maybe I should try selling it at a hefty price to the Dark Knight. When Dark Knights run low on dark magic, their power takes a significant nosedive. It's like a car running out of gas. In that sense, the dark magic potion was undeniably an item that would catch the Dark Knight's interest, especially when facing critical situations where a dark magic shortage could be disastrous. For now, let's keep it. What I need isn't money, anyway. He decided to hang on to the rest as well. Given that he wasn't in a dire financial situation necessitating an immediate sale on the market. Creak, clink. Upon returning home, Ryu Min changed into more comfortable attire in his room. Lying back on the bed, clad in casual clothes, he reached for his phone. Let's see if any unique material items have popped up. In his free time, Ryu Min often checked the Player Place app to scrutinize items, aiming to snag crucial material items before others. Oh, is there one again this time? A unique material item. However, the seller turned out to be a foreigner, and the item required overseas delivery. Well, no problem. The platform is well equipped for seamless transactions with international users. Originally designed to cater to players worldwide, Player Place's recent expansion to international users resulted in a significant surge in its user base. After tapping the payment button, Ryu Min set his phone aside. Another task done today. Upon scrutiny, this was the sole worthwhile material item available. While he had added Ju Seong Tok to his favorite, there was no listing after the legendary material item. Well, round 7 wasn't a hunting round. Perhaps he should look forward to the rounds that followed. Feeling fatigued, Ryu Min gradually closed his eyes. Every Tuesday, Player Place held regular meetings. Even Ryu Min, the majority shareholder, made sure to attend them all without fail, considering it an opportunity to leave a positive impression on Ma Kyung Rock. Today held discussions of importance. Ryu Min observed Ma Kyung Rock, who was presiding over the meeting. After a round of diverse opinions, the meeting drew to a close. Thank you all for your hard work. Today's meeting concludes here. Great job, everyone. The executives rose from their seats and exited the meeting room. Only Ryu Min and Ma Kyung Rock stayed in the room. It was an opportune moment for a private conversation. Major shareholder, or rather, prophet. Thanks to you, we safely survived the 7th round. I'm sincerely grateful. Fortunately, you remembered not to surrender to temptation. Yes, when it happened, your words flashed in my mind. If it weren't for you, I might have given in. It's a bit embarrassing to admit, but the illusion was quite vivid. Though he concealed it out of embarrassment, Ryu-min had already discerned the nature of the temptation Ma Kyung-rok faced. Facing the criminal who had taken his parents' lives, and yet he had to refrain from killing him and take revenge. By the way, Prophet, I have a question. It was a question that had been on his mind for a few days now. You knew the answer, so why couldn't you secure a higher rank? It wasn't around that demanded excessive effort. If he possessed knowledge of the round, securing the top spot would have been a breeze. So, why didn't he? It was a sharp question, but I thought you, Ma Kyung-rok, also knew the answer. Why couldn't you secure the top spot? For a moment, Ma Kyung-rok appeared as if he had been blindsided. Even if you're aware that resisting temptation is crucial, when the moment arrives, executing this becomes quite challenging. Having experienced it firsthand, you get it, right? Yes, indeed, I understand. Got it. Ma Kyung-rok swiftly dispelled his suspicions. Yet, instead of dwelling on his inquiry, he reproached himself for the brief lapse in his thinking. Certainly, he's not someone to underestimate just because he's young. There's a subtle blend of insight and seasoned experience. Ma Kyung-rok's thoughts, tinged with self-caution, echoed. He acknowledged that the prophet had not only demonstrated prowess in prophecy but also seemed quite insightful and wise. It's not wise to make him overly cautious. From Ryu-min's standpoint, which aimed to encourage openness and trust, it wasn't an entirely pleasant situation. Prophet, you mentioned you had something to tell me. Yes, I wanted to share information about round 8. Ryu-min promptly provided the information for the next round as planned. Wow. This time there's a wealth of detailed information. That's right for round 8. Thank you, Prophet. You always provide such invaluable assistance. I'm not sure how I can repay you. Don't burden yourself too much. Isn't it wonderful to collaborate from the standpoint of being on the same boat? Haha, thank you so much. Despite the advice not to feel burdened, Ryu-min continued to accumulate a sense of indebtedness. Prophet. While you're helping me, can I ask for one more favor? What favor? Do you remember my fiancée from the other day? Of course. Is it okay to share this information with my fiancée? Probably already got the information from her, right? He chuckled inwardly but didn't show it, stating, certainly, it's fine. I already allowed sharing, when I prophesied separately back then. Consider it already permitted when round 11 becomes dangerous. Oh. Thank you for allowing it. It seemed more and more people were sharing future information, but it was fine. If I have to lead a few people with me to the last round, it's better to make them rely on prophecy to survive until then. Smiling slyly with a compassionate expression, Ryu-min was about to discuss business when CEO and Sang-chul entered the conference room. There was a sense of urgency in his expression. Not missing this, Ma Kyung-rok asked seriously, Manager and, what's the matter? The chairman is here. My father. Surprised, Ma Kyung-rok hastily rushed out. At the door, Chairman Ma Dae-chul of Oshung Group was entering with a young bodyguard. Father, Chairman, why did you come here without saying anything? Do I have to notify anyone when I decide to visit my son's company? Well, even so, you should have at least given a heads up so we could prepare. Enough. I'm just going to take a look around briefly. Having shared those words, Ma Dae-chul, gripping his curiosity, casually toward the company premises. You've gathered it up rather nicely. Ellipsis. I've heard positive things. They say it had a good start. Where did you pick up on that? If you're asking this, then you're still too naive. Ellipsis. Even your brothers have sent their congratulations. At the mention of brothers, Ma Kyung-rok's gaze shifted. Oh, those brothers who didn't bother sending a single congratulatory wreath. Don't say that. Whether you liked it or not, they're still family. Can we really call those who set their sights on your fortune family? Are you any different? I'm only engaging in competition because I don't want to divide shares with my brothers. Didn't you agree to that, father? If I prove my skills are better than theirs, you'll acknowledge me as the successor and inherit all the property. Right, is that possible? There's less than a year left until the agreed upon time. Just give me a little more time. The start of this company is much more promising than the consulting we did before. We still need a few more months of observation, though. Why did you abandon consulting? It wasn't bad enough to warrant such a change. There was no room for further growth. Besides, would you have acknowledged me to that extent? Humph. Certainly not. If you can't make it into the top 50 in Kazdak market cap, being 150th. Doesn't matter. That's why I gave up on that company. A bold move, venturing into an uncertain industry. Ellipsis. Ma Kyung-rok fell silent. In truth, without Ryu Min's suggestion, there would have been no need to switch industries. What about the idea of creating a player market? Did you think of it because you're a player? Ma Kyung-rok hesitated at the chairman's question. Should he tell the truth that it was Ryu Min's idea, or should he entirely attribute it to his own merit? Ma Kyung-rok had to make a choice. And he knew what the right choice was. Father is someone who wouldn't miss that. Inwardly sighing, Ma Kyung-rok honestly admitted. That idea wasn't mine. What? The majority shareholder who acquired our company at 51% suggested and conceived that idea. We're working together as business colleagues now. It wasn't your idea. Who is this major shareholder then? Ma Kyung-rok turned around. Coincidentally, Ryu Min was present. Major shareholder. Can I have a moment? Oh, sure. Watching, Ryu Min approached the chairman. Chairman, this is the person. Hello, I'm Ryu Min. The chairman maintained a poker face, however, internally he was quite surprised. As this guy, who looks like he just turned 20, the majority shareholder. Chapter 102. The president was doing his best to hide his surprise, finding it quite challenging given the unexpected youthfulness of the top executive of the company. Holding 51% of the company at such a young age. Doesn't that imply possession of assets exceeding 280 billion? Word is that you own 51% of this company. Is that true? Yes, President. If it's all right, could you reveal the company you're affiliated with? Judging by the wealth, Ryu Min seemed to be cut from the same cloth as Ma Kyung-rok. Resembling a conglomerate offspring. A nod from Ryu Min. My parents are deceased, and my background is rather ordinary. I was fortunate enough to accumulate that sum. Luck was on my side, allowing me to strike gold. But will you pour all that money into my son's company? I was confident that changing the industry would lead to substantial growth. Yes. Expression was unchanged, but the president was internally astonished. This is certainly an extraordinary young man. Even facing him directly, there was no flicker in his gaze or tremor in his voice. And beyond that, he had real abilities. Luck might play a part, but often luck slips away even when it arrives. This is why there's a saying that luck is a skill. How old are you? I'm 20 this year, an age fitting his appearance, but the attitude he displayed was anything but typical. Did my son have this level of insight and boldness at 20? Ma Dae-chul could only shake his head. His children were talented, but this young man surpassed them. Did you confidently propose this business idea? I proposed it, but I only threw out the idea. Most of the detailed systems here are present. Ma's work. Kyung-rok. As Ryu Min redirected the spotlight, Ma Kyung-rok was quietly surprised. Unexpected, as he hadn't foreseen such a statement. To be honest, I didn't do much. President Ma conceptualized specific systems, crafted various business ideas, and managed them. I merely provided the framework. President Ma filled in the bones and flesh all night long. Is that true? Ah, yes. Ryu Min's contribution was mentioned at the time, not entirely false. During the establishment, ideas sprouted, and Ryu Min and Ma Kyung-rok discussed various aspects of the items. Ryu Min's advice was indeed helpful. To attribute all of that to me, it might look good if he were the chairman of Osung Group, but Ryu Min was actually promoting Ma Kyung-rok. However, Ma Dae-chul, with extensive experience and knowledge, couldn't be unaware of this fact. This young man knows how to uplift others and not be greedy, He couldn't help but consider him a truly promising talent. He even wanted to make him an apprentice and teach him proper business management. Am I getting too old? Why am I having such thoughts? Ma De-chul cleared his mind with a cough and turned away. All right, with this level of passion, there's nothing to worry about in the future. Saying that, Ma De-chul moved away without a word of farewell. He didn't turn his head once. He left. Major shareholder, you spoke really well. You don't know how nervous I was inside. Ha ha. Ryu Min chuckled, but Ma Kyung-rok didn't smile. There was something he wanted to ask seriously. Major shareholder, why did you tell my father that it was all my hard work? Surely, you suggested many ideas as well. But it's all ideas. Isn't it you who worked it out? You developed it, and executed those ideas. Right, I just told the truth. Ma Kyung-rok silently observed Ryu Min. Almost facing the risk of having someone else's efforts wrongly attributed, Ma Kyung-rok managed to salvage his pride, courtesy of the acknowledgement extended by his father. It's all thanks to major shareholder Ryu Minimum. Ma Kyung-rok's gaze toward Ryu Min underwent a transformation. A touch softer, transitioning from the glare of vigilance. Quietly, Ryu Min couldn't help but crack a relieved smile. Fortunately, I could ease his wariness. Ultimately, impressing the president wasn't a necessity for Ryu Min. Claiming ownership of those ideas wouldn't have caused a significant stir anyway. Better to build goodwill with Ma Kyung-rok like this. Feigning ignorance to Ma Kyung-rok's appreciative gaze, Ryu Min concealed a subtle smile. Within, in the grand scheme, the world tends to remember the champion. The runner-up, more often than not, finds itself overshadowed by the glow of the winner. One company that keenly felt this truth was LC Group, a formidable rival of Osung Group. Tick-tock, dr. With every move of the mouse, LC Group Chairman Song Baek-yeon's face carried a growing weight of concern. Player Place Corporation, stock on the rise again today. Player Place, nearing 100,000 users in just a month. A company growing day by day. Player Place. Player Place's success secret, precise understanding of players' needs. Player Place's CEO unveiled as Osung Group's successor. Did they throw money around? Why are there so many articles? Player Place's CEO unveiled as Osung Group's successor. Did they throw money around? Why are there so many articles? Muttered Song Baek-yeon, clicking through the comments on an article. Who else is using Player Place? Me. Selling items here is genuinely convenient. The app's user-friendliness is top-notch. I sold all the unnecessary materials on Player Place too. Me too. Thought useless things wouldn't sell, but someone bought them, lol. Was short on living expenses, but sold items on Player Place and made some money, lol. Lol, for real. Quit my part-time job and am surviving by selling miscellaneous items. Tend to buy good rare equipment as soon as it comes up. Buying equipment is really convenient. A site for players was needed, and Player Place fits the bill. Stock prices hit the ceiling every day. It's a complete jackpot. More than in the heyday of Bitcoin. Need to earn money and put it in as soon as possible. This is right. Anyone who doesn't invest in Player Place is an idiot. Maybe Chairman Song of LC Group won't invest because of his pride. Player Place was made by Osung Group. It's a big hit. Osung does it again. Like they know what they're talking about. Phew. Song Baek-yeon simply turned off the monitor. Reading further might lead to dying of anger. Ding dong. Come in. Upon seeing the person entering the office, Song Baek-yeon's eyebrows shot up like arrows. It was none other than his eldest son, Song Jae-gyong. Father. You called. Jae-gyong. How old are you this year? 32 years old. Your actual age. 30 years old, sir. Who? TN. Under the Korean age system, babies are considered to be 1 year old on the day they are born, and every January 1st, a year is added to people's ages, regardless of their actual birth date. Closing parenthesis. As a sigh escaped the chairman's mouth, Song Jae-gyong lowered his head like a sinner. You can only be a player if you're 29, right? Yes, sir. Aren't you feeling unjust? Just a 1 year difference and you could be a player. Well, why? Becoming a player would give you abilities, even if you're incompetent. How great is that, to gain supernatural abilities even if you're inept? Right, it might be great, But Song Jae-gyam couldn't smile. Because he knew his father's words were mocking his incompetence. Look at our rival, Osung Group. Despite expanding globally, we always lag behind as second. Why is that? Our technology isn't significantly inferior, right? Right. People remember only the first place. If it's not the first, second, or third doesn't matter. And that first place is often influenced by luck. The gap between second and first isn't that significant. Do you understand what this means? It means with effort, even second place can become first. Just with effort. But even though we make tremendous efforts, we can't surpass them. The gap has widened so much that ordinary effort can't narrow it. In that case, we need to strike a heavy blow, right? Despite the somewhat irritated tone, Song Jae-gyam listened quietly with one ear, letting the words pass without much impact. By now, he was so accustomed to these kinds of lectures that it would be strange not to hear them. You know what article one read a little while ago? Probably something about Osung Group. You've been reading those topics all week. Recently, Osung Group has been making waves with a groundbreaking app. Have you heard of Player Place? Player Place. With slightly widened eyes, Song Jae-gyam nodded, as if acknowledging his awareness. Heard of it? I have. Apparently, Osung Group created that app. And guess who's behind it? Their second son, Ma Kyung-rok. Ma Kyung-rok is the representative of Player Place. Song Jae-gyam's expression hardened as if he had tasted something bitter. How many years apart are you and Ma Kyung-rok? 3 years. He's younger than you, right? But that young man still has the vision to run such a company. Especially seeing him explode with such a good idea. On the other hand, some, despite growing up in an environment where success is practically guaranteed, can't even get a single line of news with their name on it. Despite the clear comparison, Song Jae-gyam remained silent. He wasn't bothered by it anymore. If you were at least a player, I wouldn't have pressured you like this. What should you do, then? Shouldn't you try to expand your business like Ma Kyung-rok? Not necessarily. Aiming for a big hit, maybe a moderate success, or even something small. Right. As the eldest son of LC Group, I will show results. Really? Well, do you have any ongoing projects? I am preparing something quietly. What is it? It's not time to reveal yet. Please wait a little longer, father. Didn't you say something like this last time? Don't make excuses to avoid criticism. I really mean it. Please watch and wait. I am preparing a significant thing. Who? Well, understood. You should have something by now. Go on. Yes, please rest comfortably. Song Jae-gyam, bowing his waist, left the chairman's office. Thud. Closing the door, he pondered deeply. How did things come to this point? It's all because of that Ma Kyung-rok guy. When someone is repeatedly compared to the point where it becomes like a label in one's ears, it's inevitable to harbor resentment. Who wouldn't want to become a player, claiming it's themselves? What can you do about bad luck? Some might consider it fortunate to be excluded by just a 1-year difference. After all, it was a life or death survival game. But for Song Jae-gyam, whose reality was hell, it was nothing but misfortune. I wish I had become a player at least. If that were the case, he could have competed with Ma Kyung-rok on an equal footing. Regretting now is pointless. Thud, thud. With the sound of footsteps, Song Jae-gyam walked. Click, creak. Entering his private office, he leaned against the back of the chair. Taking off his glasses for a moment, he massaged his temples. Stress had been overwhelming lately. Player Place was Ma Kyung-rok's. It was the first time he heard this information. Suddenly, irritation surged within him. Without even knowing, he had recommended it to cafe members to use. Wasn't this indirectly helping the rival he wanted to kill? Frowning, he saw another article that caught his eye. National Assembly member Lee Seong-yun. Massive Player Act passes. Lee Seong-yun says, players are like society's cancer. With the increase in player crimes, voices supporting Lee Seong-yun are growing. When the law is enacted, players will be suppressed by force. Player catching players. We decided to prioritize players among the police. As early as next month, a large player police organization will be formed. As expected, that guy was a troublesome Song Jae-gyam also harbors a disdain for players. However, to expand influence and compete with Ma Kyung-rok, it's unavoidable to side with the players. That member of the National Assembly. We can't leave him alone. Seeing that the meeting time had arrived, Song Jae-gyam logged into the chat room. The chairman has joined the chat room. Chapter 103. It's not even Sunday, so what's going on? Despite it not being a regular meeting day, Ryu-min was making his way to Lostayak's residence. The reason? An unexpected urgent summons. Could it be? Are they already putting the plan into action? While he had a hunch, he knew he had to attend the meeting first. Swoosh. Entering the one-room space, he lifted the invisibility skill. Disguise. Rumbling. Rumbling. After flawlessly transforming into the spitting image of Lostayak, Ryu-min took his seat in front of the computer. Lostayak has entered the chat room. Upon joining, he found Yamti and the president eagerly awaiting. You made it. Oh, sorry for being late. It's okay. Honestly, we were worried you wouldn't show. Each member's situation is critical. The president's expression seemed darker than usual as he spoke. What's happening? What's his deal? It was a pity that he couldn't read his mind through the video chat. Yamti, how did the executive interviews we planned last time go? Yes, it's still ongoing, but at least 3 of them have successfully passed the murder test. So, they're okay with our cafe? Yes, indeed. They are positive about our cafe, to the extent that we could sit them in a meeting without any issues. 3. Who are these individuals aiming for an executive position? Certainly, they must have committed murder without hesitation, tempted by the position. So, we can use them as part of our team. Yes, but what's the matter? The president cut in with a determined look. Tomorrow, we execute the plan. The plan? Curious, Ryu-min inquired. Mr. President, what do you mean by the plan? Capturing National Assembly member Lee Seong-yun. That's the plan. Ah, that explains the urgency. As expected, he had long asserted that a countermeasure was needed against National Assembly member Lee Seong-yun, who had displayed hostility towards players. So, they've decided to kidnap him. National Assembly member Lee Seong-yun was the observed target of Player Haven Cafe. Not only did he disregard players, but he also proposed unfavorable laws. I saw recent articles. National Assembly member Lee Seong-yun successfully passed the Anti-Player Act, if he refers to anti-players. To effectively suppress players who commit crimes, a special organization composed of police officers who are players will be established, according to the act. Ah, the ironic part is that the members of the special organization are players who were selected from the police. In other words, players who are police officers will catch criminal players with power. The chairman nodded in agreement with the explanation. That's right. The problem is that now that the act has passed, our cafe's position will undoubtedly decrease. So, kidnapping. Yes. By kidnapping Lee Seong-yun and showing it to the public as an example, the voices of protest will decrease. An example. Are they planning to execute him? Surprised, Ryu-min raised his hand and suggested an opposing opinion. But, Mr. President, doesn't showing such public murder prove that the Anti-Player Act is necessary? I am aware of that. It might even backfire. Therefore, we won't take on the role of kidnapping. What, then? The president smiled slightly. We will fabricate it as if ordinary citizens kidnapped Lee Seong-yun. We will use money to hire ordinary citizens with a criminal record to make it look like they kidnapped him. Of course, the actual kidnapping will be done by us. So, you're saying you'll stage it? Exactly. After secretly kidnapping Lee Seong-yun, we'll make it look like ordinary citizens did it, and we'll even carry out a public execution. At that point, we will intervene too late, trying to stop the criminals and save Lee Seong-yun, but, by then, Lee Seong-yun will already be dead. Ah, this way, we not only achieve the goal of killing Lee Seong-yun but also officially let the citizens know that our cafe is not an enemy. In short, it was a strategy to kidnap and then stage a play to win public opinion by saving them later. There wasn't a scenario like this in the previous regressions. In previous regressions, Lee Seong-yun showed hostility towards players too. Then, the Cafe proceeded to kidnap him in the same way. But at that time, I didn't know about this plan. I saved Lee Seong-yun before he was kidnapped. Ryu Min didn't know about this plan despite successfully rescuing Lee Seong-yun and forming a bond with him. His ability to transform into Lostyak had revealed these hidden aspects. Without it, he might have remained in the dark. Getting the assassin's mask early turned out to be a wise move. Achieving the time attack record and securing a unique item selection ticket had led to these significant developments. However, Mr. President, the act has already passed. Will eliminating Lee Seong-yun make any difference? A question fitting for Lostyak. Certainly, there will be changes. First and foremost, the act loses its influence with the demise of the outspoken congressman. Moreover, not only that but we might also get an opportunity to select members for the anti-player police unit. Ah, I see. Plus, getting rid of Lee Seong-yun will prevent proposing more anti-player acts. Simply blocking those acts makes him worth the sacrifice. Do you get it? Yes, Mr. President, I understand. Having comprehended the president's intentions and the overall plan, Ryu Min inquired about the detailed plan. So, how do you plan to find ordinary citizens for the show? Our connection with the police department will make it easy to check individuals with red flags. We'll approach them, check if they have any qualms about making some money, and then recruit about half a dozen. The president had it all planned out. It seemed like a plan that had been contemplated for a while, not hastily concocted. Yamti, you mentioned we could mobilize 3 executives immediately, right? Yes. When we execute the kidnapping of Lee Seong-yun, involve them as well. Yamti, you'll be in charge of overseeing the congressman's abduction. Understood. Trust me with that. Lostyak, assist Yamti in preparing for the kidnapping. I'll send you the location and Lee Seong-yun's schedule. When is the execution time? The execution time is when Congressman Lee Seong-yun goes to his office. A slight upward curve formed on the president's lips. Tomorrow at 8 a.m. Hello, viewers. Today, we've brought National Assembly member Lee Seong-yun into the studio. Please greet the viewers, Congressman. Nice to meet you. I'm Congressman Lee Seong-yun, representing the voice of the people. Do you know you've been trending on the internet lately, Congressman? I'm aware that I'm popular among reporters. I wonder if there are any questions left for them to ask me. Haha, your straightforward remarks are quite impressive, Congressman. Recently, an act you proposed has been gaining attention. The Anti-Player Act, you mean? Can you explain what kind of act it is? In simple terms, it's an act to catch and punish players. Of course, good players have nothing to worry about. It's a law targeting players who commit crimes. Haha, it must be a despair-inducing law for criminal players. Do you have a reason for proposing such a law? I consider players as cancer cells in society, you know. Of course, I mean criminal player. Anyway, 6 months since the appearance of players, indiscriminate murders, rapes, robberies, and thefts have been occurring, right? 77.5% of those actions are committed by players. Statistics prove it. So, it's a problem we can't just ignore. So you're proposing this law to eliminate the cancer cells in society? Exactly. Honestly, I thought it wouldn't pass, but luckily, it did. That seems to indicate the severity of the situation. You know well, host. That's correct. The situation is really serious these days. But, Congressman, players play rounds in the other world every month, don't they? It's a rule that only half survive. In that case, wouldn't the numbers decline naturally? Is this law really necessary? Every time reporters ask me that question, I turn it around. Would you wait for a fire on your foot to naturally go out? No, you'd shake your foot to extinguish it quickly. That's the current situation. You can speak like that when you're in a bystander's position. But in the victim's shoes, you'd want to catch and punish players as soon as possible, even if it's just for a day. Ah, so waiting for players to vanish isn't a fundamental solution, is it? Exactly. To truly resolve this, we must uproot all players in this world. But mind you, only those with a criminal record, so don't misunderstand. Beep. The TV screen blinked out. Misunderstand. Lee Seong-yun smirked. What misunderstanding? All players must be completely eliminated. What's wrong with that? You worthless bastards. He buttoned up his shirt, threw on the suit jacket, and then he put on his tie. Finally, he pinned the gold-colored congressman badge onto his lapel. Lee Seong-yun glanced at the mirror, and his gaze shifted to a photo of his son, smiling brightly while holding onto his father's leg. Our Sung-hoon used to love it when I put on the badge for him before going to work. His elementary school son had tragically died 5 months ago at the hands of a player. A player with newfound supernatural powers had, in an attempt to make money, accidentally killed Sung-hoon during a clumsy kidnapping, just because they couldn't control their own power. Of course, revenge was on his mind, but irritatingly, the player met their end in the next round. I should have taken that damn bastard down with my own hands. Thunk. Having missed the chance for revenge, Lee Seong-yun redirected his attention to criminal players. To prevent more victims like his son, he proposed an act, and fortunately, it passed. Yet, contrary to what he mentioned in the broadcast, he viewed all players negatively. There's no such thing as a good player. All players are trash, potential criminals who can unleash hidden powers at any moment. Who knows when they might use their latent powers to shake the world. Ordinary people couldn't coexist with such players. All players must be wiped out. Lee Seong-yun grasped this twisted ideology, knowing it was wrong. But he couldn't help it. If you're a player, his honest feeling is that he doesn't want to see you at all. The chaos those abilities brought to the world was what he truly hated. Yet he proposed an act to eliminate criminal players, using players in the police department. As much as I hate them, I have no choice but to use the same players. Players were simply uncontrollable by the power of ordinary people. Even with the mobilization of the military, there were limits, so he decided to use players to control other players. It was like using hunting dogs to catch other hunting dogs. Luckily, the act had passed, so all that remained was to proceed swiftly. Criminal players will see me as an enemy. Surely they will find him troublesome. Perhaps they might plan to kill him. But there was no need to worry. In preparation for such unfortunate circumstances, I've hired young bodyguard players. In this grim world, even security companies were composed entirely of players. The price has skyrocketed, but what's more important than life? I won't take money to the grave. Money or anything else didn't matter as long as the goal of eradicating players was achieved. He had nothing left to lose, after all. Let's push through the act and wrap this up nicely. It was morning, almost time to go to work. Lee Seong-yun left his house and headed to the parking lot. His bodyguards were ready at the door. On both sides, 1 player each, and 1 in the front and 1 in the back, a total of 4 players protected him as he walked. It was an ironic situation. He, who disdained players, was being protected by players. If only everything goes well this time, a world without players will come. He had nothing more to wish for. Thud. Let's get in, Congressman. Thank you. When the bodyguard opened the rear door, Lee Seong-yun got in without suspicion. However, there was a woman sitting in the driver's seat, whom he hadn't seen before. Who are you? Hello, Congressman. Nice to meet you. Who the hell are you? Thunk. Lee Seong-yun could no longer speak. He was knocked unconscious by the hand of the security guard who had opened the door a moment ago. Yamti, it's ready. Yes, I'll go first. Please follow slowly. Yes, master. Vroom. The car carrying the congressman smoothly exited the parking lot. Chapter 104. Miss Yi Dam, is this really how you plan to handle it? With a sharp sound, the document hit Kim Yi Dam's face and scattered on the floor. Fuck this. I spent a good 2 hours on this report. Though she felt the urge to retaliate against her boss right away, she held back. After all, biting her tongue was a small price to pay for putting food on the table. Head back and redo it. Why no response? Not in the mood to work. Well, then, how about submitting a resignation? And taking a walk? No, I'll rewrite it. Ah, but before you go, could you do me a favor and make some coffee? Even if reports aren't your thing, you make killer coffee, right? Yes. Chewing on her lower lip, Kim Yi Dam headed to the break room, returning with a cup of Coffee that bore the mark of her frustration. Here you go, sir. Thanks. Why the stare? Time's ticking. Get that report done pronto. Yes. That day, Kim Yi-dam found herself revising the report not once, but 5 more times. It marked the first time she contemplated the idea of wanting someone dead. Work's piling up, and this boss. The taste of the post-work alcohol was sweet, but the last night of December felt like a descent into hell. Almost New Year, and I'm here dealing with this nonsense. Seriously, even if revenge against her boss brewed in her thoughts, as an ordinary employee, she found herself powerless. I'm just a poor woman. What can I do? Being an orphan with a modest background, just managing her own life felt overwhelming. If only I'd won the lottery at a time like this. With such thoughts, she drank herself into sleep, only to wake up in a meadow. Wait, she had seen an angel in her dream just before. Survive until round 20 or something. It still felt unbelievable, like a dream. Thinking it was a dream, she was asked to pick a nickname, and she chose Yamti. No special meaning, it was the nickname of a female BJ she admired. That angel appeared in the dream said, "Defeat 100 goblins each to return to Earth." Kim Yi-dam chuckled at the seemingly absurd statement. Dreams can be so real. But it didn't take long for her to realize the brutality of reality. A scene of a bloodbath with green blood and chaos unfolded. Real. It's really real. If she didn't kill 100 goblins, she would die. The focus was clear, kill goblins. But with only a short goblin dagger in Kim Yi-dam's hands, killing living beings wasn't as simple as she thought. What do I do? How can I? At that moment, the first random rune fragment flashed in her mind. Enchanting rune. Effect. Seduce and dominate humans with just eye contact or physical contact. Can dominate up to 5 people and can only be used on the opposite sex. Duration is infinite, and the enchanted person remains loyal to the owner. Cannot be used on monsters or angels. Right, I had this. Kim Yi-dam used the rune to dominate a nearby male player. Excuse me. Yes, the domination was instant. The moment she decided to seduce, he was dominated by her eye contact. For a moment, a pink tint appeared in the guy's pupils, indicating that he was dominated. Sucker guy has been enchanted. 1. Sucker guy player. 2. None. 3. None. 4. None. 5. None. You can disenchant the desired human by calling the number along with the trigger word. Unenchant. Sucker guy looked at Kim Yi-dam with a bewildered expression. Do you have something to command me? Master. It was awkward for a moment. Goblins. Protect me from the goblins. Yes, master. Hurriedly giving the command, sucker guy immediately moved. Swoosh. Kia. The player enchanted by the rune readily followed Kim Yi-dam's orders. Seeing the obedient man who became her loyal guard, she thought she should increase the number. I can dominate up to 5 people, right? She dominated any nearby humans as soon as they were caught. Chaos ensued. Guard MD with your body up front. Use your body to block the goblin's dagger. There. Protect me on the side. No matter what command she issued, they followed. Creating human shields made catching goblins much easier. I survived. I passed round 1. The enchanting rune's real-world application proved exceptional. Miss Yi-dam, what time is it now? And you're just the manager who once tormented Kim Yi-dam, now under her control after she resigned. Crawled like a dog. Crawl like a dog. Apologize for what you did to me. Woof. Understood. I was wrong, master. Ignoring the stares, the manager crawled around the office all day. The owner's command was absolute. I thought my boss was so difficult, but it was surprisingly easy to make him bow down like this. Sympathy was long forgotten. Seeing the manager crawling like a dog, laughter bubbled up. Now, commit suicide. Get out of my sight. Understood, master. After that, there was no news, and she never bothered to see what happened to the manager. Ha ha, he. Kim Yi-dam's laughter never stopped since that day. Anyone can kneel at my feet. In a moment, she went from the bottom of life to the pinnacle of humanity. The once hellish reality was now bearable. The enchanting rune was powerful. Anyone, with just eye contact, could be controlled and made to grovel. Hee hee, getting rid of that job was a good move. You can live without a job, right? Money was limitless, and even. From now on, this house is mine, so don't come out of that room over there. Understood, master. Unauthorized entry into others' homes and living there like her own was possible. Luring a rich man is nothing. She seduced a man living alone in an apartment with a view of the Han River. While living in an apartment worth tens of billions like her own, Kim Yi-dam thought. The world is so unfair. We're all in Seoul, yet some live in basements, and others live in the sky. She wasn't blaming the unfairness. Her position had completely changed now. It was just a muttering of realization, acknowledging that such a high-class life existed. I want to live this way a little longer. To do that, she had to survive the rounds. The problem was that the enchanting rune didn't directly help in hunting. If only I could control monsters, hunting would be so much easier. But it wasn't bad. With players becoming meat shields, she could hunt more safely than anyone else. After she used the players to catch monsters, she monopolized experience points by finishing them off. It turned out to be very useful, Thanks to that, she could grow faster than others. In round 3, she could even change professions to a tamer. It was a job of capturing monsters and taming them. Since she couldn't seduce monsters with her rune, it was the perfect job. Growing through the rounds, Kim Yi-dam eventually discovered a drawback to the enchanting rune. Who are you? What are you doing in my house? Somehow, erasing the homeowner's name caused the enchantment to be released. She thought that by deleting them from the list she would only lose the ability to command them. She hadn't realized that being removed from the list would release the enchantment. And once enchanted, the target could not be enchanted again. Oh, so you can't enchant the same target again after releasing it. After killing the homeowner and erasing traces to clean up, Kim Yi-dam sat on the sofa, pondering. Then I shouldn't release the enchantment so easily for humans. I want to continue commanding. Right. Realizing the new fact, she became more cautious with enchanting. It's a bit disappointing that there are only 5 slots. Still, the enchanting rune was undeniably incredible. It was enviable, almost like having the authority of a district representative. Enchantment isn't just for players, it can dominate any human. Level or job didn't matter. Even against opponents stronger than her, it didn't matter. If you set your mind to it, even the president can be beguiled. Enchantment possesses a unique power, an ability to dominate akin to the authority of a zone representative, or perhaps even surpassing it. With the tamer ability, Kim Yi-dam could command monsters, placing every living being under her watchful eye. Life became easier. Feels a bit dull, doesn't it? During this time, Kim Yi-dam stumbled upon a cafe named Player Haven. The player will change the world. I resonate with that slogan. A lot of players have joined the cafe too. Impressed by the cafe's charm, she decided to take the interview test, only to discover it involved becoming entangled in a murder. But for someone who had already committed such an act, it posed little difficulty. If I excel at this, could I manipulate the individual who founded the cafe? Building trust, she ascended to a leadership position and proposed extending interactions beyond video chats to include offline meetings. Ultimately, in the real world, she encountered the individual known as the chairman. Oh, you're the chairman, the visionary behind the cafe. Greetings. Hello. You must be Yam-T. Hee. Yes. Delighted to meet you. Sharing a smile and making eye contact, Kim Yi-dam effortlessly dominated the chairman. Average person Song Jae-gyum has fallen under enchantment. Wait, an average person. While players were labeled as such, discovering he was an average person was perplexing. Yet for Kim Yi-dam, the distinction held little significance. Whether a player or not, I can control the chairman of Player Haven at my whim. From that pivotal moment, don't address me as your master in public. Act like I'm an early member like the other executives. Understood. Playing the role of a high-ranking official alongside the chairman and steering the cafe. Though LC Group fell slightly short compared to Osung, it remained a colossal empire. With the son of such a corporation held as a metaphorical slave, financial concerns were virtually non-existent. But chairman, why did you create the cafe? At first, the idea was to gather players since I couldn't become one. Now, it's about expanding influence and surprising my father. Attempting to earn approval from your father. Yes, but before that, I must kill Ma Kyung-rok. Ma Kyung-rok, he's the eldest son of Osung Group. My father always compares me to him. Hence, I need to eliminate him as soon as possible. If I don't, I'll be subjected to endless comparisons. Though she claimed to have enchanted him, it merely increased his liking from 0 to 100. These individuals also think and feel. Even under the influence, their existing sentiments of revenge and inferiority persist. You harbored a hidden agenda all along. Kim Yi-dam was well aware of how that felt. She had harbored a desire to stab the manager with a knife more than once or twice. I understand how you feel. I'll assist you in killing Ma Kyung-rok. Really, but only when our influence surpasses its current state. If we become so powerful, Ma Kyung-rok will have no choice but to join Player Haven. Kim Yi-dam grinned slyly. That's when we will kill him. Chapter 105. The car carrying the members of the National Assembly raced down the road, gliding like a dancer on ice. Yamti, firmly gripping the steering wheel, stole a quick glance at the rearview mirror. She wasn't afraid that he might get up since they hit him really hard on the back of his head. He should have kept a better eye on his subordinates. For Yamti, asserting control over the bodyguards was no challenge. Conveniently, there were only 4 bodyguards, she noted. Currently, there are 4 remaining slots for the enchantment runes. 1 slot belonged to the chairman, and the others were kept flexible for various uses. The bodyguards, enchantment has just been lifted. By now, they're probably regaining their senses and searching for the members of the National Assembly. Lifting the enchantment on the bodyguards had been intentional. They needed to know about the members of the National Assembly's kidnapping to prompt the necessary action. The chairman surprised me by suddenly announcing the kidnapping of the members of the National Assembly, even though it wasn't planned. It's been a while since he's come up with an operation I like. The kidnapping wasn't her order, but a plan devised and executed by the chairman himself. But he should have given me a heads up before planning something like this. I should warn him not to do it again. It was a warning, but she didn't need to say it strongly. Anyone enchanted by her would listen without much persuasion. Here we are. Yamti, arriving at a remote mountain valley with an uncertain location, stepped out of the car. In spite of her appearance, which seemed too feeble to lift a bag of rice, Yamti effortlessly carried the member of the National Assembly on her shoulders and ascended the mountain. Now, regardless of gender, every player in this world is considered a monster. Yamti, having brought the member of the National Assembly to a cabin she had prepared in advance, swung open the door. Creak. As soon as the door opened, the lively gazes of those inside turned towards Yamti. Oh, you've arrived, Yamti Nim. The players, recognizing her as an ally, exchanged glances. These were the 3 high-ranking executives recently recruited through a rigorous interview process. After placing the member of the National Assembly in a chair, Yamti smiled and spoke. I've chosen you 3 well. It's nice to see that sharp look in your eyes. Thank you for your praise, Yamti Nim. Yamti Nim, your eyes are truly beautiful as well, and your well-built body. Haha, thank you. But, Yamti grabbed the man's finger that had just spoken. Snap. Where did you learn to make inappropriate remarks to your superior? I feel like punishing you. I'm sorry. The man with the broken finger immediately apologized. Yamti's strength was beyond imagination, but that wasn't the reason that he apologized. Player Doll plus I has fallen under the enchantment. He was currently under the control of the enchantment rune. Other executives should be cautious too. If you belittle a woman, you'll all face consequences. Understood. Why no response? Oh, we understand. Well, we'll do whatever you say, Yamti Nim. Come here. I'll treat your finger. Thank you for being so generous. Master, don't talk. Just stay quiet. After giving emergency treatment to the injured man, Yamti did not release the enchantment. She was concerned that the guy might seek revenge and disrupt the plans. Because once controlled, he can't be controlled again. Later, when the work is over, she can just kill him and that's it. Lee Seong-yun, who had awakened from the other guy's scream a while ago, blinked. What's going on? Who are you guys? Wait a moment. Let me get some rope to tie him up. While Yamti went to get a rope, Lee Seong-yun got up from his seat. Hey, old man, sit down, sit. These guys, do you know what you've done? You kidnapped a member of the National Assembly, you idiots. So what? If we want we can kidnap the president. What? Besides, we're going to kill you soon. We're not the ones killing you, though. We'll be treated as heroes of the nation. Hee hee hee. Listening to the laughter of the criminals, Lee Seong-yun furrowed his brows. What the hell are these guys talking about? You should stop there, executives. Yamti, who had returned, pressed her finger to her lips as if to signal them to be quiet. Don't reveal the plan so recklessly. I'm sorry, Yamti. Yamti approached Lee Seong-yun, who wore a bewildered expression. All right, I've brought the rope. Please sit quietly in the chair. You fucking bitch. What are you doing? Let me ask you, what are you trying to do, Congressman? What? You've already figured out the situation. You know we're kidnapping you, and soon you'll die. So why are you provoking me? I see. Yamti snorted as if she figured out something. You're eager to go see your son, huh? Hee hee. This. Don't worry. Soon we'll send you to your son. You fucking bitch. Swish. Yamti, avoiding a punch, kicked Lee Seong-yun in the abdomen. Cough. The pain felt like being hit with concrete, causing his legs to go weak. Think you can mess with me just because I'm a woman? Yamti frowned as if expressing his displeasure. Tie him to the chair and tape his mouth. Yes. When the male subordinates held him down, Lee Seong-yun resisted with clenched teeth. Let go, you bastards. But there was no way an ordinary person could withstand the strength of a player capable of breaking concrete. Thud. Although he was forcibly seated in a chair, he struggled as if he wouldn't give in. This man is resisting fiercely. He won't let us tie the rope. Yamti, can I just punch this guy once? Step aside. Yamti, seeming resigned, made eye contact with Lee Seong-yun. Stay still. We'll send you off nicely. Don't you want to see your son? Yes. Lee Seong-yun's movements ceased as if he had given up on life. Oh, what happened to him? He turned into a puppy in front of Yamti. As expected of Yamti, the observing executives were impressed, but for Yamti, it was an easy task. I've used up the enchantment slot again. Yamti sighed inwardly as she read the message that appeared on Lee Seong-yun's enchantment. Ordinary Lee Seong-yun has been enchanted. 1. Song Jaegyam Ordinary. 2. Doll plus I player. 3. Lee Seong-yun Ordinary. 4. None. 5. None. She wanted to save the slots if possible, but there were only 2 left now. Well, using the enchantment will make things easier. It seemed impossible to make Lee Seong-yun behave himself. In a little while, Chairman will come with 6 criminals. Get ready as soon as they arrive. Yes. Following Yamti's instructions, the executives moved busily. After tying Lee Seong-yun to the chair and covering his face with a black bag, they placed a cell phone camera on a stand in front. Is everything set? Yes. With a press of a button, we can start streaming live on YouTube. Good. The phone for streaming was none other than Lee Seong-yun's. She hadn't deliberately turned it off for easy tracking by the police. Yamti, what about the criminals? Chairman will bring them here soon. Just wait a little longer. At that moment, creak. When the door opened, everyone's attention focused on it. However, the expectant expressions soon turned to disappointment. The person who entered was not the chairman but Lostyak. Why did you come here? Shouldn't someone be watching over there? Yamti was about to say something but was then taken aback. Could it be that the police are already tracking us? No, it's not that. Then why did you come in? I got tired of just watching, and I was curious about how things would turn out. Sigh. Yamti, who sighed in disbelief, suddenly opened her eyes wide. Hey, Lostyak, do you have any idea how important today is? Yes, but why are you acting like an idiot? I told you to keep watch. We need to finish the performance before the police arrive. Before the criminals we recruited arrive, you mean? That's right. But chairman isn't here. True. Why isn't the chairman coming? Yamti felt something was off. Lostayak's atmosphere was subtly different from before. Did you just use informal language with me? Yeah, replied Lostayak nonchalantly. Did you forget that I'm your senior? She pressed. Seniority doesn't mean much in this world. Lostayak shrugged, his tone indifferent. Ha, you've really lost it now, haven't you? Yamti chuckled wryly, realizing the futility of arguing. Yamti decided to set aside their linguistic disagreement for the time being, given the pressing situation. For now, let's put that aside because of the urgency. We can discuss it later. Formally with the chairman, Lostayak, however, didn't let the matter go. So why isn't the chairman showing up in this urgent situation? Yamti glanced at the cabin's wall clock, her brows furrowing. Why isn't he showing up at this time? It was already the time when 6 ordinary criminal members should have arrived. Yamti couldn't fathom why the chairman was disobeying her orders. He would have shown up even if it meant sacrificing his own life. Growing increasingly concerned, Yamti picked up her phone and dialed the chairman's number. Why the hell aren't you answering the phone? Fuck, she muttered under her breath. Are you cursing at the chairman right now? Lostayak raised an eyebrow, catching her unintended expletive. Embarrassed, Yamti stammered, oh, I was just talking to myself. Ryu Min, unfazed, remarked, oh, but you're completely clueless. What? Yamti was taken aback. I did this much, and you still haven't caught on? Lostayak's tone was mocking. Yamti lowered the phone, her expression now a mix of bewilderment and irritation. What are you trying to do? What do you mean? Is the chairman not showing up because of you? Yamti's frustration was evident. Lostayak's response was less than courteous. You seriously have no clue. You're only realizing it now. Hey, Yamti abandoned her formal language, growing increasingly exasperated. What's wrong with you? Where's he? Huh, are you seriously using informal language with the chairman again? It's as if he's your subordinate. Yamti brushed her hair back, her patience waning. What kind of day is it today? Why is everyone acting like this? Did they really underestimate me just because I'm a woman? Yamti couldn't hold back any longer. The traitor who had disrupted all their plans stood before her. Look at me properly, she demanded, locking eyes with Lostayak. A bastard like you should have been screened out a long time ago. Ah, it's my mistake. Really? She sighed, her voice tinged with regret. With an almost resigned air, she activated the enchantment. Hey, where's the chairman? Tell me now and speak properly. Lostayak's response caught her off guard. Why should I? What did you say? Yamti was momentarily stunned. I said, why should I answer you? Bitch. Ryu Min's brazenness knew no bounds. Yamti was left speechless, her frustration palpable. She couldn't help but feel stunned, as if she had been hit in the back of the head with a hammer. She had seduced dozens of men, but this was the first time someone reacted this way. This is strange. I'm sure I've used it correctly. Could it be that the Lostayak is not a man as it appears? Or has the slot already been filled up? No, there are definitely 2 slots left. Yamti ordered again for confirmation. Where is the chairman? Ryu Min continued to provoke her. Why do you keep giving me orders? You crazy bitch. As Yamti opened her eyes in disbelief, a message she had overlooked for a moment appeared in her vision. A powerful mental barrier is blocking the enchantment. You can't seduce the player. Black Scythe. What? Yamti couldn't help but be surprised by something other than the fact that the enchantment didn't work. It's not Lostayak, but Black Scythe. Chapter 106. The rune of enchantment is a deceptive rune. Regardless of a player's level or the heights of human renown they may reach, this rune entraps them without fail. In the presence of Yamti, everyone is compelled to bow their heads. However, it's not working, no matter how many times I try. No matter how intently she gazed and attempted to bewitch, all that awaited her were messages indicating that her rune was stopped by an unyielding mental barrier. Why doesn't it work? Why? Yamti found herself not only pondering this puzzle but also something else, her opponent's nickname, revealed in the messages. Black Scythe. Is the person standing before me now not Lostayak, but Black Scythe? It turned out that the identity of the Lostayak she had known all along was, in fact, Black Scythe. Who would have imagined that Black Scythe, the top priority recruit, would be right by her side? Oh, Did you notice? My nickname. It's quite the cunning rune, isn't it? It even exposes real nicknames. How do you know about my rune? I've told you many times. In an instant, Ryu Min's gaze turned ice cold. Why do I have to respond to your questions? A gulp echoed in the tense silence. Under the weight of this tension, Yamti observed Ryu Min in silence for a while. A man who cannot be enchanted. That's Black Scythe. Since becoming a player, he was the first man to make Yamti this nervous. What should I do now? Judging by the atmosphere, he's not doing this with good purpose. In this situation, the one who had disrupted their operation and targeted the chairman was none other than Black Scythe, who stood before her. Considering that the chairman's name still lingered on the enchantment list, it appeared that he hadn't killed him yet. He must want something since he's not killing me right away. It couldn't be resolved through sheer force. After all, their opponent was the renowned Black Scythe. Somehow, she had to solve this through conversation. With the thought that perhaps, if she handled it well, she could work things out, Yamti made a proposition. Black Scythe, if you tell me what you want, I'll do my best to accommodate it. Yamti Nim, do you have any issues? Sensing that something was amiss in the atmosphere, the executives drew near. One blocked the exit, one prepared for a potential ambush from behind, and one cast a vigilant gaze by Yamti's side. They had strategically positioned themselves, ready for any scenario to make a favorable impression on Yamti. Look at these idiots. In an instant, Ryu Min smiled, but Yamti sensed a peculiar aura from that smile. Yamti Nim, is something troubling you? If you inform us of the situation, we can. Shut up. You lot are getting in the way, so stay quiet. Yamti, yes. These guys are rather sharp. They could sense the mood better than you. In the blink of an eye, Ryu Min drew his scythe. They may not grasp the topic, but they know how to read the atmosphere. Then, there was a sound as if something was being sliced one by one. Choo-choo-choo-choo-choo. The three executives who had been standing moments ago collapsed like a row of dominoes. Blood stained the floor, but Yamti was oddly nailed in her place. I didn't even see it happen. Realizing that she couldn't react at the necessary speed, Yamti let go of any hope she had. When the executive stepped forward, she had held a faint hope. In the end, it turned out to be a futile one. I have no choice. I can't come up with any plan to deal with this man. She had only just realized this fact. What do you want? First, release Congressman Seong Yun Lee from the enchantment. If she releases the enchantment, she will no longer be able to utilize him again. That fact was what held Yamti back. If I refuse, she gathered her courage. In exchange, she had to lose her arm. Talk. In apparent agony, Yamti grabbed her shoulder and sank to the ground. Naturally, she didn't see when it was severed. Courage may be a virtual concept, but you've misjudged your opponent. I'm not here to entertain denials. Ryu Min picked up the severed arm from the ground. He then placed it against the cleanly cut section. With searing pain, Yamti clutched her shoulder, and when Ryu Min used healing magic, the wound was mended, and her arm returned to its original state. It won't be quite the same as before, but you can manage to move it. Really? Yamti found herself quietly astonished. Reattaching a severed arm was no small feat. Even with her own emergency healing skills, she knew she lacked the recovery capacity to reattach a severed limb. How is this even possible? Both of them possessed the same skill, so why was there such a gap in their recovery abilities? Ryu Min, as if cautioning against entertaining doubts, once again raised his scythe. Now that the arm is reattached, let me repeat. Release Congressman Seong Yun Lee from the enchantment. Without hesitation, Yamti took action. I've released him. Ryu Min silently scrutinized Yamti upon hearing those words. Reading her inner thoughts, there was no falsehood. That was quick. As evidence, Congressman Seong Yun Lee, who had been as motionless as a doll just a moment ago, let out a sigh. My head, Upon opening his eyes, his vision was obstructed by a black bag. He couldn't move. It seemed he was tied to a chair. Although he couldn't see what lay in front of him, Seong Yun Lee quickly grasped the situation. Hey, all of you. You know that the police are nearby. How could you kidnap a member of the National Assembly without thinking this through? You've made a mistake. Listen to me. Release me, do you understand? At that moment, the darkened vision suddenly brightened. Ryu Min had removed the black bag. Hello, Congressman Seong Yun Lee. I'm someone trying to rescue you. A man with an unfamiliar grayish-pale complexion was gazing intently at him. Before he could even wonder who this man was, the stench of blood and corpses hit him. Belatedly. Just wait a little. I'll negotiate with that woman first. While the congressman hurled, Ryu Min glared at Yamti. Do you want to be spared? Please spare me. If I spare you, will you promise not to use your abilities anymore? Yes, I swear to never use my abilities again. I swear to G. Don't swear to some god. Swear to me. Oh, alright, I swear to Black Scythe. I swear. Watching Yamti, who spoke with desperation in her tone, Ryu Min nodded. Very well, I'll show you mercy. Thank you. Thank you. Now, be on your way. Very well, I'll show you mercy. Thank you. Thank you. Now, be on your way. Even with the invitation she desired, Yamti still regarded Ryu Min with suspicious eyes. Can I really go now? You won't cut my throat as soon as I turn around, will you? Don't be silly. Go. Ryu Min turned his head indifferently. He's defenseless. For a moment, she had the impulse to launch a surprise attack, but it was just a fleeting thought. No, am I insane? Was it necessary to risk her life for something like vengeance? Compared to Black Scythe, her stats were utterly insignificant. The gap between them was akin to that between an elephant and a mouse. No matter how sudden the attack, there was almost no chance of winning, and she knew it. Well, I'll go. Black Scythe, I'll be on my way then. Where do you think you're going? You fucking bitch. As Yamti tried to leave the cabin, Congressman Seong Yun Lee erupted in anger. Untie me. I have to catch that woman. She kidnapped me. Even though he was screaming so loudly, Ryu Min made no move to release him. Hurry up and go. Yes. For a moment, Yamti, casting a suspicious glance at Ryu Min, left the cabin. Thump, 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 thump. As she descended the mountain path, her breathing grew labored. Phew, huff. Yamti, who had come down a considerable distance, turned to look back. The cabin was already so far away that it couldn't be seen. He's not following me, is he? Is he really letting me go? It is neither visible nor detected by the common skill presence detection. Yamti was sure. There was no pursuit. Ha ha, he. Ha. She bit her lip to stop herself from laughing aloud, in case it would be heard by Black Scythe. But she couldn't hold back the laughter bubbling up. Ha ha. What's going on, seriously? Tears welled up in her eyes from laughing so much, and she spoke in disbelief. Does he actually like me? What on earth? Why did he spare me? Was it because of the promise not to use her ability? Or was it because she appeared frail? Have you fallen in love with my beauty or something? She couldn't fathom the reason why he had spared her. Whatever it is, you're so naive. Believing in mere words was really a naive act. I've encountered countless men, but never one like this. Hey, Yamti had met her fair share of suckers, but this one took the cake. Hey, what a sucker. Promises, oaths, it's for losers. Why should I bother keeping them? From the beginning, Yamti had no intention of honoring her promise. It was simply a matter of saying what she needed to say in order to survive. And as for the guy who fell for it, well, he was a sucker, a fool. She was blameless. Yamti walked more, and after confirming that there was no one around, Yamti let out a sigh of relief. Phew, I narrowly escaped death. I never thought I'd encounter a human in this world who wasn't captivated by me, and it was Black Scythe out of all people. Besides, if Lostayak was indeed Black Scythe, that means he hid his true identity and patiently waited for the right moment to strike, catching us off guard, right? The more she thought about it, the more terrifying the guy seemed. The kidnapping operation may have failed, but there's no need to dwell on it. Where would I be now if not for the softness of Black Scythe? Surprisingly, thanks to Black Scythe's naiveness, she wasn't currently crossing the Treacherous Sandakian river. Could it be that he's secretly the type who's weak for women? If that's the case, I should've seriously tried to seduce him when we're together in the cafe. Muscular men with grayish pale skin weren't exactly her type, but then again, what could she do? He was the infamous Black Scythe, after all. At least he's alive, and as long as he's alive, I can plan for what comes next. The enchantment on the chairman still hadn't been lifted. She could use the chairman to control the cafe once more whenever she desired. With that thought in mind, Yamti was about to descend the mountain once again. Suddenly, her detection skill picked up on a presence. Yamti reflexively turned her head, and she had every reason to be terrified. Why you, Black Scythe? Because the Grim Reaper was right in front of her. As expected, you're not a trustworthy woman. Why you, Black Scythe? Why are you suddenly saying such things? I think there's a misunderstanding. I heard it all. You were muttering to yourself. Yamti momentarily thought that Black Scythe had come just looking for her. She hoped he hadn't heard anything. I heard everything, even your mockery about me being a sucker. Your laughter sounded eerier than that of an angel. You still don't believe, huh? Or do you refuse to believe? Well, it doesn't matter. I've confirmed that you're a woman who can't be trusted. As Black Scythe approached, Yamti grew desperate. Wait a minute. If you're going to kill me, please reconsider. Even though I look like this, I have various uses, I promise. You promise. Promises are for losers. Yamti swallowed hard. Since he mentioned these particular words, he had definitely overheard her. And who said I was going to kill you anyway? Excuse me, you have a good ability like the rune of enchantment. It would be a waste to kill you. Then. Yamti couldn't say anything more. Ryu Min's pupils had turned purple. It was the change that occurred when he used domination. Yamti, become my slave. Chapter 107. Before Yamti kidnapped the congressman, Ryu Min, disguised as Lostyak, found himself a bit puzzled. He was pondering when the right time would be to rescue Congressman Lee Seong-yun. His conclusion: perhaps it was best to save him after the kidnapping had occurred. You see, Ryu Min had a particular strategy in mind. He figured that dealing with Yamti and the rest of the miscreants prematurely might not be the wisest move. Who would appreciate his efforts if no one even knew about the kidnapping? This situation presented an opportunity, a golden chance to thrust the name of the enigmatic Black Scythe into the public's awareness. While Black Scythe was a renowned entity among players, it was virtually unknown to the general populace. In fact, some voices in the public sphere were quick to criticize players as a whole. Among those voices stood Congressman Lee Seong-yun, leading the charge against criminal players. Yet, Ryu Min, having built a friendship with him in the past, understood the congressman better than most. He knew the hardships his one and only son had endured, and the complex feelings he harbored towards players. This insight enabled Ryu Min to grasp the nuances of the situation better than anyone else and discern the right course of action. It's imperative to change Congressman Lee Seong-yun's perspective, Ryu Min thought. He aimed to make people see that not all players were villains. He wanted to demonstrate that utilizing the abilities of players for noble purposes was an opportunity too good to pass up. Why, you might ask? Well, Ryu Min had a vision. He foresaw a day when he would stand as the representative of players, and he knew that securing the support of the general public was crucial for this endeavor. If Congressman Lee Seong-yun came to his aid, Ryu Min believed that ordinary citizens would readily rally behind Black Scythe. Consequently, he bided his time, refraining from taking action until the kidnapping unfolded. Or so it seemed on the surface. In truth, he was quietly orchestrating events from behind the scenes. His current mission: shadowing Song Jae-gyum, the chairman of Player Haven Cafe. Ryu Min was well aware of the critical point when Congressman Lee Seong-yun would become vulnerable, when the 6 criminals hired by the chairman would spring into action. The chairman's script dictated that they would intervene only after these criminals publicly executed the congressman. As a result, Ryu Min had no reason to fret as long as the cabin remained free of criminal activity. Ryu Min's decision to use the invisibility skill in Tail Song Jae-gyum stemmed from this understanding. What's the chairman's role? To pick up the criminals. Hey there, boss. Are you seriously tripling our payment once the job's done? Indeed. Suspicion crept in, and one of the criminals asked cautiously, "You're not planning to scam us? At the last minute, are you?" A sly smile played across Song Jae-gyam's face as he reassured them, "If you can't do it, just say so now. I'll transfer the 25 million won to someone else." Laughter erupted from the criminals. Haha, you're quite impatient. I was just asking a question. When have we ever said we wouldn't do it? In today's world, taking a life is hardly a big deal. Money matters dominated the conversation, flowing effortlessly from the lips of the criminals. After all, their lives had spiraled into ruin, and in their eyes, racking up 100 million won by ending a single life seemed like a steal. Ryu Min couldn't help but sigh at the realization. Whether they were players or regular folks, there always seemed to be trash lurking around. With such thoughts in mind, Ryu Min patiently awaited the opportune moment. Then, suddenly, a soft chime signaled that the time had come. It was a call for Song Jae-gyam. Yes, Yamti Nim. Song Jae-gyam responded, "I understand. I'll take him now." Upon ending the call, Song Jae-gyam directed his bodyguards, "Gather everyone here and follow me." The bodyguards acknowledged the order, but before they could react further, they faltered and collapsed, much to their shock. "What's happening?" One of them managed to groan before losing consciousness. Ryu Min had swiftly dealt with them, leaving Song Jae-gyam and the criminals dumbfounded. Song Jae-gyam, who recognized Ryu Min's face, was especially taken aback. Lost-iac. With a grin, Ryu Min quipped, "Well, now it's your turn to faint, Chairman." Poof. Thud. Song Jae-gyam joined the ranks of the unconscious, and Ryu Min turned his attention to the bewildered criminals. "Now, what should we do with you lot?" he inquired. Hey, was all that one of them managed to say, realizing that Ryu Min was no ordinary human. It was an unexpected turn of events, and they beat a hasty retreat. "A player. You can never hope to win against one of them," the criminals conceded, realizing that he couldn't simply let those who conspired to commit murder walk away. Ryu Min unsheathed his scythe. In an instant, the 6 criminals were reduced to a gruesome scene of crimson splatter. "Just in case these guys try to hold me back," Ryu Min thought, as he knew that, ultimately, the criminals' fates were sealed the moment they accepted the mission from Player Haven. Maybe they never thought they'd meet their end without even collecting the contract fee. Regardless, Ryu Min, who quickly cleaned up the scene to eliminate all traces, drove off with the unconscious chairman, carefully placing the body as if it were a discarded object. He had a plan in mind. Even if the chairman wakes up later, it won't matter. By then, the situation will be firmly under control. Ryu Min steered the car towards their designated rendezvous point, an old cabin. Upon entering, he was greeted by 3 junior officers who recognized him. They respectfully nodded, saying, "Hello, senior." "Hey there, has Yamti Nim arrived yet?" Ryu Min inquired. "Yes, she's expected to arrive with the congressman shortly," they replied. "All right then, I'll maintain my watch outside as planned." While Ryu Min was outside, he noticed Yamti's arrival with the congressman. Finally, here he thought. From this point on, the plan was clear-cut. Get inside, rescue the congressman, and eliminate all officers except Yamti. Why spare Yamti's life? The reason was simple. If I can enslave Yamti, Player Haven will naturally fall under my control. Though the chairman was the nominal leader of Player Haven, Yamti wielded the real power. Behind the scenes, Ryu Min believed that if he could control Yamti, he could effectively steer the organization. But there was more at stake. Ryu Min coveted the enticing rune of enchantment. This rune held immense power, perhaps even surpassing that of a territory representative's authority. In fact, Ryu Min mused, it's superior. It knows no boundaries, dominating players and regular individuals alike. However, Ryu Min had struggled to approach Yamti until now. How could he compete with someone who could captivate people effortlessly? Of course, ending her wouldn't be difficult. I could sneak up invisibly and finish the job swiftly. But from the start, Ryu Min had never intended to kill Yamti. It was more practical to utilize her. That's why I needed the 7th round submission rune thanks to the rune of mental barrier. Ryu Min could finally confront Yamti. The rune of enchantment might be powerful, but it can't pierce through the rune of mental barrier. Once inside the cabin, Ryu Min dealt with the 3 junior officers swiftly. Then, he pressured Yamti to release the congressman from her charm. Yamti complied as planned. However, to avoid any misunderstandings in front of the congressman, Ryu Min decided to lure Yamti outside. I'll make him think I spared her out of mercy. Seeing Yamti show signs of remorse, Ryu Min released her. He then used his doppelganger ability and turned invisible to tail Yamti, maintaining a distance of more than 30 meters to avoid detection. Never seen such a sucker in my life. Haha. Ryu Min chuckled as he watched Yamti mock him. Seeing Yamti's scornful expression, Ryu Min was sure of one thing: mere threats couldn't control people. In that case, there's only one way, Ryu Min thought. He decided to use the one-time use reality's dominion on Yamti. I'm not sorry to see it go. Dominating Yamti will grant me another authority anyway, if not a better one without the restrictions. Yamti, become my slave. As Yamti's eyes glazed over, a message appeared. All uses of real-world's dominion have been exhausted. Temporary skill, dominion. Remaining uses: 8 targets. Black Scythe, Yamti. Unused authority can be employed in the other world. Temporary skill dominion is hidden from the skill window. With this, Ryu Min not only gained access to the potent rune of enchantment but also control over player haven. It's an honor to meet you, Master, Yamti said, bowing slightly. Please give me an order. Master, I will do whatever you tell me. Never call me master. Don't bow to me in front of anyone else, either. Just act naturally, Ryu Min instructed. All right, if you get too carried away with your words, someone might find it strange. I understand. Although Yamti didn't add another word, Ryu Min could read her inner thoughts. She genuinely sees me as his master. She's completely under my control. Run down this path as fast as you can. The police will arrive soon. Tell the chairman that Lostayak betrayed him. All right. Master, I mean, Black Scythe. Don't even mention Black Scythe. I will kill you. Oh, I'm sorry. I apologize. Yamti's face showed embarrassment. So, what should I call you from now on? Just use my name, Ryu Min. A faint smile graced Ryu Min's lips. I can't believe I was kidnapped. The moment Lee Seong-yun opened his eyes, he quickly assessed the situation. Recalling his memories before passing out, the conversation with the woman who brought him here, and being bound to the chair, all signs pointed to a kidnapping. Of course, it was clear who had done it. That woman. She's the one who kidnapped me. Given the force she used when knocking him out, she was undoubtedly a player. Probably retaliating for the law I proposed. Wasn't that why he hired bodyguards to begin with? Those bodyguards are utterly useless. Worthless. Then, it happened. S's snatch. The cabin door swung open, and a man with a somewhat tan complexion walked in. He introduced himself earlier as someone coming to rescue me. But what's his connection to that woman? The atmosphere didn't suggest they were on the same side. After all, she was begging for her life. However, that alone couldn't confirm him as an ally. So, Lee Seong-yun kept a watchful eye. He's probably not an ordinary person but a player. Then, the man approached Lee Seong-yun and extended his hand. Startled, thinking it was an attack, Lee Seong-yun flinched. Tug tug. But all the man did was tear the rope. Sorry for the delay in untying you, Congressman Lee Seong-yun. I had to tie up some loose ends outside. Loose ends. You mean that woman? Yes, as you've shared, she is indeed the one responsible for your kidnapping. I've taken care of her, so you need not worry. Lee Seong-yun scrutinized him with a probing gaze. You must be curious about the situation. I'll explain everything. First, let's get rid of the body. With the use of erase traces, the bodies vanished. Lee Seong-yun was initially surprised by this ability, but he quickly regained his composure. You, a player? Yes, I know you might not hold players in high regard, but you seem a bit disappointed by Your savior. So, you're the one who saved my life. Ryu Min nodded and proceeded to explain the situation in detail. As you may have guessed, there are many players who hold grievances against you, Congressman. The group here is one of them. Ryu Min artfully wove a narrative, skillfully blending elements of truth and deception. He chose not to overtly involve Player Haven in the scheme. I received an offer from a player I typically associate with. Consequently, I came to know their plan. He portrayed the rogues who had kidnapped Congressman Lee Seong-yun as money-driven conspirators, casting themselves as the brave rescuers. With intricate detail, he explained the plan, right down to the schedule and route they had followed. Lee Seong-yun's eyes widened as he listened. The level of detail in your story makes it appear genuine, but, as evidence, Ryu Min presented the schedule he had received and their precise movements. I harbored no ill feelings toward you, Congressman. I didn't harbor any negative opinions about the law you proposed. In fact, I regarded it as a necessary legislation for our current era. Lee Seong-yun felt an unusual sense of unease. Before him was a player who supported the law, in stark contrast to his own disdain for players. So, I betrayed them because I didn't want someone like you to perish in vain. The bodies I saw earlier. Yes, they were players who had conspired in the crime. I eliminated them all. If you wish to know their identities, I can provide that information. To you, I must seem like a murderer. Well, I am a murderer, but I have no intention of surrendering. Why not? If you've committed a crime, you should turn yourself in. I can't imagine that you'd want the man who saved you to spend the rest of my life behind bars, right? Yes, turning him to the police was something even he couldn't force himself to do. Despite this young man being a player he held in hatred, he was still the person who saved his life. What do you desire from me? If you expect me to revoke the law as compensation for saving me, that's utterly. Please proceed with the law. Maintain your current perspective. That's all I request. Frankly, Lee Seong-yun was taken aback. It was the opposite of what he had anticipated. He betrayed his comrades and saved him, and it was all for such a straightforward reason. If that's all, is there anything else? I desire nothing more. I acted according to my convictions, and like I said before, I don't oppose your law. A player who supported his law. For some reason, Lee Seong-yun felt a sense of embarrassment. In any case, thank you. You saved me, and I will find a way to return. At that moment, the sound of approaching footsteps reached their ears. It appears the police have tracked us down. I must depart. Just like that, Ryu Min turned to leave, disregarding Lee Seong-yun's bewildered expression. It was a pleasure talking to you. Everything you have witnessed and heard, you may share with the police. Wait. In response to Lee Seong-yun's call, Ryu Min turned his head. What is your name? As if wanting to at least know the name of the person who had rescued him, Lee Seong-yun gazed at Ryu Min. My name is. With a faint smile, Ryu Min replied. I am known as Black Scythe. Chapter 108. Breaking news. Lee Seong-yun, a member of the National Assembly, kidnapped and miraculously escapes. Major player law faces crisis as MP Lee Seong-yun becomes a kidnapping target. MP Lee Seong-yun's harrowing kidnapping ordeal, revealing 4 shocking truths. Who is behind the abduction of MP Lee Seong-yun? The kidnappers of MP Lee identified as 4 players. Congressman Lee Seong-yun narrowly escapes public execution, thankfully. Trauma-free. Police report. 3 players confirmed deceased, others still under investigation. The internet is abuzz with the sensational news of Congressman Lee Seong-yun's kidnapping. Lee Seong-yun, you thankfully unharmed. Wow, they've gone so far as to kidnap a member of the National Assembly. Are these players in their right minds? It feels like the end of the world. I'm busy leveling up in X Martry. Let's not generalize and insult all players. Some people see them all as potential criminals. But they're just regular humans like us. Exactly. Let's stop the player hate. We should just stay indoors. Those creatures will disappear anyway after 13 months, lol. I hope all those monsters get wiped out soon after 13 months. Public opinion has taken a sour turn against players. This was a glaring example of players receiving a negative public image. However, breaking news. The hero who rescued Congressman Lee Seong-yun is a fellow player. Meet Black Scythe. Player Black Scythe rescues Congressman Lee despite receiving a prior criminal offer. Black Scythe, a true hero who betrayed his fellow players to save Congressman Lee Seong-yun. As news articles began to highlight that the hero who saved the congressman was a player, public sentiment started shifting. The person who saved Congressman Lee Seong-yun is a player. Is this article accurate? If it's false, it'll trigger a petition to the presidential office. It's the truth, so we can expect a slew of similar articles. People can be quite naive. Brace yourselves, player enthusiasts are coming. Not all players are bad. Seriously, why are you saying this? The article clearly said that they helped without any reward. I wonder if there are many sarcastic comments. True, it looks like there are more people hating on them without reason. Maybe those making fun of them were the street vendors who got robbed by players. Haha, but this Black Scythe person is famous among players, right? He's a beast who consistently ranks number 1 in every round. Whoa, really? That means he's a big deal, huh? So Black Scythe Nim made an appearance in the real world. Wow, this is huge. There's a player here too, lol. Who even is Black Scythe? Are you his fanboy? As Yamti read through the articles, a smile spread across her face. Master, take a look at this. There are comments praising Black Scythe. Really? Let me see. Ryu Min took Yamti's phone and scanned the comments. While there were still many comments ridiculing players, the overall mood seemed less negative. Who would have thought my reputation would soar just because I helped someone once? It should be enough if people associate Black Scythe with the hero who rescued Congressman Lee. I'll gradually build up my name value. There's no need to rush. Ryu Min smiled and handed the phone back to Yamti. Oh, thank you, Master. Even though 3 days had passed since the incident, Yamti continued to trust and follow Ryu Min. I'll serve you as my master for the rest of my life. Certainly, having authority was pleasant, especially when it could even tame someone with a personality like Yamti's. However, it seems that different people have varying levels of willingness to accept requests. Even though Ryu Min had told her not to, Yamti kept accidentally calling him master. Could it be because of the command to become a slave? If you considered yourself a slave to the core and your owner told you to use informal language, could you easily comply? It must be incredibly difficult to be a slave. The situation was akin to a president telling an ordinary citizen to speak to him informally. Would they do it? Despite her efforts, the errors stemmed from viewing Ryu Min as her master. This led Ryu Min to reluctantly let her call him master again. I always found informal speech uncomfortable, so this works out as well. Externally, Ryu Min appeared to be a mere 20 years old, but he had lived well over a century. If we consider the time I've lived, these guys are practically my grandkids. Ryu Min, gazing at Yamti, felt the need to caution her once more. Remember, you can call me master when we're alone. But what about in public? I should call you Ryu Min and drop the formalities, right? Exactly. Keep that in mind. And forget that I'm the Black Scythe. Yes, master. As Yamti bowed deeply, Ryu Min did not urge her to rise, understanding the gestures' significance in their master-slave dynamic. Slavery is the slave's comfort place. When Yamti finally raised her head, Ryu Min inquired, "Did you speak to the chairman as I instructed?" "Yes. I explained that the plan's failure was due to Lostayak's betrayal, as you said." He accepted it readily. Ryu Min nodded in approval. Blaming the betrayal on Lostayak fit the narrative perfectly since he had attacked the chairman in Lostayak's image. "Did you also pass on the other message I gave?" "Yes. As of July 9th, we've agreed to replace the murder tests with ones focusing on character." "Good. With the change in regime, it's time to set things right." They decided to halt the barbaric practice of murderous interviews, focusing on the players' characters instead of their levels or achievements. If someone applies to the cafe, have the chairman check their criminal record first. Reject anyone with even a hint of an issue. Understood. The interviews are sorted, but the real challenge is dealing with the current members. How many are left? Over half died last round, leaving about 4,000. They all passed the murder tests. Yes, they all participated in or witnessed murder. These are the ones who aren't even worth killing. Deciding their fate is the real issue. A sly smile crossed Ryu Min's face as he pondered. Let's leave the trash to the janitor. Ryu Min always had a way to utilize even the waste. Tap tap tap. Heo Taesuk rarely used his phone, only having a Sudoku puzzle game on it. Since becoming a player, he hadn't even considered playing or deleting it. But now, he was absorbed in his phone like never before. The Black Scythe has emerged. Wow, incredible. His fingers flew across the screen, commenting on every article about the Black Scythe. Then he saw a derogatory comment. Who's even this Black Scythe? Are you his fanboy? He instantly responded to the disparaging remarks. Ignorance at its finest. Not knowing the great Black Scythe. Every player knows him. Tisk tisk. What does that matter, kid? To the average person, he's just a nobody. You don't know how great he is, you fool. Haha. Resorting to insults when logic fails. Pathetic haha. Ah. This is maddening. He was now embroiled in his fifth keyboard war. He was on the brink of fury. The fools don't understand the Black Scythe's greatness. Though he clicked his tongue in frustration, Heo Taesuk knew deep down that to the common people, the Black Scythe was just a character in a lesser-known game. What to do? How can I make them understand? He was troubled, yet the answer seemed evident. Wasn't he the visionary behind the idea of creating a cult devoted to the Black Scythe? To make this a reality, I'll need to gather followers. Building a cult single-handedly was a daunting task. He required allies, individuals who would echo his voice. Financial issues aside for the moment, I must seek out those eager to establish a gathering in honor of the Black Scythe. But where to begin this quest? The solution was already forming in his mind. To catch fish, one must go to the river. To attract players, he logically needed to venture where they were most abundant. Time marched on to August 1st. A crowd of approximately 2,000 players had convened. The 8th round was underway. The air buzzed with whispers. Where is this? This doesn't look like any meadow. Previous rounds had typically commenced in meadows or forests. However, this time, the players stood in an expanse of stark, uncolored space, their faces etched with the tension of the unknown. Black Scythe Nim. Min Yuri approached Ryu Min. You've found me quickly. Indeed. With the tracking skill, it was a breeze. Min Yuri halted, suddenly aware of her slip-up. But the tracking skill wasn't included in the set I advised you to learn, was it? Haha. Min Yuri was unable to confess that she had acquired the tracking skill specifically to meet the Black Scythe. Interestingly, Heo Taesuk had learned it for a similar reason. Hello, Lord Black Scythe. Heo Taesuk approached Ryu Min with a cautious air. Did he, too? Ryu Min's eyebrows arched slightly. Everyone seemed to be investing in silly skills instead of the practical ones he had suggested. Ryu Min recalled something about Heo Taesuk at that moment. He's a recent applicant to Player Haven, right? It appeared he had joined as part of his campaign to build a cult for Black Scythe. His recent membership distinguished him from the others who had passed the murder test. It seems I need to categorize the members by their grades. Ryu Min contemplated downgrading the grades of the existing members, giving preferential treatment to the newer ones. The old members might revolt, but it's irrelevant. They're destined for the janitor anyway. Ryu Min, smirking at his plan, was greeted by Min Yuri's cheerful demeanor. Oh, Black Scythe Nim, did you catch the news? You were the hero who rescued Congressman Lee Seong-yun, weren't you? Oh, yes, that. I saw that too, Lord Black Scythe. I was so excited that I left supportive comments on every article about you. Hee hee. Observing Heo Taesuk's unusually bright smile, Ryu Min couldn't bring himself to scold him for his seemingly useless efforts. But really, it's incredible. The articles mentioned the criminals invited you to conspire with them, right? Yes, they did. How could they dare to make such an offer? And what were they thinking, challenging the Black Scythe? They didn't know it was me. Technically, Yamti was aware, but being Ryu Min's slave, it hardly mattered. At that moment, both Heo Taesuk and Min Yuri shared a thought. I wish I knew Lord Black Scythe's true identity. Hearing their thoughts, Ryu-min inwardly shook his head and then looked upward. Suddenly, a figure shimmered into view above them, radiant like an angel. "Welcome, everyone. I'm Ariel, newly assigned to supervise the C2SK003 zone." No applause is necessary. When the crowd remained silent, not clapping, Ariel's eyes narrowed slightly. "I thought at least one of you would clap. That's quite disappointing. Clap, clap, clap. This isn't exactly a red carpet welcome." As a few claps broke the silence, Ariel's expression softened into a smile. "Thank you for the welcome. Now, shall we dive into the quest for the 8th round?" Chapter 109. Round 8. Escort the guild to their destination. Punish the traitor. Reward upon success. Previous zone. Participants: 3,047,910. Achievers: 1,523,955. Current zone C2SK003. Participants: 2,166. Achievers: 1,083. As the players delved into the quest details, their intrigue grew. Escort the guild to the destination. Why is the term guild suddenly thrown in? Where can we find this guild? A group of merchants is called a guild, but for a guild to exist, shouldn't there be merchants? First, is this some sort of role-play scenario? If someone plays the role of a merchant, do others act as their protectors? Amidst the puzzled chatter, laughter burst forth from the angel's lips. "Role play. Haha, we're not asking you to do that. We wouldn't dare. So, what exactly does it entail?" "Literally, just escorting the guild." "So, where can we locate this guild? Humans may have a reputation for being inferior, but I never imagined you were this." Clueless. In the face of the angel's mockery, the players fell into contemplative silence. Despite their idle gossip about the angel, they had a firm grasp of the intricate web of alliances. Do you all think you're the sole inhabitants of this world? Goblins, angels, gnolls, orcs, and other races. Haven't you encountered them already? Ah, no way. Yes, these guilds hail from different realms. There are 3 races of guild, in total: human guild, elf guild, and dwarf guild. You'll need to pick one and serve as their escort. We get to choose which race to escort. Do elves and dwarves also have their guilds? Well, setting that aside, are you suggesting that the elves we've only read about in novels actually exist? The prospect of encountering fantastical races from another dimension in the flesh sent shivers down some players' spines. The escort mission will last for 5 hours. If you successfully deliver the guild to their destination without harm, the quest will be considered complete. Naturally, you'll face monsters during the journey, but don't fret, you won't be alone. We won't be alone. Are we forming parties like we did in the 6th round? Yes, today you'll be forming large parties, which is quite existing. The 2,166 players here will be divided among the 3 guilds. We'll be divided. This meant they'd have to coordinate with hundreds, perhaps even over 1,000 other players. You must choose just one guild. If you choose the same guild as someone else, you'll automatically form a party with them. Of course, you won't know others' choices. A large-scale party, huh? Will we all be moving together with a common goal of protecting the guild? It feels somewhat like joining on a raid in a video game. By the way, each guild has a different difficulty level, so choose carefully. We won't reveal which one is harder. We have to choose only one. So, if we pick the guild with the higher difficulty, it'll be a tougher challenge. In essence, they had to choose based solely on the race. Since the difficulty level isn't disclosed, we'll simply have to make a random selection. Deciphering the difficulty level from the race was simply impossible. Ultimately, it came down to relying on luck, hoping for a more straightforward task. This time, Ariel provided an explanation for the sub-quest. As you can see, the sub-quest revolves around uncovering the traitor. Within the guild you've selected, there will be at least a traitor. We're unsure if it's a single individual or a group. There's a traitor. While we're escorting them, the traitor is with us. Is this akin to the Mafia game? The traitor's objective is to stop the guild from reaching their destination. Naturally, the traitor isn't part of your party. You can attack them with your skills or any means necessary. They Can be eliminated. Oh, so we can eliminate them. If you successfully locate and dispatch the concealed traitor, you'll receive a reward for the sub-quest. Of course, the reward will be granted to the individual who contributes the most. Nods of understanding rippled through the crowd. With this explanation, they now had a clearer picture of what lay ahead. The explanation concludes here. The mission will start in 10 minutes after you've selected your guild. Best of luck to everyone. Kya ha ha. The angel's departure set off a buzz among the onlookers. Choosing 1 out of 3, huh. I guess we should aim for lower difficulty. Maybe going with the elf guild is the easier path. I'm leaning towards the human guild. Other races might be too intimidating. I'm with you on the human guild, it feels safer. But wouldn't it be risky if too many of us gather in one place? Yeah, I mean, there might be a lot of people joining the human guild. I think I'll go somewhere else. Maybe the dwarf guild is less crowded, so I'll give it a shot. But how do they determine rankings? Good point. If we're all escorting the guilds together, what's the basis for ranking? I completely forgot to ask about that. And what's the deal with these traitors? Fuck. Conversations about the quest were buzzing, and Min Yuri joined in. Black Scythe, we have to pick one of the 3 races, right? That's correct. Do you know where you're headed? Well, there were 3 types of guild, and Ryu Min had a hunch about which one would be the most popular. Most folks will probably flock to human, then elf, and finally dwarf. Humans were familiar and comfortable for most, given their shared race. Elves attracted those who had always dreamed of meeting them in the flesh. As for dwarves, they didn't seem as appealing, evoking images of elderly mountain dwellers. If I had to choose, I'd go with the dwarves. Having been through multiple rounds, Ryu Min was well aware of the different difficulty levels associated with each. Dwarf is the easiest, followed by elf, and then human. In other words, the place with the most participants was also the most challenging. Higher difficulty zones featured monsters that required a minimum level of 50, including trolls, ghouls, skeletons, and minotaurs. The mid-level elf guild had harpies, lizardmen, and werewolves. The lower difficulty zone featured monsters similar to orcs. If you want an easier time passing the round, the dwarf option is the way to go. The main quest primarily involves escorting the guild, but just escorting it doesn't guarantee passing the mission. Escorting is the basic requirement for the round clearance, but it doesn't mean you'll pass. Just by doing that, rankings are determined based on the order in which individuals acquire the most contribution. At first glance, it may seem like a party quest where everyone escorts the guild together, but in reality, survival is decided by each individual's performance. Competition is necessary. If the monsters are weak, you can receive a higher contribution, so it's better to focus on the dwarf guild, which has a lower difficulty level, to secure a higher ranking. Heio Taesuk might not have known this fact, but Min Yuri did. I've provided all of this information to her through my prophecies. In other words, choosing the dwarf guild means you can easily clear the rounds. However, Min Yuri seemed to be in deep thought, and the reason was quite simple. The dwarf guild has a lower difficulty level. Because of that fact, the monsters are weak, which means fewer experience points. Lower monster levels mean lower experience points. On the flip side, higher difficulty zones offered tougher challenges and higher XP rewards. So, it's a choice between low risk and low reward, or high risk and high reward. Lower monster levels mean lower experience points. On the flip side, higher difficulty zones offered tougher challenges and higher XP rewards. So, it's a choice between low risk and low reward, or high risk and high reward. I know dwarves are low difficulty, but if I tackle a place that's too easy, my level won't increase much. Then what if the gap between Black Scythe and me widens? Ryu Min could sense her concerns. Unnecessary worries. Even with a low level, Bless provided a substantial buff. Ryu Min's hope was for her to survive as long as possible. Democracy. Yes. Why are you so deep in thought? Oh, it's nothing. I might not know what's on your mind, but remember this, greed can lead to trouble. Try to stay alive for as long as possible. It's a path that benefits you, me, and everyone else around us. Min Yuri was taken aback. It felt like he had spoken as if he had her situation in mind. Can he actually read people's minds? She wondered, but Ryu Min feigned ignorance and turned away. Maybe this time, I'll take the easier route. When he delved into Min Yuri's thoughts, it seemed she had settled on the Dwarf Guild. Thank goodness. If I had known, I would have strongly recommended going for the Dwarf Guild. While the choice was free, Ryu Min had been more anxious about it than he should have been, just in case Min Yuri might be in danger. No, there's no way that would happen. She can clear rounds like this without my intervention, right? Heo Taesuk was also pondering, but in the end, it seemed he had decided on the Elf Guild. Ma Kyungrok, and Sang Chul, Co Aaron, Russell, Christine, and the others will decide for themselves. Some would aim for easier places, while others would be greedy and go for the human guild. Anyway, my prophecy should be helpful. I've told them all about the advantages and how to deal with monsters for each guild. However, there was one thing he hadn't mentioned: sub-quests. He had avoided discussing them. Of course, there was a reason for that. There's no point in finding out about sub-quests anyway. A while later, after 10 minutes, a message appeared in everyone's view. Guild selection begins. Please touch the guild you want to escort. 1. Human Guild. 2. Elf Guild. 3. Dwarf Guild. Although they had different levels of difficulty in order, those who didn't know hesitated cautiously. Oh, it's not like it's up to us, right? Whatever happens, happens. I'm going for number 1 since it's what I want. Let's see how the elves look. Number 2. As soon as they chose their guild, the players disappeared as if they had been teleported somewhere. Black Scythe, where are you headed? Well, I'm going for the Dwarf Guild. Want to come with me? Ryu Min shook his head at Min Yuri's suggestion. Never mind. You go first. Alright. Although she knew about the difficulty levels, Min Yuri kept her words to herself. She didn't want to endanger Ryu Min by revealing the prophecy. Black Scythe will probably choose on his own anyway. Before Min Yuri made her selection, she bid farewell. Black Scythe, I don't know where you'll choose, but I hope you have a good outcome. We might not see each other again, so I'll cast a buff and leave. Min Yuri's buff enveloped Ryu Min. A smile crept onto Ryu Min's lips. You do have a sense of timing. Then I'll really be going. After Min Yuri disappeared following her guild selection, Heo Taesuk also said his farewell. Black Scythe, I'll go ahead as well. Sure, go ahead. When Heo Taesuk chose number 2, he disappeared. Most people had moved on, but Ryu Min still hadn't made a selection. It appeared as if he was contemplating, but he had already made up his mind. My choice is. Ryu Min clenched his fist, revealing his unwavering determination to choose nothing. At first glance, there seemed to be 3 choices, but in reality, there was one more. Choosing nothing. Ryu Min hadn't known this at first. I thought I had to choose one of the 3 without hesitation and picked number 1. As he explored various strategies from numbers 1, 2, and 3, Ryu Min began to question the sub-quest. It was because the traitors were the same every time. What's going on? Wasn't the traitor randomly chosen among the guild? While he pondered this question, Ryu Min made a mistake and missed his guild selection. That was when he realized it. Not choosing anything is the best option. There appeared to be no time limit, but there was one. Exactly 9 minutes passed, and then an additional message appeared. 1 minute left until your remaining choice. Not making a choice may result in penalties. The message urging him to make a choice appeared, but Ryu Min knew better. That not making a choice was the greatest benefit. 10 seconds left until your choice. Hurry. 9 seconds left, there's no time. 1 second left, it's really over now. You ultimately did not choose a guild. At last, the message that appeared brought a satisfied smile to Ryu Min's lips. Player Black Scythe has joined the traitor group. Chapter 110. In the 8th round, the mission unfolds with 2 distinct groups taking center stage. First, there's the regular group, tasked with safeguarding the guild, and hiding within it lies a covert faction of traitors. Naturally, the objectives of these 2 groups couldn't be more divergent. The primary aim of the regular group is to ensure the safe passage of the guild to their intended destination. This is the well-known main quest of the 8th round. Simultaneously, the sub-quest revolves around unmasking and neutralizing the traitors lurking within their midst. But if you join the traitor group, the quest will be completely different. As expected, a new goal appeared before Ryu Min. Player Black Scythe joined the traitor group. Main quest and sub-quest are combined into one. The 8th round quest has been changed. Round 8. Objective: hinder the guild's progress to the destination. Success reward: failure retry with a 20% reduction in stats and debuff. 3 consecutive failures annihilation. While the regular group aims to safeguard the guild, the traitor group's mission is diametrically opposed. Their purpose is to obstruct the guild from reaching their intended destination. This quest operates discreetly, within the shadows, amidst the masses. One could even liken it to a struggle between the minority and the majority. It might sound like an impossible task. However, there's no need for Ryu Min to take on the entire regular group by himself. All he needs to do is prevent the guild from reaching their destination for the quest to succeed. There's no necessity to turn all players into enemies. In the end, it's only the otherworldly guild that needs to be eliminated. A swift assassination of the otherworldly merchants is sufficient, but surviving the players' retaliatory onslaught after that is a different matter. But I don't feel sorry for what I'm going to do. If they discover a traitor, they will eliminate him without hesitation. For the regular group, traitors are their targets. In other words, the players are the ones who turned Ryu Min into their enemy. No, did I turn them into enemies by choosing to be the traitor? The reason Ryu Min didn't mention the sub-quest in his prophecy becomes evident here. Pursuing the sub-quest would be futile. You want to kill me, the Black Scythe, and claim the sub-quest reward. That's cute. How would people react if they found out that the traitor you need to deal with is Black Scythe? A lot of people would give up on the sub-quest without even trying it. By the way, do these people belong to the same traitor group as me? Where Ryu Min currently resides is a gray space distinct from the starting point. Alongside the message that he had become a traitor, he had been transported here, with other individuals now visible in his vicinity. They must be people who couldn't select the guild due to running out of time. They must be bewildered by their sudden transition into traitors and the daunting task of turning hundreds or even thousands of players into adversaries. It appears there are fewer than 30 of them. Now, whether Ryu Min likes it or not, they must work together as members of the traitor group to complete the mission. However, there's no obligation to cooperate if they have no intention of finishing the quest early. It's unfortunate for them, but Ryu Min has no intention of concluding the quest prematurely, even with the penalty of stat reduction and a retry upon failure. What's truly crucial is that failure results in annihilation after 3 attempts. Even if they fail once or twice, it only leads to a stat debuff, without any real loss. This is the key point, the fact that we have 3 chances. The traitor group is sequentially deployed with dwarves, elves, and human guilds. This means that failing the mission allows you to experience all of them. It's an opportunity for tremendous level growth. Deliberately failing the mission and traversing each guild, hunting monsters. Not only does this yield superior experience points, but it also provides items from all 3 locations, especially the runes awarded when the reputation level is high in each guild. You will be able to monopolize it all. Ryu Min's plan for this 8th round revolves around obtaining 2 specific runes, the rune of durability from the dwarves and the rune of foresight from the humans. From the elf guild, he could acquire potions, and there is one potion that Ryu Min is coveting. Regardless, the core strategy for this 8th round is to traverse each guild, monopolizing experience points and items along the way. In order to achieve these goals, joining the traitor group appeared to be the best choice. However, this might not be a fortunate turn of events for the other traitors. I'll do whatever it takes to ensure the quest fails. He was a member of the traitor group, secretly hoping for the failure of his fellow traitors. It was a situation where he could be called a double agent. Haha, it seems like all the indecisive folks who couldn't pick a guild have gathered here. Angel Ariel, the one responsible for explaining the 8th round, appeared with an incongruous smile. Everyone, gather here now. If not now, we won't see each other, and you should at least know each other's faces, right? As the angel fluttered her wings, the scattered players assembled. Wow, Black Scythe, why is Black Scythe here? No, why am I in the traitor group? A few of you haven't grasped the situation yet. But that's why I am here, right? Ariel kindly explained to the players how they had become traitors. Oh, it was because I didn't choose. What was I thinking? So, is everyone here because they couldn't choose a guild? While the others were still distracted by the angel's explanation, Ryu Min quickly counted the heads of the players gathered here, including himself. There were 29 in total. Right now, I need to remember their faces. It'll make it easier to deal with them when I eventually betray them. Ryu Min began to memorize the faces of the traitor group quickly. Why was he memorizing faces when he could recognize them through the wristbands if they were in a party? Well, we're a group, not a party, so. Just then, the angel was explaining this very point. For those of you who have become part of the traitor group, you need to stop the guilds from reaching their destination. You can think of it as a party since you share the same quest, but in reality, it's not a party. So, it's not a party. Then, is it solo then? Yes. While the regular group forms parties, you, as traitors, do not share experience points. It's a setting where you don't trust each other. Haha. No. Then how are we supposed to hunt? We thought Black Scythe was in our party and were excited. A sense of disappointment was evident on the faces of the players who had secretly hoped for a party. The idea of not trusting each other was just a joke. But there are legitimate reasons for not allowing you to form a party. If one person betrays the team, the rest would suffer as well. What are you talking about? Let's say one of the traitors acted crazy and exposed the identities of the fellow traitors on the same side. What would you do? You should shut that guy up. Even if it means killing him. That's right, right. But as you know, if you form a party, you can't attack each other, and no damage is dealt. In other words, it's a system where if one person betrays, the rest can get rid of IHM. Ah, so, there was a reason we couldn't be in a party. If they were in a party, they wouldn't be able to silence the traitor. The moment they were suspected, the chances of success for the traitor team would drastically decrease, so it was inevitable that they couldn't be in a party. I'm fortunate in that regard. I don't need to share hunting experience points. Ryu Min smiled as he had memorized all the faces of the traitor group. Now, even in real action, he would be able to identify who the traitors were. If I know who they are, dealing with them will be a piece of cake. Besides, if anything goes wrong, I can read their minds. Furthermore, there was a reason for memorizing faces instead of nicknames. The reason came from the angel herself. By the way, I'll also hide everyone's nicknames. Knowing each other's nicknames would make it easier for traitors to identify each other. You're hiding our nicknames too. In short, it was a measure to prevent traitors from knowing each other's identities. But our faces are exposed now, aren't they? Nicknames are easier to remember than faces. Who could possibly memorize all of the faces in such a short period of time, like now? She had a point. If it were any other person it would be true, not me though. And if you wear a helmet, it will sufficiently conceal your face. It should be acceptable, right? As if expecting an answer, the angel glared at them, and the players had no choice but to nod. Yes, completely understandable. All right, shall we proceed then? Please be careful because when a guild reaches its destination, you will all be weakened and have to try again with another guild. They might not be in the same party, but they were bound by destiny, sharing the same quest. Oh, which guild are we going to stop? Are we supposed to retry the guild if we fail? Oh, I forgot to mention. You'll be facing the guild in the order of dwarves, elves, and humans. The difficulty level increases in the same order. Oh, so, what if we fail in the dwarf guild? The angel chuckled. Your stats will drop by 20%, and you'll have to tackle a more challenging intermediate level. Ah, got it. In essence, the more they failed, the tougher the next challenge became. When this realization dawned on the traitors, they had one singular thought. We must succeed in the dwarf guild at all costs. This is our only shot. The traitor group was resolute, but they remained oblivious to one critical fact: as long as Ryu Min was in the picture, the odds of successfully completing the quest were slim. Wouldn't it be convenient if I found and eliminated all the traitor groups right from the start? After all, I've memorized their faces. While Ryu Min smiled, Ariel unfurled her wings. Now, it's time to go. Traitor group, may your betrayal bring delight to those above. Ariel, keeping her inner thoughts to herself, gestured. With a radiant burst of light, Ryu Min and the other 29 traitors vanished. Their mission to protect the Dwarf Guild had officially begun. Chapter 111. The Dwarf Realm is less challenging compared to the other two options. The creatures you'll encounter here are mainly orcs. If you're a player with a current level exceeding 20, handling them should be a breeze. However, only Ryu Min, who was a regressor, knew this. The players who had chosen the Dwarf Guild were stepping into the unknown in terms of difficulty, and it was evident from the tension on their faces. Is this another dimension? Wow, this is intriguing. Come on, we've been in another dimension all along, haven't we? Oh, right, I forgot. The landscape before them, with distant rocky mountains and scattered stone towers, presented an environment starkly different from what they had encountered so far, leaving players bewildered. Hey, where did our nicknames go? Yeah, I can't yours either. Their normally displayed nicknames had mysteriously vanished. However, some players seemed unfazed by this. They were members of the traitors group, who received this information from the angel earlier. Aren't they being too calm about this? Doesn't that make them look suspicious as traitors? Ryu Min, although inwardly composed, couldn't help but adopt an expression of surprise. Once suspicion arose about being a traitor, it tended to linger. I need to be cautious and avoid arousing suspicion. Of course, if the traitor group exposes my identity, it's game over. While others might not recognize him, there was no doubt that the infamous Black Scythe's face was known within the traitor group. If they even think about it, I will deal with them before they start spreading rumors about me being a traitor. He used the term deal with, but he had no intention of resorting to violence. He wasn't a murderer, and there was nothing to gain or lose by eliminating them. I'll simply intervene if they try to expose me. Remembering the faces of the 28 members of the traitor group, Ryu Min wasn't overly concerned. With proper control of the situation, everything would be fine. As Ryu Min surveyed the area, he made a rough estimate of the number of players who had chosen the Dwarf Guild. It looks like around 200 players have chosen for the Dwarf Guild. Of course, this figure excluded the traitors, so the actual count of assembled players would be around 230. And then, a surprise. Hey, check this out. A message materialized before the players. Escort the Dwarf Guild. Safely accompany the Dwarf Guild to its destination. Successful escort results in experience point rewards for all participants. Those who contribute significantly to eliminating traitors will receive sub-quest rewards. If all traitors are eliminated, additional rewards will be granted to everyone. This quest was not exclusive to the regular group, even the traitor group could earn experience points by successfully escorting. However, it was highly unlikely that the traitors would cooperate willingly. Failure this time would drastically reduce their success rate in the next summit, especially if they reach the human summit. If the traitor group failed to complete the mission from the dwarves to the elves, they would face the daunting task of stopping the human guild, which was most difficult. In addition to suffering a 20% stat drop twice. They probably think it's an impossible feat. But Ryu Min was confident. Not only was this round not his first attempt, but he was also in peak condition. Experiencing a 20% stat reduction twice won't impede my hunting. Moreover, this debuff vanishes after this round. While Ryu Min focused on the progress window, the other players were in awe. Current participant count. Participants: 230. Traitors: 29. What's going on? Why can we see the number of traitors? The participant count was displayed for all to see. Are there really 29 traitors among us? Players exchanged suspicious glances. While they couldn't see each other's nicknames and couldn't identify each other, one thing was clear. Among us, there are 29 traitors, no doubt. With 230 participants, roughly 1 in 10 was a traitor. Suspicion was only natural in such a situation. Well, Ryu Min, who knew their faces, could easily identify the traitors. Oh, Black Scythe, with 230 participants, roughly 1 in 10 was a traitor. Suspicion was only natural in such a situation. Well, Ryu Min, who knew their faces, could easily identify the traitors. Oh, Black Scythe. At that moment, a voice pretending familiarity caught Ryu Min's attention. It was none other than Min Yuri. Wow, I never expected to run into you here. Did you choose the Dwarf Guild? You didn't follow me, did you? Well, your buffs are quite handy. Seeing her overwhelming joy, Ryu Min couldn't resist complimenting her. However, it seemed that his response held a slightly different significance for Min Yuri. Her sudden blush and flustered expression gave it away. In haste, Min Yuri blurted out, yeah. But, Black Scythe, why can't we see the players' nicknames? Well, I'm not sure. Ryu Min pretended not to know and turned his head, only to lock eyes with one of the traitors. He grinned ominously, then looked away. Reading his thoughts, it seemed he wanted to act like he knew him due to the camaraderie of being in the same group. Crazy. Are they really trying to reveal that they're in the same group? Ryu Min couldn't express his frustration openly, so all that came out was an incredulous laugh. There are 230 players at the Dwarf Guild. It's fewer than I expected. Yeah, true. With just 230 out of 2,166 participants, it was undoubtedly a smaller number. This meant that the remaining 90% had gathered in the other two guilds. It was clear evidence that the Dwarf Guild wasn't very popular. Most likely, the Human Guild has the most players. It was the same before. Is it because of the small number of participants? Someone who recognized the Black Scythe approached cautiously. Are you Black Scythe? C.O. Aaron. C.O. Aaron, with a pleasantly surprised look, greeted Ryu Min with a warm smile. I didn't expect to meet you here. It's really nice. But C.O. Aaron's gaze naturally shifted to Min Yuri, who was standing next to Ryu Min. Her smile disappeared as if it were a lie. But Min Yuri is here too. C.O. Aaron, hello. It's nice to see you. Yes. Unlike Min Yuri, C.O. Aaron's reaction was less enthusiastic. It was probably because she had noticed that Min Yuri always seemed to be with the Black Scythe, and it had caught her attention. I don't even know why she's acting like this. It was only natural to have a fondness for the Black Scythe, who had saved her, but it shouldn't go beyond that. Strangely, she felt a twinge of jealousy towards Min Yuri. By the way, where's the person who used to always be with you? Oh, Kyung Ho. No, and Sang Chul went to the Human Guild. The Human Guild. When Ryu Min asked with a puzzled expression, C.O. Aaron also looked unsure. For some reason, he really wanted to go there. I see. He replied calmly, but secretly, Ryu Min was surprised. Even though I said it's the most difficult level, going to the Human Guild, unexpected. Did he want to hunt stronger monsters and earn more experience? Ryu Min wondered if he had underestimated Sang Chul. Just then, a rumbling sound caught their attention, and they turned to see a procession of wagons approaching. Thump thump thump. There weren't many wagons, just 10 in total, which was more than enough for 230 players. The players felt relieved that there were fewer wagons than expected because it meant they could easily keep track of the ones they needed to protect. Eventually, the wagons came to a halt. Oh ho, here you are. The warriors from other realms. The bearded dwarf, just as they had imagined, stepped down from one of the wagons. Chuckling heartily. Welcome, I am Heimer, the blacksmith of the Dwarf Guild. It seems like you are the warriors from other realms who will be escorting us, is that correct? The players nodded in agreement, and Heimer enthusiastically clapped his hands together. I knew my intuition wasn't wrong. You all have a different aura from the ordinary thieves. Group. Kukik. With a hearty laugh, Heimer pointed at the wagons. The cargo here consists of various ores and metal materials, which must be transported to the Albet's kingdom beyond the Karago Mountains. However, the road is infested with monsters, so we had no choice but to seek help from a higher power, the divine. Despite being a language they had never heard before, the players understood the dwarfs' words. They could only understand it due to a message that appeared. Round feature. Translation, activated. You can now communicate with beings from other realms. A kingdom, a temple. Listening to the dwarf's explanation, it felt quite detailed. What? It probably doesn't really exist, does it? No way. It must be a fake made like the monsters, right? In a world where angels had already become part of the landscape, whether beings from other realms were real or not, no longer held significant weight. For the players, it was a matter of fulfilling quests and moving forward. However, Ryu Min understood that this wasn't such a straightforward affair. This is round 8, our first encounter with beings from other realms. It's crucial to start building a positive reputation now so that we can receive future benefits when interacting with these races. Most players would simply pass by and not pay much attention to their relationships with beings from other realms, but Ryu Min knew better. The beings from other realms won't be limited to just this round. They'll continue to appear, and the reputation we establish now will carry over. This is why making a good first impression was essential. If they started with a bad reputation, turning it around wouldn't be easy. In this regard, the traitor group was a hindrance. Would they kill the dwarves to prevent the summit's arrival? If they did, their reputation would plummet. If that happens, not only will unnecessary fights erupt when we meet the dwarves later, but we'll also be at a disadvantage in receiving various benefits. Dwarves were known to provide legendary level weapons and divine materials, among other valuable rewards. No sensible player would want to miss out on such advantages by clashing with the dwarves. But the traitors don't know that, so their eyes were full with murderous intent. Wherever Ryu Min looked, the traitors were watching the dwarves intently, ready to strike at any opportunity. However, the traitors were aware of the consequences. Killing dwarves in front of other players would undoubtedly label them as traitors. So, they could only bide their time, unable to act recklessly, contemplating when would be the best moment to eliminate the dwarves. Ideally, it's best to assassinate them discreetly. There were a total of 20 dwarves at the Dwarf Guild, with 2 in each wagon. If they succeeded in eliminating all the dwarves, it would result in a victory for the traitor group. However, if even one dwarf survives, it will be considered a failure. In that case, the traitor group would be forced to target the next guild. The Elf Guild, known for its specialization in elemental magic. It's easier to target dwarves with no combat abilities than elves who can manipulate elemental energy with their magic. While contemplating these thoughts, a dwarf shouted loudly, "Warriors from other realms, we humbly request your protection. Time remaining to reach the destination, 4 hours 59 minutes and 59 seconds. As if signaling the start of the quest, the timer appeared. Now they had to protect the guild for the next 5 hours from the horde of orcs. Dealing with orcs should be a walk in the park. While some players were on edge, uncertain about where or when monsters might jump out, Co Aaron, Min Yuri, and Ryu Min seemed remarkably composed. The rhythmic clattering of the carriages signaled the players to adjust their positions. With weapons in hand, they maintained a vigilant stance, and it didn't take long for them to encounter a band of orcs. Grunt. Grunt. Are these orcs? These guys, didn't we see them back in round 5? The players' faces relaxed as they recognized the orcs. While these creatures had been formidable opponents in round 5, they were no longer a significant threat. Most players had reached levels beyond 20, equipped with the skills to easily dispatch orcs. As if to demonstrate this, swoosh, swoosh, grunt, grunt, the orcs fell, their once imposing muscles now easily severed by players at level 30 and beyond. However, there seems to be quite a number of orcs. Why do these creatures keep popping up endlessly? Players were already growing weary as orcs relentlessly emerged from various locations. After approximately 5 minutes of battle, the situation came to a conclusion. A mountain of countless orc corpses lay before them. Ryu Min had a precise estimate of their number. Probably around 4,600. The number of orcs was related to the number of players. They appeared in waves, each wave containing 20 times the number of players. In other words, each player had to confront 20 orcs. Such monster assaults occurred a total of 30 times, meaning monsters appeared every 10 minutes. Although it might seem like a considerable quantity, disappointment clouded the players' expressions. The experience points from this. It's just a drop in the ocean. Experience points were lower than anticipated because they were evenly distributed among the 230 players. Because they were all in one party. Strictly speaking, 29 players out of the 230 players were excluded. The traitor group consisted of individual players, not a party. As a result, experience points and items acquired from defeating monsters belonged entirely to them and weren't shared with others. Ryu Min reflected on this. You have defeated an orc. Experience points 3x buff is currently in effect. Experience points increased by 1.5x due to the title effect. Experience points plus 0.18%. Gold plus 40. Current kill count. 463 100ths. All stats increased by 100% due to the rune of slaughter. Seeing the message that appeared in his field of vision, Ryu Min couldn't help but smile. I've already taken down 463 of them. After a relentless solo massacre, he managed to eliminate 10% of the 4,600 orcs. Single-handedly. As a result, he had already leveled up. Chapter 112. Unlike the traitor group, the regular group shares experience points and gold through party hunting. Excluding the traitors, there are 201 people, so it will be divided by 201. You can tell the experience points they receive are even less than a mouse's tail, even without doing the math. Well, if a player dies in the middle, the rest will get a larger share, but these orcs are a walk in the park, so there's hardly any danger. Anyway, if we divide the 4,600 monsters that come out during the raid by 201, it means you're getting experience equivalent to catching 20 on your own. That indicates that the experience gained isn't particularly substantial. Even if you go through all the 30 waves until we reach our destination, you'll end up catching 600 at most. But when we reach our destination, we'll receive a generous amount of experience points. Quite a lot, actually. The key to the escort quest lies in the experience points reward at the end. In other words, it doubles the experience points you get from escorting. In essence, it's an additional 1,200 experience points. There was a reason why Ryuman said in the past that there would be players who reach level 40. Of course, achieving that would require making a mark at the Guild of the Humans. Wasn't Sang Chul's ambition to reach level 40 the reason he chose the Human Guild? With Sang Chul currently at level 34, it should be well within reach. Anyway, at this rate, I'll easily surpass level 60. Even though he had only faced one wave, Ryu Min had already reached level 55. That's an increase of 1 level per wave. If we manage to fend off the remaining 29 waves of attacks, I'll be over level 60. He was confident because Ryu Min had an experience points buff. A 3x bonus for a limited time in the 8th round and a 1.5x bonus because of his title. Combined, it amounts to a 4.5x boost, leaving him no choice but to forge ahead of the others. Besides, I'm not even in a party. Since he was in a traitor group where soloing was possible, the experience points and gold he obtained for the 463 orcs he caught this time came in full. Other traitors probably didn't catch as much as I did. Even if you catch a lot on your own, it wouldn't surpass 50, would it? No matter how easy orcs are to deal with, you can't catch more than that in one blow. Still, unless you're a fool, the traitors will calculate their profits and losses too. Unless they're fools, they would have realized that the experience points from soloing are plentiful. It would be a shame to complete the quest early. Once you stop one of the guilds and complete the quest, no more experience points will come in. You'll want to raise your level against these weak monsters. Thinking of that, a dwarf shouted, "Let's set off again now." The carriage moved. Thud, thud, thud. But that was short-lived. After only 10 minutes, the second wave began. These crazy bastards. They're already showing up. We haven't even had a break. Players complained but continued to slay orcs for experience points. However, some players couldn't help but lose their motivation, and the reason was different. Ryu Min's overwhelming skill. With every swing of his scythe, he cleaved through 4 at a time, and anyone would feel disheartened by that. It was even more so because of his higher level and Min Yuri's buff. Wow, look at how many Black Scythe is killing with one swing while I can only kill one. I'm really feeling sad. If he's killing that much, do we really have to do anything? Right, experience points come in even if we just stay still. Should I take the Black Scythe bus too? A bus in video games is when a higher level player helps a newbie. Some quietly retreated with that thought. Even though they could catch more, they gave up because it was easier. When Ryu Min, who was on the hunt, saw that, he smirked. In other people's eyes, I must look like a party member. That's why they think we better. Except the bus. People misconstrued that Ryu Min was earning them experience points while hunting. But no matter how you think about it, you can't just play around. Rankings are determined by contribution. In this round, the ranking method is all about your overall contribution. Simply sticking to escort duty won't cut it. You've got to delve into monster hunting to make a real mark. So, lounging around lazily might turn out to be a deadly mistake. Co Aaron and Min Yuri were well aware of this, and they were putting their all into the hunt. Min Yuri's an exception, though. She'll contribute enough without even breaking a sweat. Before the hunt began, Min Yuri had taken the time to approach each player individually. Her motive was simple. She wanted to enhance her contributions by bestowing buffs. Hello, I'm a buffer. How about trying out one of my buffs? Buff. What's that? Min Yuri played the role of a benevolent creature, offering buffs to players without charge. To onlookers, it might have seemed like she was peddling something, but the response she received was nothing short of explosive. Wow, my stats just shot up by 60%. Seriously, is that really true? Can I have one too? Where can I get it? This buff thing. I want one. Right here. Anyone who hasn't gotten a buff yet? Yes, right here. It took her about 20 minutes to finally buff every player. It took Min Yuri about 20 minutes to finally buff every player. When you see them crying for buffs like that, it really confirms that Bless is nothing short of a game changer. Right, Min Yuri had been running around, providing buffs to around 230 players. What's more, she'd even thrown in Swift, but with a duration of only 30 minutes, she had to keep reapplying it. Phew, I'm unexpectedly busy. Haha, Min Yuri hadn't expected to be in such high demand. Later, everyone will talk about it, even those who didn't receive buffs before. That's how widespread it will become. As for those players who discovered buffs, they'd call for one whenever their buffs wore off. Although it might have seemed a bit inconvenient, it was a profitable venture for Min Yuri. In fact, it's a significant gain. When players she buffed take down monsters, it contributes to her too. Imagine taking just 1% of the contribution from 230 people. Even if you were just relaxing, you could still cover your contribution. That's why Ryu Min wasn't concerned about Min Yuri dropping out of the round. He wasn't worried about Co Aaron either. She was providing shield buffs to her allies using her summoned creatures, and she was even tanking, contributing effectively. Huff, huff. After thwarting the 7th assault and witnessing the player's fatigue, Dwarf Heimer pounded his chest and shouted, "Are we all done? Let's move, warriors of the other realm. Hey, old man dwarf. We could use a bit of a break. Is there time for that? If we don't move immediately, monsters will attack. If you want to rest, do it on the move." With that, players, irritated by Dwarf's urging, rose to their feet. There was hardly any time to sit down. He looks like he didn't notice it, but some of them really want to kill him. Even though they were the Guardian Party, it was hard not to be frustrated with the relentless pace. If that's how they're thinking, what do you think the traitors are thinking right now? Well, the difficulty itself wasn't too high, but there was no time to catch your breath. It was like a non-stop march day and night. For someone like Ryu Min, who kept hunting, it was all fine. My level is already at 59. Just one more level, and he'd finally attain master rank. Then, master grade normal equipment would appear in the store, and he could enhance all the unique materials he had bought in advance. What's more, I'll gain new skills and abilities, both of which were highly efficient, making him eagerly anticipate leveling up. But when will someone step into action? Ryu Min wasn't referring to the traitor group. Someone from the regular group was bound to take the lead, as long as they had a bit of wit. And it finally happened. Guys, instead of persistently hunting, shouldn't we prioritize finding the traitors? At this rate, we might all fall before we uncover their identities. In response to that call, heads nodded in agreement among the gathered individuals. That's right, simply hunting monsters won't cut it. I agree, we need to root out those traitors. But how do we go about finding them? I have a suggestion. The person who had initially proposed the idea continued speaking. We know that the traitors aren't part of any parties, right? So, when we attack them, they should take damage, correct? Let's test it by attacking each other to confirm. What do you think? That sounds reasonable. Then it should make finding them much easier. Let's give it a try. The players readily embraced this straightforward method to identify the traitors. Meanwhile, the traitors maintained their silence, unaware that their time was running out. Their thoughts undoubtedly in turmoil. Could those who aren't speaking right now be the traitors? It certainly seems that way, doesn't it? They must be getting nervous. Soon, their true identities will be exposed. As the regular group shared a laugh, the traitors found themselves in a precarious situation. What should we do? We might get discovered like this. We need to eliminate the dwarves as soon as possible. Ryu Min, who had been eavesdropping on the traitors' thoughts, happened to lock eyes with them. Black Scythe, it's time to take action. Let's target the dwarves together. This is our only chance. He conveyed his intentions through their gaze, but Ryu Min deliberately ignored them. Stupid bastards. Are they basically advertising themselves as traitors? The unfolding events were expected, albeit with some delay. Those of you with area of effect skills, now is the time to use them on your fellow players. Understood. Then let's begin. Attack the person beside you. Players unexpectedly started stabbing one another. Ting, ting. The clear sound of metal clashing echoed throughout the area. Wow, our attacks aren't doing any damage. It's like hitting a lump of iron. You are definitely in our party. However, it wasn't just the sound of metal that filled the air. Thunk. Ah, what's happening? This person got stabbed. He's a traitor. That guy's a traitor. Some of the traitors, hidden among the players, couldn't evade the attacks and were exposed. Get them. Kill these traitors. Who? Cough. One of the traitors became a target, enduring attacks from all directions. Just one person couldn't evade the onslaught from every direction. Moreover, these were players who had committed murder in the 4th round. They had no qualms about attacking others. All right, we've identified one traitor here. Here too. We found a traitor here too. Traitors were being exposed from various places, leaving the remaining traitors in dismay. Damn it, you bastards. A few traitors retaliated, attacking players before their own identities could be revealed. Cough. This guy suddenly stabbed me. He's a damn traitor. Get him. The traitors attempted to escape the players' clutches, with their only hope being to kill the dwarves and complete the quest. Okay, let's kill Heimer. Kill Heimer. With determined gazes, the traitors rushed toward Dwarf Heimer, who was driving the carriage. Heimer shouted toward the players, unaware of the situation. Hold on. Warriors of the other realm. What's happening all of a sudden? The spectacle of warriors pointing their swords at each other was nothing short of bewildering. But then, belatedly, he turned his head to a surprising scene. Die, you pig. A traitor. Oh no. Just as the traitor's blade was about to reach the dwarf, Chang, Ryu Min intervened, stopping the traitors, in the form of Lost Yak. Chapter 113. As the players squared off, their swords glinting ominously, Ryu Min moved with the precision of someone who had been waiting for this very moment. He gracefully sidestepped, as though he had foreseen this encounter, and then after using invisibility, he transformed into the image of Lost Yak. It's time to make my move, Ryu Min thought to himself. If I save the dwarf in the form of Black Scythe, the traitors will know that I've betrayed them. Remaining hidden, Ryu Min observed the unfolding situation with keen anticipation, knowing the traitors would likely strike when the dwarves were most vulnerable. They'll grow impatient when the search operation begins. That's when they'll try to eliminate the dwarves first to save the mission. The smaller number of dwarves would make it relatively easy to find them. Having experienced similar situations in the past, Ryu Min was well prepared for this operation. They usually conduct extractions around the 4th to 6th wave, but this time they seem a bit delayed. However, Ryu Min wasn't bothered by this variation. He could patiently wait while remaining invisible. They're finally making their move, Ryu Min observed as the traders began to act. With prior knowledge of the traders' faces and the ability to read their intentions, Ryu Min easily discerned their objectives. They're targeting Heimer, the dwarves' leader. Ryu Min realized 4 traders were closing in on Heimer. Ryu Min readied his weapon, a specially prepared sword. Of course, he didn't use the scythe, as it might reveal his true identity. Although the sword wasn't his primary weapon, Ryu Min's skill level was more than sufficient to handle these 4 individuals. These guys are all under level 30. They're no match. As the traders advanced, Ryu Min remained invisible, waiting by Heimer's side. He knew he had to choose the perfect moment to maximize Heimer's favor toward him. The traders charged toward Heimer, who exclaimed, "Warriors from the other realm. What's happening all of a sudden?" Unaware of the impending danger, Heimer continued shouting energetically. It was only when it was too late that he noticed the blades aimed at him. Then, with a swift motion, Ryu Min parried the blades and dispelled his invisibility. "Are you all right?" he asked, feigning concern. Who are you?" Heimer responded, startled. "Stay behind me. These guys are after you," Heimer Ryu Min said. He quickly assessed the situation. 2 traders in front and 2 behind. With an air of confidence, the traders growled at Ryu Min. "Who's this bastard? Where did he come from? Don't interfere and get lost if you don't want to die," another one warned. If they knew he was Black Scythe, these young pups would have retreated long ago. However, now they were snarling at him. "Should I finish them quickly?" "No, it's not time yet. I have to stage it for maximum favor with." Heimer Ryu Min thought to himself. The traders, still targeting Heimer, rushed forward simultaneously. Ryu Min deftly parried their attacks and, with a quick movement, plunged his sword into the chest of one of them. The trader groaned. "I warned you," Ryu Min remarked as he drew his specially prepared sword and sliced through the second trader's shoulder, causing him to cry out in pain. In an instant, the other 2 traders were taken aback. However, what surprised them even more was the sudden appearance of their own lifeless bodies on the ground, their heads severed from their necks. Ryu Min had swiftly executed them. "You brought this upon yourselves," Ryu Min said to the lifeless bodies. No response came from the already dead traders. The nearby players who had witnessed Ryu Min's skills were amazed. "Wow, who is that guy? He's incredibly skilled, isn't he?" Since Ryu Min's face was that of Lostyak, no one suspected the Black Scythe. Moreover, he was wearing different armor and using a different weapon. Amazing, isn't it? He rescued the dwarves. Why didn't we notice such a skilled player before? Hey, did you hear that? The shift from confusion to acceptance among the crowd didn't take long. With over 200 people present, encountering unfamiliar faces wasn't surprising. Amidst this, the dwarf, Heimer, was still trying to steady his racing heart, clearly taken aback by the sudden turn of events. He hadn't expected an attack from his own escorts. "What's happening here?" he stuttered. "We have a traitor among our team," Ryu Min calmly explained. "A traitor? We were attacking each other earlier to identify the traitor." Understanding finally dawned on Heimer, and he nodded, wiping his beard. "To think there was a traitor among the warriors from the other realm. We narrowly avoided a disaster," he remarked. "Heimer, we need to report this to the temple immediately." "Yes, the ones we were supposed to protect have turned into our enemies. With things like this, we may never reach our destination." Silence. "Heimer, we need to report this to the temple immediately." "Yes, the ones we were supposed to protect have turned into our enemies. With things like this, we may never reach our destination." Silence. Heimer's outburst silenced the protesting dwarves. The volume of his voice was enough to make even the players, who had been observing the situation, pause and turn their attention. Is this the time to discuss such matters? The most pressing issue at the moment is that there might be traitors hidden among the warriors from another realm, Heimer pointed out. Heimer looked up at Ryu Min and said, "Thanks to you, I've spared myself from disgrace." Please allow me to express my gratitude for saving my life. May I know your name? Ryu Min hesitated. He couldn't simply reveal himself as the Black Scythe, especially not with so many witnesses around. It would be challenging to gain any benefits from the dwarves if he provided a false nickname. A tricky situation. But there's a way. While others might not be aware, there was a system in place for such situations: titles. Ryu Min selected one of the titles he had acquired over time and clicked on Show Title. Ahead of the pack, above his head, the title appeared in place of his nickname. Unlike nicknames, titles couldn't be hidden. This sudden change left the players wide-eyed. What's this? Who is that? Why can we see his nickname, but not ours? We don't have that. Some players who were unaware of the concept of titles mistook it for a nickname and voiced their confusion. Well, they've probably never obtained one, Ryu Min thought, understanding the reaction. Titles were rarer and harder to acquire than runes, and Ryu Min had earned several of them. At that moment, Heimer's expression changed as he looked at Ryu Min. Ah, are you ahead of the pack? The title's display seemed to have caught Heimer's attention. To people from this realm, it probably holds a different meaning, Ryu Min mused internally. To players, titles were just a substitution for nicknames, but among these beings, titles seemed to carry a deeper significance. It was as if revealing a title triggered a particular reaction based on an internal story or system. You're indeed ahead of the pack, Heimer acknowledged with a chuckle. Modesty suits you. Heimer's laughter quickly turned serious as he expressed his gratitude. Thank you for saving us. If it weren't for you, I'd be nothing more than a fallen dwarf on the roadside. Just the thought sends shivers down my spine. Observing Heimer, Ryu Min asked cautiously, do I need to reveal my name? What significance does a name hold? You already have the reputation of being ahead of the pack, Heimer replied. Ryu Min nodded, relieved that he didn't have to reveal his true identity as the Black Scythe. Now, even if I meet other dwarves besides Heimer, I can use this title to gain their favor, Ryu Min thought, considering the potential benefits. As if to confirm his theory, a message appeared. The reputation of Black Scythe among the dwarves has increased from neutral to friendly due to the title ahead of the pack. Just as he had hoped, the title was influencing the dwarves' favor toward him. This is the practical function of titles, Ryu Min realized with a smile. While he smiled and pondered this, the work of identifying the traitors continued. However, suddenly, the assault of orcs interrupted the traitor identification process. Ryu Min, taking on the appearance of Lostyak rather than wielding the Black Scythe, stood guard over the dwarves, all in an effort to solidify their goodwill. Little did he know, having the ahead of the pack among us really boosts my confidence in reaching our destination. His skills are exceptional, even compared to other seasoned warriors. It would be a true honor if they'd consider using the weapons I've crafted. The dwarves who were silently observing couldn't help but be impressed. Ryu Min's hunting speed was a tad slower this time. He couldn't help but let out a sigh. I can't reveal my transformation in front of the dwarves, so it looks like I'll have to stick to using the sword for this wave. While he wasn't entirely satisfied with the hunting speed, it wasn't drastically different from using the scythe. With the scythe, he could eliminate 4 orcs in one sweep, whereas the sword required 4 stabs. But if I can earn the dwarves' favor and secure some rewards, it's definitely worth it. Ryu Min planned to receive rewards from Heimer once the escort mission was complete, but he decided to build up his reputation just in case. Being thorough didn't hurt. As Ryu Min continued to dispatch orcs, a welcome message popped up before him. Your level has increased. Your rank has risen from expert to master. You can now use the dual request feature. Reaching level 60, Ryu Min had ascended to the rank of master. With this achievement, he gained access to the dual request feature, a valuable addition. You can challenge each other to one-on-one battles using this feature, with each person putting up an item as collateral or making some other promise. In simpler terms, it allowed players to wager something valuable and engage in one-on-one duels. This feature was more commonly used in the real world than in other realms. In celebration of your rank increase, the Death Seal skill has been upgraded. Additional damage from the Death Seal skill has increased from 140% to 160%. In celebration of your rank increase, the Death Knight skill has been upgraded. The range of the Death Knight skill has increased from 1000 meters to 1500 meters. In celebration of your rank increase, the Moonlight Island skill has been upgraded. The range damage of the Moonlight skill has increased from 1200% to 1800%. Ryu Min's existing skills were sequentially enhanced to welcome development. However, his attention was immediately drawn to a new skill. You have acquired the exclusive skill Crimson Moon. The next skills will be automatically acquired when you reach level 99. Exclusive skill, Crimson Moon. Effect: reduces the cooldown of Moonlight by 1 second for 10 seconds. Crimson Moon can be used again only after the 24-hour cooldown. Chapter 114. It was a simple buff type skill, but its power was far from simple. It's a skill that reduces the cooldown of the Moonlight Slash, which is normally available only once every 10 minutes, to 1 second. It's only for 10 seconds, but still, Crimson Moon was the skill that enabled the consecutive use of Moonlight Slash. Gathering the energy for Moonlight Slash takes 1 second, plus a 1 second cooldown. So, I can use Moonlight Slash every 2 seconds. A skill that was used once every 10 minutes could now be used 5 times in just 10 seconds. It felt like gaining an additional finishing move. Now, after completing the escort, I'll receive experience points as a reward and something extra from the dwarves. Excluding this, there was nothing more to gain from the Dwarf Merchant Guild. Alright, now that we've dealt with the monsters, let's resume the traitor identification process. Following that, the process of identifying traitors continued, and several were killed. However, among the traitors, there seemed to be assassins who escaped every time using their invisibility skills. Current personnel status: participants 190, traitors 5. There are only 10 minutes left, and there are still 5 traitors. Is there anyone we haven't attacked yet? I guess we've tried stabbing everyone. It's frustrating how we didn't catch them, even when we made everyone attack each other. During the 30 monster waves, they had tried to identify traitors numerous times. But the traitors were never caught. They could easily escape by avoiding the spot or using their invisibility skills. With 200 people, it's not like the group is too small to make finding them easy. Moreover, the constant monster attacks every 10 minutes left no spare time to search for the traitors. Of course, there was the option of conducting a thorough investigation whenever there was a chance. But for that, someone needs to take the lead, and nobody's willing to do that. With the orc attacks keeping them busy, there was neither the time nor the energy to spare. And it wasn't feasible to split the time for the investigation, as it was impossible to remember each person without seeing their nicknames. This dilemma was no small matter for the players. Are you sure we've stabbed everyone? I'm telling you, we've tried more than 10 times. But why are there still 5 traitors? Why are you asking me? Then who should I ask, bastard? This guy suddenly started cursing. What? Are you my mom? You fucking bastard. Perhaps due to exhaustion from fighting orcs, tempers were flaring. Stop it, everyone, stop fighting. Someone stepped in to mediate in the heated atmosphere. Fighting like this isn't going to solve anything. Then do you have a better idea? We should first discuss whether there's anyone we haven't stabbed yet. We've stabbed everyone. What about Black Scythe? Did anyone try stabbing Black Scythe? Black Scythe. Stab Black Scythe. Who would be crazy enough to do that? So, no one tried. I couldn't do it. Hee hee. What if Black Scythe is the traitor? I'd lose my head anyway. That's a point. So, no one. Nobody. The murmuring reached Ryu Min's ears. Everyone's attention was on him. They seemed to be suspecting me. At this point, someone eager to take charge was bound to appear. Right about now, if you're not confident enough to stab him, should I do it? Go ahead and stab me. Ryu Min replied promptly as if taking the bait. If you're confident, then try stabbing me. The player flinched at Ryu Min's daunting aura but then burst out laughing. Hey, seeing you threaten like that, you must be the traitor, huh? Ha ha, when did I ever threaten? Didn't you just glare at me as if you were going to kill me if I stabbed you? Should I smile at someone who suspects me? Anyone would naturally feel bad when being doubted. Ryu Min feigned an annoyed expression and said again. If you want to stab me, go ahead and try. Most people usually back off when actually confronted. Ryu Min, understanding this, deliberately took a strong stance. Sure enough, the guy who had been confidently shouting now began to back away like a scolded puppy. Among them, there was likely no player brave enough to actually stab Black Scythe. But that doesn't mean the suspicions have completely disappeared. Just as Ryu Min predicted, people murmured among themselves. Seeing that reaction, could it really be that Black Scythe is a traitor? Surely not. Has really no one ever tried stabbing him? They spoke as if Ryu Min couldn't hear, but he heard every word. However, it seemed Ryu Min wasn't the only one who heard the murmurs. There's no need to suspect Black Scythe Nim. I've tried stabbing him myself. Someone defended Ryu Min. It was none other than Min Yuri. There's no need to suspect Black Scythe Nim. I've tried stabbing him myself. Someone defended Ryu Min. It was none other than Min Yuri. Her claim made the players, who were benefiting from her buffs, mumble in confusion. Really? Did the buffer try stabbing him? Yes, I really did. I stabbed him, but it just made a ting sound and bounced off. Well, if the buffer says so. It's more effective when someone else defends you than when you deny accusations. Yourself. As if approving this, the crowd nodded in agreement and turned away. Ryu Min, reading their thoughts, couldn't help but be surprised. Those who doubted me just a moment ago completely dismissed their suspicions with just a word from Min Yuri. It seems it felt too much for them to suspect both Black Scythe and the buffer, especially after receiving buffs for free. It's a bit of a blow to my pride, isn't it? To be so easily suspected by others. Is it more effective to draw people in with kindness rather than force, huh? Oblivious to the turmoil she caused in others' hearts, Min Yuri whispered in a quiet voice with a hee-hee smile. Black Scythe Nim. Did I do well? Don't worry. I'll keep your secret of being a traitor. A traitor? Huh, I don't know what you're talking about. You don't need to play dumb with me. Min Yuri walked away with a light hum, smiling. She distanced herself to avoid raising suspicion by being seen talking to Black Scythe. She's really enjoying herself, isn't she? Was she that eager to help me? Min Yuri, who had always received help from Black Scythe, couldn't contain her joy at finally being able to help in return. But not far away, Co Aaron was watching this scene. Regret was evident on her face for not being able to defend Ryu Min. Ryu Min could only facepalm at the situation. Why are there so many around me so eager to help? He didn't really need any help himself. Just then, a shout from the crowd broke the moment. Monsters! Monsters! To appear with just 10 minutes left. Ryu Min knew. This was going to be the last wave. Should I go for a clean sweep this time? Whoosh! A curtain of darkness enveloped everything around. Using the Death Knight skill, which increased his attack speed by 50%, Ryu Min slaughtered the orcs. And for the finale, of course. Sishing. Moonlight slash. Flash. The flash he released swept away 15 orcs in a straight line. Your level has increased. His level had now reached 62. This was a satisfying rate of growth, even before the experience point rewards were factored in. After annihilating the group of orcs. Time to destination. 0 hours 0 minutes and 0 seconds. As the timer hit 0, the Dwarf Merchant Guild stopped the carriage. Warriors from another world, we thank you. This is where your escort ends. We've passed the dangerous areas. Heimer, with his short arms, pointed ahead. Our destination is over there. We'll go on our own from here. You may return now. Thanks to you, we were able to transport our goods safely. Thank you once again. After repeatedly expressing his gratitude, Heimer suddenly stepped down from the carriage and walked somewhere. Following his gaze, there was Ryu Min, transformed into a Lostyak. Heimer was holding Ryu Min's hand, personally expressing his gratitude. Warrior from the other world, no, ahead of the pack. I'm truly grateful for saving our lives. It's nothing. Although he appeared cool on the outside, Ryu Min was secretly anticipating, awaiting the reward he had been hoping for. As expected, Heimer pulled something out from his pocket. It's not comparable to the value of a life, but I would like to repay you. Please accept this. Far from refusing, Ryu Min promptly accepted it. You have received Rune Fragment of Durability, as a reward from dwarf blacksmith Heimer. Worried he might be asked to return it, Ryu Min used it immediately. Using Rune Fragment of Durability. The acquired rune will automatically be engraved on the player's body. Rune of Durability. Effect. The durability of equipped items recovers at a rate of 1 per second. Ryu Min's lips stretched into a wide grin at the awaited reward. Great, now I don't have to ask Russell to fix the durability anymore. Until now, he had been returning to reality to get the beads of eternity repaired, but now that was no longer necessary. Even without a blacksmith, he could now autonomously recover durability. This means I can endlessly increase my stats while wearing the beads of eternity. However, in the real world, there will be a very little use of the bead. Because the stack only increases when monsters are killed. Some might think they can increase the stack by killing mealworms, but mealworms aren't monsters. They're just insects. Only the rune of slaughter, which increases with each target killed, applies to mealworms. But that doesn't mean it's completely useless in reality. I said there would be a very little use of the bead, not that it couldn't be used at all. This implies that monsters can also appear in the real world. Well then, I look forward to meeting you again. After saying this, Heimer led his group away. Once the merchant guild had disappeared out of sight, the same message appeared before. All the players, you have successfully escorted the Dwarf Merchant Guild to their destination. You have completed the Escort the Dwarf Merchant Guild quest. Shortly, everyone will receive experience points as a reward for a successful escort. The amount of experience awarded will be twice the number of monsters you and your party members have killed. Whoa, is this for real? Twice the experience points for all the mobs we've killed. That's a lot, isn't it? Since we're a party, we all get the same amount, right? Although it was regrettable that they couldn't identify all the traitors, the players' spirits were lifted at the thought of receiving double the experience points. Soon after the rewards were distributed, exclamations of amazement were heard from various places. Min Yuri and Seo Aaron were no exception. Wow, that's a substantial amount of experience points. Black Scythe Nim, my level has already hit 38. Really? Congratulations. What level did you reach, Black Scythe Nim? Me. As Ryu Min moved his lips, Min Yuri asked again. Sorry, what did you say? Wondering if she had heard incorrectly. Level 70. It was a level worth being astonished about, after all. Chapter 115. The mission to escort the Dwarf Guild has been completed. Current personnel status. Participants. 190. Traitors. 5. The mission to escort the Dwarf Guild concluded with a relatively low death toll of 40. Among them, 24 were killed not by monsters, but by other humans, as part of the traitor group. I survived. Ryu Min and 4 others managed to survive to the end without being detected. Of course, surviving was just the beginning of their challenges. Since you failed to disrupt the guild's journey, all stats will be reduced by 20% until the end of the round. You will be moved to the traitor group's waiting area shortly. Not being caught during the search was a relief, but the group mission failure was a gloomy affair. Well, for the other traitors, not for Ryu Min. I managed to level up to 70 with the Dwarf Guild. The experience points were surprisingly good. He even thought he might surpass level 80 in this round. Now it's over, Black Scythe Nim. Good work, Black Scythe Nim. Min Yuri and Seo Aaron approached to say goodbye. Their expressions seemed regretful as if they were reluctant to part. Good job. See you in the next round. With those words from Ryu Min, the background changed. When he came to his senses, he was standing in a gray space. Kyahaha, welcome back, traitors. Huh, the angel Ariel frowned delicately. Only 5 of you left. Ha, that's far fewer than I expected. Expectations. Did you expect so many of us to die? Of course. I expected the traitors to be quickly identified and eliminated in the small dwarf guild. Did you really think it would be easy? The traitor who spoke up fell silent as if hit by the painful truth. Kyahaha, then that's really naive. Or are you just stupid? It's obvious that it's harder to hide your identity when there are fewer people. In reality, the Dwarf Guild was the most difficult challenge for the traitor group. The perception of it being easy was merely a standard set for the escort groups. If it's easy for the escort group, then it's hard for the traitor group. The good news is, you still have hope. There are 2 more chances. If they can stop either the Elf Guild or the Human Guild from reaching their destination, the traitor group can survive. That is if they can manage it. Cheer up. The next mission with the Elf Guild won't be as difficult as this one. There are as many as 700 participants. The 4 traitors, excluding Ryu Min, were surprised by the number, more than triple the previous count. Indeed, beautiful elves are more popular than the unattractive dwarves. This time, the 5 of you should work closely together. Of course, you'll have to deal with the stat penalty. Hehehe. The 5 traitors looked at each other. We're only 5 left, let's do well this time. Yeah, we have to stick together if we want to survive. Should we come up with some sort of strategy? Black Scythe Nim. Their eyes turned to Ryu Min, seemingly appointing him as the leader naturally. Do whatever you want. Ryu Min had no intention of mingling with them. Though they share a common goal, a solo player remains solo. He couldn't trust people who weren't his party members. Black Scythe Nim, you don't plan to strategize. That's right, I didn't see you when we were trying to attack the dwarves. One of the traitors stopped speaking mid-sentence, silenced by the lethal look in Ryu Min's eyes. Why should I trust any of you? We're not even in the same party. But we're in the same group. Only in terms of objectives, we're practically individuals. That's why we receive experience points separately. Ryu Min coldly refused and turned away. Better focus on hunting. His declaration of solo play darkened the expressions of the other traitors. It seemed they were not confident in attacking the elves' caravan without Black Scythe. Watching this, Ariel chuckled. Oh dear, it seems there's a lack of consensus within the group. Well, that's none of my concern. I'm just here to move you to the Elf Guild. But Angel, if we go to the Elf Guild, does that mean the players there have been waiting for us for 5 hours? Didn't I mention? While you traitors are on your mission, time is frozen for the other guilds. That includes the people who just finished with the Dwarf Guild. The time only flows in the guild where the traitor group participates, the rest are frozen. Otherwise, the other groups would have to endure boring times while you tackle other guilds. Don't worry about the other humans though. Right now, what matters most is yourselves. Right, kyahahahet. Listening to her annoyingly jovial voice, the traitors waited to be moved. Shall we go to the Elf Guild then? I sincerely hope you succeed this time. Changing locations can help lift one's mood. This was especially true for the traitor group. This is the Elf Guild quest location. Unlike the gloomy rock terrain of the Dwarf Guild, this place was filled with lush trees and fragrances. But the biggest difference was the players. Oh, are we starting the escort here? Choosing the Elf Guild starts us off in a place like an elf village, huh? But why are there so many people? They all chose this one to see the elves, obviously. As the angel mentioned, about 700 people filled the forest. With this many people, it won't be easy to find us like last time. On one hand, the traitors were relieved they wouldn't be easily exposed beforehand. But, traitor group failure penalty. All stats reduced by 20%. On one hand, the traitors were relieved they wouldn't be easily exposed beforehand. But, traitor group failure penalty. All stats reduced by 20%. The message that appeared to one side only served to deepen their despair. Ryu Min, however, paid no mind to such messages. This will start the same way. Shocked by the nicknames, shocked by the number of traitors. As Ryu Min predicted, the players were first surprised by the absence of their nicknames. Then by the message that appeared. Escort the Elf Guild. Safely escort the Elf Guild to its destination. If successful, all participants will receive experience points. The person who contributes most to defeating the traitors will receive a sub-quest reward. If all traitors are eliminated, additional rewards will be given. Current personnel status. Participants. 740. Traitors. 5. Look at this. There are 5 traitors among us. How do we find them? What if we start by attacking each other? The players, perplexed, decided to start by probing each other with attacks. However, they soon realized it was impossible to check over 700 people one by one and gave up. We need to catch those traitor bastards. How do we find those 5? It feels as uncomfortable as having a bug in your mouth, really. While the players sighed in frustration, the traitor group breathed a sigh of relief. Then, without fail, the carriage procession appeared. It was a long line that seemed endless. Oh, elves, elves. Really. They look exactly like the elves from the game. Seriously, it's like a copy of my female elf character. The elves, with their pointed ears, were distinguished by their fair skin and beautiful features. Regardless of gender, this was a stark contrast to the dwarves, who all resembled uncles or grandfathers. Moreover, the magic floating, wheel-less carriages were eye-catching. The noble air of the elves was secondary. Greetings, warriors from the other world. As promised, you were waiting here. A tall, handsome elf stepped forward and bowed gracefully. My name is Ugrito, and I operate the magic caravan under Elsorium. It's reassuring to have the warriors of the temple come to meet us. His smile was enough to sway the hearts of the female players. To the men, it was nothing short of nauseating. As expected, they call us warriors from the other world. It was common for the natives to address the players this way. For Ryu Min, this was nothing new, but for players encountering the natives for the first time, even understanding the language was fascinating. Wow, elves really exist. Or are they created beings? Just ask, are you really an elf? What do you mean? Ugrito tilted his head, puzzled. Ryu Min thought it was a foolish question to ask if elves truly existed. It was like asking a human if they were really human. The important thing isn't whether elves exist. It's how much we can benefit from them. Like how he gained the rune of durability by increasing his reputation with the dwarf race. There were benefits to be gained from the elves. The elixir that elves only offer to truly important guests. That's what I need to get from this escort mission. So, how could he be treated as such an esteemed guest? The answer was simple. Just like with the dwarves, saving their lives should do the trick. But for that, the traitors needed to make a move, and they didn't seem to have the guts. Even if they attack, the elf knights disguised as merchants and the earth and wind spirits surrounding the carriages will protect them, rendering it futile. So, he had to wait for a monster attack and save them from a crisis. But saving the elf merchants wouldn't yield much more than gratitude. As I said, they're knights of Elsorium disguised as merchants. The reason why knights would disguise themselves as merchants was clear without reading. Thoughts. They have something precious to protect. If he could barely save that precious thing, surely, the elves would treat Ryu Min as a distinguished guest, even as a lifelong benefactor. That precious thing is, Ryu Min's gaze swept over the line of carriages. Among the 30 carriages, only the 15th in the middle had a distinctly different design and pattern. There it is. There, the elf princess is hiding. The elf princess, Euphanelsia. If he could protect her from a monster attack, Ryu Min would be able to obtain what he desired from the elves. Suddenly, someone who recognized Ryu Min approached him. Oh, Black Scythe Nim. It was none other than Heo Taesuk. Old man no gay. You were here. Black Scythe Nim, how are you? Obviously, I chose the elf guild, so I'm here. After speaking, he read Heo Taesuk's thoughts and realized the question had a different implication. He's wondering how I chose the same location as him. It was a ridiculous misunderstanding, but there was no need to correct him. Heo Taesuk himself shook his head, correcting his own thoughts. Black Scythe Nim wouldn't have known I chose the elf guild. Then is this a fateful encounter? A destiny to party with Black Scythe Nim again? Heo Taesuk was trying to find any way to connect himself with Black Scythe. Why are you looking at me like that? Oh, nothing. Hee. Heo Taesuk, who had been intently staring at Ryu Min, suddenly turned away shyly. Knowing his intentions makes his gaze all the more burdensome. Ryu Min inwardly clicked his tongue, but there was another person who made him feel uncomfortable. Black Scythe. You are. An unexpected figure approached Ryu Min. Chapter 116. Eam Jun Sok. Ryu Min remembered his nickname. He was the one who had caught the boss's attention during the High Orc battle. Not intentionally, but because he had been frozen in fear. You remember my nickname. I just saw it briefly, but it seems I'm right. After all, he played a significant role in achieving a 1-second record in the time attack. But why is this guy approaching me? He had never spoken a word to Ryu Min before, yet here he was, approaching nervously. Oh, Black Scythe Nim remembers me, I did good speaking to him. Ryu Min read his thoughts and saw no ulterior motive. It seemed like a simple greeting. Even knowing this, Ryu Min bluntly asked, "What do you want from me?" "Ah, well, you saved me back then, and I've been feeling guilty for not thanking you." Eam Jun Sok bowed solemnly and seriously. "Thank you for saving my life. I should be thanking you for drawing the High Orcs aggro." Ryu Min swallowed these words and simply nodded. "All right, you can go now." Although it was a dismissal, Eam Jun Sok didn't move, looking disappointed. "Ah, wait, don't tell me." Ryu Min glanced back and forth between Heo Taesuk and Jun Sok. Their gazes seemed similarly devoted. "It feels like I've gained another follower." Ignoring Ryu Min's offer to leave, Eam Jun Sok continued, "It's an honor to party with Black Scythe. I'm looking forward to working together." "Hold on, you're Eam Jun Sok, right? What do you mean Black Scythe Nim saved you?" "Oh, that was when." Interrupted by Heo Taesuk, Eam Jun Sok detailed the perilous situation he had faced. "Ah, that time when Black Scythe Nim appeared. Yes, it was truly fortunate. But you are. Sorry for the late introduction. I'm Old Man No Gay. Are you interested in religion?" "Religion. I'm recruiting people for a new cause." The two continued their conversation, leaving Ryu Min aside. He's trying to recruit followers even now. Heo Taesuk, usually awkward, was eloquent in front of Eam Jun Sok, especially when it came to Black Scythe. "Let them be. More followers for me isn't bad." Although their whispering felt a bit like being a third wheel, it didn't matter to Ryu Min as long as they didn't bother him. Then, Elf Ugrito used the wind spirit to announce to everyone, "We will start moving now. Please take care of us, warriors from the other world." With that as the signal, the caravan started moving. Clip-clop, clip-clop. The white horse pulled the wheel-less carriage. Following the procession of 30 carriages, about 700 players also moved, naturally dividing to escort the carriages on both sides, vigilant for any monster attacks. Despite their appearance, these players had survived up to the 7th round. The forest was beautiful, but they weren't lost in appreciation, aware that anything could emerge in this otherworldly realm. However, Ryu Min was distinctly relaxed, as if on a neighborhood stroll, already knowing when and what monsters would appear. Harpy, lizardman, werewolf. These three types will attack alternately, every 10 minutes. Like the Dwarf Guild, there would be 30 attacks, but with half the number of monsters. Stronger than orcs, we should kill at least 10 per player. It won't be easy for the others. Despite the medium difficulty, only Ryu Min knew the tough journey ahead. "It's a monster. Everyone be careful." Squee, squawk. Harpy attacks began, catching the players off guard facing flying monsters for the first time. But soon, seeing Ryu Min effortlessly slaying harpies, they realized they could attack when the monsters descended. Since they use their beaks and claws to attack, you just need to slice them when they get close. Inspired by Ryu Min's prowess with his death scythe, players wielded their weapons and skills to protect the elves. Heo Taesuk and Eam Jun Sok didn't idle either. Chains and black arrows restrained and pierced the harpies, while Eam Jun Sok's sword cleanly sliced through them. "Thank you, Jun Sok. Be careful, no gay. By the way, have you considered my proposal? Let's finish this and talk." The harpy hunt ended smoothly. Though swift, they were manageable compared to orcs and even gave more experience points. Players sighed in relief after the unexpected flying monster attack. Phew, flying monsters, what a surprise. But they weren't that tough, right? Experience points are so little though. With 740 of us, what can you expect? Discussions continued, including admiration for Black Scythe's role. Did you see Black Scythe in action? He split them right in two. It's the first time I felt sorry for the monsters. Amidst the chatter, Ryu Min knew, this ease will soon turn to size. If they could wish, they would long for a rest, but a grueling journey awaited them. Soon they'll realize. About 3 minutes into the walk, lizardmen ambushed like thieves. After battling them, and before they could rest, werewolves attacked. Huff, puff. After defeating them, harpies and then lizardmen struck again. Isn't this insane? So many monsters are attacking us. Must be like game respawns. Hunting was fine, but they needed breaks. Every 10 minutes, a new wave of monsters appeared, leaving no time to rest between battles and marches. Players only realized the relentless nature of the mission after 5 waves. Pant, are you alright, Black Scythe Nim? As you see, Ryu Min, unlike his exhausted followers, was energetically distributing stat points, not from leveling up, but from the beads of eternity. 1 stat point per 100 monsters. Is there a better item than this? Considering the slow leveling at higher ranks, it was a treasure. His stats from the beads were even surpassing his level-up stats. In any case, Ryu Min was pleased. With so many monsters and the ability to recover durability, I'll be busy allocating stats. Ryu Min was evenly distributing the 4 types of stats, considering the rune of balance. Even without the rune, balanced stats is the key. Through trial and error in his regresses, he found out that balanced stats were strongest. Just as Ryu Min finished allocating stats, Yugrito urged, "We have a long way to go, warriors. From the other world, the monsters seem cleared, let's move." Damn, no rest. Monsters will probably appear again soon. Players grudgingly stood up and resumed escorting the guild. Failing to protect the elf guild meant player extinction. Despite their reluctance, they had no choice but to move. It wasn't just the escort group moving. The traitor group is starting to make their move too. Realizing they could be eliminated first, 4 traitors plotted to strike the elf guild amidst the monster chaos. It won't be easy. These aren't ordinary elf merchants. The merchants driving the carriages were knights guarding the princess. Moreover, the carriage carrying the princess was protected by 2 spells. One spell creates wind blades if the handle is touched, and the other throws intruders into the air. But what if they successfully capture the princess? That's game over. Threatening to kill her would be enough to make the elf knights comply. Capturing the princess would surely swing the victory to the traitors. Just threaten to kill her and you will stop the guild. Targeting the princess was the most efficient way. The traitors won't know she's inside, though. They suspected that the decorated carriage contained valuables. Well, the princess is valuable, so they're on the right track. As long as you reach Seoul, the path doesn't matter. The traitors agreed to target the princess's carriage. And isn't the next monster to appear the werewolf? Timing their attacks with the monster's appearance could create the desired situation. They might not succeed, but I should be prepared. Ryu Min subtly moved to a spot out of sight. Then, shouts erupted. Monsters. Werewolves. As the werewolves appeared, Ryu Min activated his skill. Night Death. Darkness swiftly enveloped the forest. Players initially flustered, calmly faced the monsters, knowing it was Black Scythe's skill. Looks like Black Scythe used his skill, but it doesn't matter. I can see still fight, even in the dark. But they overlooked one thing. Werewolves become 30% stronger at night. Awoo. Their eyes turned red, and their claws grew bigger. As they moved more agilely, the players panicked. For the traitors, though, it was an opportunity. Black Scythe used his skill first to operate in the dark. You're the best, Black Scythe. They rushed to the decorated carriage, suspecting valuables inside. It must contain something to threaten the elves. Approaching the carriage, they went unnoticed in the darkness. But that was short-lived when one of them touched the carriage handle. Whish, swoosh, his hand was sliced off by the wind blade. His scream alerted the elves, and Yugrito, the elf knight captain, rushed to the princess's carriage. What's happening? A warrior dared to attack the carriage. Another traitor tried to open the carriage, triggering a reverse gravity spell that threw him into the air. He plummeted to a gruesome death. Yet, 2 traitors remained. Opening the carriage, they found the princess, Euphanelsia, with rabbit-like eyes. We thought it was valuables, but something better. With the princess captured, the game seemed over. The princess is in danger. Hearing the commotion, Yugrito drew his sword and ran over. What are you doing? Protect the princess. He stopped mid-sentence, seeing the 2 traitors already lying on the ground. What happened? The darkness had lifted, and sunlight bathed the carriage. A man was kicking the traitors with his foot as if to check if they were unconscious. It was none other than Black Scythe. Chapter 117. Ryu Min did not change his appearance. He knocked out the traitors in the form of Black Scythe as is. These guys are as good as dead anyway. I don't even need to kill them. The elves are more cold-hearted than one might think. Especially towards assassins targeting their princess, they show no mercy. This was why Ryu Min didn't hide his identity. After all, the only traitor who would survive would be himself. Tap, tap, he kicked the fainted ones to check on them. One had his wrist cut off, and the other two were unharmed. They're definitely out cold. After all, he had hit the back of their necks with a strength of 464. They wouldn't suddenly wake up and reveal Ryu Min's identity. Clump, clump. As Yugrito approached, Ryu Min raised his head. He didn't ask who Ryu Min was. It was necessary to calmly assess the situation first. Yugrito's gaze shifted to the new knight nearby. Jareth. Yes. Did you see what happened? Yes. 4 warriors from the other world suddenly attacked the carriage with the goods. One of them died by the wind spell, and as you can see, the 3 were knocked out by this person here. Is the princess safe? No, the goods are safe. No need to hide it. It seems like this information has already been revealed. Oh, yes, sir. The princess is safe. She's currently taking a rest inside the carriage, quite shocked. So what you are saying is, this otherworldly warrior here saved the princess? Yes. If this person hadn't stepped in, the princess would have faced a grave danger. Hearing that, Yugrito bowed his head to Ryu Min without hesitation. Since the knight wouldn't lie, it was proven that the person before him was the savior. I am grateful to you for saving our princess. If it's not too rude, may I know the name of our savior? Ryu Min thought about using a title but then decided against it. There were no other traders standing. Thus, unlike before with the dwarf merchants, there was no need to hide his name. I am Black Scythe. Black Scythe. Despite the informal tone, Yugrito didn't mind. Rather, he repeated the name as if to remember it and bowed again. Thank you once again, Black Scythe. Sorry, but could you explain the situation? I can't understand why these otherworldly warriors targeted the princess. Ryu Min nodded and explained briefly. The werewolf attack was coming to an end, and the current situation was more important. It was an opportunity to build relations with the elf tribe. Listening quietly, Yugrito's eyes widened. Traitors. Are there traitors even among the warriors of the other world? That's right. Don't tell me they joined hands with the Archduke of Demons, Flunictos. What demons? They joined hands with an angel. Ryu Min glossed over it. I'm not sure about that, but I think it's more complicated. Then, do you wish us to capture these men for you? No, they're nothing to do with me. Then may we deal with these men according to our law. Suit yourself. Yugrito looked down at the traitors and drew his sword. Swoosh swoosh swoosh. He beheaded them in 3 strokes, separating their heads from their bodies. Ryu Min was surprised, and Yugrito, without being asked, explained. The penalty for targeting the princess is immediate execution. They could have interrogated them, but he mercilessly killed them instead. According to the elf law, a word from an assassin's mouth is not trustworthy. Elf law was indeed terrifying. Ryu Min already knew this, though. Thank you so much for saving the princess, Black Scythe. Thanks again. Just give me the reward already. He was grateful, but if he was that grateful, he should show some sincerity, right? He was worried about not receiving a reward, but that worry was unnecessary. Saving the princess was like a lifelong debt of gratitude for the elves. Kaya. Then, the last remaining werewolf died, concluding the situation. Phew. All dead. Look over there. Black Scythe is talking to an elf. Players who had blocked the attack were now paying attention to Ryu Min talking to the elf. Yeah, but aren't those corpses over their players? What happened? Did the elf kill them? Yes, I saw it. That elf suddenly cut their heads like this with a sword. Watching this, Yugrito sighed softly. If we stay silent, misunderstandings will only grow. Given the situation, may I explain? As you wish. As soon as Ryu Min gave permission, Yugrito stepped forward. Warriors of the other world. Many of you must be curious about what happened. His voice reached the players' ears through the wind spirit. Let me introduce myself properly. I am Yugrito, the captain of the Knights of Elsorium. The People here are not merchants but knights of Elsorium. As he clarified they were not merchants, the players started murmuring. We were not transporting goods. The merchant's identity was merely a smokescreen to escort the princess. I apologize for deceiving you, even for a moment. I can't explain in detail, but please understand now that I am telling the truth. The elves didn't want to damage their relations with the warriors. That's why the captain himself came to clear up any misunderstandings. Whether this is a setting made in this world or reality, I can't say. Ugrito continued to speak. Regrettably, a group targeting our princess took advantage of the monster attack. These dead humans were those assassins. According to Black Scythe here, they were traitors. Traitors. Oh, the number of traitors really decreased. Looking at the personnel status, the number of traitors had decreased to 1. They would never think that the only remaining traitor would be Ryu Min. I won't ask why there are traitors among you. Judging from your reactions, it seems you are also confused. Anyway, if not for Black Scythe, our princess might not have been safe. I use this opportunity to thank Black Scythe once again. No, stop thanking me. I won't ask why there are traitors among you. Judging from your reactions, it seems you are also confused. Anyway, if not for Black Scythe, our princess might not have been safe. I use this opportunity to thank Black Scythe once again. No, stop thanking me. As Ryu Min was being thanked again, Ugrito finally said what Ryu Min wanted to hear. Black Scythe, I have a gift I want to give you. Ugrito pulled something out of his pocket. Ryu Min eagerly took it, and a smile finally appeared on his face. You have received Elixir of Ultra Regeneration, as a reward from Ugrito, captain of the Elsorium Knights. Ryu Min received the Elixir of Ultra Regeneration, as a reward from Ugrito, the captain of the Elsorium Knights. Elixir of Ultra Regeneration. Category: Consumable. Grade: Legendary. Effect: Physical regeneration for 10 seconds. Usage restriction: Master level and above. Description: For 10 seconds, even if your body is torn apart, it will rapidly regenerate. However, the pain-induced mental breakdown is not covered. Finally, I've obtained it. The Elixir of Ultra Regeneration. As the description implies, this elixir makes one virtually invincible for 10 seconds. If used at the right moment, even if I die dozens of times, I can come back to life. It was as if he had gained extra lives. It was an item that needed to be used in the 15th round, so he carefully stored it in his inventory. How generous to give such a precious item. Thank you. Is there anything more precious than the life of a princess? To us elves, it's as if we owe Black Scythe a debt we can never repay. Black Scythe's reputation with the elves has risen from neutral to friendly. Ryu Min grinned as he saw the reputation change notification. Anyway, thank you. It's us who should be thanking you. Just then, the knight waiting in front of the carriage approached Ugrito. Jareth, how is the princess? She was startled, but she's much better now. However, she wants to personally thank her savior, the princess. Understood. Black Scythe, this way please. As Ryu Min and Ugrito approached the carriage, Euphanelsia, as if waiting, stepped down from it. The moment she descended, a fervent reaction burst from those around. Wow, incredible. Such beauty that would put even angels to shame. Hello, warrior from the other world. I am Euphanelsia of Elsorium. Call me Black Scythe. Ryu Min spoke informally to the princess. Yet, neither the princess nor the other elves seemed to mind. With my reputation already favorable, nothing I do should be a problem. As long as he doesn't betray them, he will be treated well by the elves for life. I heard you saved me. I don't know how I could ever repay this debt. No need to repay. I only did what was right. Elves appreciate those who respect the law and have a great sense of duty. Ryu Min intentionally used such words to build favor. A strict impression in accordance with elves' rules will be helpful in many ways. Sure enough, the way Ugrito and the other knights looked at Ryu Min subtly changed. Humans are humans, even if they are lifelong benefactors. But his current statement slightly blurred the line they had drawn between them. It's all about gradually increasing favorability. Especially gaining the princess's favor will be excellent. He was well aware of what the elf princess liked, so it wouldn't be too hard. Please stay inside. I will guard outside the carriage. Even if it costs me my life. Ah, thank you. Euphanelsia, far from feeling burdened by the statement of sacrificing his life, blushed and hurried back into the carriage with a faint smile on her lips. Yugrito approached Ryu Min with a surprised look. I've never seen the princess smile like that before. Really, it seems she feels reassured by Black Scythe's protection. Then, that's good. Ryu Min reassured Yugrito as well. The princess is under my protection, just focus on getting us to our destination. We are grateful for that. Yugrito smiled and reassuredly headed back to his formation, and the journey continued. Kyokt, Arg. The monsters continued to attack elves and humans, and Ryu Min accumulated experience points with his scythe each time. During the 30 waves, the monsters never once approached the princess, guarded by the immense wall that was Black Scythe. Truly a reliable sight, Yugrito approached to express his respect. I knew Black Scythe was no ordinary person, but I never imagined you'd be this powerful. Is that so? Thanks to you, we could safely escort the princess. Thank you. Yugrito looked regretful as he thanked him. It was time to part ways with their benefactor. Euphanelsia seemed to know this too, as she peeked out of the carriage. Black Scythe, what? Is there something you want to say? Well, no. She withdrew her head as if having second thoughts, then peeked out again. Will there be a day we meet again? Ryu Min spoke indifferently. Yes. Until then, don't forget about me. Euphanelsia, momentarily dazed, didn't respond and withdrew back into the carriage. She's shy. The elf princess unexpectedly liked cheesy lines. Soon it was time to arrival at destination. 0 hours 0 minutes and 0 seconds. As the timer reached 0, Yugrito sharply bid farewell. Warriors of the other world, thank you for your efforts. We won't forget the favor of escorting us safely to our destination. We hope to meet again with smiles. Clip clop, clip clop. The carriage caravan moved forward, and Yugrito gave a final eye greeting to Ryu Min. Euphanelsia, looking out of the carriage window, watched Ryu Min's departing figure with a shy, reddish face. You have safely escorted the Elf Guild to its destination. You have completed the Guard the Elf Guild quest. Shortly, experience points will be awarded as a success reward for the escort. The amount of experience given is twice the number of monsters hunted by you and your party. The experience reward came in as it concluded. I've leveled up to 78. A satisfying level indeed. Above all, he had built a reputation with the elves and obtained the desired elixir. As the time for parting approached, Heo Taesuk wore a regretful expression. Black Scythe Nim, it's a shame we have to part now. What's there to regret? We'll see each other again. Oh, that statement seemed to deeply move Heo Taesuk. His expression turned blank again, as if smitten. Will I also be able to see you again, Black Scythe Nim? Eam Jun Sok, standing beside him, asked timidly, and Ryu Min nodded. That alone made him smile happily. That made him feel like a full-fledged follower, not just a candidate. Shall I go to the human guild now? Ryu Min disappeared. The last guild remained, not one to protect, but one to destroy. Chapter 118. When Ryu Min arrived at the waiting area alone, the angel Ariel was startled. You survived alone. Yes, she hadn't expected the traitor group to be already dead. To die without even reaching the human guild. Such useless creatures. I thought they'd at least survive a bit longer to entertain the higher-ups. Ariel, hiding her true thoughts, shook her head in dismay. Well, what can you do? You'll have to complete the mission alone. Black Scythe, you do know this is your last chance, right? I'm aware. If you fail to complete the traitor quest in the human guild, it's instant annihilation. We don't show mercy just because you're ranked number 1. I know. I'm fully aware that everything is systematically controlled. For your information, there are 1,201 people in the human guild. In other words, it's a battle between your survival or the survival of 1,201 people. He knew that even without saying, as much as the quest is at odds, one of the groups is bound to be annihilated. If you win, 1,201 people will be annihilated, but well, what can you do? You must survive, even if it means abandoning the majority, right? It would be interesting to see the top ranker annihilated, but I hope you survive. It seems more amusing to see that many get obliterated, kahahe. With those words from the angel, Ryu Min's surroundings changed. Far away, mountains can be seen. Lush trees are also visible. A neatly maintained road for carriages is also in view. But more than those, what caught Ryu Min's attention was the players. Over 1,000 players were buzzing with activity. The human guild is indeed the most popular. The reason for the crowd was no other than the fact that it's easier to deal with humans than other races from different worlds. Familiarity feels more comfortable and easier than novelty. But the human traders are the toughest. The players will suffer from the appearance of strong monsters like trolls, gargoyles, skeletons, and minotaurs. The ratio might be 1 per person, but it won't be easy. They are not at the right level to handle these kinds of monsters alone yet. If they were over level 50, maybe, but for players in their early to mid-30s, these monsters are a challenging level, but with their high numbers, they'll somehow manage it. Especially with the Archbishop. Here, if the Elf Guild had a princess, the Human Guild had an Archbishop. Although he lacks combat ability, the Archbishop will protect the merchants and the players. The Archbishop's wide-ranging buff will increase the players' combat and survival abilities. Unlike other guilds, it's a relief to be able to proceed with the help of a non-player character. It means that this guild is the most difficult, but it's comforting to have such help. Of course, to Ryu Min, all of this was irrelevant. Even though his stats were reduced by 20% twice, allowing him only to exert 64% of his original power, he was confident. Even with reduced power, the monsters here are still easy pickings for me. If they barely qualified as a post-meal workout before, now they would barely make him sweat, even at 64% of his strength. Without the stat debuff, it would have been even easier. While thinking this, Ryu Min turned his head. There was a sound of someone approaching. "Excuse me, are you Black Scythe?" As Ryu Min looked over, the other party covered their mouth in surprise. "Oh my, it's true. You're Black Scythe." Black Scythe. Black Scythe came to the Human Guild. The murmuring grew louder, and soon people began to gather. It felt like being a monkey in a zoo with everyone peeking curiously. Ryu Min made a visibly displeased expression. "Black Scythe Nim, could I have your autograph?" "Me too, please. I'm a real fan of Black Scythe Nim. Can I shake your hand just once?" There's always someone who doesn't read the room. Ryu Min had no choice but to draw his scythe. "Don't come any closer. You'll die." His threatening glare made the approaching players flinch. "Get lost." At his word, the players began to disperse, one by one. It was understood that there was nothing to gain from aggravating the Black Scythe. Black Scythe Nim. Despite being told to get lost, someone still approached him, prompting Ryu Min to turn around irritably. But it was a familiar face. And Sang Chul. "Ah, so it is you, Black Scythe Nim. I didn't expect us to choose the same guild. It's nice to meet you." "Sure." And Sang Chul was smiling, but Ryu Min didn't respond warmly. He remembered how Sang Chul had stabbed him in the back during the 7th round. Even if it was just an illusion. Ryu Min knowingly asked, "Why are you alone?" Co Erin went to the Dwarf Guild. She said it seemed easier. It wasn't just that it seemed easier, and Sang Chul knew it was easier but kept quiet. He still couldn't reveal anything about the prophecy. He blurted it out without hesitation in the illusion. "Is that just an illusion after all?" Ryu Min felt a bit relieved. Unless Sang Chul had gone mad, he wouldn't betray him. Ryu Min needed him for the prophecy until the last round. If he betrays me, it must be the work of Ma Gyung Rock. This guy is not the type to act on his own. Yet, it was strange that he chose the Human Guild, knowing it was the most difficult. He dug into Sang Chul's true intentions to find out why. Ah, so that's why. He wants to become stronger. But the purpose of gaining strength wasn't for himself. He's trying to get stronger because he's worried I might become an enemy to Ma Gyung Rock. There can't be two kings under the heavens. And Sang Chul, wanting to crown Ma Gyung Rock as king, considered the possibility that Black Scythe might become an obstacle in the future. He wanted to become stronger to protect his lord's side in preparation for that time. I didn't expect him to be on guard against me. The thought of catching up to him was laughable, but he decided to watch. To see how much Sang Chul could grow. Then, another person Ryu Min was acquainted with approached. Oh, Black Scythe Nim. It was the mercenary king, Zhou Yongho. You're in the human guild as well. Yes, it seemed like a lot of people would gather here. Zhou Yongho was surrounded by more people than before. About 20 in total. Last time, there were 5. He increased the number of his mercenaries. Mercenaries receive bonus stats for contracting with the mercenary king. There was no reason for them not to follow Zhou Yongho. Do you remember what I said before? If you need help, I'll offer it. I remember. Do you need anything now? Not now. Let's postpone it. Haha. Understood. Zhou Yongho's laughter contained not a trace of wariness. Here's where Sang Chul and Zhou Yongho differ in character. One internally guards against Black Scythe, while the other fully recognizes him as an ally. Despite both having received his help, their thoughts were so different. Then, I have things to do, so I'll be going. It was nice to see you. Sure. Zhou Yongho blended into the crowd with his group. Seeing him talk to this and that person, he seemed to be looking for players with the mercenary job. With so many people in the human guild, he'll quickly expand his forces. Then, as if on cue, a message appeared before everyone. Protect the human guild. Safely escort the human merchants to their destination. Upon successful escort, all participants will receive experience rewards. The person who contributes most to defeating the traitor will receive a sub-quest reward. If the traitor group is completely eliminated, all participants will receive an additional reward. Current participant status. Participants. 1202. Traitors. 1. Hearing the player count, players began to grumble. Only one traitor. I thought there were several. How are we supposed to find one among 1202? The mission felt like finding a needle in a haystack, and players lost their motivation. Still, we better start looking by attacking each other, right? Let's do that. As usual, the players started attacking each other to weed out the traitor. However, none dared to approach the Black Scythe, except for Sang Chul, who had some connection. Black Scythe Nim. My apologies in advance. Are you going to stab me? If you're not the traitor, you won't get hurt, right? Unless. Sang Chul was quick to notice. Ryu Min had intentionally made it obvious. Seems like we'll have to forget about the sub-quest. Given the difficulty of this guild, that'll be the better choice. Realizing he was dealing with Black Scythe, Sang Chul quickly gave up. He's not betraying like in the illusion. Sang Chul, not being foolish, couldn't publicly claim that Black Scythe was the traitor. With the gratitude he owed, he couldn't do it. Also making the top ranker an enemy would do him no good. I'll keep your secret. Rest assured, I don't know what you're talking about. Ryu Min played dumb, but Sang Chul just smiled, indicating he knew everything. Then, the carriage carrying the archbishop began to approach. Is that the carriage we need to escort? Wow, look at that carriage. There must be someone important inside. The carriage was too luxurious for a regular convoy, especially the one presumed to carry the archbishop, standing out significantly. Does the archbishop's carriage always have to stand out like this? Monsters wouldn't specifically target a carriage based on its design, but such conspicuousness made it an easy target. Good for the traitor group, which is me. The convoy stopped, and a man who seemed to be in charge of the human guild cleared his throat and approached. Hello, warriors of the otherworld. I am Carlos, the captain of the Hormuz Merchant Alliance's escort, he greeted formally, looking strong as befits the captain of the escort. We are transporting goods at the request of the Holy Empire and are also in charge of escorting Archbishop Laver. However, the journey from the Laftaran Mountains to the Kingdom of Bram is perilous, so we had no choice but to seek help from the temple. The captain explained at length, but the players were not interested. The Archbishop, so someone high-ranking was inside. Is it that carriage? They only needed to know who to escort and protect. Before we depart, the Archbishop has a few words. The most lavish and luxurious carriage door opened. A white-haired old man with a solemn expression spoke. Warriors of the otherworld, thank you for undertaking this escort. The journey to our Destination may be perilous, but do not worry. I wish light upon your path and will bestow a blessing upon you. No player asked what the blessing was. A message soon appeared. Archbishop Laver grants the blessing Holy Shield. A shield that blocks one basic attack from an enemy is created. Archbishop Laver grants the blessing Divine Touch. All stats increase by 5. With the buffs applied, the players' faces lit up. Wow, even NPCs give buffs. Did you get the buff too? I got it. Me too. Did everyone here get it? That Archbishop guy, quite useful, huh? The players were ecstatic at receiving buffs for the first time, but it wasn't necessarily a good thing. The presence of the Archbishop's buffs meant that challenging monsters were expected to appear. Trolls, gargoyles, those aren't the real danger. The real danger is the boss level monsters. Exactly at wave 25, a boss monster will appear. By then, the players would be exhausted, making it difficult to defeat the boss. What if I step in with overwhelming power at that time? He would catch the Archbishop's eye, and given his emphasis on ability, he could gain favor. And favor leads to items. Specifically, the opportunity to obtain the Rune of the Future. After obtaining that, I'll have to kill the Archbishop and the other merchants. Killing the non-players to prevent the traders from reaching their destination is necessary. That way, Ryu Min being considered a member of the trader group can survive. Conversely, the escort group of 1201 would fail their quest. But they won't be annihilated. There's a way for neither the 1201 nor Ryu Min to be annihilated. Chapter 119. The regular group's quest was to escort the guild to their destination. The trader group's quest was to hinder the guild from reaching their destination. Since the two quests were completely opposite, only one group could survive. It's a scenario where 1201 people die, or I die. That's what one would normally think. However, Ryu Min knew a way for both groups to survive. A method where everyone succeeds in their quests without anyone being annihilated. It's not a difficult one too. It's simple if you exploit a loophole in the system. That's why Ryu Min wasn't particularly worried. He had already succeeded using the same method several times before. I can't just live while letting 1201 people die. Among those 1201, there was Zhou Yongho above all. And Sang Chul could die for all he cared, but Zhou Yongho had to survive as the future mercenary king. Such a talent would be a waste to kill. So, he planned to use the method where everyone survives. I don't have to worry about the annihilation part. The problem is whether I will be able to obtain the Rune of the Future. If everything goes according to plan, obtaining the rune is inevitable. But there's always a variable. Because there's a chance that the Archbishop won't acknowledge me. If he can't create an overwhelmingly impressive situation that makes the Archbishop's eyes pop out, he won't be able to gain his favor. Without his favor, a private audience becomes impossible, and then the reward would slip away. Guess I'll have to wait until the boss appears. Soon after, the convoy moved, and the official escort quest began. 1202 players walked, guarding the carriage. Ryu Min positioned himself next to the carriage the Archbishop was in. It's better to stand out now if possible. Wouldn't fighting next to the Archbishop make him more recognizable? While walking with that thought, monsters appeared. Numerous gargoyles filled the sky. Ah, flying monsters. Damn it, how do we catch those? Kill them when they come down. Die, you damned birds. Though they looked more like demons than birds, the players couldn't regain their composure. The hit-and-run attacks of the gargoyles were enough to make their heads spin. These bastards are tougher than I thought. They don't die with one hit. Since they can't be killed with one hit, they often flee quickly after being attacked. We can't chase after them since they have wings. This is driving me crazy. The battle dragged on longer than expected on one side. Swoosh. With one strike, a gargoyle's head was cut off, and another was split in half by a subsequent attack. Death Knight. Ryu Min, who darkened the space, moved faster, dropping gargoyle heads here and there. If he spotted one trying to escape, he didn't hesitate to use a skill. Moonlight Slash. With a flashing light, 3 gargoyles were sliced to pieces. The overwhelming display belied any notion of a stat debuff. It was a one-man show by Black Scythe, leaving the players astounded. Wow, look at Black Scythe. Crazy, so damn strong. Is it always a one-hit kill whenever he moves that scythe? Even amidst this, some were losing their minds watching. Not only the players but the Archbishop was also watching Ryu Min's performance. Glancing over, the Archbishop was seen looking out the carriage window at him. Although he couldn't read the thoughts, the fact that he couldn't take his eyes off indicated interest. I must have made a strong first impression. After slaughtering all the gargoyles, a short break followed, and then the second wave started. What are these things? They look like trolls from a fantasy world. Right, those are trolls. Ryu Min agreed, wielding his scythe. Trolls, standing at 2.5 meters tall, were not particularly large for monsters but were known for their rapid regeneration. However, they can only regenerate when it's a light wound. Of course, for other players, the trolls' skin was too thick to be cut in one hit. But to Ryu Min, they're not much different from a soft tofu. Swoosh swoosh. As Ryu Min chopped up even the trolls, the players were utterly dumbfounded. Crazy. Just crazy. How can his damage be so high? No wonder he's ranked number 1. After managing to kill the trolls and walking a few steps, minotaurs appeared next. Minotaurs? Really? Is this for real? How are we supposed to kill these monsters? There's no break at all. Having experienced how strong the minotaurs were in the 6th round, the players were scared even before the fight started. Shaking his head at their behavior, Ryu Min thought, there's no need to be scared. Shouldn't they rather be glad? At least it's a monster they've faced before. Moreover, the difference in levels between then and now is more than 10. It would be tough, but if a few of them worked together, they could manage it. It didn't take long for the players to realize this fact. Nice. Got it. It's easier than before. This is doable, right? With regained confidence, Ryu Min also sliced through the monsters. Roar. Despite killing dozens, no items dropped. In the 6th round, being a boss meant a high drop rate, but here, they were just regular mobs. After a grueling hunt, 4 hours passed, and the 25th wave approached. It's finally time for it to appear. Ryu Min was mentally prepared when the awaited boss monster appeared. Thump thump thump. What's that? What's this sound? The ground is shaking. The reason for the shaking was none other than Roar, an over 6 meter tall monster, the strongest on the ground, an ogre. It was the appearance of the 8th round boss monster. Despite its large frame, it moved agilely and swiped its hand like swatting a fly. Crunch. A player, unable to react in time, was squashed and died. Kill it! Kill it! Several players surrounded the ogre. Or rather, the ogre had allowed them to surround it. It was better for the ogre to take them all at once from its point of view. Puff puff puff. Swinging a club as thick as a minotaur, the players were knocked away without a chance to dodge. Bang. Crunch. Crack. Stepping on them and smashing their heads with the club or palms. With every attack from the ogre, players died hopelessly. Damn it. What is that? The ogre is that strong. There must be an error, right? Already 30 bodies lay dead because of one ogre, and the number was increasing. If 1,000 attacked at once, they might be able to stop it, but the extent of the damage was uncertain. Then, darkness engulfed the surroundings. What? Black Scythe. Players, looking around, saw Ryu Min extending the death scythe, calm as if waiting for this moment. It was time to try his newly learned skill. Crimson Moon. Ryu Min's eyes seemed to turn red and a flash of light appeared. Startled by the sudden darkness, the ogre noticed the beam of light. Swoosh. Roar. The club was sliced in half, and a long scar appeared across the ogre's chest. The second beam of light cut even deeper across the chest. The ogre raised its hand in pain, but the third light sliced off its forearm. The fourth flash cut through the neck, and the fifth sliced the falling body once more. Swoosh thump. What happened in just 10 seconds was clearly witnessed by the players. Black Scythe was an opponent not even thousands of players could defeat. As the darkness lifted and Ryu Min turned around, he saw the Archbishop staring with his mouth half open. Just as planned, Ryu Min now confirmed that the Archbishop was watching him slaughtering the ogre. Surely, a strong impression had been made. Shouldn't you at least share your thoughts after watching the show? He was now waiting to be called, but he couldn't ignore the eyes around him that looked at him with great intensity. To use such an unbelievable skill 5 times in a row. Crazy. What kind of job is that? Black Scythe is truly legendary. It seemed Ryu Min had successfully caught the attention of other players as well. Among them was Sang Chul. I must be crazy to think of catching up with that monster. Only now you realize. And Sang Chul had belatedly realized his place after this incident. Ryu Min glanced at the message that appeared. You have defeated the ogre. Experience points triple buff is applied. Title effect increases experience points by 1.5 times. Experience plus 16.37%. Gold plus 12,000. Additional gold plus 6,000. You have obtained Ogre's Gauntlet. You have obtained Ogre's Heart. Since it was designated as a boss, items that usually wouldn't appear did. Ogre's Gauntlet. Category. Gloves. Grade. Unique. Defense. 180. Effect. Strength plus 30. Additional strength plus 30 when facing ground monsters. Durability. 3000 3000ths. Usage restriction. Expert rank or higher. Description. The Gauntlet of the Ogre, known as the Predator of ground monsters. It significantly increases strength. Ryu Min chuckled at the sight of the gauntlet. A unique item has appeared. Although unique, this item exhibited legendary grade options against ground monsters. Since it was better than the shadow gloves he was currently wearing, he immediately equipped it. He also installed the highest grade magic stone he had into the Ogre's Gauntlet. Ogre's Heart. Category. Possession. Description. A hard, dark red stone. Despite its appearance, it's not a real heart, so no need to worry. The Ogre's Heart is a legendary grade material item. This too was an item Ryu Min needed. He stored it in his inventory. I'll have to combine some legendaries next time. While he was thinking this, the captain of the escort approached. Hello, warrior from the other world. I watched your battle just now. To kill that fearsome ogre. In an instant. This is why people hire warriors from other worlds as escorts. Haha, you didn't come here just to say something pointless, did you? That thought reached his throat, but Ryu Min held back and asked. What do you want? Oh, my, it's nothing else. The Archbishop wishes to see you. Me, yes. It seems the Archbishop was deeply impressed by your battle. Understood. Where should I go? This way. Following the captain, Ryu Min stopped in front of the carriage the Archbishop was in. Please enter. As the door opened, the Archbishop gestured for him to come in. Sit. Sitting opposite, the door of the carriage closed. After a moment of silence, the Archbishop spoke first. To get straight to the point, I've called you here to make an offer. An offer. As someone in a high position, I'm subjected to various threats and am looking for a personal bodyguard to stay by my side for a long time. The Archbishop said with an arrogant voice. So what do you think? Would you become my bodyguard? Such an opportunity is rare. Indeed, such opportunities are rare. In this world, the Archbishop is an individual of the same stature as the Pope. In the Holy Empire, the Archbishop's influence is second to none. But also turning down such a person's offer is truly rare. Ryu Min quickly replied, I refuse. I thought as much. What did you say? The Archbishop, who expected acceptance, was dumbfounded by the refusal. I appreciate the offer, but I'm not confident in protecting someone. I apologize. Refusing to build a relationship with the Archbishop when any connection would be beneficial. It was an action Ryu Min wouldn't normally take, but this time he had to refuse. To obtain the rune of the future, he couldn't afford to be seen as an underling of the Archbishop. Ha! You're different from the others. Everyone else tries to grovel at my feet. I haven't heard your name yet. Instead of a name, Ryu Min had set his title to public. The last time regressor, he revealed a title he hadn't shown to anyone else to the Archbishop. It's all to obtain the rune of the future. After all, the Archbishop is as good as dead. The Archbishop's eyes widened in shock. Chapter 120. As soon as the title The Last Time Regressor appeared above Ryu Min's head, the Archbishop's gaze changed. He didn't look up, so it wasn't the title he saw. It was something he felt instinctively. Indeed, there's a reaction. Is it because he's really an NPC? When titles change, those from the other worlds instinctively know who the person is and what kind of reputation they hold. It feels as if that setting applies to the worldview. What is your name? The name isn't important. Who I am is what matters. Did you really regress through time? Ryu Min nodded. There was no need to say more. The Archbishop already sees me as a transcendental being who traverses time. There was no need to read his thoughts. The change in his tone made it clear. Haha, to think that a time regressor really exists. Indeed, one lives and learns. Now I understand how you possess such great power. The Archbishop shook his head with a glint in his eyes. Then, are you an emissary of Chronos? Ryu Min nodded again. There was no reason to deny being seen as a divine emissary. The Archbishop took Ryu Min's words as gospel truth. The title of the last time regressor alone was proof enough of his transcendent status. Ah, emissary of Chronos, meeting you is the fortune of my lifetime. That it is, Ryu Min said, with a somewhat blunt expression. Seeing this, the Archbishop's mind raced. Did I say something wrong? As an Archbishop serving a deity, how should one behave upon meeting a divine emissary? Surely it's important to make a good impression. Having thought this far, the Archbishop smiled slyly. I have a tribute to offer you. He pulled something out of his robes. As soon as Ryu Min accepted it, a message appeared. You have received the rune fragment of future, as a reward from the Grand Archbishop. Laver, you use the rune fragment of future. The rune automatically engraves itself onto the player's body. A smile formed on Ryu Min's lips upon obtaining what he wanted. How is it? A fitting item for a divine emissary, wouldn't you say? Indeed, I am satisfied. Ryu Min smiled, and an information window appeared before him. The rune of future. Effect. Sees the future of the target 7 seconds ahead. The future can change from time to time. Ryu Min immediately saw the Archbishop's future. In 7 seconds, the Archbishop was already a cold corpse. It was a necessary action for Ryu Min's survival. How is it? I am satisfied. As a reward, I shall send you back to the gods. Really? Ryu Min nodded at the Archbishop, who was delighted, then moved his hand. He twisted the Archbishop's head. Crack. The neck broke, killing him. I bear no ill will. Whether he was a real person from another world or a created NPC, he had to kill him to prevent his own demise. Ryu Min left the dead Archbishop sitting in the carriage and stepped outside. Did you finish talking? At the captain of the guard's question, Ryu Min closed the door of the carriage and nodded. Yes, the Archbishop said he needs to think, so we shouldn't disturb him. The Archbishop said that. The captain of the guard accepted the answer without suspicion and turned away. After obtaining what he wanted, the 26th wave began. Ryu Min occasionally looked back at the Archbishop's carriage while fighting off monsters. It was to make sure no one entered it. I must not let anyone discover that I've killed the Archbishop until the 30th wave. Ryu Min's goal was to assassinate all the other worlders in the carriages. Since there was one NPC per carriage, he had to kill a total of 50 people. Including the captain of the guard and the Archbishop, that makes 52. Since he had already killed the Archbishop, he needed to kill the rest as quickly and efficiently as possible. I'll move when the last 30th wave begins. As he waited, the 30th wave started. It's a minotaur. Block it. These tough bastards. They never get tired. 10 minutes left. Just a bit more. The players encouraged each other, squeezing out their last bit of strength. From the original 1202, their numbers had dropped to around 1000 due to the difficulty level. It wasn't surprising to have deaths. While they fought desperately, Ryu Min assassinated the NPCs. Crack. 5. Crack. 20. Crack. 42. He moved silently from carriage to carriage, taking the lives of the NPCs without a sound. Thanks to his stealthy movements and the players being too occupied with the monster fight, no one noticed. Crack. That makes 50. And the last remaining captain of the guard. Ryu Min approached him stealthily from behind and twisted his neck. Crack. All the other worlders were dead. At that moment, the Holy Empire's reputation towards the last time regressor has dropped from neutral to hostile. The temple's reputation turned hostile. But on the flip side, there was also good news. You have killed all the human guild's other worlders. You have completed the quest to hinder the guild from reaching its destination. Upon tallying the results, quest success rewards will be given. Stat decrease debuffs will be removed. You will return to the waiting area shortly. Ryu Min completed the traitor quest as he had wished. Then, what about the other regular group players? Turning his gaze, they were still locked in a bloody battle with the Minotaurs. Just as I expected, the quest for the regular group was to escort the guild to its destination. That is, if the carriages are still moving when all the allotted time has been used up, it's a success. Conversely, the traitor group's quest was to hinder the guild from reaching its destination. Meaning, that the carriage must not be at the destination when the time is up for them to succeed. But there's another condition for success for the traitor group. That is when all the otherworldly beings are killed. Like now, if all the otherworldly beings in the caravan are killed, the system judges that the carriage can no longer move and determines the traitor group has succeeded. The success message that popped up a little while ago was proof of that. Then, did the regular group fail? Not yet. Since there were still a little over 5 minutes left, the system didn't consider it a failure. That means there's still a chance. If they can just get the carriage to the destination, the regular group can also succeed in the quest. In other words, even if there are no NPCs, just getting the carriage to the destination fulfills the success condition. For that to work, there's a very simple method. Ryu Min created a clone and placed it in the leading carriage. And he made the carriage move towards the destination. If the leading carriage moves, the other carriages will follow even if they're empty. Having experimented in the past rounds, there was no doubt in his mind. It was a cunning use of a bug in the system. This way, both I and the regular group survive. If his clone leads the guild to the destination, even without Ryu Min, the regular group can complete their quest. A moment later, you will be moved to the waiting place. With that message, Ryu Min's figure disappeared. He blinked once and arrived in the gray space where the traitors had gathered. Oh, the Black Scythe. Seeing you here means you've succeeded in the quest, right? The corners of Angel Ariel's mouth turned up unpleasantly. Hee, so you've chosen to save yourself by sacrificing the lives of 1,201 people. Well, there's nothing more important than one's own life. It's a natural choice. It seemed the angel was clueless about the situation in the other world. Don't feel guilty. It was a quest where one side had to die anyway. And it's more fun when the minority wins over the majority, right? You've provided enough entertainment. Suddenly, Ariel's expression twisted as she stopped mid-sentence. What? Is this an error? What's the matter? I've just been informed that the regular human group succeeded in the quest. Something must have gone wrong. We need to check what happened. After saying this, Ariel stared into space as if looking at a system message and remained silent for a while. The angel broke the silence after a few minutes had passed. This is unbelievable. Black Scythe, what have you done? What do you mean? The recorded footage shows your clone moving the carriage, even though all the otherworldly beings were dead. Because of that, the guild arrived at the destination, and the regular group succeeded in the quest. Is that so? That's fortunate. Fortunate. Are you saying you intentionally used your clone to make the carriage reach its destination? To save the regular group? Yes. Isn't it better for us all to survive together? It would be more fun that way too. Ellipsis. Ariel was at a loss for words. He managed to keep both groups alive. Is that even possible? Even she, the guide, hadn't known such a method existed. Understanding and exploiting the system's conditions for success and failure like this would otherwise be impossible. There won't be a problem, right? Since the system declared it a success. Yes, there won't be a problem. Although Ariel was dumbfounded, she had no choice but to acknowledge it. Black Scythe had made both groups' quests succeed. The quest is successful. I'll send you back to your original place. No sooner had she finished speaking than Ryu Min was returned to the original colorless space. Looking around, many players were blinking their eyes, waiting for the results. Among them were Zhou Yongho's party and Nsang Chul. Min Yuri and Seo Aaron, Heo Taesuk, and Eam Jun Sok were also visible. Everyone survived. Only a very few had died, but the thousands he had seen at the start were all gathered in one place. If he hadn't exploited the system's bugs, half of them would have disappeared by now. But the disappearance due to contribution is something I can't stop. Soon, Angel Ariel appeared in front of the crowd. The escort quest has ended. Surprisingly, not many humans died. Thanks to someone. Ariel's gaze briefly, but pointedly, turned towards Ryu Min. For your information, since there are traitors left, there are no completers of the sub-quest. Shall we see the results now? Round 8 results tally. All areas. First place. Black Scythe LV80 Reaper, contribution 281,283 points. Second place. Chrissy LV40 Priest, contribution 86,331 points. Third place. Democracy LV38 Buffer, contribution 82,113 points. Area C2 ESCA 003. First place. Black Scythe LV80 Reaper, contribution 281,283 points. Second place. Democracy LV38 Buffer, contribution 82,113 points. Third place. Jo Yongho LV39 Mercenary King, contribution 74,213 points. The contributions were converted into numbers. Once again, Black Scythe took an overwhelming lead in contribution. Unlike other players, he alone swept through 3 guilds, collecting monsters, so it was naturally high. Once again securing first place, players clicked their tongues in amazement. But more than anything, the overwhelming level 80 stunned the players into silence. Insane. How did he reach level 80 already? I haven't even hit level 40 yet. Wow, I worked like a dog for 5 hours and still can't catch up to Black Scythe. I really want to know his leveling secret. Envy, jealousy, and awe were mixed in the gazes directed at Ryu Min. Regardless, Ryu Min focused solely on the reward that appeared before him. It was the reward for completing the traitor quest, obscured by a question mark. Chapter 121, Traitor Group Quest. Prevent the guild from reaching its destination. Reward upon success. Mandragora's Magic Stem. You have completed the Traitor Group Quest. As a reward for completing the Traitor Group Quest, you will receive Mandragora's Magic Stem. Mandragora's Magic Stem. Category: Possession. Description: a stem containing the magic of the man-eating monster, Mandragora. Note that the reward for the traitor quest is the same as that for sub-quests. Therefore, if someone had completed a sub-quest, they would have said this upon receiving their reward. What am I supposed to do with this? It's a natural reaction to receive an item without knowing its use. Ryu Min had the same reaction when he first received it. I never expected to receive a material item as a quest reward. Usually, you get something you can use right away. But, on second thought, it means that it's an item of great importance. I didn't know its value before, but now I do. Because the Mandragora's Magic Stem is none other than a god-tier material item. I had planned to create a god-tier item before the 11th round, but now I have all the materials needed. A smile spread across Ryu Min's face for this reason. Regardless, the angel was only concerned with its own tasks. All rankings have been confirmed, right? Then, players from 1st to 1083rd place will survive. And the rest will be annihilated. Ah, no, please save me, Jeba. As always, half of the players turned into a handful of ashes. Though it was unfortunate, Ryu Min had no time to care about the annihilation of others. Because the reward messages appeared one after another. Congratulations. You have achieved first place in the quest for this area. Congratulations. You have achieved first place in the quest across all areas. Your current rank is first place in all areas and first place in this area. As a reward for ranking first in this area's ranking, you will receive a reputation increase. Ticket. As a reward for ranking first in the overall area's ranking, you will receive a special reward. Selection box. Normally, the reward for being first in an area would be equipment items, but this time it was different. A reputation increase ticket. Others might wonder what kind of reward this is. But it is indeed a reward. A great reward actually. It's an opportunity to increase reputation with other races without any effort. It's also a message to start working on reputation seriously. Until now, it hasn't come up, but from now on, the fantasy world with NPCs will be the main Stage. In that regard, reputation with races is important. Considering what you can gain from other races, the importance of reputation cannot be overstated. You can choose one of the following races to increase your reputation with. Please touch the race you want. 1. Humans the last time regressor hostile. 2. Elves Black Scythe friendly. 3. Dwarves ahead of the pack friendly. The application of reputation varies by nickname and title. For example, if you meet a dwarf and you're not using the title ahead of the pack, you won't receive the same treatment. First of all, we need to raise friendly to very friendly. The decision was not difficult. Ryu Min's finger pointed towards the elves. The reputation of Black Scythe with the elves has increased from friendly to very friendly. The reason for choosing elves was simple. Because it will lead to better rewards. If I had raised it with dwarves, I might have laid the groundwork for obtaining legendary and god tier materials. But, when you think about it, raising it with elves is better. Those who are proficient in magic have many rare rune fragments. Ryu Min valued the worth of runes more than items. Both are important, but if he had to choose, it would be the elves. Now, when I meet the elves under the name of Black Scythe, they will treat me as if I were royalty. Perhaps the elders who control the power in Elsorium will hand over the princess to me to maintain a friendly relationship. But that doesn't matter to me. I just want the rune fragments. There were a few rune fragments Ryu Min wanted from the elves. Looking forward to meeting the elves next time, he used the special reward selection box. You can choose one of the following special rewards. Please touch the reward you want. 1. Material item selection right. 2. 30,000 gold. 3. Information about round 9. There was always a stat or experience buff in option 1, but not this time. Without hesitation, he chose the material item selection right. Choose one of the following materials. 1. Broken ironwood branch. Ellipsis. 8. Mage skeleton's bone dust. 9. Hard magical shell. 10. Behemoth's horn. Most of the items that came up were unique materials. But only one of them is a legendary material. Ryu Min's finger selected number 8. Mage skeleton's bone dust. Category. Possession. Description. An ominous magic power is felt from the powder. This makes the third legendary material. Just 2 more to go. Materials are being collected steadily. Round 8 end. Overall area. Survivors. 1,523,955. Specific area C2 ESCA 003. Survivors. 1,083. Your soul will be transferred back to your original body shortly. Round 9 will start at midnight on September 1, 2022. See you in the next round. Congratulations on surviving. After round 8 ended, Christine immediately went to see her father as soon as she opened her eyes. Father, you're late. Jeffrey, the butler, was already by her father's side. She felt disappointed, even though she thought she had come quickly. Have you heard? Yes, Jeffrey told me everything. Father Nathan's eyes sparkled. That Ryu Min's prophecy was all true. Yes, I was honestly surprised. It was hard to believe. The information about the 8th round quest that she heard from Makyug Rock turned out to be true. Unlike the vague information from the 7th round, it was specific information, making it undeniable. The existence of a profession called prophet is real. Your fiancé has been preempting the next round's information through prophecy, it seems. That seems to be the case. Christine's lips curled slightly. She felt slighted that he had kept it from her. What will you do now? Excuse me, a prophet is working with your fiancé. If handled well, you two can benefit from seeing the future. Shouldn't you seize that opportunity? Seize the prophet, of course. In these troubled times, a prophet is no different from a goose that lays golden eggs. If you can learn the strategies for the next round in advance, that would be great. With survival directly linked to each round, the value of information is immense. Become close to that person. Do not hesitate to use any means necessary. But, is there something bothering you? Do you still not believe in the prophecy? That's not it. It's just, I find it uncomfortable to deliberately approach someone with an ulterior motive. Is this the time to be concerned about such things? Isn't he the one holding your life in his hand? Christine remembered. The prophet's words about a dangerous incident in the 11th round. Go to Korea. Obtain more information from him. Find out more about how to survive the next round. Ensure that the 11th round does not bring the end of your life. Yes. Christine obediently answered her father's words. One must look after their own interests. To survive, she needed more information. Then, I'm tired, so I'll take my leave now. After Christine left, Jeffrey, as if waiting, asked, what should I do? Should I continue to monitor that prophet in Korea? No. Now that the existence of the prophet is confirmed, there's no need to secretly gather information. Besides, if our spying is discovered and offends the prophet, it could be troublesome. Then, follow Christine to Korea. Go as an attendant and observe what kind of person the prophet is from the sidelines, and report back to me. I will carry out your command in the name of God. After Jeffrey bowed and left the room, Nathan muttered to himself. A prophet, huh, truly a being that could be called an apostle of God. The thought suddenly occurred to him. If only my daughter's fiancé were not Mr. Ma but that prophet. A look of regret appeared on Nathan's face. The first thing Ryu Min did upon waking up in his room was to open the store. All the items in the store have been upgraded to master grade. The store updates its items for sale according to the player's grade. Having surpassed level 60, he could now purchase master grade equipment. But they're still unremarkable common items. Most players would outfit themselves with these common items. If they had a bit of money, they might own a few rare or epic items from the daily item corner. But from now on, I won't deal with anything below epic. Starting today, Ryu Min planned to outfit himself with unique grade or higher equipment. He had purchased all the materials through the Player Place app, so he had enough to create 3 items. Where should I start? Ryu Min bought helmets, armor, shoes, and rings, each for 6,000 gold from the store. All were unimpressive common items, but they were master grade. Soon, they'll transform into unique grade. Ryu Min filled the slot with the equipment and ordered unique materials. Main material, agile boots. Sub-materials, deerwood root, orc's tusk, troll's spine, hard magical shell, black steel. He put unique materials in the sub-materials and the recently purchased master grade equipment as the main material. This combination will transform the normal equipment into unique. He pressed the button, and a welcome message appeared. Combination successful. You have created Ghostwalk boots. Ghostwalk boots. Category: shoes. Grade: unique. Defense: 300. Effect: all stats plus 1/5, movement speed plus 15%, footsteps are silent. Durability: 5,000 5,000ths. Usage restriction: master grade or higher. Description: shoes that make your footsteps silent like a ghost. It really feels like becoming a ghost. A unique item was created. He continued to create other items. Combination successful. You have created Demon's Ring. Combination successful. You have created a red-eyed skull ring. Having made 3 unique items, he had used up all his collected materials. Now, what's left is the god-tier item. Ryu Min had been contemplating which should be the first god-tier item to make. Weapon, helmet, armor, etc. The performance would differ depending on the part. But the contemplation didn't last long. It's best to start with what I can make right now. He couldn't choose material items for a reward, so he decided to make them as they came. Each part requires slightly different items. With the materials I currently have, I can make. Ryu Min placed the god-tier material items on the combination window. Main material: faded coat. Sub-materials: condensed ether, black iron powder, shiny horse tail, angel's golden dust, mandragora's magic stem, and armor. He immediately pressed the combination button. Accompanied by an unusual golden effect, the item was created. A god-tier item, no less. Chapter 122. God-tier. As the name suggests, items of this rank hold the highest value among all items. Especially weapons, helmets, armor, gloves, and shoes. If all 5 types are matched to God-tier, they exert an immense set effect. One of these kinds has come into Ryu Min's hands. You are combining god-tier items. The item will be converted to one suitable for your current job. Combination successful. You have created Thanatos's black armor. Thanatos's black armor. It's an item that Ryu Min had made even in the previous regressions. He looked at the item information with a smile. Thanatos's black armor. Category: Armor. Rank: God. Defense: 2000. Effect: +1 to all stats per level, 67% chance to deflect the enemy's attack upon being hit. Durability: 20,000 20,000ths. Usage restriction: Master rank or higher. Description: a cuirass made using the divine power of Thanatos, the god of death. Grants additional effects when worn as part of the set. Thanatos's apparel set effect: 1/5. 2 set effect. 3 set effect. 4 set effect. 5 set effect. An increase in all stats per level, as expected of a god tier item. Moreover, there's a high chance of 67% to deflect attacks when hit. It's useful in critical situations where one must face either a significantly powerful enemy or multiple enemies at once. Truly an option befitting a divine item. It's only natural for Ryu Min to have a smile on his lips. Moreover, god tier items have set effects, making them synergize better the more you collect. He would have to gather materials again for the next god tier item, but it wouldn't take too long. He couldn't guarantee exactly when though. At least, it won't take as long as 8 months this time. The reason can be understood from an additional message that came with making the god tier item. You are the first player to combine a god tier item. As a reward, you have obtained condensed ether. Condensed ether, a core material for god tier items. A difficult to obtain item was easily given as a first time reward. With this, making the second god tier item won't be difficult. Ryu Min wore the item with a satisfied smile and opened his equipment window. Weapon: Death Scythe. Helmet: Demon's Ring. Armor: Thanatos's black armor. Gloves: Ogre's Gauntlet. Shoes: Phantom Step Boots. Necklace: Beads of Eternity. Ring: Red-Eyed Skull Ring. Excluding the Bead of Eternity, all equipped items are of unique rank or higher. Status: Name: Ryu Min. Nickname: Black Scythe. Rank: Master. Titles: Last Time Regressor, Hidden. First Angel Slayer, Hidden. Challenger of Divine Punishment, Hidden. Ahead of the Pack, Hidden. Level: 80. Job: Grim Reaper. Strength: 566. Intelligence: 586. Agility: 466. Luck: 444. Common skills: Tracking, Presence Detection, Trace Erasure, Emergency Treatment. Surroundings Scan, Basic Resistance, Dexterity. Exclusive skills: Seal of Death, Death Knight, Moonlight Slash, Crimson Moon. Runes: Rune of Slaughter, Rune of the Reaper, Rune of Illumination, Rune of Inner Thoughts, Rune of Doppelganger, Rune of Balance, Rune of Mental Barrier, Rune of Durability, Rune of Future. Gold: 364,850. Remaining stat points: 0. Shop: you can purchase items. Combination: you can combine items. Trade: you can trade items or gold. Dual request: you can request a duel under mutual agreement. Unlocks upon reaching LV 99, even without the buff from the Rune of Slaughter, to exceed 500 in stats. That means, with the Rune of Slaughter's buff, it could exceed the 1000 mark. And with Min Yuri's blessing, it could even surpass 1600. To think it's this much at level 80. Incredible. If he had received the Human Guild quest reward in the 8th round, he would have reached level 84. It must be because my clone, not the main body, arrived at the destination, so it wasn't recognized as completing the escort. That's why he didn't receive the experience points for completing the Human Guild escort. Anyway, for level 80, this is a significant amount of stats, especially compared to other players. For other players to reach level 80, they would need to surpass 15 rounds. But the 15th round is called the Devil's Section due to its difficulty. Only fewer than 50 people will survive, and that's on a global scale. Before then, I should secure at least 3 god tier items. But it might be possible to reach the max level before that. TN. Oh shit, he said the thing XD. As the round ends and players wake from their daze, most go back to sleep. The mental exhaustion from traversing to the other world carries over to reality. However, there's always someone who moves as soon as the round ends. It was Chul. Beep bang. President. As usual, he looked for Ma Kyung-rok's hotel room as soon as he woke up in reality. Ma Kyung-rok narrowed his eyes at his appearance. A subordinate entering the president's room at will, without even being called. And director, what's the reason for always coming like this? I didn't give you the master key. For this. Oh, I'm sorry. It's nothing to apologize for, but what brings you here today? Unlike usual, Ma Kyung-rok was curious to see Chul's excited expression. What good news could it be? Has he finally started something with Co Aaron? That would be great, to grab and hold onto it this time. But contrary to expectations, what came out of Chul's mouth was disappointing. News. I've reached level 40, I've finally advanced to expert rank. Ah, is that so? Good for you, Director N. You're killing your superior. I'm sorry. Don't even say sorry. I know you're not doing this on purpose. Ma Kyung-rok turned away bitterly, and Chul belatedly realized his thoughtlessness. He really hadn't considered this. I'm sorry. I was too happy and forgot to consider the president's feelings. I wish I could quickly reach level 42. But I'm only level 38, how is this possible? Ma Kyung-rok vented his frustrations. And recently, I even lost my rank for the first time. Well, lost isn't quite right since it sounds petty. I should say I didn't rise. My condolences. I thought I could at least make it to the second or third place, excluding the first place held by a monster at level 80 hogging it all, but I was pushed down by a priest and a buffer, one of them is my fiancé, but still. Ma Kyung-rok chuckled bitterly and filled his whiskey glass. Not receiving the second or third place rewards for once feels strange. I thought I was at the lead. But suddenly I'm falling behind to even my employees in levels. Don't be disheartened, President. It's only a 2-level difference between us, and you have a special and strong job. You'll regain your rank soon. Is that so? If I join Black Scythe's area, will there really be a chance to take back even the first place? And Chul held back his words. Now, whatever he would say wouldn't comfort him. It would only stir up more trouble. What's Co Aaron's level? I think I heard she's at 37. Is that so? At least I'm higher than Co Aaron. I'm not too pleased, though. After downing the whiskey in one go, Ma Kyung-rok sighed and put down his glass. The prophet is still alive, right? Yes, I confirmed it on the way here. I'd like to know the information for the 9th round sooner. To analyze where I can quickly level up. Should I call now and ask him to come? What blasphemy. I told you to treat the prophet like a god. If anything, think of him as a messenger delivering the divine oracle. He might be young, but he's more cunning and quick-witted than you think. Don't do anything to make him dislike us. Think and act in such a way that we can both win-win. We're the ones who need the prophet, not the way around. Ah, understood. I'll be careful with my words and actions from now on. Ma Kyung-rok was reminiscing. Ryu Min, who had praised him in front of his father. Is it humility, or does he lack greed? It's hard to tell. Then, Ma Kyung-rok's phone vibrated. Who could it be at this hour? He looked towards his phone in surprise and quickly answered in English. Christine. What's up? I just boarded a plane to Incheon Airport. Excuse me. Suddenly, I've confirmed that most of the information you gave me about the 8th round is true. Of course, Ryu Min's prophecies have never been wrong. Thanks to him, Ma Kyung-rok gained a lot of experience points in the Human Guild during the 8th round. That's why he could guess what was going on. You're coming to Korea as soon as you wake up because I want to meet your business partner as soon as possible. Ah, as expected, anyone who hears the oracle must seek out the prophet. There are those who have never heard a prophecy, but no one who has heard it only once. That phrase seemed apt. Ryu Min's presence is indeed like light and salt to the players. Understood, Christine. I'll arrange a meeting. Thank you. It was the first time Ma Kyung-rok had received a thank you from his fiancé. Player place. The growth of the so-called PP market was alarmingly steep. Looking at the number of members, almost every player worldwide uses it. The problem is that it's decreasing by half every month. The number of users drops by more than half each month. Yet, the growth of PP doesn't seem to slow down. How is that possible? Because there's a consignment system in PP. The consignment system means that PP company sells items on behalf of the players. In other words, if the seller sends the item to the company via courier, PP sells it and gives the profit minus the commission to the seller. If something happens to the seller, the proceeds are promised to be deposited into the family's account. This way, even if the selling player dies, the item can still be sold for profit. Sellers are satisfied as they can ensure their families receive the proceeds of the item in case of any mishap. A win-win system is the consignment selling system. Even if the number of users decreases, the company's revenue will not fall. You're asking why? As rounds progress, the level and value of items will naturally increase. Eventually, PP will become a site for VVIP users, even if only a handful remain. So, there's no need to worry about going bankrupt. I was worrying over nothing. Ma Kyung-rock felt somewhat relieved after hearing Ryu Min's explanation. He had invited Ryu Min to share his concerns about the company possibly going bankrupt as the number of rounds decreased and users dropped. As it turns out, his worries were unfounded. The prophet understood the company better than he did, a businessman. But eventually, it'll crash and burn anyway. After the 15th round, the number of users will plummet. Not a gradual curve, but a cliff-like drop. When the number of users drops to 2 digits, bankruptcy is inevitable. By then, of course, I'll have to wash my hands of it. For now, milk it for all it's worth. Ryu Min kept that fact to himself. There was no need to cause unnecessary worry. Indeed, it was wise to consult the prophet. Otherwise, I might have been fretting alone over various worries. Watching, Ryu Min noticed a slight change in Ma Kyung-rock's laughter. His pretense towards me has lessened somewhat. Ma Kyung-rock always wore a mask of business when dealing with him. But today, for some reason, he seemed to be lowering his guard. Perhaps me praising him in front of the chairman had an effect. Reading his inner thoughts, it seemed that was the moment he let down his guard. Well, he didn't call me here to ask about the company's fate, I'm sure. Ryu Min kept an eye on Ma Kyung-rock. Through the rune of future, he could see 7 seconds into the future. Prophet, the reason I've invited you here today is actually for something else. I know. Excuse me, you don't need to say it. Guests will arrive soon. Right after Ryu Min's words, the office door opened. 2 guests from the United States entered. It was Christine and Jeffrey. Ma Kyung-rock looked back and forth between Ryu Min and Christine in surprise. Chapter 123. Hello, Mr. Ryu Min. Or should I call you Prophet? Which do you prefer? At Christine's words, Ryu Min shrugged his shoulders. Whichever you're comfortable with. Do you have a moment to talk? Actually, not for a moment, but for a bit longer. Yes, please have a seat, Christine. With Ryu Min's permission, Christine sat down opposite him. Jeffrey stood beside them as if guarding the spot. Ryu Min's gaze naturally turned towards him. Aren't you going to sit as well? I'm fine standing. Jeffrey spoke brusquely, but Christine raised an eyebrow and subtly hinted at him. Jeffrey, didn't we agree not to make the prophet uncomfortable? Reading the hint in her gaze, Jeffrey cleared his throat and corrected himself. If it's all right, then I'll sit. Of course. Please make yourself comfortable. There's no need to be on guard. Ryu Min smiled reassuringly, though Jeffrey's expression remained stiff. He was someone who naturally didn't smile much in front of others. Perhaps thinking the atmosphere had become awkward, Christine quickly introduced Jeffrey. This is Jeffrey, our synagogue's deacon. He's practically family, having been with my father since childhood. Is that so? Ryu Min had already recognized him. The assassin who had been tailing him on Nathan's orders last time. Nice to meet you for the first time. My name is Ryu Min. Technically, it wasn't their first meeting, but he extended his hand, mentioning it on purpose. It was to gauge the reaction, but Jeffrey, unexpectedly, shook his hand with an uncomfortable expression. Jeffrey, seeing him uncomfortable, he must have some conscience. Upon probing his inner thoughts, he didn't seem like a bad person. More than anything, His feelings towards Christine were unexpected, but he didn't mention it. Ryu Min didn't want to ruin the mood here either. What brings you to Korea, Christine? A date with President Ma, perhaps. Well, that wouldn't be bad, but I came to see you, Ryu Min. Me, you mentioned before, right? That I would be in danger in the 11th round. Christine asked with a serious expression. I want to hear more about that. Can you tell me? Ryu Min deliberately made a contemplative face. Right now, as the prophet, he was practically in a position of absolute advantage. If he made them wait, they would only become more anxious. Sure enough, Christine looked at him anxiously and finally couldn't hold back. I'm not saying I'll listen without offering anything in return. I'll pay enough for the prophecy. No need for payment. Ryu Min hoped she would listen to the prophecy for free. It would be better for him if she carried that kind of debt in her heart. A matter concerning human life can't be bargained for. Then, I'll tell you, specifically, what will happen. I hesitated to go into more detail before, thinking it might affect the future, but now I think it's alright to share a bit. Ryu Min pointed out the details as Christine wished. I don't know about the 11th round quest. However, based on the scenes of scene, Christine, a group that refuses to acknowledge your existence will try to harm you. In what way? It's difficult to say. Let's just say your life will be in danger. Does being in danger mean that there's a chance I would be saved? Yes, as I've said before, a savior will appear to save you. Who is that? Ryu Min quietly shook his head. He couldn't say in front of Ma Kyung-rock that Black Scythe would save her. It was obvious he would be jealous. I cannot tell you. Just mentioning a name could change the future. You might not be saved. And could die. The sure thing is that you must not negate the person who will save you then. Should I cling to him? If you put it negatively, yes. If positively, maintain that connection. If you miss that chance, the life you barely saved will end before the 15th round. That's all I can tell you. Christine became thoughtful. To be attacked by a group that won't acknowledge me in the 11th round. Who could have imagined such a tragedy would unfold? Can't you tell me who the threatening group is? No, I can't tell based on the scenes of scene. Regret appeared on Christine's face. It would be nice to know who the threatening group is. Fortunately, someone will come to save her like a knight in shining armor, but it would be better to eliminate the danger beforehand if possible. Or should I let the future flow as it will, so I can connect with that savior? To wait for a lifeline while intentionally facing danger. It would require considerable courage, knowing what's to come. Don't worry too much, Christine. Just let things take their course. But, worrying about the future that hasn't happened yet is as useless as it gets. Maybe my future prediction will be wrong. The future changes moment by moment based on the present. That's why I don't worry too much. Just consider it a warning. It's more important to survive the next round than to worry about what danger the 11th round might bring. Christine nodded as if agreeing that worrying was foolish. Why fret over something that hasn't happened yet? For the time being, since it came up, I'll tell you about the 9th round quest. At those words, Ma Kyung-rock, Christine, and Jeffrey's attention was all focused on Ryu Min. Information about the next round was exactly what they wanted. Since it came up, I'll tell you about the 9th round quest. At those words, Ma Kyung-rock, Christine, and Jeffrey's attention was all focused on Ryu Min. Information about the next round was exactly what they wanted. Soon, the awaited information flowed from Ryu Min's mouth. All pretended not to care, but each of them listened intently, not wanting to miss a word. The 9th round isn't that difficult. Looks like you can choose an easy path if you want. The 9th round allows you to choose the difficulty like the 8th round. The choice is yours. What about the sub-quests? Ryu Min shook his head as if he didn't know. Unfortunately, I couldn't see the future that far. Of course, it was a lie. The sub-quests were for him alone. However, someone doubted that part. You saw up to the 11th round but not the 9th round's sub-quests. Jeffrey said that. His tone was full of skepticism, but Ryu Min didn't mind. He was in a superior position after all. Even if he started talking about the devil, they wouldn't have any choice but to believe him. The future isn't something I can see at will, just specific scenes or events up to the next. Round and some fragmented incidents beyond that. With such an explanation, Jeffrey had nothing to say. What could he do if he couldn't see the future? At that moment Christine shot a sharp look at Jeffrey. Did you really have to say that? I'm sorry. Jeffrey blinked his eyes as a form of apology. I can't believe they still suspect me. Ryu Min felt that he needed to release more information. When it comes to the 11th round, players from all over the world will mix. You'll end up doing quests with players from other countries. Ah, with other countries. Then, we might all meet. That's correct. Ryu Min didn't deny it. Not all regions would merge, but some countries would mix. Then, I meet that player Black Scythe, in the 11th round. Christine's question was unexpected to Ryu Min. It was known that no one among the players was unaware of the name Black Scythe, but he hadn't expected her to show interest. If I answer this wrongly, Ma Kyung-rok might get jealous. Reading Ma's thoughts, it seemed he had no particular opinions yet. She only asked out of the interest of possibly seeing a celebrity. Of course, you'll be able to meet Black Scythe in the 11th round. As for Representative Ma, you'll meet him even earlier. Me, yes. When the next round starts, all regions in South Korea will integrate into one. Ma Kyung-rok's eyes widened in surprise at the new information. Really? Yes. Due to the lack of players, South Korea will merge into one region. You'll be able to see everyone, including Black Scythe, Mr. and Sang Chul, and actress Seo Aaron, all in one place. Then, can we also see Prophet Ryu Min in the next round? That would be difficult. Since I'm Black Scythe, the words almost reached his lips, but Ryu Min was not one to reveal such information. Of course, I might be there too. However, just because we are in the same region doesn't mean it would be appropriate for us to meet. Why not? You want those who received prophecies to gather up and act together. Ryu Min subtly shook his head, indicating that it was not a good idea. It could change the future if we're not careful. It was a plausible excuse. The word of the prophet is law, especially if those prophecies have so far had a 100% success rate. The basic assumption is that the next prophecy will also come true. There's no room for doubt. You have no choice but to believe. Anyone who has heard the prophecies multiple times and benefited from them would feel the same. Meeting with those who have heard the prophecy could change the future. A good excuse. With the integration of regions in the 9th round, Ryu Min put forward such an excuse. It was imperative to avoid anyone seeking him out during the round. As long as I keep my mouth shut, they won't be able to find me since we look different. He had not revealed his nickname yet, thinking someone might ask to meet. After all, who would believe him if he said he was Black Scythe now? I shouldn't tell them, even if they would believe me. I need to make them thoroughly believe that there's a prophet class. Seeing that no one was questioning his excuse, it seemed he had trained them well enough. Ryu Min's plan was going as intended. There is no opponent as easy to deceive as a trustworthy ally. Eventually, when the number of people dwindles to a visible amount, his identity might be revealed. But by then, I'll have figured out a way to hide my nickname. He had plans, so there was nothing to worry about. All that was left was to put them into action when the time came. Just then, a message arrived on his lost Yak phone. A seller you follow on Player Place has listed an item. Seeing the message, Ryu Min's lips curved into a smile. It looks like Ju Sung Taek has listed an item. Expecting to see what item it was, he opened the Player Place app. Entering the section for followed sellers, he clicked on Ju Sung Taek's ID, and the item he listed appeared. Chapter 124. Top Grade Tough Leather. Category: Possession. Description: the tough and high-quality leather of a top-grade monster. Suitable for making items. Seller: Dongo 95. Price: 2 million won. Discount: not available. Chat: not available. Transaction method: delivery. Ju Sung Taek posted an item that made Ryu Min smile in satisfaction. It was a hot, freshly listed legendary material. He must have fetched it after taking down the ogre of the 8th round. There must have been plenty of human corpses, so he could have used corpse explosion too. His heart's content. It would have been impossible otherwise, but catching the ogre was a fortunate event for Ryu Min. Even a psychopathic killer can be of use at times. With a frivolous thought, he pressed the purchase button. Since the phone belonged to someone else, the ID used was, of course, not Ryu Min's but Lostiak's. The delivery address was also set to Lostiak's studio apartment. Ryu Min smiled while lying down and looking at his phone. I'll make good use of the legendary material you secured. Don't feel bad since I'm sending you living expenses in return. A guy missing limbs couldn't possibly find a part-time job anywhere. The sales proceeds were bound to go towards living expenses. Now, I just need to gather one more piece of legendary material. As Ryu Min was pondering whether to make a weapon or a necklace, a call came to his phone. Not Lostiak's, but Ryu Min's own. Lord, it's Kim Yi Dam. I know. Don't use your real name. Call yourself Yamti. Yes. It looks like you finished what I asked. Yes. I've organized the list of Player Haven Cafe members as you instructed and sent it via email just now. Got it. Lay low for now until further instructions. The National Assembly member Lee Seong-yun is hot on your trail. Understood. Make sure the chairman doesn't get any funny ideas. Worry not, master. Hey, don't try to act cute with me. How dare you flirt with your master? Tisk. Sorry. I'll correct it. Good. Keep up the good work. After ending the call, Ryu Min opened his email. An email from Yamti was waiting. Player Haven Cafe Death List. XLSX. Why would you save the file name like this? What if we get caught? He thought he'd have to give her a stern talking to later as he opened the file. The list of players who joined the cafe rolled down. Nickname, real name, age, join date, occupation, crime, current status. Mint Choco Love, Park Se Rom, 20 April 11th, college student, accomplice to murder. Alive. Hu Yi Sung, 29 April 5th, actor, murder, alive. Chicken Beer is Truth, Park Yun Min, 28 April 11th, office worker, accomplice to murder. Rape, alive. Ellipsis. From nicknames to real names, professions, and crimes committed during the interview. Everything was neatly organized. Thanks to Yamti's work experience in a company, she handled such tasks well. So much trash to be dealt with, huh? The precise number was 1031. A sigh naturally escaped him. I can't go out and set up a cafe with such people. Player Haven is now taking a different direction from before. Interviews were conducted solely based on character, and anyone with a criminal record was unequivocally rejected, a stark contrast to the past when criminals were actually welcomed. Even though the water change is in progress, the existing one is the problem. It's impossible to forcibly kick out those who have already joined. Forcing them out could lead to unpredictable actions outside. It would be like releasing criminals from prison back into society. So, it's right to slowly sort out the existing members like this. To put it nicely, it's sorting. To put it harshly, it's a purge. I'll have to start by cleaning up this trash. For such a large-scale cleanup, an expert is indeed needed. And Ryu Min had the perfect trash cleaner in mind. Let's go ask for a favor. Ryu Min's lips twisted into a smile. In a shabby warehouse, 5 players gathered, smoking cigarettes. Fuck. How did it come to this? Tell me about it. Naturally, sighs and curses flowed with the smoke. They were, after all, looking at a wanted poster with their faces on it. Fuck, they put such a shitty photo up. I'm not this ugly. No, you're ugly as hell. It's spot on. Fuck off. It's not like you look better. They chuckled but soon sighed again. They were laughing, but it was a laugh to relieve tension. They were fully aware of the seriousness of their situation. We're wanted and can't move freely. What do? Guess we have to get plastic surgery or something. Plastic surgery, my ass. With the tracking skill, it seems like only a matter of time before we get caught. Right. That damn thing. As if on cue, sighs accompanied by cigarette smoke flowed from the mouths of the 5. The National Assembly member Lee Seong-yun or whatever, that bastard proposed this. Law says he's making an organization against players, but he's still using players. Then they can easily find us with tracking, Looks like we're forced into a life on the run, damn it. Fuck, maybe changing our names would help us avoid being tracked. They pondered how they, as players, ended up as wanted criminals. Along with their regrets, they could only think of one reason. It's all because we joined that cafe. Yeah, because of that, the first murder happened. It's all because we joined that cafe. Yeah, because of that, the first murder happened. Players will change the world. Many were attracted by that phrase and joined, but none intended to commit murder. Those bastards trapped us. Yes, we were trapped. If we hadn't been driven into murder, things wouldn't have come to this. Hey, but honestly, it was fun at that time. Kiki. Thinking about it now really. Some had ecstatic expressions on their faces. When they heard they had to kill someone to join the cafe, they were all shocked. What kind of cafe was this? But the world operates strictly on power. Players will survive, and ordinary people will be weeded out. To ordinary people, players are no different than livestock. Who would want to live being disregarded by such beings? Hearing the logic that players must show their ferocity to ordinary people made some sense. Moreover, after going through the fourth round, they felt no aversion to killing. Even if that wasn't the case, they all had a history marked in red. But in reality, I've never murdered or raped before. Me neither, but it wasn't as bad as I thought. Kiki. Others agreed, chuckling and curling their lips. Although they ended up being pursued, the memory of the first murder wasn't that bad. In fact, they kept thinking about the woman they had collectively raped at the time. Some even smiled slyly, recalling how fun it was. We're not the only ones wanted, right? Of course not. All the bastards who joined the cafe committed or abetted murder, right? Then we don't need to worry this much. The five found some solace. Knowing there were thousands in the same boat was comforting. If push comes to shove, they'd completely expose everything to the police and sink the ship. That's why the cafe president called us. To send us to another country. They all received the same message from the Player Haven president today. Player, I'm the president of the cafe. Due to the murder you committed during the interview. On April 8th, the police have started an investigation. Unfortunately, you must flee to another country. We at Player Haven will cover all expenses. Please come to the location marked on the map by 2300 for more details. It was too serious to be dismissed as a mere prank since the message included a photo of a wanted poster. And when they arrived at the promised location, the posters were scattered everywhere as if to show off. The reason the five were smoking one cigarette after another was because of this. Now I get it. The president rushed to call us because if we report, he'd be in trouble too. Suddenly having to flee the country. How is he planning to do so? Did he find a smuggler's boat? They didn't bring any luggage because they were told it wasn't necessary. They were too rushed to even think about it. It's my first time living abroad. I wanted to escape this place anyway, so this is good, but, fuck. They always cursed South Korea, but leaving it felt bittersweet. There's no better country for criminals to live in than here. That was the past, fuck. Because of Lee Seong-yun, all players are screwed. The players lit another cigarette, sighing deeply. But when is the president showing up? Exactly. It's almost time for the meeting. Maybe we should just call the police. Just as their frustration was reaching its peak. DRRRRRRR. The door to the warehouse opened, and a man appeared. Are you the president? They didn't know the president's face, but they had no choice but to assume it was him. He appeared exactly at the time they were told to gather. Thump. The man closed the warehouse door and quietly looked at the players. He was a clean-cut man, but his aura felt odd. Are you the president? Is it true you're sending us abroad? And you're covering all the expenses for living abroad? Is there really no problem with this? They each threw out questions, but silence was all that returned. Fuck, say something. Because of you, this happened. Is this what you want? What? Fine, I'll send you. At that moment, the players saw it. The man's entire body was instantly armed with equipment. A sword gripped in his hand, surging with black energy. TSTSTSTSTST. I'll send you to hell. Ma Kyung Rock's sword danced. With the sound of slicing, limbs flew through the air. Ack. This crazy bastard. In an instant, the scene was filled with screams and blood. There was nowhere to run. In just 10 seconds, 5 men were dismembered. Don't worry, I won't kill you. Not until you spit out all of your items. Dark aura flowed like a snake from Ma Kyung-rock's sword. Devour them. But don't kill them. Following that command, the dark aura enveloped the players. Crunch crunch crunch. Og. A wicked smile hung on Ma Kyung-rock's lips. Chapter 125. Before going to the warehouse, Ma Kyung-rock was walking down the street at night. It was because of Ryu Min's call, asking him to come out to a secluded alley because he had something secret to say. What does he want to talk about in the middle of the night? Couldn't he just say it over the phone instead of calling someone out like this? And at such a late hour. Ma Kyung-rock found the prophet's behavior uncharacteristic of his usual demeanor. Puzzling. His puzzlement continued even after meeting Ryu Min. Ah, prophet, you're here. So, you said you had something to tell me. Ryu Min didn't respond. What's so important that he's setting such a mood? His expression was as grave as if he was carrying the weight of the world on his shoulders. Mr. Chairman, it's a bit out of the blue, but I have a confession to make. A confession. At the word confession, Ma Kyung-rock thought of various things. Surely not. The worst assumptions came to mind but were quickly dismissed. Such a development would only happen in a melodrama. In fact, I know your secret. Secret. Suspicion immediately arose in Ma Kyung-rock's eyes. As you know, I am a prophet. In doing so, I inadvertently saw your future. That's when I saw the secret. A long sigh escaped from Ryu Min's mouth. Ma Kyung-rock did not know that it was a meticulously calculated act. In reality, you've been hunting, haven't you? I know. You choose only criminals to hunt. That's why I don't think badly of you. Of course, I don't consider you an enemy either. Otherwise, we wouldn't have been in business together. Until now, right? However, I haven't considered you a complete ally either. It would be a lie to say I wasn't on guard, knowing you murder as a hobby at night. Ma Kyung-rock understood what Ryu Min meant. Regardless of who the victim is, a murderer is a murderer. From the perspective of an observer, it could only be repelling. That's the normal reaction. In fact, Ma Kyung-rock had anticipated this moment. He didn't expect such a direct confession, though. Prophet, have you ever killed a bug? Of course, you have. Maybe not recently, but as a child, you might have torn off the limbs of bugs. Out of curiosity, a child who doesn't understand the pain it causes might commit such cruel acts without knowing it's cruel. I did that. I killed countless bugs when I was young. They were disgusting. There was a belief ingrained in me that disgusting and unpleasant things needed to be crushed. That belief persisted even as I grew up. To my eyes, many appeared not as people but as repulsive bugs swarming around. This time, Ryu Min was silent. I decided to start cleaning up these bugs during high school. There was this leech-like guy who clung to me because he knew I was from a wealthy family. I was so disgusted by him. I couldn't resist the impulse and just got rid of him. It was easy. There was nothing money couldn't solve. That was the beginning. It was then I started actively eliminating bugs. It might sound psychotic, but honestly, it felt exhilarating. I haven't counted how many I've killed since then. Just know it's more than fingers and toes can count. Ryu Min didn't know what face to make as he looked at Ma Kyung-rock. As if he still had more to say, Ma Kyung-rock continued to speak. Should I be called a psychopath? Whether that's accurate, I'm not sure. But one thing is for sure, I don't touch innocent people. Only those who emit a disgusting stench are what I deal with, as you well know. Prophet, when I first saw you, I somewhat expected this. If you could see the future, perhaps you could see my hobby too. If so, why have you left me alone until now? Why? I had my doubts but never asked. I didn't want to tarnish my image by exposing my own flaws. But I never thought you'd speak about it so frankly like this. Ma Kyung-rock's face was more serious than ever as he spoke softly. You knew I was a murderer and overlooked it, right? Why? Why didn't you report me to the police? I'll be honest, Ryu Min said with a feigned tense expression. I was not confident. Not confident in fighting you and winning, nor in bearing the consequences that would follow. Besides, there's no remaining evidence, is there? Would the police believe me based on the future? Even if they did, Could it serve as evidence? Then why are you telling me this now? It was time to get to the point, and Ryu Min's expression became more serious. I wanted to ask Mr. Ma to clean up more trash. What do you mean? Could it be? I wanted to ask Mr. Ma to clean up more trash. What do you mean? Could it be? Yes, exactly the kind of trash you're thinking of. There's this place I know that is overflowing with trash. I desperately need Mr. Ma's help. Ryu Min was referring to Ma Kyung-rok as the cleaner. No one else was more suitable for cleaning that darkness from this world. Have you heard of Player Have? Yes. Isn't it a cafe that only players can join? You know it, but you haven't thought about joining. I'm not interested in online gatherings. Even if I joined, I wouldn't have time to meet offline. But why suddenly bring up the cafe? Actually, if you look closely, this cafe is crawling with murderers. Excuse me. Ryu Min grinned and went on to explain in detail about the cafe's murder interviews and how they ensnare players, among other things. Information that could not be known without joining firsthand. Such a cafe plagued with vermin. Disgust appeared on Ma Kyung-rok's face. He looked as if he wanted to kill those filthy beings right then and there. But how did you come to know all this, Prophet? You didn't join, did you? Ma Kyung-rok was not only skeptical about Ryu Min joining them but also suspected beyond that. Certainly, it was information that usually only high-ranking members could know. Do not worry, I have never joined. I happened to see the future of a high-ranking player there. And learned about it. Ah, if that's the case. Suspicion faded from Ma Kyung-rok's eyes. To summarize your words, Prophet, all players who joined the Player Haven Cafe passed the murder interview and should all be considered trash that needs to be cleaned. And you're asking me to take care of them now. That's correct. Although the murder interview has been completely abolished with the change of the executive team, all existing members have been involved in or abetted murder. Considering both the present and the future, it's a group that cannot be ignored. Do you have a reason for not reporting them and instead entrusting this to me? Even if reported, it would realistically be impossible to prosecute. Most of the evidence has been destroyed, and since they are players, it's not easy to confine them through force. That's true. That's why I need Mr. Ma's help. There's nothing better than killing people to accumulate dark magic for the Dark Knight class, right? Ma Kyung-rok's eyes widened in surprise. You're well aware of my job too. Of course. Seeing prophecies allows me to learn various information. Ma Kyung-rok nodded and asked again for confirmation. Specifically, what do you want me to do? Kill all the trash of Player Haven. If we lure them to a quiet place, Mr. Ma can go there, relieve some stress, and gain dark magic. It won't be possible to kill them in a day. It will take months given the number of people. How do you plan to lure them? If we scare them with wanted posters featuring their faces and offer to help them escape abroad, that should do it. I've made one of their officers on our side, so there won't be a problem with manpower. Ma Kyung-rok was inwardly surprised by Ryu Min's proposal, though he didn't show it. There's a concrete plan already. He had somewhat thought it might be a joke. He was prepared to laugh it off with an ah-ha-ha, if the Prophet suddenly said it was a surprise. Now I understand. The Prophet is 100% serious. If it's serious, the story changes. This is an opportunity, a chance to easily supply dark magic. The Dark Knight job demands a lot of dark magic. Like a foreign car that's great but expensive to fuel. It's overwhelmingly powerful compared to other ordinary jobs, but the cost is indeed burdensome. So, the Prophet is offering to reduce that burden. All he had to do was add his spoon to a well-prepared meal. An offer too tempting to refuse. There was no reason to refuse. Yet, Ma Kyung-rok hesitated for a bit. There was something holding him back from readily accepting. It was the burden of responsibility. Not the private murders he had conducted so far, but a joint operation with the Prophet. Sharing the secret of murder added a different level of burden. Ryu Min was not unaware of this fact. A motive is needed. No need for a grand motive. Just a little push, and he'll move on his own. Ryu Min took out an item from his inventory. Take this. This is. Receiving something unexpectedly, Ma Kyung-rok was puzzled. A potion of dark magic. I thought you might need it. Ah, Only then did Ma Kyung-rok, who saw the item's options, get surprised. It was indeed a potion meant for him. You can consider it a bribe if you want. I'm not asking you to help me for free, so don't feel too pressured. Feeling like he received an unexpected gift. The burden Ma Kyung-rok felt vanished at that moment. You've prepared a meal and even given me such a gift. It may be a meal, but it's not an easy task. I'll use it well. Profit. Leave the trash cleaning to me. Ma Kyung-rok and Ryu Min both smiled contentedly. The player, gasping for breath as if dying, was tapped on the face by Ma Kyung-rok. Is this all of it? Answer me. Don't you have anything else? No, I've emptied everything in my inventory. Ma Kyung-rok looked at the items laid out before him and asked again. Are you sure? Yes, please. The player trembled violently. Please get rid of this monster. Sob. Dark aura, like leeches, clung to the man's lower body, slowly devouring his life force. The pain was unbearable, but the fear of being eaten alive by a beast was greater. Okay, a promise is a promise. Ma Kyung-rok gathered the dark energy, and then lifted his blade. I'll kill you gently, as promised. Thank you. Before the player could finish speaking, his head fell to the ground. Ma Kyung-rok sheathed his sword back into the inventory. They were going to die anyway. Taking their items won't be a problem. A satisfied smile appeared on Ma Kyung-rok's lips. He had collected more items than expected. Most of them were to be given to the prophet. If you're Korean, you should have the decency to return. Ma Kyung-rok grinned and used the trace erasing skill. 5 corpses disappeared as if everything was a dream. Chapter 126. A dark night. Ryu Min's gaze was fixed on an abandoned warehouse. From inside, occasional chilling screams could be heard, but Ryu Min just laughed. After all, they were trash that deserved to die. The location is well chosen. This place is perfect as a garbage incinerator. The area was surrounded by mountains and rarely visited by people, making it an ideal place to dispose of bodies. Moreover, he has just hired the best cleaner in the town. To be honest, I was half in doubt whether Ma Kyung-rok would listen to my request, but to see him move exactly as I wanted. Ryu Min had asked Ma Kyung-rok to take care of the trash cleaning. He took the risk of revealing that he knew his secret. It was a kind of gamble. The moment his secret was revealed, it wouldn't be strange for him to show hostility at any time. He even thought about fighting Ma Kyung-rok if necessary. No one would be happy to have their lifelong hidden disgrace uncovered, even if it meant being supplied with black magic power by cleaning human trash. That's why he decided to take a direct approach instead. Many people must have been hypocritical while dealing with Ma Kyung-rok, so he calculated that doing the opposite might work. But who knew that would actually work? Speaking openly and honestly was a stroke of genius. Strictly speaking, it was me pretending to open up to him. It was a relief that everything went smoothly. Well, it wouldn't have been a bad deal for Ma Kyung-rok either. Even if he couldn't win Ma Kyung-rok's heart, he was confident in finding a solution. He could see 7 seconds into the future, so he could always change to a better direction. If it didn't work out, he might have ended up fighting Ma Kyung-rok. Anyway, the trash cleaning is resolved with this. Ryu Min immediately turned around. He didn't enter the warehouse even as the screams grew longer, not wanting to disturb Ma Kyung-rok's private meal. He was satisfied just hearing the screams. Morning, afternoon, evening, dawn, 5 people each time. Having promised 20 people a day, Ma Kyung-rok should be able to gather enough dark magic energy. There were 28 days left until the 9th round. Even if he lured and killed people for all 28 days, he could only dispose of 560 people, but it couldn't be helped. Any more would be too risky. An excessive meal would also be burdensome for Ma Kyung-rok, so they agreed to keep it at that level. What to do with the remaining 471 people? They were going to disappear in the next round anyway. It would be better to strip them of items before killing them. Maybe I should take care of those that Ma Kyung-rok can't handle. With that thought, Ryu Min picked up his phone as he returned home. He was looking at the murder list sent by Yamti, deciding whom to kill when a familiar name caught his eye. This person is. In the quiet night, Ryu Min's eyes shone coldly. August. It's been 8 months since the world began to fall apart. Many things have happened in what could be considered a short time. The economy shook, leading to a financial crisis, and the stock prices of all companies plummeted. Most of the people who were in their 20s, who were a large part of the economic activity, died, a natural consequence. Store owners hastily replaced them with people in their 30s, but the reality was a shortage of both workers and customers. Now, part-time jobs can be obtained with just a text message. Consequently, unmanned convenience stores and even unmanned cafes have increased explosively. TN. An unmanned cafe is a coffee shop that operates without the need for staff or employees to be present on site for it to function. CO Aaron and Hong Sun-ah visited one of these unmanned cafes. Here, Aaron. A caramel macchiato with 2 extra shots, right? Yeah, thanks. The world has really improved. Now we can go to unmanned cafes. You sound like an 80-year-old, you know. CO Aaron grinned. Lately, there had been little to smile about. Just going out with a fellow actor to peacefully chat felt like happiness, given how much the world had changed. Hell wasn't far away. It was closer than they thought. Looking at it now, our main fan base has become the 30s. Since most of the 20s have died. Suddenly bringing up such a depressing topic. CO Aaron wished time and time again that the reality she faced was a lie. That the survival game of killing and being killed was all just a dream. Even now, when I return from a round, I think, could all of this be just a dream? Would the fellow actors I was close with contact me again, smiling as before? CO Aaron had always been sincere about acting. She loved her job and enjoyed the chemistry with fellow actors. She was fortunate to meet Ma Kyung-rock and received support in various ways, leading to a successful career, a successful life. But that life was no more. As the atmosphere quickly darkened, Hong Sun-ah apologized. Sorry for bringing up something so gloomy. It's okay. It's just how things are. It's hard, isn't it? Wanna start smoking? Maybe even smoke together. Haha, you make me laugh. She squeezed a laugh at that joke and sipped her caramel macchiato. The sweetness entering her mouth made her feel slightly better. But we're better off, aren't we? We survived. Because we're players. That's true. I'm still shocked about Gong Sr.'s death. Who would have thought he'd die in the first round? And a man at that. Stats are equal. It doesn't matter if it's a man or a woman. Right. Even middle schoolers can exert the same strength as grown-ups, so it doesn't mean much. Now that I think about it, goblins are just trash, right? Hearing her fellow actor curse, CO Aaron scolded her. Even if there are no people around, you must watch your language. What does it matter? It's part of my charm, isn't it? The fans wouldn't know anyway. Hong Sun-ah smirked, raising her nose. There was no one else around them in the unmanned cafe. There's also this advantage since there are no people. We can walk around without hiding our faces. But our income has decreased. That's true. But in this situation, is income really the problem? Survival is the top priority. She wasn't wrong, so CO Aaron listened in silence. What could be more important than survival in the current situation? Aaron, you're lucky. You have a good job for surviving. You mean my summons? Yes, I heard it's like a cheat job. Golems tank for you, fairies cast protective shields, and after level 20, fairies even help in combat. They jump in like slaves to do everything for you. I'm jealous, so jealous. Your job isn't bad either. Me, no, I'm just a bit stronger, but assassination turned out to be a common job. Invisibility is a skill, but it's useless. Why? It can be used during combat, right? That's true, but it's not very useful in battle. One attack and it's gone. The cooldown is long, too. It's basically for survival when in danger. That's good then. There's nothing as important as survival. That's true, but in reality, there aren't many dangerous situations, right? It's awkward to use. I'm not a stalker, and robbing a bank is useless nowadays because they've taken measures. The cafe also has a sign that only card payments are allowed. Are they scared of players stealing cash? Sun-ah, you're not seriously thinking about this, are you? You think I'm an idiot? Why would I make such a ridiculous thought? Anyway, you can't even distinguish between a joke and seriousness. Despite the scolding, CO Aaron just smiled warmly. Considering their friendship from working on several projects together, even this chit-chat was enjoyable. After all, she was the only actor friend who had survived. Despite the scolding, CO Aaron just smiled warmly. Considering their friendship from working on several projects together, even this chit-chat was enjoyable. After all, she was the only actor friend who had survived. But we're really amazing, aren't we? Surviving until the 8th round. That's true. Apparently, there are only a handful of people left in the entertainment industry who survived. Did that many die? Of course, you still don't know. Almost all seniors, juniors, singers, and idols have died. About 70% of celebrities are dead. Can't be. I didn't think it was that bad. It seems that you've been attending too many funerals that you lost your mind. Hong Sun-ah clicked her tongue. So you didn't know this either. Our value has skyrocketed. Our value has increased. The entertainment industry, heavily populated by people in their 20s, was doomed to fail. But what about the players who survived? They became elite celebrities, monopolizing public popularity. This was the current state of the entertainment industry after the cataclysm. When Hong Sun-ah mentioned this, CO Aaron looked as if she was hearing it for the first time. Our value has increased, and we're more famous than before. Do you really not know? Haven't you searched your name on the internet? I don't really do ego searching. Try searching now. CO Aaron did as suggested, albeit reluctantly. Then she let out an unwittingly dumbfounded voice. There were more articles than she expected. The list of the celebrities in their 20s who survived the 8th round. CO Aaron, Hong Sun-ah, Gu Yeon Sung, Jang Bok-chul, and a total of 19 people. In a gloomy situation, leading stars like CO Aaron, Hong Sun-ah, and others, celebrity players. Inquiries from advertisers are pouring in. Jang Bok-chul, who appeared as an extra for 10 years, rises as a star following CO Aaron. Jang Bok-chul, a nameless actor-player gaining fame, confesses his ideal type as CO Aaron. The advertising value of CO Aaron and other 8th round surviving players has risen by 2.8 times overall. These were articles that came up when searching for CO Aaron's name. She seemed unaware that her name had been mentioned so frequently. What is this? When did my value increase? As celebrities decreased, advertising revenue increased and our value went up. That Jang Bok-chul mentioned in the articles was a nameless actor, but by surviving the 8th round, he has rapidly gained recognition. You didn't know about this. Are you lying to me just to tease me? CO Aaron was genuinely startled and waved her hands. No, I really didn't know. I haven't been on the internet for a while. Even if you didn't go online, someone from the management or the company must have mentioned it. Manager. CO Aaron thought of Sang-chul, then shook her head. No one told me anything. How could there be so many articles and no one said a word? Who is the head of your agency? Exactly. Although it is not an official agency, the representative of the company that provides support is Ma Kyung-rock. She hadn't heard anything from him either. CO Aaron shook her head with a bitter expression. No one told me what the situation is like now. Can you believe it? A celebrity doesn't even know her own value. CO Aaron looked at Hong Sun-ah, who was sighing. Somehow, she seemed to be smiling. Was it just her imagination? You should quit your company quickly. What a bunch of assholes, keeping information so tightly sealed just to suck up the signing bonus. The articles about the value increase were published 3 months ago. So they knew for at least 3 months but kept their mouths shut. How could they do that? It's hard to say this, but you didn't mention it either. You didn't contact me for months and suddenly called today. Hey, I thought you knew. Who doesn't look at internet articles? Especially a celebrity. CO Aaron became speechless. She regretted bringing it up, having not gained anything in return. I've been busy. You know how dangerous the world has become, so I've been avoiding all contact for a while. Really? So dumb. Hong Sun-ah, who had been harsh the entire time, suddenly offered a favor. Why not come to our company? Our CEO treats us really well. You, Aaron, would definitely receive good treatment. You have some reputation among the new actors. No, it's okay. What's the use of moving now? There's still time left on my contract. Break that damn contract. Should I talk to our CEO? I bet he'd even pay the penalty for you. It's okay. I don't like moving around like a migratory bird. Hong Sun-Ah's eyes suddenly turned cold. Are you saying that for me to hear? Huh, what do you mean? Never mind. Anyway, it's a shame. It would be nice to work at the same company. What work? The life of a celebrity is practically over. Even in the next round, we can't guarantee survival, let alone long-term projects like dramas. You only know one thing but not the other. Why would there be no work? Just landing a decent ad can earn you the equivalent of 10 years of an average office worker's salary. Not just ads, right? Even if you can't film dramas or movies, you can still appear in variety shows and various programs. It made sense when she thought about it. But didn't your company block even those job opportunities? You didn't even work properly. Since the cataclysm, CEO Aaron nodded cautiously, fearing she might get scolded. Sure enough, she was right. Hong Sun-Ah slapped her forehead in response. Really, that company is no good. What kind of stupid place did you join? Sun-Ah, even so, that's a bit harsh. Let's go. Out of nowhere, Hong Sun-Ah stood up, grabbed CEO Aaron's wrist, and pulled her. I'll introduce you to someone, so let's go. Who? There is someone who will save you from this mess. Chapter 127. People sometimes have moments of realization. This isn't right, is it? Feels like I've ended up somewhere strange. That was exactly how CEO Aaron felt at the moment. Doomed shit. Led by the hand of a fellow actor, she ended up in a club that was dark and gloomy, unlike the bright daylight outside. Though the thumping beats vibrated through the building, not a single dancer was in sight. What on earth are we doing here? Why did we come to a club? Just stop whining and follow me. I'll introduce you to someone nice. Despite feeling uneasy, CEO Aaron had no choice but to follow Hong Sun-Ah. She thought it might just be a feeling, and if worst comes to worst, she could always leave. Because I have the power to do so. Being a level 37 summoner gave her that confidence. Here we are. Hong Sun-Ah led her to a VVIP exclusive private room. Opening the door, a cloud of smoke made them squint their eyes. Guys, I've brought her. Who's this? Isn't that the famous CEO Aaron? Wow, you really brought her. Wow, she's even prettier in person than on screen. Scattered liquor bottles, and a messy table. People lying around smoking, others sprawled on the floor like drunkards. Isn't it said that people are left speechless when they are shocked? That was CEO Aaron at that moment. I came here following Sun-Ah, but she hadn't expected such chaos. But more bewildering than anything. Aren't these all faces I know? All 6 people present were somewhat famous celebrities. Swoosh. Who came? At that moment, their eyes met with an actor who had just come out of the bathroom. Hu Yi Sung Sr. Making them 7. One more person added. Aren't you Aaron? I heard you were coming, but you really did. I told you I'd bring her, Senior Ku. Behind, Hong Sun-Ah smirked meaningfully. Bakshul would be thrilled if he knew, wouldn't he? Where is Bakshul? He said he was going to the toilet because he needed to take a shit. Standing dumbfounded, CEO Aaron wondered what situation she had gotten herself into. Sit down. Now that you're here, let's have a drink at least. No, I'm good. It might be dark inside, but it was clearly broad daylight outside, and yet they're suggesting a drink. Especially since she felt something was off, CEO Aaron drew the line. Sun-Ah, have fun. Sorry, but I'll be leaving first. Hey, where do you think you're going? Come on, Aaron, you've come all this way, have a drink. Or would you prefer a joint? Excuse me. CEO Aaron was taken aback but quickly regained her composure. No, I don't smoke. It's not tobacco. Or maybe you'd prefer wine. I can't drink that either. You fucking crazy bitch. Senior Ku is offering, you should at least pretend to drink, damn. CEO Aaron doubted her ears for a moment. What did she call me? Hong Sun-Ah was always harsh with her words, but CEO Aaron had never been directly insulted before. But now, Hong Sun-ah was different. It was as if revealing a true face, smirking at her. No, smirk is too pretty a word. It was a clear sneer. Fucking bitch, you're looking down on me just because I'm a bit nice, huh? Instead of responding, Co Aaron instinctively looked back. Players who had been crawling on the floor were now blocking the exit, having come to their senses. What are you trying to do? Can't you see? We're keeping you from leaving. Why are you doing this? Why? You ask. Haha. Everyone who comes here says the same thing. They don't realize. They've fallen into a trap. Oh, is it because I'm such a killer of an actor? Now, it was clear from Hong Sun-ah's attitude. She was tricked. Co Aaron glanced at the actors around her. Malice could be felt in their expressions and eyes. They're all in on it. Co Aaron's gaze naturally shifted to Ku Yi and Sung. Among them, he was the eldest and a senior. If it was a trap, it was likely under his guidance. And sure enough. Haha, Miss Aaron, looking at me like that won't help. You've probably realized by now that we're all in it together. As if mistaking her gaze for a distress signal, he openly admitted it. At that moment, Co Aaron thought of a way to escape the crisis. Maybe, it might work, but she had to try. Co Aaron's expression instantly turned into that of a frightened puppy. Why are you doing this to me? Ku Yi and Sung laughed as if she was aroused by the look Co Aaron's face. It's nothing personal, just a survival strategy we've naturally come to learn, you know. What do you mean? Players' number is reducing by half each round, right? Maybe even more. Haven't you ever thought about it? Ku Yi and Sung smirked. The items held by those who vanish seem such a waste. Don't you think? I find it too wasteful. All the golden items they've accumulated, all disappearing into thin air. In a world where even shit can be used as fertilizer, the items these guys hold can't be used as anything and just disappear. Wouldn't it be better if they could be used for something, like fertilizer? Co Aaron belatedly caught on to their intentions. So, you're saying, if a player is going to disappear anyway, why not loot their items? Is that it? Oh, you've got some brains, huh? You understood all that so quickly. Other actors didn't get it even after I explained. Other actors? You've done this to other actors besides me. Of course. Sadly, Miss Co Aaron, you're just the 33rd victim. Already, 32 seniors, juniors, and fellow actors have given us their items before leaving. She had no idea. Co Aaron slumped onto the sofa. That means you've killed fellow actors. That's right. We've killed everyone. Don't worry, Miss Co Aaron. You'll soon follow. Co Aaron's expression was one of shock as she covered her face and crouched down. Meanwhile, she secretly summoned two fairies under the table. Co Aaron's expression was one of shock as she covered her face and crouched down. Meanwhile, she secretly summoned two fairies under the table. Unaware of the situation, the actors laughed maliciously. Just hand over your items willingly, and we'll let you go without pain. But if you're incooperative, we'll have no choice but to use force. Why are you doing this? Why kill fellow actors just for? Why? You ask. There are plenty of reasons. First, it's easier to backstab actors in the same profession. Second, having good items increases your chances of surviving the next round. Third, as I said before, it's a waste to let the items vanish. Fourth, to survive, we've realized. You can't be picky about your methods. Fifth, it's surprisingly fun. Have you ever had the chance to intimidate and kill someone? Always conscious of fans' eyes and living under their scrutiny, could we ever engage in such thrilling acts? They're your colleagues, not just anyone, but peers you've acted with. Miss Co Aaron, you're so naive, not knowing what it's like to start from the bottom. Ku Yi and Sung's smile vanished. Do you know what it's like to climb up from the bottom? The uncertain future of someday. Making it big, while living in a shitty reality as a struggling actor. I know. I've experienced it all and managed to make it big through hard work. But what if that hard-earned dream shatters in an instant? The world going to hell, unable to work on long-term projects like dramas or movies, and having to live as a clown on variety shows or survive on commercials. What if you're living a life counting down to the next round, wondering if you'll make it through. It would be utterly despairing and empty, wouldn't it? Everyone here is in that situation. People who have lost the jobs they barely managed to secure. Actors who were sincere in their craft but betrayed by their efforts. What can we, in our position, do? Nothing but a struggle for survival. Trampling over others to survive is the only strategy left for the remaining players. And then, a perfect stage for trampling over others is set, isn't it? You can even learn a scam. Skill like erasing traces. With this, how could we not kill? Reducing the number of actors increases the scarcity of celebrities, naturally boosting our value. Our worth in reality increases, and we secure items for use in the other world. What better two birds with one stone could there be? Hee. There was much CO Aaron wanted to rebut, but she focused silently on acting instead. Pretending to be scared and trembling, she put all her acting skills into this moment, as if this was what she had been preparing for all along. So, you're going to steal my items and kill me? Of course. CO Aaron then smiled resignedly. Is this a hidden camera prank? A new variety show, or maybe a YouTube video? Can someone please tell me this is just a joke? Hee. This bitch still hasn't snapped out of it. Hong Sun-ah taunted as she approached CO Aaron. Slap. A slap followed immediately, blood splattering as her head turned. The force behind the palm strike was clearly no joke. Hey, you fucking bitch. Do you think we're playing around? Should we cut off a finger or two to help you understand the situation? Why bother with a finger? There's a better way. As the men smirked maliciously, Hong Sun-ah grimaced. Men are all the same, huh? If a girl's face is half decent, that's all they think about. You think she's pretty. It's all thanks to plastic surgery. Plastic surgery isn't for anyone, you know. You need a good base to start with. So what if it's plastic surgery? Hee. As long as it tastes good, that's all that matters. Even amidst the mocking laughter, CO Aaron curled up and endured. Her expression mixed with shame, anger, and fear. She waited for an opportunity. Hu Yi and Sung quieted the crowd with a sigh. You guys, why scare her already? Miss Aaron, don't worry. Just hand over all your items, and we'll let you die peacefully. I'll make sure these guys don't touch you. You don't like it, do you? By your expression, wouldn't it be better to hand over your items and die peacefully rather than being treated like a rag and dying horribly? Do you really promise to let me go peacefully if I give you my items? Yes. Oh, but I forgot to tell you something. What is it? You know Jang Bokchul, right? He's really into you, Miss Aaron. He even mentioned you as his ideal type in the media. So, when he heard Miss Aaron was coming, he was really looking forward to it. So, just do what he wants, just once. You can do that much before dying, right? What do you mean? It's pitiful, isn't it? A nobody who survived not because of acting but as a player and finally made it big. And this guy picked you, Miss CO Aaron, as his ideal type, but you can't even do that much for him. It would feel good if you grant one person's wish before dying, right? If you don't answer, I'll take it as a yes. You don't have a choice anyway. Don't even think about resisting. You see how many of us are here, right? Including Bokchul. That makes 9 of us. All above level 35. According to Sun-ah, Miss CO Aaron is level 37, but you won't stand a chance against us. Please, spare me. I was wrong. CO Aaron showed tears and rubbed her hands together. Belatedly facing reality, bitter laughter leaked from the actors' mouths. Everyone ends up like this in the end, don't they? Please spare me. I won't do it again. I was wrong. But if you're begging for your life, shouldn't you start by handing over your items? I'll give them to you. I'll give them all to you. CO Aaron pretended to take items out of her inventory and sneakily looked around. Now was the time. They were off guard. Equip. At the command word, CO Aaron's body was enveloped in her gear. Swoosh. Before the people could react to the sudden armament, the waiting fairies emerged from under the table. Then, those cute creatures fired beams of light straight at Kuyi and Sung. Screech. Arg. As the sound of burning flesh filled the air, Kuyi and Sung screamed. He raised his arm in defense, and it was just in time. a moment later, and his eyes would have been burnt out. "You fucking bitch. Catch her." Before Ku Yi and Sung could even shout, the actors were already donning their equipment. Co Aaron was inwardly surprised. They're quick to respond. It seemed they had anticipated her resistance. Quickly summoning a golem, Co Aaron pushed away the male actor standing by the door. Boom. When the 1.5 meters golem charged with its entire body, the man was slammed against the wall. Co Aaron grabbed the doorknob and flung the door open. She had never intended to confront them head-on. She was only looking for a chance to escape. "I've done it, now I just need to get out." But before she could step over the threshold, black chains wrapped around Co Aaron's body. "Fucking bitch, where do you think you're running to?" The chains belonged to Ku Yi and Sung. No actor had ever escaped from the grasp of the black magician. "Fucking hell, I thought you were no different. I was fooled by a woman's tears, I really got fooled, huh?" Co Aaron tried to command her fairies, but it was too late. She realized they had already been destroyed by Ku Yi and Sung's black arrows. Crash. The golem, too, had been shattered by the players, returning to a pile of rubble. What do I do now? All my summons are dead. To summon again, she had to wait for a 10-minute cooldown. In a situation where every second was critical, she couldn't afford to wait. Why not try summoning again? "Oh, maybe you can't because of the cooldown. Then, can we have our fun with you now? Brother, you said we'd leave her for Bakshul. I changed my mind. Who knows when she'll summon again? We can't wait for Bakshul to arrive." Ku Yi and Sung ordered with a murderous gaze. "Men, get ready. Let's show this fucking bitch what humiliation is." "Hee, gladly. I've been waiting for this." The men stepped forward with malicious smiles, and Hong Sun-ah laughed bitterly, stepping back. As the men grabbed her arms and legs, Co Aaron was engulfed in despair. To end up like this. Her escape plan had failed. With no way out, darkness enveloped her vision. Then, someone entered through the open door. The actor's attention shifted. A familiar face, Jang Bakshul, had arrived. Bakshul, here's your favorite Co Aaron." Their expressions brightened but quickly hardened. Behind him stood a masked stranger. Who? Before they could finish asking, Jang Bakshul's head flopped lifelessly. It seems he was already dead. The masked man stepped forward while carrying Jang Bakshul's body with him. "Jang Bakshul, this bastard, was your friend, right?" Thud. As he let go, Jang Bakshul's body collapsed lifelessly. Who are you?" "It seems I was right." With a wave of his hand, the corpse vanished without a trace. Trace erasure. "I smelled trash from afar. So it was gathered here. Who are you?" Before Ku Yi and Sung could finish, he swallowed his words. The others did the same. Silence fell, as if time had stopped. There was no need to ask who he was, because they could see a large black scythe in the masked man's hand. Chapter 128. 14 hours before the assassination of Jang Bakshul, Ryu Min discovered a familiar name on the murder list. Ju Sung Taek. Did this guy join Player Haven too? The name and the age matched perfectly, but the nickname was slightly different. The nickname is slightly off. Seeing that the ranking written down was also different, it seemed he had slightly changed the information before he joined. That explains why Ju Sung Taek wasn't in the executive positions. Ju Sung Taek was a top player, ranking second or third in the entire region. If he had been an executive, they would have met long before, but since he faked his information, it was natural they hadn't met until now. Looking at the date of joining, it seems he signed up a long time ago. Did he just join in? Not participate. Searching the forum, there were no posts or comments from him. It seemed he had quietly passed the murder interview and stayed silent. This guy obviously deserves to die, but there's still some use for him. He decided to spare him from now. But he was as good as dead like the others. It was just that his time had been extended. Glancing over the list again, Ryu Min saw a nickname that seemed familiar. Name: Hong Sun-ah. Nickname: Puffy Cheek Bun. Age: 22. Occupation: actress. Suddenly, Co Aaron came to mind. She was the same age and she was also an actress. If they worked on the same projects, they could have been close. Should I search for her? Typing in Hong Sun-ah on the internet brought up several articles. Actress Hong Sun-ah, the survivor of Round 8, her charm of many colors. Hong Sun-ah, Seo Aaron, Ji Yeon Sung, Jang Bokchul, among popular celebrity players. Survive this round 2. Actress Hong Sun-ah signs a commercial contract with a major agency. Hong Sun-ah confirmed to appear on the show Players. Excitement grows for what role she will play. It turned out she was a popular celebrity in her 20s, raising her stock alongside Seo Aaron by surviving this far. To think she could boldly continue her entertainment activities even after passing Player Haven's murder test. She must have thrown her conscience into the trash. Only the executives knew about the murder test. As long as the executives kept their mouths shut, it wouldn't become public knowledge. Player Haven wouldn't expose it either, as it would be like spitting on their own face. Despite all of that, she dares to be active. Ryu Min clicked his tongue as he looked up Hong Sun-ah's Instagram for some information. Among various photos, there was one with Seo Aaron. Just looking at the photo, they seem quite close. Besides the two smiling women, there were many other photos. Mostly selfies of Hong Sun-ah trying to look pretty. The rest were photos with friends. Among them, Ryu Min paid special attention to one photo. It was a recent photo taken with male actors in front of a club, captioned, "A shot with close colleague actors at a club I frequently visit." From the left, Junior Ju, Ji Sung, Senior Ji Yeon Sung, Senior Jang Bokchul, Junior Kang Soo-yeon, had fun. Today as always, colleague actors, names he had seen somewhere. Just in case, he reviewed the murder list again. He compared the names of people whose occupation was an actor. Sigh, every single one of them was a Player Haven member. Birds of a feather flock together, so all the remaining famous actors are Player Haven members, committing crimes such as murder, rape, and abetting, yet shamelessly living as if they were stars, and under the guise of celebrities, receiving the spotlight. Unable to hide his astonishment, Ryu Min checked each actor's Instagram. They really were close, evidenced by numerous photos together. They're close actors and also Player Haven members. Something smells fishy. What could murderers gather together to do? Could they be conspiring for other crimes? Upon further investigation, he discovered a common link. They all have photos taken at the same club. Looking at the photos taken at the same club, Ryu Min grabbed his coat. There was definitely a stench. If he visited the club, more would surely come out. "Hung, where are you going?" "Just stepping out for a bit." At this hour, after nodding, he left his younger sibling behind and opened the front door. "Go to bed first. I might get back late." The location of the club wasn't far. Driving his Lamborghini for 20 minutes, he arrived. It was past midnight, an ideal time to visit the club. "I'm not going for fun, but for investigation." He parked the car in a public parking lot and walked a bit. This is it. Finding the club scene on Instagram, Ryu Min was immediately disappointed. He had expected a bouncer checking a tire like in the movies, but there was none. Not even a bouncer. The club's door was locked. What? The club isn't open at this peak hour. It was definitely suspicious. Looking around the building, he found a back door, which was also locked. "I can hear people inside despite the doors being locked front and back." Locked doors, yet there were people within 30 meters. Suspicious, very suspicious. If there had been a window, he would have broken in, but the club was underground. How to enter? Why overthink it? Crack. He simply forced the door open. Then, using invisibility, he entered unseen. Wearing the ghostwalk boots, his footsteps made no sound. The club was quiet, and not in operation. But there were definitely people inside. Ryu Min walked towards the presence detected by his skill. As if the person had a detection skill, they looked towards Ryu Min. Ryu Min immediately moved out of the 30 meters range. Strange. Is it my imagination? As no one was visible or felt, the man tilted his head and walked again. That actor must be Ju Ji Sung. Recognizing the face, Ryu Min frowned. This is frustrating. Everyone has detection skills now, making it hard to approach properly. He realized anew that invisibility wasn't a great skill. Until I get the rune of stealth, there's nothing I can do about this. He would fortunately obtain the rune of stealth in round 9. Thinking this, He carefully followed Ju Ji-sung, maintaining a 31 meters distance to avoid detection. Walking down the corridor, they soon encountered 3 people coming out of a room. Faces he had memorized. Walking down the corridor, they soon encountered 3 people coming out of a room. Faces he had memorized. Their names were Ji Yu Sung, Jang Bokchul, Kong Soo-yun, right. Despite the distance of 30 meters, the conversation between the 4 could be heard due to how quiet the club was. Hey, senior, where are you going? To grab some drinks. And some weed too. Already ran out. Yeah, I said I'd go alone, but these juniors couldn't wait and insisted on coming along. Laughing, the younger ones said to Ji Yu Sung, "Ah, how can we sit still when senior is working so hard?" Hee, definitely not, because we wanted to smoke quickly. Their laughter indicated how addicted they were to marijuana. You're barely able to stand and you're talking about that. Just rest. I'll bring both the drinks. And weed. Could you really do that for us? Of course. Go inside and have fun. I'll bring everything. Ha, thank you, senior. Jang Bokchul bowed deeply, and Ji Yu Sung chuckled. You bow like that, you really look like a gangster. My face does have that gangster look, isn't it? Hee. Ji Yu senior, Jang Bokchul senior might look like that, but he's really innocent. He's never done it before. Kekaki. Ah, really? He looks like a gangster. This is really unexpected. Hee. Don't tease me, seniors. Jang Bokchul seemed shy, scratching his head. No wonder you've been calling Seo Aaron's name to the point of getting an earful. Is there a reason for your obsession? As Ji Yu Sung mentioned Seo Aaron, Ryu Min's gaze changed. Senior, is it really true that we'll see Seo Aaron tomorrow? Yeah, Sun Ah contacted me, said she arranged a meeting with her at a cafe for lunch. Then, am I really losing my virginity tomorrow? Of course, our Bokchul's ideal woman will be visiting us. I'll let you have your turn first. Thank you, senior. Really, thank you. Jang Bokchul bowed several times. But after you, it's our turn, right? Ah, of course. After I'm done, seniors can have all the fun. This guy, always putting himself first, Ha, ha, ha. Jang Bokchul seemed genuinely happy. Reading his thoughts, they were too filthy to utter. Hee, when Seo Aaron comes tomorrow, I'll try everything, damn it, I can't wait. Ryu Min turned away, feeling he had heard enough. Having read his mind, he had obtained the crucial information. These guys are planning to kill Seo Aaron. He hadn't expected Seo Aaron to be involved. Just curious investigation led to this. Were there only trash around Seo Aaron? Seo Aaron probably didn't know that she would be backstabbed by an actress she considered a close friend, Hong Sun-ah. She'll find out tomorrow how foolish it is to trust such people. Even colleagues would stab you in the back for survival in this world. As a player who had gone through 99 rounds, Ryu Min had seen such scenes countless times. Anyway, this is an opportunity. A chance to gain Seo Aaron's definite favor. What would happen if he saved Seo Aaron under the guise of the Black Scythe? He could completely make her his own. Men can be controlled using Yam-T, but that enchantment doesn't work on women. That was why he didn't kill these men and turned away. It's better to sweep them when they're all together. Killing them now won't make Seo Aaron appreciate my efforts. Of course, gaining Seo Aaron's favor might not always lead to positive outcomes. It's not guaranteed to only have positive effects. But he couldn't just ignore it. This opportunity was too precious to give to Ma Kyung-rok. It's better if I save her than Ma Kyung-rok. Currently, they were allies, but Ma Kyung-rok could become a stumbling block for Ryu Min. If Ma Kyung-rok and Seo Aaron became close, it could become troublesome later. Creak click. Leaving the club, Ryu Min awaited the dawn. Tomorrow, if I tail that woman Hong Sun-ah, I can catch the perfect timing. It was time to directly undertake the trash cleaning. 14 hours later, present time. In Ryu Min's hand was the corpse of that trash, Jang Bokchul. Having followed Hong Sun-ah into the club, he first killed Jang Bokchul, who was in the communal bathroom. If I take this guy and show him to the others, I can send a clear message. Holding the head of the man with a broken neck upright, he moved, wearing a white mask to declare himself as the Black Scythe. Intentionally making his footsteps heard, he changed from the ghostwalk boots to another pair of shoes. Thud, thud. He entered through the open door, and soon, Co. Aaron, who was about to be raped, came into view. The eyes of the actors focused on Ryu Min. Or, to be precise, on the corpse he boldly presented. Ah, Bokchul, here's your favorite Co. Aaron. Discovering him behind the corpse, the actors' expressions uniformly hardened. Jang Bokchul, this bastard, is your friend, right? Who are you? Seems so. He erased Jang Bokchul's corpse with a trace removal technique. Smelled trash from somewhere. So, you were all gathered here. What are you? Without a word, Ryu Min drew his death scythe. The crowd fell silent in unison. Anyone, not a fool, would have understood enough from that alone. Is that a scythe? Could it be Black Scythe? Some actors shook their heads, denying reality. Nah, it can't be. Why would Black Scythe show up here? Yeah, just because he has a scythe doesn't mean he's that guy. The two actors who were talking released Co. Aaron, and stepped forward. These were Ji Yi and Sung's loyal dogs. Hey, you bastard, how did you get in here? Did you kill Bokchul? Huh, Ryu Min sighed and murmured. Seems you haven't grasped the situation yet. Son of a bitch, you dare to sigh in front of us. You'll die. Swish. With a single movement in the darkness, Ryu Min's scythe flowed. The heads of the two actors slid off as if buttered. Cut as smoothly as tofu, there was no sound of slicing. Just like that, in a moment, the two were reduced to corpses. Thump, thump, ah, the remaining actors recoiled in horror, panic written all over their faces. Co. Aaron was no exception. Is that really Black Scythe? For real? His voice differed, making her skeptical, but Co. Aaron couldn't deny it. The figure who appeared like a white knight was indeed the Black Scythe she knew. Ryu Min pointed his scythe at the remaining ones. This is really annoying, so just come at me all at once. And don't even think about playing tricks. A soft voice flowed from behind the mask. Anyway, not a single one of you will leave this place alive. Chapter 129. Gulp. In the tense situation, Ji Yi and Sung gulped down his saliva. Damn, what's this situation? They killed numerous actors without any issues until now. Using Hong Sun-ah as bait was as easy as eating candy, and it was even easier to steal their items and kill them. Thanks to the trace erasing, evidence could be neatly concealed. If they just coordinated their stories, escaping police investigation would not be a difficult task. Thus, he had grown his value and gathered items by preying on his fellow celebrity players. Ji Yi and Sung was proud of his high criminal intelligence, skilled enough to boast about setting traps and covering his tracks. He was someone who made no mistakes. But then, where did it all go wrong, exactly? He had never faced such a crisis during his spree of killing 32 actors. But now he's facing Black Scythe, the monster who had topped the rankings in every zone throughout the 8 rounds and had just reached level 80 is suddenly in front of him. For Ji Yi and Sung, it was inconceivable. It was like throwing bait to catch a fish, only to hook a shark instead. Is it really Black Scythe? Just because he carries a scythe doesn't mean he's the Black Scythe, right? Doubt crossed his mind, but it was fleeting. Seeing the cleanly severed heads of 2 actors, Ji Yi and Sung thought that the man in front of him might really be Black Scythe. I didn't even see him swing. I didn't hear the sound of a neck being cut. This meant that the attacker's agility stats were high enough to make his attack invisible and his damage was way superior. A single swing was enough to feel the gap between them. It's like heaven and earth. The level is just incomprehensible. Realizing the extent of his opponent's skills, Ji Yi and Sung's brain began to work rapidly. Thud. He immediately knelt down and began his act of begging for his life. Please, spare me, I didn't do anything. Ji Yi and Sung pointed his fingers at the other actors. It was all them. They made me do it. Caught off guard by this sudden betrayal, Hong Sun-ah and the other 4 male actors were dumbfounded. What are you talking about, Ji Yu Sr.? Why are you blaming us? It was all because you told us to do it. Black Scythe, don't believe this dirty bastard. We were just following orders, but this bastard is the real mastermind. Enraged by their words, Ji Yi and Sung abruptly stood up. What did you just say? Bastards. Is that how you speak to your senior, you little shit? The juniors glared back, unwilling to back down. So, what about you? Selling out your juniors to save your own skin, is that what a senior does? You fucking bastard. What? You're really asking for death? Ji Yi and Sung raised his wand as if he were about to cast a spell. The other juniors also prepared to retaliate by wielding their weapons. The actors exchanged glares as if they were about to kill each other. It was an utter mess. However, this was exactly what Ji Yi and Sung had intended. Good. This will make it look like a real internal conflict. This would make any onlookers let their guard down. Glancing over, he saw the Black Scythe shaking his head at their petty squabbles as if it was pathetic. Now, Ji Yi and Sung raised his wand as if to attack a junior. Fucking hell, you bastards really want to die. Then, he suddenly changed direction, aiming a skill at Black Scythe's face. Black arrow. Normally, he would restrain his enemies with black chains before shooting a black arrow. But this was a surprise attack, leaving no time for binding. Even Black Scythe can't survive a headshot. The magic-infused black arrow hit its target. Thwack. Got it. It hit him right in. Ji Yi and Sung's face froze in a moment of triumph. The arrow he thought had hit had missed its target by a hair's breadth, striking the wall. Instead, to dodge it in that split second. It was an insane reflex. The actors, witnessing this, could only widen their eyes in disbelief. Ryu Min smirked from behind his mask. Put away your pathetic act. Did you think pretending to fight each other would make me let my guard down? Embarrassment flashed across Ji Yi and Sung's face. The juniors widened their eyes. They truly believed Ji Yi and Sung was betraying them. Didn't I warn you not to have any funny ideas? Yo, you fucking bastard. Ji Yi and Sung blatantly aimed his wand. With things as they were, there was no turning back. SSSHHHH. The black chains intended to bind Black Scythe were his chance to escape. But Ryu Min, who could read thoughts and see 7 seconds into the future, wouldn't just stand there and take it. Swoosh. Ryu Min, like a ghost, moved behind Ji Yi and Sung, already out of the chains' reach. It was a good idea, but, as he swung his scythe, Ji Yi and Sung's wand was cut off along with his forearm. Arg, you picked the wrong opponent. To a mage, a wand is as crucial as a gun's trigger. Now, even if he tried to use the black arrow, he wouldn't be able to aim properly. Shit, kill him. Feeling the crisis, the male actors charged at the Black Scythe. But they were no match for Ryu Min. Thud 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 thud. With a single strike, the heads of 4 actors floated in the air, and their bodies dropped like cut strings. Thump. Overwhelmed by his power, Ji Yi and Sung collapsed to the ground. Already crippled, he couldn't even dream of resisting. Ryu Min calmly surveyed the scene. Ji Yi and Sung was shivering with his arms trembling, and the shocked eyes of Seo Aaron were visible behind him. One was missing, but it was no problem. He had already sensed her through his ability to detect presence. Plop. Ah. As he struck the air behind him with his scythe, a sharp scream erupted. Hong Sun Ah, trembling with her legs, appeared as the invisibility skill wore off. Her thighs were pierced by Ryu Min's scythe like a fork. SSSHHHK. With a forceful tug, blood spattered as both thighs were cleanly severed. Thud. Hong Sun Ah's eyes rolled back as she convulsed like a bug. Ji Yi and Sung couldn't bear to look at her suffering. Seo Aaron. Yes, it's our first time meeting in reality. Seo Aaron's eyes widened in surprise, then rounded in realization. Yes, nice to meet you, Black Scythe Nim. Ji Yi and Sung looked at her with a face that said he couldn't believe what he was seeing. Hong Sun Ah while groaning and also glared at Seo Aaron. Seo Aaron knows Black Scythe. How could that bitch know Black Scythe? Could it be? A common assumption arose in both of their minds. Could it be that bitch asked Black Scythe for support? If so, then the ones who actually fell into a trap are us. Although Ryu Min knew they were misunderstanding, he didn't care. They were going to die soon anyway. Of course, I won't be the one to kill them. Ryu Min intended to leave their judgment to Seo Aaron. It would be more satisfactory for her that way. Co Aaron, I'll give you the opportunity to kill these two. If you choose to let them live, I won't stop you. So you can decide their fate. Surprised by the unexpected offer, Co Aaron's eyes widened. Gu Yi and Sung and Hong Sun Ah felt the same. Realizing their lives hung on Co Aaron's decision, they quickly pleaded. Ah, Aaron, no, Miss Aaron, please save me. I'm Gu Yi and Sung. We did projects together, remember. Please remember our past relationship and spare me just this once. Shut up, Senior Gu. If we're talking about projects, I've done far more with Aaron. Aaron, it's me, your lifelong friend Sun Ah. Think of the memories we shared together. Huh, please save me. I don't want to die yet. Sob sob. Look at that crazy bitch, whining like that. Miss Aaron, don't be fooled. She's trash. Do you know how much she badmouthed you behind your back? When did I ever? Don't believe a word Senior Gu says. It's all lies. Wow, such a shameless bitch. To think such a person claims to be a friend. I'm clearly the better choice. Ha, I can't believe this. Who was the one shaking their hips thinking about doing that stuff? When Aaron comes, which animal was that? Me, when? Don't make up things, you bitch. The two raised their voices. Co Aaron, now holding the power of life and death, deliberated. But her deliberation didn't last long. There was no need to think about trash. Both of you are eyesores. What? I've made my decision. That means you'll save us, right? Huh, Aaron, we were close friends, right? Huh. Despite their desperate looks, Co Aaron's gaze was cold. The cooldown was ready. Co Aaron summoned her fairies. Kill them both. Why? Wait, Aaron. At their master's command, the fairies fired their beams. Cheek, Kuek, Kyok. Without any combat ability, they had no power to resist. The beam aimed at their heads burned their faces beyond recognition. Ryu Min felt a sense of pride at the sight. Initially worried about the lives of those who tried to rape her, she has changed a lot. This was the second time he saved her since the first incident with Wang Yongmin's group. Co Aaron seemed to know that fact as well, bowing her head towards Ryu Min. Thank you, Black Scythe Nim. You saved me again this time. I can't express my gratitude in words. Thank you so much. Do you believe I am the real Black Scythe? Of course. How could I not recognize the weapon wielded by Black Scythe? Although the outfit and voice are different. But everything else, including the aura and physique, was similar to Black Scythe's. That was why Co Aaron firmly believed he was the Black Scythe. Ryu Min felt relieved at her reaction. It was a good decision to transform. If it were my original physique, I might have been suspected. Ryu Min has transformed into a Lostyak, wearing a mask, hence he's taller and more muscular now. It was a measure taken in case his shorter height might lead to suspicions of being the prophet. I want to repay you, but I can't think of anything I could give. I've thought about it a lot, but it seems I don't have much to offer. I didn't do it for the reward, so don't worry about it. I understand. I feel bad for asking this, but how did you come here? I'm really curious, so please don't take it the wrong way. It's understandable to be curious. Especially since he appeared right at the moment of crisis, and he was none other than the Black Scythe. Ryu Min, who had already thought of an excuse, replied without hesitation. It was a coincidence. Excuse me, I happened to see you entering this place. I followed you in and wanted to say hi. That's how I came to know about the situation. Oh, it seems they were trash, preying on other players. That's right, and I was unaware. Co Aaron lowered her head, looking at the bodies. Ryu Min, as if to help get rid of her gloomy thoughts, removed the bodies using the trace eraser. The scene with 9 bodies returned to its original clean state. Forget what happened. Move forward, looking ahead. Think only of yourself. Don't mind others. While I'm at it, let me give you some more advice. Be wary of people. Enemies aren't always far away. They're often closer than you think. Never let your guard down. Always be vigilant and doubtful. It wasn't something someone seeking Co Aaron's trust would say, but Ryu Min was confident. Advising her this way, he believed, would make her doubt others instead of him. Sure enough, Co Aaron was reminded of two people, and Sangchul and Ma Kyung Rock. Thank you for the advice, that's both straight and valuable. I only receive help from you. Black Scythe, I don't know how I could ever repay you. As I said before, there's no need to repay me. If I had wanted something from you, I would have asked when I first saved you. Co Aaron's eyebrows twitched. Saying he wanted nothing from her might have struck her pride. This should be enough to achieve my goal. As if sensing the timing, Ryu Min turned around and left a parting message. If we leave together, it might raise suspicions, so come out after 5 minutes. There's no evidence, so there's no need to call the police. Ah, Black Scythe. With that, Ryu Min left the room. Sir. Co Aaron stood still, looking in the direction where Black Scythe disappeared, planning to wait for 5 minutes as instructed. During that time, Co Aaron mulled over Black Scythe's advice. Black Scythe is right. I've been trusting Mr. Bodyguard and the CEO too much. She had already harbored negative feelings towards Ma Kyung Rock. Having tried to use her as a hostess before, it was inevitable. If that's the case with the CEO, then his loyal subordinate, the bodyguard. He might act on unethical orders without hesitation. That meant she could be backstabbed at any time, especially considering that Sangchul had been assigned as a surveillance agent in the first place. Maybe I've been too naive, trusting the people around me. Was it because she was almost betrayed by a fellow actor she trusted? Or was it because of Black Scythe's advice? Doubt and wariness began to grow in Co Aaron's heart. At the same time, she became certain of one thing. Her heart was pounding for Black Scythe. Chapter 130. Mid-August has passed. During this time, Ma Kyung Rock steadily took care of the trash as planned. Already, nearly 300 trash have been taken care of by Ma Kyung Rock. Yet, there were still many vermin left in Player Haven. Those who would surely harm ordinary people if left unchecked. That's why Ryu Min had the chairman work hard to create a wanted flyer. Of course, it was a bait using Photoshop. It's easy to catch a fish because the fish's brain is the size of a pea. In a warehouse different from where Ma Kyung Rock operated, Ryu Min used a trace erasing skill, and 5 corpses disappeared. Like Ma Kyung Rock, Ryu Min was also focused on cleaning up the trash. Although I can't gain dark magic, I can plunder items. On the floor where the bodies had vanished, items extorted through torture by Ryu Min were plentiful. Magic stones, unique material items, store equipment items, and various miscellaneous items. Even such filthy criminals had a lot of items, having survived up to the 8th round. I should create some unique equipment by combining these up. Currently, there are unique materials on the market but no unique equipment for sale. Because no one knows how to make them. Since not enough unique design blueprints have been released yet. The real drop of unique blueprints starts from the 9th round. No one has found a recipe yet. No fool would post unique equipment for sale, even if they don't know how to use it. Would anyone sell such precious unique equipment just to make some money? Ryu Min had no intention of making and selling unique items. He was wealthy enough, with PP's stock soaring, ensuring wealth for 3 generations. The reason Ryu Min was making unique equipment was 1. To distribute them to potential future allies. It's better for me if they survive. He decided to make items for Min Yuri and Christine first. Equipment with agility for Min Yuri and intelligence-based unique items for Christine. Ah, I should also make something for Ma Kyung Rock so he doesn't feel left out. And for Russell, Co Aaron, On Sang Chol, Heo Taesuk, Jo Yong Ho, and Yamti as well. There are so many people to take care of. But then he realized it was impossible. There weren't enough materials to take care of everyone. Ryu Min decided to only take care of those he would bring to the 20th round. I should at least take care of Min Yuri and Christine for now. The rest, I'll think about it later. Just thinking about it was exhausting. Then, a call came from Ma Kyung Rock. Yes, Mr. President. Prophet, do you have time? Now, yes, I have something to give you. Something. I've been collecting items for you, Prophet. Items. Ah, did you extort them from criminals before killing them? Of course, it would be a waste to just kill them without taking the items. It turns out Ma Kyung Rock was doing the same thing as Ryu Min. I've collected a lot of useful items, so you can come and choose. Ah, thank you. You could have kept them all for yourself, but to save some for me. We keep receiving invaluable information from you. It's only natural to have some give and take. Ma Kyung-rok spoke kindly, but Ryu-min knew there was another meaning behind it. He wants to keep me tied to him materially to continue receiving information about the next rounds. It's almost like a bribe. Anyway, it worked out. He had been in need of materials to make unique items. Considering how many Ma Kyung-rok had killed, there should be enough materials. Where is it? I'll come right now. Ma Kyung-rok waited in a hotel room, sipping whiskey with the night view as his companion. He glanced at the floor, covered with items extorted over the fortnight. The prophet would be surprised, wouldn't he? Or maybe he already knows through prophecy. He wasn't too surprised during the call, so it's likely he already knew. Does he also know I plan to give him all the items? Though he said to come and choose, he planned to give everything if the prophet wanted. That way, he could continue extracting information in the next rounds and beyond. It's like a debt. Ma Kyung-rok smirked, unaware that he was actually the one being played by Ryu-min. Knock knock. Who is it? It's me, Mr. President. Hearing Ryu-min's voice, Ma Kyung-rok hurriedly welcomed him. Welcome, prophet. Calling me to a hotel room at night, people might misunderstand. Ha ha, what a joke. Please, this way. While Ma Kyung-rok laughed, his lips twitched slightly. He's grown a lot, hasn't he? Though he outwardly praised, Ma Kyung-rok somewhat still underestimated Ryu-min. If it weren't for the prophecies, he would be a nobody. His combat abilities seemed negligible. Even he himself admitted he couldn't win against me in a fight. How does the prophet fight, anyway? Just barely surviving based on future information. He hadn't considered this before. Prophet, a sudden question, how do you fight? Me, Ryu-min, who had been reading his mind, responded cheerfully without a hint of panic. It's a secret. A secret. I need to have at least one secret. If I spill everything, how will I make a living? Ah, you make a good point. Ha ha. Ma Kyung-rok hadn't expected him not to answer. Even if his combat ability is as such, I shouldn't underestimate his cunning nature. Though he mentally guarded himself, he was almost open-hearted. Letting him into his personal space was proof enough. Is this from the criminals you extorted? Yes, quite a lot, right. Though Ma Kyung-rok smiled, he was unaware. Ryu-min had also extorted quite a collection. Choose anything you need from here. You can have it all, regardless of the number. Ha ha. Then, Ryu-min confidently selected items, primarily unique material items. What do you plan to use these for? Mr. Ma, haven't I mentioned before? Seeing prophecies, I come across various information. Yes, but what does that have to? Instead of answering, Ryu-min demonstrated. Ryu-min opened the crafting window and placed the unique materials on it. Pressing the combine button with expert-level armor as the main ingredient. With a flash, the materials disappeared along with the light, and a splendid item was born. Ma Kyung-rok's eyes widened in astonishment. The materials disappeared along with the light, and a splendid item was born. Ma Kyung-rok's eyes widened in astonishment. What is this? It's a gift. Upon receiving the armor and checking its options, Ma Kyung-rok was shocked. Expert to unique grade. The best equipment Ma Kyung-rok currently had was merely a regular epic grade bot. From the store, options that were a level above what he had were now right before his eyes. Ma Kyung-rok's pupils darted around. How did you make this? I told you earlier. I inadvertently come across various pieces of information. Did you see a unique crafting method in the future? Nodding his head, a sigh escaped from Ma Kyung-rok's lips. I didn't expect this, to even know the crafting method. The value of a prophet had risen a notch higher. It was also clear that he had to maintain a close relationship with Ryu-min by any means necessary. Prophet, are you really giving this to me? Yes, since Mr. Ma thought of me and gave me an item, I should at least repay the favor. Also, I made this so you can quickly reach level 40 and wear it. And while I was at it, I also made one for your fiancé. For Christine too. Please deliver it to her yourself. Oh, thank you. Really. Ma Kyung-rok couldn't take his eyes off the unique armor. He really liked it. Can I take the rest of the materials? I have a use for them. Of course, you can have all of them. If there's anything you don't need, just leave it. I'll sell it in the market and send you the money. You don't have to go that far, but thank you. Ryu Min smiled, and Ma Kyung-rock smiled back. Would you like a glass of whiskey? No, thank you. I don't drink alcohol. I'll be heading home. Oh, is that so? Ma Kyung-rock looked regretfully. Should I ask manager and to escort you if you didn't bring a car? That's kind of you, but I brought my car. Ah, okay. Then, I'll see you next time. After Ryu Min left, Ma Kyung-rock smacked his lips. He thought he found a drinking buddy, leaving him alone felt a bit disappointed. Ryu Min, having crafted unique items with the materials received from Ma Kyung-rock, went to find Min Yuri. Take this. Huh, what's this? I made it for you to wear. After taking one look at Ryu Min, Min Yuri checked the item's information and her pupils dilated. This is unique. Ryu Min explained as he did to Ma Kyung-rock. Mentioning a prophecy seems to make everything okay. The information from round 9 and such a good item. Min Yuri seemed moved, but then she shook her head suddenly. I can't accept it. You should use it. I don't need this item. I've already made mine, but I can't accept it. I owe you too much, and you help me every round. How could I possibly take this without feeling ashamed? I've received a lot of help from you too. Min Yuri's buffs had greatly assisted Ryu Min in breaking records. She had already made up for it. But he couldn't reveal that fact to Min Yuri. How could he say now that he was the Black Scythe? Still, take it. No, I can't. Seeing her firm stance, Ryu Min had no choice but to use a strong argument. Then let's do this. Consider it a debt. You can pay it back when you've grown more. That works, right? It's not a gift, but a loan. With that argument, Min Yuri had no choice but to waver. You can pay it back later. To me, it's an item with no immediate use. Sigh, if you insist that much, all right. I'll borrow it gratefully, but, just so you know, I will repay this debt several times over in the future. Good. Pay me back big time later. Ryu Min held it out, and Min Yuri, with no choice, accepted it. After distributing unique items to his companions, Ryu Min returned home. If you haven't eaten dinner yet, wanna eat together? Eat first. I'll eat later. Ryu Won tilted his head as he watched his brother skip dinner and enter his room. What's going on? Ryu Min entered his room and flopped down on the bed. Now was not the time to leisurely eat. Rather, it was time to decide on the next steps. The overhaul of Player Haven will be finished this month, transforming from a criminal force into a normal player group. However, the problem was society's perception. The current view of players by the citizens is like a ticking time bomb, ready to explode at any moment. If this perception isn't changed, it will become an obstacle to correcting the declining society. That can't happen. My goal is to make Black Scythe a powerful entity at the level of a head of state. In reality, the name value of the Black Scythe in the living world is not as big as in the other world, although it is well known among players for always being at the top of the rankings, too. Ordinary people, it's virtually unknown. The name Black Scythe must have influence in the real world as well. Only then can I unify and control the players with just a word. Controlling the rebel players can make the world less ruined. To achieve this, it's necessary to wield substantial power both in the other world and in reality. The status of Black Scythe must be elevated to that of the president. What's needed is Congressman Lee Seong-yun's act. An act for forming a major player organization to summarily execute criminal players. Although the legislation has already passed, it will take time to implement. We need to shorten that time. Ryu Min got up from the bed. He immediately picked up his phone and made a call. Hey, Yum-T, I have an order for you. How to shorten that time? There's someone you need to seduce for me. And it's a big fish. If a person of high power could be controlled, like the police chief, that would do. Chapter 131. After giving orders to Yum-T to track the police chief's movements, the call was ended. To expedite the legislation, cooperation from the chief is necessary. But it's not like he'll easily agree just because I say so. Then, the solution is to control him. A simple matter. The only remaining issue is a matter of conscience. It involves exploiting innocent civilians, but it's unavoidable if I want to establish the counter-player unit as quickly as possible. Somewhere, even now, a crazed player is committing crimes. Establishing the unit quickly can alleviate the civilians' anxiety. At the same time, it would also build up his reputation among civilians. What Ryu Min wants from the police chief is just that. After controlling him, he would only issue these orders and not interfere afterward with his life. He could continue living as usual. Just like the chairman of Player Haven. Dominating doesn't make one a puppet without any decision-making power. Only the commanded tasks are to be faithfully executed. Yamti's second slot will be now occupied by the police chief. The first is Song Jae-gyong, the eldest son of the LC group. Since he is the chairman of Player Haven, he cannot be eliminated. With the police chief being second, only 3 slots remain. One of the slots will be needed in Nigeria after establishing the unit, and he also needs to save another for emergencies. Only 1 slot will remain. There were fewer slots than expected. It's better to save the slots, just in case. Ma Kyung-rok, and Sang Chul, Heo Tae-suk, Russell, Jo Yong-ho, etc. The reason he hasn't dominated the people around him is this. There aren't enough slots to accommodate them, and there's no actual need to dominate them. They are practically his people already. There's also something that I need to ask Congressman Lee Sung-yun to do, but there's no need to dominate him. I've already made a good first impression. What's stronger and better than saving someone's life? After organizing his thoughts, Ryu Min grabbed his coat. Since it came up, he decided to visit Congressman Lee Sung-yun. His cooperation is needed for the establishment of the unit. Ryu Min stepped outside again. Congressman Lee Sung-yun, who worked late at the National Assembly, got into his car. "Where shall I take you, Congressman?" "Home, please." The bodyguard nodded and started the car. Usually, after experiencing something as traumatic as kidnapping, one would develop trauma. Despite that, Lee Sung-yun employed bodyguards just like before. Of course, it was a different company, but the fact that it was a player bodyguard remained the same. His acquaintances worriedly said, "You were betrayed by a bodyguard, and you hired another. Aren't you scared to employ a player?" But every time, Lee Sung-yun explained, "Not all players are bad. It's just the ones causing trouble now who are to blame." Those who know Lee Sung-yun well would react with surprise. Is this really the Congressman Lee Sung-yun I know? Of course, it is. I've changed a bit since the kidnapping. Not just a bit. His perception had changed significantly from initially declaring all players as trash. After all, the one who saved him was the very player he despised. Black Scythe, was it? He provided enlightenment. He helped Lee Sung-yun break free from prejudice and face reality. Not all players are the same. There are just players like Black Scythe who are righteous. Holding a weapon doesn't make one a potential criminal. It depends on how one wields it, dividing good from evil. I've been too narrow-minded. Anger over losing his son blinded him to view players through a convenient lens. It's time for a change. I need to face reality and correct the world. The first step towards that goal is the counter-player law. Fortunately, the law was passed, and a unit to suppress players is planned to be established. Though it will take some time. I've done what I can. Time will solve the problem. Lee Sung-yun thought of Black Scythe. He had fulfilled his request to proceed with the law. Could this lighten the burden on his conscience? Lee Sung-yun shook his head. What could possibly repay the debt of saving his life? He would be eternally grateful even if he thanked him for a lifetime. I regret not being able to properly repay him before parting. With a feeling of regret, Lee Sung-yun also looked up the name Black Scythe. Unknown to the general public but extremely famous among players. He has been maintaining the top rank without losing it and is the only one to reach level 80. A true master. He also achieved first place in this 8th round. That means he's still alive. If only I could meet him once more. When asked by police and reporters about Black Scythe's appearance, Lee Sung-yun falsely testified that he only heard his voice. Even though he knew his appearance, he didn't disclose it. It seemed like the right thing to do for Black Scythe. "We've arrived, Congressman." Lee Sung-yun got out of the car and took the elevator with the bodyguard. Even until then, Lee Sung-yun had no particular thoughts but was shocked upon reaching the front door of his home. That person is a tall man with tanned skin. Black Scythe was waiting at the front entrance of his home. Surprised by Lee Sung-yun's reaction, the bodyguard's eyes filled with wariness. Do you know this person? Ah, yes, he's an acquaintance of mine. Don't worry and head home. Are you sure? Yes, I'm sure. After reassuring the bodyguard to leave, the tanned man spoke. I'm sorry, Congressman. Did I startle you by coming suddenly? Ah, no, not much, just a little. Although it seemed like he was quite startled, Ryu-min didn't argue. May I speak with you quietly inside? Sure, let's go in. Lee Sung-yun opened the door with his card key and let Ryu-min into the house. A house befitting a congressman seemed utterly ordinary, just like any other home, but Ryu-min knew. It was a home filled with precious memories of a man who had lost his family. Please, have a seat. As Ryu-min sat on the sofa, Lee Sung-yun took a seat opposite him. I never expected to see my savior again. You left as if we would never meet again. I have a favor to ask of you, Congressman. A favor. Surprised, Lee Sung-yun smiled and said, Ah, this might be an opportunity to repay my savior. Tell me, what is it? I'll get straight to the point. The police are planning to establish a counterplayer unit, right? Yes. Recommend me as the commander of that unit. What? Lee Sung-yun was taken aback. Recommend me as the commander. He thought the request would be something simple like asking for money, but this was unexpected. That made him curious. Why? Why do you want to be the commander? Is it for power? A direct, unfiltered question from Lee Sung-yun. A sort of test. If he has ulterior motives, he'll show signs of nervousness here. However, the man known as Black Scythe didn't even flinch. That meant he had a completely different, solid reason. So he's driven by belief, not personal greed. While he pondered this, Ryu-min spoke. Power. Huh, that's not bad either. Huh. Lee Sung-yun was taken aback by the unexpected answer, but Ryu-min hadn't finished speaking yet. But more than that, it's my personal desire that makes me want the position. Personal desire. Ryu-min paused, building the atmosphere. Perhaps for the same reason you proposed the law, Congressman Lee. I too despise criminal players. I won't say why. It would only make the mood gloomy. Looking down as if harboring a sad story, Lee Sung-yun realized the reason Black Scythe had readily saved him. Whatever it is, he hates criminal players just like me. That's why he didn't accept any compensation. He was satisfied with just dealing with the criminals. Now he somewhat understood Black Scythe's actions. Can you consider it? I can recommend you, but don't get your hopes up. The authority to select the unit members lies with the police chief, so, you mean I could be rejected? That's right. Still, I'll do my best to advocate for you. You saved me, and you're a famous figure among players, so you're more than qualified to be the commander. But there's no guarantee. If the police chief insists on forming the unit with only police officers, ignoring the player's skill, I can't do much. That's enough for me. If you officially recommended me, and the police chief accepts the recommendation and appoints me as the commander, that would be enough for me. But, what if the police chief rejects you? Then, it can't be helped. But please, make sure to recommend me. All right, I'll do what I can. Ryu-min seemed to have finished his business and stood up. Leaving already? At least have a cup of tea. No, it's not right to stay long in someone else's home. I'll see you again. Ah. As Ryu-min turned to leave, he seemed to remember something and turned back. Just one thing, please. What's that? Is the police chief a man or a woman? Among the highest ranks in the police force is the National Police Agency Commissioner. There are only two in South Korea, the police chief and the Coast Guard chief. One of them, Police Chief Lee Chung-ryong, threw documents on his desk with a sigh. Sigh. Damn congressman. Drafting such pointless laws to annoy other people. TCH. What he threw was the law proposed by Lee Sung-yun for the establishment of a counter-player unit. This law, which involves drafting police players under the age of 29, had already received approval from the president and, himself, the police chief. But that was just to appease public opinion. Lee Chung-ryong's true feelings were filled with negative opinions. A law for immediate execution in 21st century South Korea. Does that make any sense? The law allows for the immediate execution of criminal players in emergency situations involving civilians' lives, effectively exempting them from punishment for killing. In a country where the death penalty has been abolished, such a law is absurd. Who in their right mind would propose such a law, ignoring judicial procedures and killing people as murder, right? TCH. That's not the only absurd part. Gathering police players under 29 to form a counter-player unit. Most under 29 are junior officers. How do they plan to catch player criminals that even veteran detectives struggle with these greenhorns? It's likely to be a laughingstock among the senior detective ranks. Complaints about juniors getting promoted might arise. This is a total disaster. A complete waste of time. And who would they pick as the commander of such a unit? They're all rookies with no experience in catching a single criminal. Sigh. As he sighed, "Choose me." The voice out of thin air startled Lee Chung-ryong. "Ah, fuck. What the?" Turning his head, where there was just a wall, a person appeared. A tanned man was looking at him. A player. Such impossible abilities belong only to players. Lee Chung-ryong reached for his security gun but was thwarted when the man swiftly approached and disarmed him. "Come on. Don't overreact. It's not a death sentence to sneak into the police chief's office." "Right. You. What kind of monster? How dare you come here?" "Monster. That's harsh for a law-abiding citizen. What are you? What do you want? Shouting for help won't do you any good. I've already taken care of everything outside." "What?" Click. The door to the police chief's office opened, and a woman entered. "Yamti. Is everything taken care of?" "Yes. Everything that happened here has been dealt with as if it never happened." "What are you planning to do?" "Don't tell me." "Ah, Chief, you're thinking of torture, but do you really think we'd do something so inhumane?" "Then what? Just a few orders that need to be carried out." "Yamti." As Yamti stepped forward, the police chief's pupils swirled with pink. Looking into her eyes was the end of it. Falling under her charm was instantaneous. "Yamti, convey my words exactly to the police chief." "Understood, Master. Make sure the counter-player unit is established and operational as soon as possible." And Ryu Min grinned. "Appoint Black Scythe as the commander of the counter-player unit." Chapter 132. Time flew by, and it was midnight on September 1st. The players no longer panicked. Even when the environment changed in the blink of an eye to a colorless space. Even when hundreds of people appeared out of thin air. Even when a mad angel flashed with light from the sky. The players, who had endured for 8 long months, simply looked up at the angel with calm faces. "Welcome, humans. Seeing you like this every time, I feel like we're getting attached. Don't you feel the same?" When the players remained silent, the beautiful brows of Angel Ariel contorted without mercy. "What's with this cold reception? Do you think you can look down on an angel just because you've leveled up a bit? Aren't you glad to see me?" "Ha ha. Why yes, we're glad. Right, we're glad, really glad." Forced smiles appeared on the players' faces. "Fuck you, you abusive bitch." Anyone not a fool could tell it was merely polite lip service, but the angel seemed satisfied with that alone and smiled broadly. "Kahahehe. Good. I'm also glad to meet you, humans. But sadly, this round will be the last time you'll see me. This round will involve a merge of regions." "A merge of regions. Again. It feels like we do this quite often lately." The remaining players numbered just around 900. It was indeed time for a region merge. This will be the last region merge in Korea. From round 11, it will be merged with other countries. As if to confirm Ryu Min's words, the angel explained. "Don't complain about doing it often. This is the last region merge to be held within the country of Korea. The last one. Due to the low number of people, we have to merge all 7 remaining regions in Korea. Merging all the remaining regions. So there will only be one region." "That's right. Everyone will be unified into a single region. It's an opportunity for all the scattered Korean players to meet in one place." The angel spoke as if reuniting a dispersed family. "Then, we'll proceed with the merge immediately." The ground rumbled as the background shattered and merged. The scattered Korean players gathered together. Their number was roughly 6,000. Looking at the new faces, the players thought. Are all of us here the only remaining players in Korea? Does that mean we have to compete with each other again? What happens if the number decreases further? I guess surviving here would increase a player's value even more. Their thoughts toward each other varied. Some showed a competitive spirit, while others lamented the reduction of comrades. Finally, all Korean players have gathered in one place. The exact number is 6008. The merged region's new code is C3ESCA001. 6,000 people. That's all that's left of the players in our country. The player count that started at 9 million had dropped to just 6,000 in a mere 8 months. And it was expected to decrease even further. Now that the district has been merged, we'll have to hold a selection for the region. Representatives as usual, we, the angels, will discuss this and come back, so in the meantime, greet each other or gather with friends to unwind. After the angel disappeared, the 6,000 players, as if they had been waiting, began to voice their complaints. In a situation where we have to compete, are we supposed to just greet each other? What? Gather with friends to unwind? Do they think this is some kind of meeting plaza? Seriously, even though the district was merged, there were no familiar faces to be seen. Friends or acquaintances had mostly been eliminated in the early rounds and turned to dust. However, not everyone was like that. No, Lord Black Scythe. The first person to approach Ryu Min was Yamti. Having been tipped off about the district merger, Ryu Min had instructed Yamti to come to him immediately after the merger. I knew I'd meet Yamti someday, so I couldn't pretend not to know her. Besides, Yamti is needed for the quests ahead. To make use of Yamti, it was necessary to appear acquainted with her from early on. Lord Black Scythe, I'm glad to meet you like this. We're acquainted, right? Enough. There's no need for pretense when we're alone. Oh, is that so? Hee. I'm really glad to see you in this world, Master. Shish. Keep your voice down when speaking. Just in case, check for assassins using invisibility within a 30 meters radius. Oh, I'm sorry. After saying that, Yamti immediately surveyed the surroundings and then whispered to Ryu Min, how was my acting at first? Good enough, right? You seemed a bit over the top. It would be better to tone down the emotions a bit. Hee. Thank you for the advice, Master. Anyway, don't get too close. What if someone sees you? Ah, yes, I understand. Yamti, feeling inwardly disappointed, backed away after whispering in his ear. At that moment, someone entered within a 30 meters radius. Sensing the presence of two people at once, they both turned their heads. Black Scythe Nim. It was Min Yuri. She had naturally come looking for Black Scythe as always but was surprised. Suddenly, she saw him being cozy with a woman she hadn't seen before. Who are you? Hello, I'm Yamti. I didn't ask for your nickname, but what's your relationship with Black Scythe Nim? Yamti's expression momentarily turned sullen at the prickly tone. Then, as if struck by an idea, she deliberately snorted and lifted one corner of her mouth. Well, do I have an obligation to answer that? What did you say? And you, who came here late, what's your relationship with Lord Black Scythe? I am Black Scythe's calm. Min Yuri began to speak but glanced at Black Scythe for his reaction. Comrade, she wanted to say, but was Black Scythe of the same mind? They had met out of necessity, and the word comrade had never been uttered. Raid, what? I can't hear you. I am. Stop it. Both of you. Ryu Min, finding it hard to watch the women's quarrel, intervened. And as previously agreed, he explained. Yamti here is a personal acquaintance of mine from the real world. And just to be clear, she's not my girlfriend, so don't get any weird ideas. And Min Yuri is. Ryu Min looked straight at Min Yuri. My comrade. We've partied together several times. Was it because she finally heard the word comrade she had longed to hear? Or was it because he drew a line saying that the woman wasn't his girlfriend? Min Yuri's lips formed a long curve. A feeling as if her heart had been cleared. An irresistible smile spread across her face. Min Yuri's lips formed a long curve. A feeling as if her heart had been cleared. An irresistible smile spread across her face. So you were an acquaintance of Lord Black Scythe from the real world. I'm sorry for being sensitive. I was on guard because you were a stranger. Min Yuri apologized with a smile as if she had let go of the emotions from moments ago. With her stepping forward like this, Yamti had no choice but to apologize as well. I'm sorry, too, I responded sharply, didn't I? Ryu Min was the one who answered her. Sharp doesn't begin to cover it. It was downright rude for a first encounter. He said this while secretly glaring at Yamti. Don't unnecessarily pick fights with my acquaintances that if you don't want to be taught a lesson. Yamti, reading the intent in his eyes, lowered her gaze like a scolded puppy. At that moment, a group of familiar faces approached from afar. Co Aaron, and Sangchial, and Ma Kyung-rok were among them. Hello, Lord Black Scythe. Hello. Excluding Ma Kyung-rok, the expressions of the two were brighter than usual. Co Aaron was pleased to meet Black Scythe again, whom she had seen in reality, and N. Sangchial was in a good mood having finally joined Ma Kyung-rok. And who is this? Ryu Min pretended not to know and turned his gaze to Ma Kyung-rok, prompting on Sangchial to introduce him as if he had been planning to. Let me introduce you, Lord Black Scythe. This person is the representative of our company. Ma. Heavenly Demon. Ma-Heaven Demon. No, it's Heavenly Demon, Heavenly Demon. Ma Kyung-rok stepped forward and extended his hand. It's a pleasure to meet you, Black Scythe Nim. Ryu Min shook hands, feigning ignorance. Heavenly Demon. I never thought I'd meet a named rank 2 or 3 player like this. Ha ha, named. I'm not even in the top 3 anymore. Ma Kyung-rok was friendly despite it being their first meeting. He owed Black Scythe for past debts. I've heard a lot from an manager. You helped them from thugs during the 2nd round. And in the 6th round, you partied with them and helped them level up. Well, yes, as a representative, I'm very grateful. Thank you for helping my employees. Thanks are unnecessary. Ryu Min maintained a casual tone. Fortunately, Ma Kyung-rok didn't seem to take offense. What could a level 38 do if a level 80 wanted to speak informally? Then Co Aaron cautiously joined the conversation. By the way, Lord Black Scythe. Who is Shish? She was pointing at Yamti. When pointed out, Yamti raised her head with a sly look. Nice to meet you. Are you Lord Black Scythe's comrade? I'm Yamti, a real-life acquaintance. Of Lord Black Scythe. Real-life acquaintance. Co Aaron's pupils wavered. Wasn't she the only one who knew Black Scythe in real life? Well, a skilled player like Lord Black Scythe would have many people around him. Even now, quite a few people were gathered, weren't they? Wait, does that mean this Yamti person knows Lord Black Scythe's real face? She had only seen him with a white mask, never his actual face. Co Aaron looked at Yamti with jealous eyes. She, too, wished to be called a real-life acquaintance of Black Scythe. Have you had a good time chatting? Korean players. At that moment, Ariel returned after the Angels had finished their discussion. Currently, with the merger of 7 regions, we have 7 region representatives. As I mentioned earlier, we need to select one person to be the representative. The one selected will effectively become the representative of all Korean players. Ma Kyung-rok listened attentively to the Angel's words. Not surprisingly, he was one of the representatives. He was in a position to compete with Black Scythe. So, how will the selection be conducted? We considered the basic method of a death match. But, at the mention of a death match, Ma Kyung-rok flinched and looked at Ryu Min. I'm not confident in a death match. If he had to fight against a level 80, the outcome was obvious. After discussing, we've decided to conduct this representative selection fairly through voting. Voting. Like the voting in round 2, you can nominate your desired representative player from among the 7 candidates. Upon hearing it would be a vote, hope appeared on Ma Kyung-rok's face. Perhaps this could be an opportunity for me. He was not confident in a death match, but voting gave him a sliver of possibility. Then, shall we proceed with the voting? Those who do not choose will be annihilated on the spot, so please make to choose quickly. As soon as the angel fluttered its wings, a message appeared in front of the people. Please vote for one person to be the representative of the merged region. 1. Black Scythe LV80 Reaper. 2. Cheonma LV38 Dark Knight. 7. Dumb Fools LV38 Shaman. Time remaining for voting. 0 hours 0 minutes and 59 seconds. Players hesitated before touching their fingers to the screen. Since the choice appeared only to their eyes, there was no need to worry about being seen. Note that the representatives are candidates and do not have the right to vote. Leave it to fate. As the angel said, Ma Kyung-rok swallowed nervously, hoping for a good outcome. Maybe I can become the representative, surpassing Black Scythe. He looked at Black Scythe with anticipation. He might not show it, but he must be nervous. This could be a moment where he might lose the position of region representative. After a minute passed, the angel announced the results. Let's check the results, shall we? Chapter 133. First, Black Scythe 4,088 votes. Second, Heavenly Demon 1,057 votes. Third, Dumb Fools 529 votes. Ellipsis. Seventh, Bird Chest 65 votes. Ma Kyung-rok was disappointed with the outcome. Ah, I was a fool to have hoped. Contrary to his expectations, Black Scythe came in first with an overwhelming number of votes. He had thought there might be a chance for himself, but it turned out to be a vain hope. After all, in terms of recognition, I cannot match Black Scythe. Although he had ranked second and third in previous areas, thus considering himself among the named ranks, the gap to the first place was bigger than he had anticipated. The current voting results were proof of that. The recognition and popularity of Black Scythe among the players were almost quantifiable. Ma Kyung-rok looked enviously at Black Scythe. Despite becoming the sole representative of South Korea, Black Scythe showed no particular change in expression, as if he had known this would happen. Hey, could it be? No, he's not a prophet. But why is he so calm? Perhaps he was just feigning indifference to hide his flustered feelings. Or maybe he really had predicted it. Considering Black Scythe's reputation, anyone could have predicted the outcome. But Ryu Min wasn't guessing. He truly knew the future, hence his calm demeanor. From the 21st to the 99th rounds, winning the vote 79 times, anyone would react the same way. As expected, I'm first. The number of votes is a bit different, but the votes had increased from the previous round. Perhaps because he had formed connections with comrades like Ju Yong-ho, Min Yuri, and Co Aaron. Without having to read their minds, he could guess that they had voted for him. Player Black Scythe has become the new area representative of C3-ESCA-001. While viewing the message with an indifferent look, Ariel shouted. According to the vote results, Black Scythe has become Korea's area representative. Congratulations, Black Scythe. By the way, the former representative's authority skills have been revoked. Now Black Scythe is the sole ruling player of Korea. The angel continued. Now that the representative has been decided, shall we check the 9th round quest? A message window appeared in everyone's eyes without fail. Round 9. Join a mercenary group and exterminate monsters. All areas. Participants. 1,295,362. Achievers. 647,681. Specific area C3-ESCA-001. Participants. 6,008. Achievers. 3,004. Exterminate monsters. What's a mercenary group? The players murmured upon seeing the quest. However, the people around Black Scythe were calm. They already knew because of Ryu Min's prophecy. In a moment, you will be transported to a fantasy world to carry out an extermination mission. As mercenaries, don't panic. As you can see, it's a simple quest where you just have to exterminate monsters. You can choose the monsters to exterminate, so don't worry. No player was flustered by the mention of being dropped into a fantasy world. They had already experienced the existence of NPCs while escorting the guilds in the 8th round. Most expected this time to be similar. Any questions? Yes. Is it true that completing just one extermination means passing the quest? Of course. It's a very simple quest. The more she highlighted its simplicity, the more anxious the players became. It had never been truly simple when said to be so. Any other questions? Is the extermination a party quest? You'll act together, but it's not a party. Each person must find and kill monsters on their own to claim their share, so you better work hard for the experience points. Main quest is written here, so are there sub-quests too. That's a secret. Of course, there are. What kind of question is that? Everyone scolded the questioner with the same thought. If a main quest is listed, there are always sub-quests. It's a rule everyone knows from experience. Angel, how are the rankings determined? Before the angel could answer, a few shook their heads in disbelief. As if that damned angel would tell. The player's suspicions were confirmed. I'm not quite sure myself. The details will be revealed around the time the results are announced. Almost no one believed the angel's words. That's how much the players distrusted the existence of angels. But Ryu Min knew. The angel was telling the truth at the moment. Angels don't know everything about the quest. They only have limited information for each round. Whether it's to prevent information leakage to humans or not, angels have limited knowledge about the rounds. This was confirmed through information obtained from torturing angels in previous regressions. Moreover, the reason Ryu Min was certain is different. The final reward obtainable through this round's sub-quest. Just looking at the content, it's clear the angels don't know about the quest. The final reward hidden in this round was detrimental to the angels. If the angels knew about the reward, it would cause an uproar. That's also why Ryu Min didn't prophesize about the sub-quest. The reward, which only one person can claim, must be his alone. Let's stop the questions here and start the quest, shall we? As soon as Ariel finished speaking, a selection window appeared before the players. Please touch the monster you wish to exterminate. 1. Lizard Man. 2. Werewolf. 3. Skeleton. 4. Troll. 5. Minotaur. If you do not choose, you will be automatically assigned randomly. Remaining time. 0 hours 0 minutes and 59 seconds. Just like the previous selection, they would be transported immediately upon choosing. Which one should I choose? This is obviously going to be 1, it looks the easiest. The difficulty was apparent just from the names of the monsters. As everyone expects, 1 is the easiest, and 5 is the hardest. Ryu Min knew what the best choice was, but the other players were at a crossroads. When a seemingly obvious question is posed, they wonder if it's a trap. Considering the difficulty, Lizardman seems the best choice. Wouldn't everyone flock to Lizardman then? Should we go for a stronger monster for better rewards? Or is 1 actually the hardest and 5 the easiest? What to choose? With just 1 minute to decide, there wasn't enough time for such deliberations. Most had made their selections and disappeared, but about a quarter hesitated, spending their time in indecision. A few seemed intent on leaving it to randomness, closing their eyes and waiting for time to pass. It might seem like a trap, but it's not. The difficulty is as it appears in order. Simply put, just exterminate the monster of your choice according to your abilities. Ryu Min had already informed his acquaintances of this fact through prophecy. Thus, Ma Kyung Rock and Ryu Min's acquaintances had no dilemmas. They had already thought it through in the real world. Ryu Min had already informed his acquaintances of this fact through prophecy. Thus, Ma Kyung Rock and Ryu Min's acquaintances had no dilemmas. They had already thought it through in the real world. I'm going for number 2, Black Scythe Nim. I'll also go with 2. Thanks for the buff, Democracy. Co Aaron and Sang Chul disappeared first. Before moving, they didn't forget to receive Min Yuri's buff. They had learned from Ryu Min's prophecy that the buff would remain even after moving. Hearing this, Min Yuri happily shared her buff with Black Scythe and others. It was nice meeting you, Black Scythe, Democracy. I'll be going ahead. After choosing, Ma Kyung Rock disappeared next. He didn't say what he chose, but Ryu Min knew he had selected 3. I'll go ahead too. Let's all meet alive. Once Yamti disappeared, only Ryu Min and Min Yuri were left to make their choices. Where are you going, Mr. Black Scythe? Surely to number 5. Well, it's a tough choice. I'm going for 1. See you later, Black Scythe Nim. After Min Yuri disappeared, Ryu Min was finally alone. The reason he had delayed his choice was different. He needed to change his appearance. My choice is, Ryu Min cast invisibility. Transforming into an assassin masked as Lostyak, he became unnoticeable to others. Just before the remaining 5 seconds, Ryu Min's finger moved. As he chose a monster, his figure completely vanished. In the fantasy world, there's one rule. Players' nicknames are not visible to each other. Last round, the angel said it was because there was a traitor group, but that's not the case. In the fantasy world, players can only identify each other through faces or outfits because nicknames are hidden. That's why Ryu Min changed his appearance to Lostyak. This way, I can proceed with the sub-quest without Min Yuri knowing. Ryu Min's choice, like Min Yuri's, was number 1. The reason for choosing the weakest, Lizardman, was simple. The sub-quest was only available there. There are no sub-quests in other monster exterminations. I've verified this by choosing different options throughout the rounds. Transforming into Lostyak was also to undertake the sub-quest alone, without Min Yuri following or suspecting anything. If he were Black Scythe, she would have insisted on coming or given him suspicious looks. Even now, Min Yuri's back was visible ahead. Ryu Min approached her without dispelling his invisibility. Feeling someone's presence, she glanced at Ryu Min briefly but then looked away. She didn't recognize him as Black Scythe. With his face as Lostyak and no nickname visible, it was natural she couldn't recognize him. Ryu Min checked the quest progress window. Lizardman Extermination Team Member Status. Participants. 602. Fewer players chose number 1 than expected. Seeing it as the easiest, many avoided it, thinking it was a trap. Pity. There's no better place to rank than here. The angel didn't mention how rankings were determined. It was based on the number of monsters killed. In other words, rankings depended on how many monsters one could exterminate. So, exterminating weaker monsters is undoubtedly advantageous. However, killing 2 weak monsters could result in experience point losses. So, it's best to hunt monsters suitable for one's level. This way, one can gain a good amount of experience points and rank well. This was all disclosed through prophecy. His acquaintances chose 2 and 3 based on their levels. Min Yuri's choice of 1 was also based on her combat capabilities. With my current level, it would be natural to go for 5, the Minotaur, but the sub-quest is more important. The sub-quest reward is available to only 1 person across all areas. It's essential for dealing with angels, so he couldn't miss it. Do you guys speak Korean? Since I can't see your nicknames, I'm not sure if you're players. Since you're speaking Korean, you must be. But why can't we see nicknames again? Is it because they're hidden when we enter the fantasy world? Anyway, there are fewer people than I thought. Wasn't Lizardman supposed to be the easiest? Right, I thought there would be a huge crowd here. Maybe that's not the case. I'm getting anxious. While the players chattered, an NPC-like bearded foreigner appeared. Have you all rested enough? I'm Cal's Garcia, the leader of the Golden Eagle Mercenary Group's extermination team. Although you're renowned warriors from another world, since you're apprentices here, I'll speak informally. Understand? After saying this, Cal shouted, "Follow me, men," and turned around. The players followed Cal's, thinking dangerous and curious thoughts like, what if we kill this guy? Would the extermination fail, and we all perish? Some were tempted to actually try it, but no one dared. No one is insane enough to risk not only their life but the existence of an entire group of players too. Otherwise, they wouldn't have struggled to survive until now. After walking for about 10 minutes, Cal stopped at the gloomy entrance to a forest. Here we are, warriors from another world. This is the magical swamp where lizardmen appear. You will join me in exterminating the lizardman remnants here. Let's get going. Cal's led the way with enthusiasm, and the tense players followed. Since it wasn't a party, Min Yuri applied a buff to herself and gripped her sword tightly. She had never faced lizardmen before, but she was somewhat reassured by the unique armor she received from Ryu Min. However, neither she, Captain Cal's, nor anyone else there knew one fact. That one person had left the group. None other than Ryu Min, Lostyak. You have completed the sub-quest. Chapter 134. Before arriving at the swamp where the lizardmen resided, Ryu Min had already detached from the main group early on. With the large number of people, it wasn't difficult to evade their eyes. No one will notice if it's just one person missing. He stopped to check for any followers, just in case, but found that he wasn't being tailed. Relieved, Ryu Min passed by the giant twin saplings and entered between the rocks. A suspicious-looking cave came into view. He entered the dark cave without hesitation, and a message that suddenly appeared illuminated the darkness. There is a hidden sub-quest. Find the hidden portal. Reward upon success. Unyielding resistance potion. You have completed the sub-quest. As the message that the quest was completed appeared, a flickering portal materialized in front of him. The corners of Ryu Min's mouth turned up in satisfaction. Found it. The hidden portal. The 9th round sub-quest was none other than finding the hidden portal. It was a sub-quest only available to the lowest difficulty, the Lizardman hunting team. I chose the Lizardman for this reason. There are no sub-quests in the other groups. At first, Ryu Min didn't know the true nature of the sub-quest. Not until an angel told him after the 9th round's results were tallied. Knowing that finding the hidden portal was the sub-quest, I scoured every nook and cranny. In each regression, selecting all options. He found it by choosing options in reverse order, from 5 to 1. That's how he discovered this cave near the Swamp of Demons where the Lizardmen were. Here, he found the hidden portal and completed the sub-quest. The reward, an unyielding resilience potion, was not bad. Unyielding resistance potion. Category: consumable. Grade: legendary. Effect: for 4 hours, fire, ice, and wind resistance are fixed at 95%. Usage restriction: regular rank or above. Description: an incredible item that greatly enhances resistance against the 3 major elements. When consumed, one can sweat not even in the peak of summer, nor feel cold in winter even without an overcoat. It was indeed a legendary potion. Though the potion had a significant effect, why was it given as a reward? There was a reason for that. It's meant to be used in the Tower of Trials. Ryu Min looked at the flickering portal in front of him. He already knew what awaited him inside. Without hesitation, he stepped forward. Ryu Min's body was sucked into another dimension. Welcome to the Tower of Trials. The Tower of Trials is a tower that tests the limits of players from the 1st to the 99th floor. The tower does not share the flow of time or dimensions with the outside world, so forget about worldly affairs and enjoy conquering the tower. Anyone can challenge it, but only one person can obtain the reward on each floor. If someone else has already obtained the reward for a floor, you will not receive a reward. Even if you conquer it. If you die in the tower, you will be ejected back to your original dimension and cannot challenge again. Now, then, please challenge your limits. As the explanation suggested, this place tests the limits of players. Each floor is filled with various traps and tests, as well as rewards. Only one person can obtain the rewards laid out on each floor. Ryu Min had kept the existence of the sub-quest a secret for this reason. Because all the rewards will be mine. To obtain rewards up to the 99th floor, Ryu Min climbed the tower. As he ascended, he felt anew. I failed 58 times just trying to conquer the 99th floor. Failure meant death, but here, death only meant returning to the cave where the original portal was located. It was regrettable that one could not retry. But I had many chances to challenge. And finally, on the 59th try, I succeeded in conquering the 99th floor. Since then, he had perfectly ascended to the 99th floor every time, securing the rewards. The reward was not the rune of stealth he had planned to obtain in the 9th round. The rune of stealth was just an incidental reward obtainable in the upper layers of the Tower of Trials. The reward of the 99th floor was something necessary to oppose the angels, a reward that one must have to stand against them. That's why only one person can obtain it. There was a reason why he mentioned that the angels would be in an uproar if they knew about it. Ryu Min did not know why such a reward against the angels was provided. But what's good is good, isn't it? Ryu Min was going to claim that reward this time, too. As he had always done. The door of the soaring tower opened with a click and a creak. You have entered the first floor of the Tower of Trials. You will receive a reward if you overcome the prepared trial. Success on the first floor. Strength +1. As the message indicated, there were rewards on each floor of the Tower of Trials. In essence, 99 rewards existed. For Ryu Min, it was no different from a treasure chest. But I can't be careless. The test on each floor was full of difficult traps. A first-time challenging player would have a tough time. Only darkness was visible in front of Ryu Min in the passage. Obviously, not knowing what to expect made it tense. But that's not applicable to me. Ryu Min dashed forward. Whoosh whiz. Spikes shot out from the left wall, but he dodged them as if he had anticipated it. Immediately afterward, spikes thrust from the right wall, but he easily dodged those as well. Next were the spikes that sprung from the floor. He lightly jumped over them as if he had expected them. These life-threatening situations occurred in just a few seconds. It might seem like a trap designed to kill, but it was easier than expected. If you proceed slowly, you might end up hearing the mechanisms operating and detect something amiss in advance. But for Ryu Min, who knew the location of every trap, there was no need to go slow. He simply rushed through. You have cleared the first floor of the Tower of Trial. As a reward, your strength permanently increases by 1. You will move to the next floor in 10 seconds. Ryu Min smiled as he looked at the message. For him, who had broken through the 99th floor, this was nothing. The next second floor has arrow traps. Ryu Min's figure disappeared in an instant. Whoosh whiz. Clank clatter. Chains and arrows simultaneously attacked Ryu Min. Dodging smoothly and spinning in the air, the ground suddenly opened, revealing a pit-like an abyss. Clank. Grabbing onto a swaying chain, Ryu Min caught the next chain and crossed over. After landing on the ground past the pit, Ryu Min continued to run without a pause. Having conquered these trials numerous times, the locations of the traps were vivid in his mind. You have cleared the 19th floor of the Tower of Trials. As a reward, your agility permanently increases by 2. You will move to the next floor in 10 seconds. During the ascent to the 19th floor, Ryu Min had permanently gained 7 strength, 7 intelligence, 7 agility, and 5 luck in stats. Even reaching this far was an incredible achievement. But a first-time climber would probably reach their limit around the 9th floor. The difficulty spikes with every 10 floors, making it hard for ordinary players to conquer past the 10th floor. You'd need at least 150 agility and be over level 50 to even consider reaching the 20th floor. Thus, for an ordinary player, just reaching this point would be an extraordinary feat. Of course, Ryu Min was no ordinary player. From the 20th to the 39th floor, monsters will appear. One needs to be over level 50 to ascend beyond the 20th floor, and the monsters that appear are far from easy. Minotaurs are the basic enemies, which says it all. For Ryu Min, they're merely a source of good experience. It's also an opportunity to stack the Rune of Slaughter. He hasn't been able to kill any monsters yet, so his Rune of Slaughter stack is still at 0. He is eager to quickly get the buff that doubles all stats once it reaches 100. Grr. A monster's growl echoed through the dark passageway, but Ryu Min merely smiled. He ran forward, scythe in hand. Roar. Thud. The body of an ogre, now headless, fell powerlessly to the ground. You have slain the ogre. Title effect. Experience increased by 1.5 times. Experience plus 5.7%. Gold plus 12,000. Current kill count. 200 100ths. Effect of the Rune of Slaughter. All stats increased by 100%. Effect of the Demon's Ring. Damage increased by 15%. Having just cleared the 39th floor, Ryu Min opened his status window. His level had already risen to 85. He had accumulated the Rune of Slaughter buff and gained 2 stats from the Beads of Eternity. And I've obtained the rewards from each floor's conquest. From expert level rare equipment to unique equipment, the variety was vast. You have cleared the 39th floor of the Tower of Trials. As a reward, Necklace of Ordeal is granted. You will move to the next floor in 10 seconds. Ryu Min checked the reward he received. Necklace of Ordeal. Category. Necklace. Grade. Unique. Effect. Strength. Intelligence plus 39. Durability. 5,000 5,000ths. Usage restriction. Master rank or above. Description. A necklace that can only be obtained by conquering the Tower of Trials. Somewhere in the world, obtaining this means you've cleared the 39th floor. This time, the reward was a master-grade unique equipment. Ryu Min grinned. It seemed like a good piece to use in situations where he couldn't use the Beads of Eternity. Now it's the 40th floor. Ryu Min's eyes filled with tension. If what came before was just a warm-up, now the real challenge begins. Upon reaching the 40th floor, Ryu Min took out the unyielding resistance potion he received as a sub-quest reward. This potion was essential from here on out. Use. You have used the unyielding resistance potion. Fire resistance is fixed at 95%. Ice resistance is fixed at 95%. Wind resistance is fixed at 95%. From now on, traps that can't be conquered without the potion's help will appear. Traps that heat the entire passage like an oven, or gales so strong you can't walk through, or floors that test your mental limits with extreme frost, and so on. No matter how high your stats are, you can't withstand elemental attacks of this magnitude. The environment was designed to be reliant on potions from the start. Phew, shall we go once more? Ryu Min took a step forward with renewed determination. He must at least reach the 80th floor. As each floor's concept of traps differs, so do the rewards. As a reward, fire resistance permanently increases by 5%. As a reward, ice resistance permanently increases by 5%. As a reward, wind resistance permanently increases by 5%. From the 40th to the 59th floors, the traps were related to elements. Hence, rewards that permanently increased elemental resistances were given. By the time Ryu Min had finished the 59th floor, he checked the resistances he had accumulated. Fire resistance increased by 35%, ice resistance by 35%, wind resistance by 30%. There are two types of resistances. Normal resistance, which prevents status ailments, and elemental resistance, which protects you against elemental attacks like the above. A 50% resistance increase from the rainbow effect falls under normal resistance. This means the elemental resistance he obtained now is entirely different. Thus, Ryu Min was pleased. Elemental resistance isn't something you can easily increase. Items that increase elemental resistance are extremely rare. Usually, one would give up on finding them and rely on potions. Having it permanently increased was a tremendous privilege. Shall we start on the 60th floor? From here to the 79th floor, monsters will appear again. They're not necessarily stronger, but they come in combination with traps, so a bit of caution is needed. I can't run through it as I did initially. Ryu Min, holding his scythe, moved forward with caution. There was a reason why Ryu Min set his minimum goal as the 80th floor. You have cleared the 79th floor of the Tower of Trials. As a reward, the Rune of Stealth is granted. You will move to the next floor in 10 seconds. The Rune of Stealth. Finally, the item he desired appeared. Ryu Min used it immediately, engraving it into his body. Rune of Stealth. Effect. When using invisibility, it completely hides all traces including breathing, footsteps, and the sound of clothing. It is undetectable by any means of search or trace detection. After attacking while invisible, the cooldown of invisibility resets. A smile spread across Ryu Min's face. With the Rune of Stealth, perfect invisibility was now possible. But I shouldn't be satisfied with only this. The real challenge is still ahead. As Ryu Min reached the 80th floor, he took a moment to catch his breath before moving forward. Now, the combined challenges of all previous traps awaited him. There's still about 2 hours left on the potion, so it should be enough to reach the 99th floor. It wasn't as easy as it sounded. Various monsters, storms, typhoons, frost, and pits of fire. He overcame all sorts of traps as he ascended the floors. You have cleared the 83rd floor of the Tower of Ordeal. You have cleared the 87th floor of the Tower of Ordeal. You have cleared the 92nd floor of the Tower of Ordeal. Phew, no matter how many times I climb, the path to the 99th floor is hard. Ryu Min, having reached the 98th floor, wiped the sweat from his forehead. The journey here was fraught with numerous obstacles. The previous floor, the 97th, even tested mental fortitude with hallucinations. Thanks to the Rune of Mental Barrier, he breezed through the hallucinations. The easiest floors were the 97th and 98th. The 98th floor had similar traps, so he simply walked through to pass. However, the last 99th floor was not so easily conquered. You have cleared the 98th floor of the Tower of Trials. As a reward, your resistance permanently increases by 10%. You will move to the last floor in 10 seconds. Good luck. Eventually, Ryu Min arrived at the 99th floor. The final challenge awaited him. Chapter 135. You have entered the 99th floor of the Tower of Trials. A reward like no other awaits those who face the final trial. Success in conquering the 99th floor will grant filled right pointer. Ryu Min walked forward, paying little attention to the popping messages. A fighting arena with a single level and a diameter of 150 meters came into view. As he walked down the stairs towards the center, a message popped up. Scanning the information of the entrant to the 99th floor. Player. Black Scythe LV-89 Reaper. Please wait. Scanning and copying player information. Scan and copy complete. The final trial will begin in 10 seconds. Exactly 10 seconds later, with a swish, in front of Ryu Min, a man clad in black armor appeared, wielding a scythe. Face the enemy before you. The enemy before him. It was himself. A battle against myself. That's the last trial of the 99th floor. Ryu Min, already aware, did not panic and raised his scythe. His opponent, an exact replica holding a death scythe, approached. The strongest players, ranked number 1 in previous zones, clashed at a single point. Clang, clang. The scythes collided in the air, making a clear metallic sound. Scratch, scratch. At times, the sound of scythes scraping against each other could be heard. Screech. When locked in a power struggle, a scream-like metallic sound could jolt one awake. After exchanging dozens of attacks in a short period, both stepped back. It's not just an illusion. It's a clone perfectly replicated to be exactly like me. Strength, agility, speed, there wasn't a single aspect that wasn't identical to himself. A perfect copy of himself. So similar it would be fair to compare it to a mirror. Ryu Min's eyes filled with tension. Having the strongest player before him was naturally intimidating. Then, the clone took a step back and positioned itself to swing the scythe. Whiz. Moonlight slash. Ryu Min immediately jumped. However, a second later, as if anticipated, a moonlight slash flew towards the direction he jumped. An unavoidable angle, yet, Ryu Min was already positioned in midair. Moonlight slash. Two blades imbued with moonlight collided. Boom, 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 boom. A chain explosion occurred as the massive energies clashed. Ryu Min was blown away by the air pressure. The distance between them widened, and the area was filled with dust. The clone, aiming to kill Ryu Min, hesitated for a moment. The sensation of Ryu Min's presence disappeared due to the stealth rune, allowing perfect invisibility, making him impossible to find. Eventually, thud, Ryu Min's scythe emerged through the dust and struck the clone's head. Although the ambush was successful, Ryu Min couldn't smile. The body melted away and disappeared. A clone. In a brief moment, the clone used a decoy and appeared behind Ryu Min. The scythe, filled with murderous intent, aimed for his waist. Slice. Ryu Min's waist was split in two, but this too was a clone. Reversing the situation, Ryu Min, now behind the clone, swung his scythe. But the clone, as if expecting this, dodged by a hair's breadth and countered with its scythe. Clang, clang, clang. After exchanging 3 blows in a brief moment, the clone disappeared. Swoosh. Ryu Min also used invisibility. Both vanished from sight. A serene silence engulfed the area. As expected, it's not easy. Facing himself as the opponent, it's not an ordinary challenge. The use of clones, invisibility, moonlight slash, etc. Moreover, it can predict my movements since it also possesses the rune of foresight. I distanced myself after the moonlight slash for this reason. To escape the range of the rune of foresight, Ryu Min didn't jump for no reason. He knew flying away due to the clash of moonlight slash and using the dust to obscure visibility would make him unreadable by the rune of foresight. But this strategy also failed. It still has great reflexes. Titles, runes, stats, equipped items, items in possession, combat sense, everything was the same. It's like fighting a mirror. It's natural for Ryu Min to struggle. But I can't back down now. With the reward for the 99th floor at stake, how could he give up? Ryu Min's scythe moved towards where he guessed his opponent might be. Boom, 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 boom. Boom, 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 boom. Explosions powerful enough to shake the ground erupted in succession. Flashes of light illuminated the darkness here and there. A combo of Death's Night, Crimson Moon, and Moonlight Slash unfolded towards the opponent. Just being grazed by one could mean death. Ryu Min smirked at his opponent while deflecting Moonlight Slash with his own. 5 times. Used them all up, right? Same here. The clone, though a copy of himself, did not speak. It showed no emotion, just a mechanical face, rushing forward with its scythe. Clang, clang. Knowing each other's movements 7 seconds in advance made their exchanges seem synchronized. With perfectly matched stats, overpowering each other was not an option. An hour has passed, and neither has a scratch. The mark of death revealed the opponent's health bar, showing no fatigue or injury. The same was true for Ryu Min. Swoosh, swoosh. As both used invisibility, silence returned. While invisibility prevented location detection, this moment offered Ryu Min his only chance to rest. It was also time to plan his strategy. Phew, now how should I attack? He had tried every attack pattern, but nothing worked. Every movement was predicted by the rune of foresight, which was expected. Attempts to create unpredictable situations like kicking up dust were easily evaded as if the clone had already planned for such tactics. Hence, surprise attacks didn't work and often gave the clone a chance to counterattack. Of course, Ryu Min didn't just passively accept attacks, he always had a next card to play. But this leads to no progress. With identical stats, skills, and abilities, how could one defeat such a mirror-like existence? Having attempted to conquer the 99th floor numerous times, Ryu Min already knew the answer. If I can't win, I endure. That's the only option. This battle cannot go on forever. Although unseen, there is a time limit. A whopping 24 hours. The true strategy for the 99th floor is to endure against oneself for 24 hours. The system only said to face the enemy, not to kill it. Meaning, the main purpose of the 99th floor is to test one's mental strength against oneself. Defeating oneself is impossible. Despite numerous attempts, he had never once defeated his clone. Of course, winning would be great, but past experiences show that enduring is the answer. If winning is not an option, then endure. But losing is not acceptable. If he shows even a moment of weakness, the clone will kill Ryu Min. That would mean instant disqualification. The reward for the 99th floor would be forever out of reach. That absolutely cannot happen. This is why Ryu Min gritted his teeth and endured. Of course, it wasn't hard yet. Only an hour has passed. Though the exact time isn't shown, by estimation, 23 hours remain. It's like a long marathon. The invisibility of time makes it tough, but Ryu Min found it rather fortunate. Seeing the time could make one waver. Better not to see it for peace of mind. Until now, he had checked the time but decided not to be conscious of it anymore. For the remaining 23 hours, he would exchange blows with the clone in front of him time and time again. By enduring and persisting, the time will end, and I will be able to clear the 99th floor. Reaffirming his resolve, he raised his scythe again. For the ultimate reward of the 99th floor. Clang clang. Boom 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 boom. Crack 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 crack. Using the sound of metal clashing as his music, Ryu Min endured. He persisted waiting for the message indicating the completion of the 99th floor appeared. How much time had passed, he didn't know. He hadn't counted since the first hour. In a state of brain absence, focusing solely on the opponent before him. The greatest enemy is oneself, as they say. It wasn't just a metaphor, it was literally true. The current greatest opponent was that. A crazy bastard wielding a scythe, identical in appearance to looking at oneself in a mirror. Cursing him is like spitting in my own face, isn't it? Well, it doesn't matter. It's true he's a crazy bastard. The crazy bastard's mind was filled only with the thought of killing himself. He swung his scythe wildly, executing different attack patterns each time. If I were to face myself as an enemy, that would be the image. With the same high level and stats, neither seemed to tire. They hardly rested for more than 5 minutes. I'm tired. He might not be physically tired, but mentally he was exhausted. Is there a reason to continue this fight? Now, I'm not sure. I just want to let everything go. It's simple. Just allow his attack to hit me once, and it's over. Giving up is easy. The damage from the Black Scythe, even a normal hit, would be fatal. Maybe the black armor effect could defend it. With a 67% chance to deflect attacks, there's a slim chance I might not die from one hit. Should I let it hit me just once? I might not die, right? But what if I die? Then I just return to reality. Should I just give up everything and end this tiresome battle? Every time these complacent thoughts crossed his mind, Ryu-min remembered the experiences he had endured, people dying, those he couldn't protect, even his only sibling, left behind in reality. Flash. The opponent's moonlight slash loomed before him. Instinctively prepared, Ryu-min countered with the same skill. Boom 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 boom. The explosion brought him back to his senses. I must protect them. If I don't want to see the world fall apart again, I must endure. If he dies here, the reward for the 99th floor is gone. Losing the means to oppose the angels, even if he conquers the 20th round, there's no hope. I must have been out of my mind. As if doused in cold water, Ryu-min's sanity returned. Crack crack crack. Blocking the scythe aimed at his head, they engaged in a power struggle. Like a tug of war, neither gave in. Ryu-min's body staggered forward. Shimmer. The clone, which had been locked in a power struggle just moments ago, suddenly vanished. Like a mirage, you have endured the 24-hour limit. You have cleared the 99th floor of the Tower of Trials. You are the first player to clear the 99th floor of the Tower of Trials. You have set an unprecedented record in the history of the Tower of Trials. Your achievement will be recorded in the Akashic records. He had finally conquered the 99th floor he so desired. Now he could finally relax. Thump. As if all his energy was drained, Ryu-min sat down on the ground. Huff, huff, when he was catching his breath to the point of not seeing the messages. The Tower of Trials admires the player's extraordinary mental strength. Your physical and mental strength have been fully restored. You have obtained the title Supreme Being. As his physical and mental strength were restored, the message came into view. I finally got it. The title to oppose the angels. Ryu-min opened the titles, information window. Chapter 136. Title, Supreme Being. Acquisition condition. Earned upon the first completion of the 99th floor of the Tower of Trials. Effect. Nullifies mental type damage. The title of the Supreme Being is essential for anyone who wishes to stand against angels. This is because it can block the angel's fatal blow ability, Decimation. With this, the angel's Decimation won't work at all. Decimation is a mental type attack after all. Now, there's no reason to fear angels anymore. Angels, unable to use Decimation, are no different from ordinary humans to a player. Of course, the 7 archangels are on a different level. The angels Ryu-min talks about are the ordinary ones responsible for guiding. Ryu-min still lacks the power to confront the 7 archangels. No, to be precise, I don't know. I've never fought them. It's just a guess based on the atmosphere and intuition about their level. He might at least need to reach level 99 and equip a set of grade 5 gear to stand a chance against the weakest among them. It might be an overestimation, but to Ryu-min, the archangels seemed that powerful. At least I'm not afraid of Decimation now, so I can confront ordinary angels. And not just them, but combatant angels as well. There are 2 types of angels, ordinary angels and combatant angels. If ordinary angels with their one-shot kill skill, Decimation, seem insignificant, combatant angels are quite strong, to the extent that they would be level 99 if they were players. In fact, Ryu-min was more interested in these combatant angels than the guiding ordinary angels. Catching them yields quite useful rewards. Not that they themselves know that fact. The title the Supreme Being comes in handy here. Some of the combatant angels' attacks belong to the mental type damage category. I obtained the title of the Supreme Being in the previous round and have fought against them, so it's certain. That's why he couldn't give up this title. The rewards for capturing combatant angels were too good. With this, a load is off my shoulders. I've obtained the title that's crucial to the last round. He smiled pleasantly, but the rewards didn't end there. You have been confirmed as the first player to conquer the 99th floor. As a reward, you have obtained a material item selection right. The title of the Supreme Being as a reward for conquering the 99th floor, and now, he received the first to clear reward. Well, it's obvious I'd be the first since the reward goes to only one person. As Ryu Min was smiling, another message appeared. You have set an unbelievable record. Your achievement will be recorded in the Akashic records. As a reward, legendary item selection right will be granted. This was also an anticipated reward, since conquering the 99th floor always resulted in rewards related to the Akashic records. And such. However, he hadn't expected it when he defeated a high orc in just 1 second the last time. He hadn't thought the Akashic records would come up then. Last time it was a unique item selection right, but this time it's legendary. Smiling, Ryu Min used the material item selection right first. Please choose one of the following materials. 1. Immortal skin fragment. 2. Ogre's heart. 8. Mage skeleton's bone powder. 9. Supreme quality tough leather. 10. Abyssal orb. To an ordinary person, it might not be clear, but Ryu Min could see how remarkable these materials listed were. As expected of a first to clear reward, nothing but legendary materials. Ryu Min chose one material he didn't have. You have selected no. 10. The Abyssal Orb has been added to your inventory. That settles it. With this, I've collected all the legendary materials I need. Including what he already had, he could now craft an item. And with the legendary item selection right, I'll choose. Ryu Min had already planned what to select as he used the Akashic Records reward. You may choose one legendary item. Please touch the type of item first. 1. Weapon. 2. Shield. 3. Helmet. 8. Ring. 9. Consumable. There it is. The consumables category. Upon selecting consumables, a new set of choices appeared. Please touch one of the following consumables. 1. Potion of life. 2. Elixir of rapid regeneration. 3. Potion of indomitable resistance. 9. Infinite materials pouch. 10. Golden luck pouch. There it is again. Ryu Min's hand moved unhesitatingly to number 9. All the items were attractive, but if he had to choose one, this was unmatched. It's a means to obtain god-grade materials, after all. Ryu Min immediately checked the item information. Infinite materials pouch. Category. Consumable. Grade. Legendary. Effect. Randomly obtains 1 to 5 higher grade materials. Usage limit. Until the next round, for expert grade and above. Description. A pouch that randomly draws materials from infinite space. This item will self-destruct if kept to the next round. Influenced by luck stat, although it vaguely states higher grade Ryu Min knew. Using this, there's a chance to obtain anything from unique to god grade materials. Given his current luck stat, at least legendary materials should appear. And maybe 1 or 2 god grade materials in between. But with Min Yuri's buff, things could change. That's why Ryu Min decided to hold off on using it. Min Yuri's buff ended with the tower climb, so using it now would be a loss. Once I return, I'll ask Min Yuri to help me use it. But before that, Ryu Min opened the combination window. Once I return, I'll ask Min Yuri to help me use it. But before that, Ryu Min opened the combination window. Now that I've gathered all the legendary materials, shall I try making an item? Thanks to the legendary material he had just acquired, he had everything he needed. Ryu Min opened the store window and bought a master-grade scythe called the Death Scythe. He planned to create a legendary weapon with this. Using the existing Death Scythe as a material would only produce an expert-grade legendary. What Ryu Min wanted was a master-grade legendary weapon. He bought a normal scythe for 6,000 gold from the store for this reason. Main ingredient: Death Scythe. Supplementary ingredients: Immortal Skin Fragment, Ogre's Heart, Mage Skeleton's Bone Powder, Supreme Quality Tough Leather, Abyssal Orb. Ryu Min would have liked to make a god-grade weapon, but he held back. I'm not lacking in damage yet, so it's better to make other equipment first. Thus, the god-grade weapon was pushed to a later priority, but he couldn't keep using the unique weapon, Death Scythe, forever. That's why he decided to create a legendary weapon. Shall we try combining them? Upon pressing the combination button, a bright light burst forth. Combination successful. You have created Corrupted God's Claw Scythe. Corrupted God's Claw Scythe. Category: Weapon. Grade. Legendary. Attack power. 666. Effects. Attack speed plus 100%. The width and length of the scythe can be extended up to 5 times. However, damage is distributed among the number of monsters within range. Durability. 10,000 10,000ths. Usage restriction. Master grade and above. Description. A scythe once favored by a fallen god. It earned its name for its ability to sweep up monsters like a claw. As described, the claw scythe's length and range can be adjusted. Meaning, this scythe can be used as a ranged weapon. It can be extended while swinging and retracted as well. It's essentially a scythe that can be freely manipulated like a whip. Plus, the size of the scythe increases, so does the attack range. With an increased range and area, it's effective for slaughtering multiple enemies. Almost to the extent of a moonlight slash. An ordinary attack having the range of a moonlight slash. In other words, it's the perfect weapon for mob hunting. The downside is that damage is distributed according to the number of monsters, but if it's a group of low-level monsters, it can kill them in one hit. It's not weak against a single target either. If there's only one monster within the attack range, the damage isn't distributed and focuses solely on that one monster. Truly a weapon that benefits the user regardless of the number of enemies. It's no wonder Ryu-Min couldn't wipe the smile off his face. With this, winning first place in this round should be easy. As he was inserting the magic stones from the death side into the new weapon, the tower shook, and a message appeared. All floors of the tower have been conquered, and no rewards remain. The Tower of Trials collapse sequence will commence. Players will be returned to their original dimensions shortly. Congratulations on conquering the Tower of Trials once again. When Ryu-Min opened his eyes, all he saw was pitch-black darkness. He was back in the original cave, the site of the sub-quest discovery, but now there was no portal or anything visible. Since he had conquered it, no one else would find it now. I should proceed with the main quest. As he retraced his steps, Ryu-Min reverted from his transformation. Having feasted to his heart's content, there was no longer any need to maintain the guise of a lostiac. As he ran swiftly, he saw the extermination team still stationed at the entrance to the forest. Fortunately, I'm not too late. Ryu-Min had been in the tower for nearly 28 hours, but for them, only a few minutes had passed. Since the flow of time wasn't shared, it was as if to say, don't worry about the mundane world. Is that Black Scythe? Min Yuri spotted Ryu-Min and was visibly surprised. Although Ryu-Min had seen her 28 hours ago, it was only a few minutes ago from Min Yuri's perspective. Is it really you, Black Scythe Nim? Yes. Can't you tell? I never thought I'd see you here. I assumed you'd definitely go to number 5. Didn't you say you were going to number 1? Oh. Min Yuri's eyes widened even more than they already were. Could it be that he followed me because I said I was going to number 1? Hearing her inner thoughts, Ryu-Min felt a bit embarrassed. I've unintentionally given her the wrong impression. To dispel Min Yuri's mistaken thoughts, Ryu-Min added, I thought following you to get the buff would be more beneficial than choosing number 5. I've become so reliant on the buff. Didn't I give you the buff before making the choice? Yes, but you never know, right? The quest might take longer than expected to need continuous buffs, and I somehow felt that number 1 might be a better choice than number 5. Oh, convinced by his explanation, Min Yuri nodded her head. Anyway, it's good that you came. With Black Scythe here, the extermination is as good as done. Smiling, Min Yuri reached out her hand. Speaking of which, let me apply the buff again. Thank you. Don't mention it. Compared to the help I've received from you, this is nothing. As Min Yuri was applying the buff, the extermination team slowly began to enter the forest. Most players had tense expressions, but Min Yuri walked as if on a leisurely stroll, chatting with the Black Scythe. Having the strongest player of level 80 by her side, there was no need for her to feel nervous, even though she was unaware that his level had risen to 89. Even if they find out about the level increase later, they probably won't suspect anything. They would think it strange since he had power leveled at the lowest level of difficulty, the Lizardman extermination, but that's about it. Most would just shrug it off. Have you ever fought a Lizardman before? No. Well, it's my first time too. Although he had encountered them while roaming with the Elf Guild during round 8, he pretended otherwise. Min Yuri believed they had tackled the Dwarf Guild together and passed. How strong are lizardmen? Since number 1 is supposed to be the easiest, they shouldn't be too strong, right? Don't worry, you're strong enough. Still, it's a bit nerve-wracking since it's my first time facing them. Then watch others fight them first. If it's your first encounter, it's not a bad idea to observe before engaging. That might be a good idea. Thanks for the advice. I'll learn by watching you fight. Well, watching me might not be that helpful. He spoke the truth, but it seemed Minuri didn't hear him. In her mind, she was convinced that seeing the Black Scythe in action would be reassuring. What's that scythe you have? I haven't seen it before. Oh, this. I happened to come across an opportunity to get it. It looks even better than the previous one. As they continued their casual conversation, suddenly, lizardmen burst forth from the forest as if they had been lying in wait. The extermination team leader, Kultz, shouted with a tense expression. Everyone, prepare for battle. It was inevitable. The number of lizardmen that sprung forth wasn't just 1 or 2. Easily numbering in the hundreds. Since the number of monsters appearing was designed to match the number of participants. It was expected. There are too many lizardmen. Warriors from the other world, don't separate from each other. Watch each other's sides and exterminate the lizardmen. Suddenly, Kultz stopped speaking. The players were staring blankly in one direction, dumbfounded. What are you all doing during battle? It was perilously irresponsible to zone out during combat. Before scolding them, Kultz moved to see what they were staring at. Then, he too, stopped in his tracks. He, like the players, could only stand there, staring. They witnessed the Grim Reaper, sweeping lizardmen aside with his scythe. Chapter 137. Squeak, heek, screams of lizardmen echoed from various places. Screech, screech, screech. The sound of something being massively sliced is also heard. The origin of this sound drew the players' attention. And without exception, they all wear bewildered expressions. Crazy. Isn't that Black Scythe? Black Scythe chose to hunt lizardmen. What on earth is that weapon, anyway? What's with it swinging once and like a dozen fall like sorghum? It was a strange scythe. It extended like a whip, slicing through the waists of a dozen creatures before retracting. Its attack speed was so fast that the swinging motion was invisible. Only the spectacle of lizardmen being chopped up could be seen every time one blinked. Truly a clawed hand. It was like the hand of death mowing down monsters. But looking at the numbers, it seems like they appeared in accordance with our head count. Black Scythe is sweeping them all up. A monster meant for each person to kill, all being swept away by one person. Rather than anger, it was a bewildering situation. NPCs, feeling the same, only watched in silence. Min Yuri also blankly watched Black Scythe's battle and suddenly realized. Now I see why Black Scythe said watching him wouldn't be helpful. It was practically a massacre of the common folk. Where would there be a moment to analyze the attack patterns and traits of lizardmen? It would be better to learn by watching other players' battles instead. Having made that decision, Min Yuri moved a bit away. As expected, the players were desperately hunting lizardmen, fearing their share would be taken by Black Scythe. Regardless, Ryu Min focused solely on slaughtering lizardmen. I don't even need to use Moonlight Slash, do I? Originally, he intended to go all out with Moonlight Slash, but seeing the damage, it seemed unnecessary. I knew the scythe was suitable for mass slaughter, but not to this extent. Thanks to Min Yuri's buff, it felt significantly faster and stronger. After killing the last lizardman, Ryu Min finally looked behind. Players were watching him with resentful eyes. Did I catch too many? It wasn't strange to be resented, having swept away monsters as if he were in his own world. Ryu Min's gaze suddenly shifted to the corner of his vision. Current kill count. 823 100ths. It was 402 when I came down from the tower, so did I kill 421? With 602 people, 602 monsters would have appeared. Out of them, Ryu Min monopolized about 70%, meaning the resentful glares were understandable. Ryu Min didn't avoid their gazes. The players, feeling inferior, averted their eyes first. It was regrettable, but for them, the weak, there was no other choice. If you're jealous, become strong like me. Being strong and catching many was also a skill. There was no reason to be seen unfairly just because one is skilled. It was the result of his own efforts, after all. Having lived in a competitive society, it was impossible not to understand this fact. This was why no one dared to speak against Black Scythe. Of course, there was also the fear of what could happen if they did. It's good that it's not a party. If it were a party, knowing they couldn't attack each other, they might have brazenly complained to Ryu Min. No, not might. They definitely would have complained, asking me to hunt moderately. Of course, Ryu Min had no intention of continuing to monopolize lizardmen. Leaving some for other players wouldn't increase the number of survivors, would it? While thinking this, Min Yuri approached and gave a thumbs up. Wow, Black Scythe Nim. That's really amazing. I didn't know the new weapon was that good. Ah, of course, it must be because of your skill. It was a hard-earned weapon, so naturally it would be this strong. Even with the praise, Ryu Min only asked indifferently. Have you fought any lizardmen? Yes, I managed to kill about 2. They were easier than I thought. Easier than the first time I killed an orc. I told you, you've become stronger. Hee, I must have really become stronger. Maybe I can reach level 40 this round. She spoke cheerfully, but Min Yuri was inwardly worried. If Black Scythe Nim continues to monopolize monsters like this, it might be tough. No. Reaching level 40 isn't the problem. The real issue is whether I can rank. It was a natural concern, given their lives were at stake. It was a common worry among other players as well. I know, as if I would end up causing the death of everyone just for a bit of experience point. Don't worry. Originally, Ryu Min intended to stop hunting after reaching 1,000 kills. 1,000 should be enough to secure the top spot in every area. In the previous rounds, no other player besides Ryu Min had managed to kill 1,000. Just a bit more to go. Not much left. Since monsters killed in the Tower of Trials also counted, he only needed to kill about 200. More to safely pass. What's your current level? Me, level 38. Just 2 more levels and you'll be able to learn a new skill. Saying so, Ryu Min went back to hunting as lizardmen attacked again. Once again, sweeping the monsters with the clawed scythe, the players were dismayed, but that was momentary. After reaching his goal of 200 kills, Ryu Min stopped hunting, leaving people puzzled. Why did he suddenly stop hunting? Is he taking a break now? Anyway, this is our chance. We don't know when he'll start again. But thereafter, Ryu Min didn't touch a single lizardman. While puzzled, players were simultaneously relieved. Black Scythe Nim, why aren't you catching more? Answering Min Yuri's innocent question, Ryu Min responded like a magnanimous person. I've caught enough. There's no point in hunting these tiny XP creatures, it would only trouble the other players. Ah, so you deliberately did it for our sake. For our sake. If anything, it's for of you. He almost said that but swallowed his words. Misunderstanding, Min Yuri would turn red and start imagining things again. There are plenty more monsters to catch. Hurry up and reach level 40. I'm curious what skill you'll learn. Yes, just wait a bit. With vigorous words, Min Yuri eventually managed to reach level 40 after defeating 280 lizardmen. I finally became an expert. Congratulations. What's the skill? I'll show you right away. Light flowed from Min Yuri's hands. As if to prove she was a buffer, the skill she learned this time was also a buff. A safety barrier has been applied. You will be protected from one physical attack. Duration: 0 hours 29 minutes and 59 seconds. A safety barrier has been applied. You will be protected from one physical attack. Duration: 0 hours 29 minutes and 59 seconds. Safety barrier: an absolute shield that defends against any physical attack, but only once. Normally, shields have a certain strength, but not this skill. It's a cheat skill that guarantees defense against any physical attack. Meaning, even a full-powered strike from Ryu Min could be blocked. It was a valuable skill that could save a life from an unexpected attack. It seems like a skill that can block any physical attack once. To reuse it on the same target, you have to wait 30 minutes. It's a powerful skill, so that makes sense. Having a cooldown for each individual isn't strange for an absolute defense. Later, it even defends against magical attacks. When the skill reaches level 60, it will protect against both physical and magical attacks. I haven't seen more of Min Yuri's capabilities, so I can't say beyond that. Bless and Swift have also been enhanced. Would you like to try them? Let's do that. With Min Yuri's buff, all stats, attack speed, and movement speed increased by 70%. This was due to the enhancement of the two skills. It's significantly improved. But don't be satisfied with just reaching level 40. Hunt more. Yes. The hunt continued. Voices of joy were heard from several players who, like Min Yuri, had reached level 40. After about 3 hours, the hunt was finally over. The hunt leader, Kultz, looked around at the players with a satisfied smile. Gentlemen, with this, the hunt in the swamp has ended. The lizardmen have been dealt with, to the extent that their numbers will dry up for a while. For the time being, merchants of the neighboring Brahm Kingdom can safely travel their trade routes. It's all thanks to you. Hiring warriors from the other world wasn't in vain. Kultz, who didn't skimp on his praise, suddenly fixed his gaze on one person. A man who hadn't caught a single one since his overwhelming performance at the beginning. It was Kultz who sent an admiring look towards Black Scythe. Great work, everyone. The hunt is now concluded. Everyone is dismissed. No sooner had Kultz finished speaking than a message popped up. The Lizardman hunt has concluded. As a reward for the hunt, 100,000 gold is awarded. Your contribution has been recorded by the mercenary band. Your mercenary band rank has risen from apprentice to experienced. Oh, 100,000 gold. Wow, jackpot. This round, it's more generous than I thought. Players cheered for the unexpected reward. On the other hand, Ryu Min was unimpressed by the gold. Not that it wasn't impressive, but because he already had 1.5 million gold in his possession. Earning 1 million gold from climbing the tower makes 100,000 seem insignificant. During his climb, he had gathered gold from monsters and received it as a reward for clearing floors. Thus, he had amassed 1 million gold just from the tower. Naturally, 100,000 gold was nothing to be excited about. Now that most players have reached level 40, gold trading will be activated. Trading functionality would allow for gold transactions. Once returned, players would start using gold features instead of cash. And there would be more traders willing to offer services in exchange for gold. Such as erasing traces by disposing of corpses, finding someone with tracking, or repairing. Equipment durability with the repair skill for gold. The same goes for the player market. People would prefer trading items for gold rather than cash. Anticipating this, Ryu Min had already asked Ma Kyung Rock to prepare a direct gold trading feature. Thus, with the round ending, gold trading was expected to be activated, but Ryu Min already had more than enough gold. Apart from buying legendary material items on player place, there's hardly any use for gold. Then, where should all this gold be spent? On NPCs, of course. Gold is a currency that is also valid in the fantasy world. With the trading feature now available, it's possible to trade gold with NPCs. Although it seems like there's not much use for gold now, there will be various needs for it. Later, gold might be needed for tithe to increase reputation with temples, or to purchase materials and items from blacksmiths. It can also be used as a bribe for important figures, and many other uses. Hence, even if it seems useless now, more gold is better for later. The hunt is concluded. You will be moved to the starting point shortly. Soon after blinking, the space changed from the swamp to a colorless space. It was the starting location. As the hunt ended at the same time for everyone, players appeared from everywhere. Like at the beginning, thousands of people gathered, and an angel appeared. Did you have a good hunt? How was it? As expected, wasn't level 1 the easiest in terms of difficulty? Players nodded. Having experienced it, the difficulty indeed followed the order. However, doesn't it seem like there's a lot less people? Now that you mention it, it does seem so. Unfortunately, all 571 who chose level 5 did not survive. Wow, the chosen monster for the level 5 hunt was the Minotaur. If one appeared for each person, it definitely would have been difficult to handle. Although some humans have died in other hunts as well, don't be sad. It's actually a good thing, isn't it? It means there are fewer competitors. Truthfully, no player was saddened. In an era where even blood relatives could turn against each other, who would mourn the death of strangers? Okay then, let's see the results of the tally immediately. Chapter 138. Round 9 Results. All areas. First place. Black Scythe LV89 Reaper, 1024 kills. Second place. Heavenly Demon LV43 Dark Knight, 631 kills. Third place. Dumb Fools LV42 Shaman, 574 kills. Specific Area C3 ESCA 001. First place. Black Scythe LV89 Reaper, 1024 kills. Second place. Heavenly Demon LV43 Dark Knight, 631 kills. Third place. Dumb Dummies LV42 Shaman, 574 kills. Once again, Black Scythe took the first place, but the players were not interested in the obvious. Their interest was solely in the method of ranking. Seeing the number of kills, could it be? Yes, you're right. This round's ranking was based on how many monsters were killed. So the first option was the best one. Sigh, shouldn't have chosen the third one. I'm doomed. I didn't kill many. As the players grieved, the ranking message popped up. Some checked their rankings and held their heads in dismay. But those who made it into the top 3004 burst into cheers of relief. Among them, Min Yuri showed a relieved expression. It seems I luckily made it into the rankings. Ryu Min smiled as he looked at his own message. Congratulations. You have completed the quest as the first place in this area. Congratulations. You have completed the quest as the first place in all areas. Currently, Black Scythe ranks first in all areas and in this specific area. As the first place ranking reward in this area, you will receive a material item selection. Right. As the first place ranking reward in all areas, you will receive a special reward selection. Box. Ryu Min used the material item selection right. Please choose one of the following materials. 1. Hard magic shell. Ellipsis. 7. Supreme quality tough leather. 8. Bubbling solution. 9. Non-clumping crystal. 10. Bull's horn. Most of the options were unique. Of course, Ryu Min could see which one was the best. Only number 7 is legendary. Having obtained one legendary material, Ryu Min then used the special reward selection. Box. You can choose one of the following special rewards. Please touch the reward you want. 1. Double express buff limited to the 10th round. 2. 50% stat increase buff limited to the 10th round. 3. Information about round 10. Ryu Min didn't need the information about round 10. So, which one between 1 and 2 was necessary? Without hesitation, Ryu Min chose the second option. Stats are more important in the next round. Would there be a need to further increase his already high stats? Yes, because there's a phase in round 10 where having higher stats is advantageous. Hence, it was also a round where Min Yuri's buff was necessary. Not that he necessarily needed to take Min Yuri along. By the way, this round's sub-quest was about finding a hidden portal. Hidden portal, was there such a thing? Didn't anyone find it? There was one successful player, but you probably aren't interested. You're about to disappear anyway. You must have checked the rankings. Then, goodbye to those ranked below 3005. No, please, save me. Despite their desperate cries, about 2,000 players turned to dust and disappeared. Even though it was someone else's problem before, the players who survived this time couldn't help but feel uneasy. It wasn't for no reason. They were the last players of Korea. Only 3,000 of us are representing Korea's players. Ryu Min sighed but didn't show it. Rather than lamenting, it was more important that they had managed to catch their breath for. Now, round 9 ends. All areas. Survivors. 647,681. Specific Area C3 ESCA 001. Survivors. 3004. Soon, your soul will be transferred back to your original dimension's body. Round 10 will begin at midnight on October 1, 2022. See you in the next round. Congratulations on surviving. As soon as Ryu Min returned home, the first thing he did was to send a text to Min Yuri. Ryu Min. Yuri, did you survive? Min Yuri. Yes, thanks to choosing the first option, it was easy. It seems you also managed to survive. Min. Ryu Min. Yeah, how about we meet for lunch to give you the next round info? Min Yuri. Okay, that works for me. Ryu Min. Then, get a good sleep and see you at lunch. Leaving only those words, Ryu Min fell onto his bed and slept as if he had fainted. It was only natural to be sleepy after staying awake for 28 hours without rest. When he woke up, it was already morning. At lunchtime, Ryu Min met Min Yuri at the agreed place. Yuri. Hey, Min. Hungry. Let's go quickly. The two headed to their usual Korean traditional restaurant. In the quiet atmosphere, they talked about round 9. Min, did you get the message too? After the extermination, my mercenary rank increased or something. Ah, from apprentice to skilled. Right, that. Not sure if it's a good thing that the rank increased. It's a good thing. A higher rank means you can take on higher level requests later. Ah, so we can get better rewards. Yes, the mercenary job has its perks in that regard. We'll be a step higher in rank than others. Really? But how do you know all this? Did you find out through prophecy? Of course. Why else would I be a prophet? If I didn't know such things, I couldn't call myself a prophet. Haha, you always have a way with words. The mercenary rank story was not false. Later, when they experience an open-world fantasy setting, they will be taking on missions from the mercenary guild. They could increase their rank, hunt better monsters, and accumulate rewards and fame. Eventually, you'll participate in territorial battles and sometimes be called to wars. But the best part about increasing your rank in the mercenary guild is dragon hunting. Dragon hunting is not for everyone. You have to be a master rank mercenary to join the hunt. Dragon hunting is arguably the reason to raise your mercenary rank. Given that it involves the strongest monsters, the rewards are unsurprisingly substantial. Min, have you reached level 40? Not yet. You did. Yeah, I reached level 41 this time and got a protective buff. I'll cast it on you in case of danger. The world has become too dangerous now. No need, I'll be alright. Only 3,000 of us left now. Still, though he said so, buff was exactly what Ryu Min had hoped for. Well, she always casts buffs without being asked anyway. Whenever Ryu Min provided a prophecy for the next round, Min Yuri would always apologize and say she would at least cast a buff on him as thanks. Thus, after giving the prophecy for round 10 and parting with Min Yuri, Ryu Min received the set of 3 buffs he desired. Thanks for the buffs. Thank you for the prophecy. I feel that round 10 might be a tough one. There won't be any issues. I've foreseen that you'll make it through. Knowing that eases my mind. Do you need gold? Now that the trading function is available, I can give you some. No, I have plenty of gold. Just let me know if you ever need some. I can give you as much as you need. Will do, if that ever happens. Ryu Min smiled and waved to Min Yuri in front of the convenience store. I'll contact you again next time. Okay, take care. After receiving the buffs and returning home, Ryu Min killed 100 mealworms in the bathroom and secured the Rune of Slaughter buff. The preparations are complete. Ryu Min entered his room and equipped his gear. He switched his weapon to the Death Scythe with the extra stat options, maximizing his luck. Stat. My current luck stat is 1638. Incredible. Was it because of Min Yuri's blessing enhanced to 70%? It felt significantly increased. Shall we start? Ryu Min took out an item from his inventory. It was the infinite materials pouch he received as a reward from the Akashic records. With this level of luck stat, getting 5 material items is guaranteed. The question is how many of them will be of God tier. With the blessing applied, he expected more God tier materials than before. Having received a maximum of 3 God tier materials before, I'm hopeful for at least 4 this time. Even if only 3 out of 5 are of God tier, it would be a tremendous harvest. Use. The pouch in Ryu Min's hand disappeared with a bright light. You have used the infinite materials pouch. Congratulations. 5 material items have been produced. The items have been deposited into your inventory. He had expected 5 items. The question was their quality. Ryu Min checked the items that had been added to his inventory. He couldn't help but be surprised. All 5 were of God tier. God tier materials, all 5 of them. Haha. Moreover, none of the materials were duplicates. All unique. Of course, the core God tier material, condensed ether, did not appear. It had never appeared in previous rounds either. But that's okay. I have condensed ether already. It was the condensed ether he received as the first creation reward of God tier in a previous round. He hadn't expected to use it so soon. With all the materials gathered, it's time to make something of God tier. He had decided to keep his legendary weapon, and other parts would be filled with God tier items. Looking at the materials I have, the God tier item I can make is. Ryu Min purchased a normal item from the shop. Then, he placed all the materials into the crafting window. Main material, elegant iron helmet, supplementary materials, condensed ether, black iron powder, angel's gold dust, bubbling magical solution, adamantium plate. The equipment Ryu Min could make with the materials he had was a helmet. Just like armor, helmets are crucial. Armor protects the heart, and helmets protect the head, so one is not necessarily better than the other. Ryu Min pressed the combine button without hesitation. A golden light shone brightly before his eyes. Crafting a God tier item. The item will be transformed to suit your current profession. Crafting successful. Helmet of Thanatos has been created. Helmet of Thanatos. Category. Helmet. Grade. God. Defense. 1600. Effects. All stats plus 50, can use the skill Reaper transformation. Durability. 20,000 20,000ths. Usage restriction. Master rank or higher. Description. A helmet made using the divinity of Thanatos, the god of death. Grants. Additional effects when worn as part of the set. The options on the helmet weren't bad. All stats increased by 50. However, there was one unknown. The ability to use the Reaper transformation skill. Anyone seeing this for the first time wouldn't know what this skill is. There's no description, just that it can be used. To see the skill description, one must wear the helmet. Of course, Ryu Min knew without wearing it. I've made God tier items in previous rounds, after all. He knew how overpowered the Reaper transformation skill was. Even if it were the only option, it would be satisfactory. There's no other skill quite like it. Pleased, Ryu Min equipped the gear. Upon wearing both the God tier armor and helmet, the set effect was activated. Thanatos's garment set effect 2/5. -2 set effect. Resistance plus 20%. -3 set effect. -4 set effect. -5 set effect. Resistance, which is hard to increase, had risen. This was also satisfying for Ryu Min. With all the items equipped, the resistance will be quite high. In the Tower of Trials, the rewards for testing the mind on the 97th and 98th floors were a 10% increase in resistance. With a 50% rainbow effect, tower acquired resistance being additive for 20%, general skill. Resistance of 15%, 2 set effect resistance of 20%, and when necessary, wearing the necklace for 35%, and the ring of resistance for 35%, the calculation would be 0.5x 0.8 by 0.85x 0.8 by 0.65x 0.65 equals 0.115. This calculates to an 88.5% resistance to status effects. In other words, the chance of being stunned for 5 seconds is only 11.5%. And if it does happen, it would only last for approximately 0.57 seconds. The resistance has been sufficiently increased. Now, there's no need to worry about status effects anymore. Upon checking the skill window, the temporary skill Reaper transformation had been added. Ryu Min immediately checked the skill information. Chapter 139, Temporary Skill, Reaper Transformation. Effect. Increases all stats, damage, attack speed, and movement speed by 44%, and reduces all damage received from enemies by 44%. Additionally, reduces the chance of enemies detecting you by 44%. Lasts for 4 minutes and resets the duration upon killing an enemy. Can be deactivated upon reuse and has a cooldown of 44 minutes. This overpowered skill not only boosts all stats by 44% but also nearly halves the damage. Received. Should I give it a try now that I've equipped it? Ryu Min uttered the activation word without hesitation. Reaper transformation. At that moment, Ryu Min's body became translucent as a dark aura began to seep out. You have entered the state of Reaper transformation. All stats, damage, attack speed, and movement speed are increased by 44%. All damage received from enemies is reduced by 44%. The chance of enemies detecting you is reduced by 44%. Everything is 44. It seems they chose the number 4 because it is often associated with death in Korea. Still, the effects are incredible. It even conceals my face as a bonus. To others, Ryu Min now appeared no different than a dark shadow. His body was covered in a smoke-like dark aura, and this effect applied to his equipment as well. I must look like a black figure from head to toe, even the scythe included. Although one might guess it was him, Black Scythe, because he uses the same weapon, the face remains hidden. The duration lasts for 4 minutes, but killing an enemy resets it. Meaning, as long as you continue killing something within 4 minutes, it can be maintained indefinitely. Thus, using Reaper transformation in prolonged battles can potentially extend its duration significantly, especially useful on the battlefield. In a battlefield rife with death, the skill could last until the war's end, making it a perfect skill to utilize, though it has a longer cooldown than expected, so it's not a skill you can spam. 44 minutes is a somewhat burdensome cooldown time. Therefore, Ryu Min didn't plan to use Reaper transformation unless it was necessary. Knock knock. Hung. Just then, Ryu Min's door opened, and his younger sibling entered. You were in your room. Yes. Ryu Min, having already sensed his sibling's presence and deactivated Reaper transformation, smiled in his normal attire. It was so quiet, I thought you went out again. What's up? It's almost dinner time. How about we go out to eat for a change? It's been a while since we did something together. We can't go out to eat. You know how dangerous it is outside these days. I know, but it feels suffocating to stay in all the time. That was understandable. For 8 months, Ryu Min had been insisting his siblings stay indoors, and he complied by ordering delivery food and following his brother's advice dutifully. We did eat out occasionally, but those times were few and far between. Eating out had been limited to before players began running rampant, happening only once or twice at most. Given the circumstances, my sibling must be feeling stifled. Having confined his sibling indoors while he himself went out frequently for work, it was likely his sibling felt neglected. Sure enough, reading his sibling's thoughts revealed a considerable amount of resentment towards him. Trapped like a bird in a cage while the owner freely roamed outside, how frustrating that must be. I enforced the indoor rule because of the previous kidnapping incident. Perhaps I was too focused on my own perspective. It was time to lighten his sibling's mood. Although it was still risky to wander freely, the situation with players had improved, so it should be fine. Besides, he wouldn't be going alone, right? Alright, we've been cooped up for too long. Let's go out to eat tonight. Really? Yay. Happier about getting some fresh air than the prospect of delicious food, Ryu-1 was ecstatic like a child. Is it that exciting? Seeing such happiness, Ryu-Min thought maybe they should dine out at least once a week. Then an idea struck Ryu-Min on how to cheer up his sibling even more. Wouldn't he be delighted if I invited that person? Considering making a call to share a meal, Ryu-Min made plans with his sibling for an evening out. During dinner time, it's such a mess out there in the world, and yet this place is still bustling. It's a famous barbecue restaurant, after all. The siblings settled down at a well-known charcoal grill restaurant and started grilling meat. Sizzle. The sound was enough to make anyone salivate. It's been a long time since we've done something like this together. Yeah. As Ryu-1 hesitated, he mustered up the courage to speak. To be honest, I was feeling a bit overlooked. You were always out and about while telling me to stay home. I'm a player, you're a civilian. Plus, you know how dangerous it is out there just by watching the news. I know, but it still felt unfair. His sibling, typically so obedient, expressing such feelings must mean the past months had Been challenging. Ryu Min genuinely felt sorry. I've been fighting tooth and nail for our survival, to return to our normal lives. But if I neglect the present in pursuit of my goals, what's the point? Ryu Min resolved to pay more attention to his sibling. I'm sorry, I haven't been very wary, have I? Just bear with me a little longer. Once this month is over, there won't be many players left in Korea, so public safety will improve somewhat. We won't have to worry about criminals roaming free anymore. Really? Does that mean we can go out more next month? Yes, you can trust your prophetic brother. Ryu Min's words were true. Currently, there are only about 3,000 players left in Korea. After the 10th round, only about 700 would remain. Only a quarter will survive the 10th round. Even if there were criminal players among those 700, how many could there be? Even if present, they'd be few, unlikely to commit conspicuous crimes. In the end, criminals won't be able to act openly. Moreover, as the Black Scythe's fame grows, the era of rampant looting will end. Of course, this assumes Ryu Min is selected as the captain of the elite player squad. Yamti's been instructed, so she'll call when it's time. In any case, Korea's public safety will soon be of little concern. The real problem is that lunatics aren't just in Korea. Expanding the scope globally, there's no shortage of vermin to exterminate. If such trash were to enter Korea, that would be a different issue. Thus, it's crucial to enhance Korea's prestige and solidify the Black Scythe's position. Holding quasi-state power and controlling players is the best strategy for steering humanity away from dystopia. Alright, it's ready. Eat up. Yeah, you too, Hung. Ryu Min and Ryu Won each picked up pieces of meat, placing them on the wrap. They topped it with garlic, samjang Korean dipping sauce, chili peppers, and sliced scallions in sequence, then wrapped it carefully in a leaf. Just as they were about to take a big bite, bang! Ryu Min and Ryu Won each picked up pieces of meat, placing them on the wrap. They topped it with garlic, samjang Korean dipping sauce, chili peppers, and sliced scallions in sequence, then wrapped it carefully in a leaf. Just as they were about to take a big bite, bang! A loud noise came from a table across. Fuck, where's the manager? Get out here. Due to the loud voice, people around who were grilling meat turned their heads to look. Ryu Min and Ryu Won hesitated before turning their gaze. What seems to be the problem? Look at this. There's hair in the meat. Are you selling this crap to eat? The man's yelling made the manager bow deeply in apology. It couldn't be helped. By looks alone, the man was in his 20s, clearly not an ordinary person but a player. He must be causing a scene because he's drunk. Whether players get drunk or not is another matter. I'm sorry, sir. It seems like hair from one of our staff has mistakenly fallen into the meat. We'll bring you a new set right away. Normally, bowing and apologizing would have been enough to calm the situation. Normally. But then, crash, bang, the table was smashed, and the dishes on it were scattered all over the floor. The customer, not satisfied, destroyed the table. Fucking hell. Do you think just bringing out another piece of meat solves everything? What about my ruined mood, my lost appetite? Aren't you going to take full responsibility? Sir, destroying property like this. Are you talking back to me? Ha! Which restaurant manager dares to talk back to a customer? Especially a lowly civilian like you. The man, acting as if he were a noble from medieval times scolding a peasant, changed his demeanor. SSSHH. As a chilling axe appeared in his hand, the manager realized the seriousness of the situation. This customer was no ordinary troublemaker. As if he truly became a peasant, the manager begged with both hands clasped. I'm very sorry, sir. We truly didn't mean to upset you. Sorry. Is that all? Shouldn't there be compensation? What kind of compensation would you like? The man immediately made a circle with his thumb and index finger. Give me all your money. How much exactly? Crack. Another table was shattered with a kick. Fuck. Didn't I tell you? Bring out all you have. All right, I understand. While the manager went to fetch money, the man glared around with his axe, intimidating those nearby. What are you looking at, fuckers? Done watching. Only after he snarled did the onlookers reluctantly turn away. Most of the people in the restaurant were civilians over 30. None had the courage or strength to confront a player. Crazy. What's with that guy? A player. So it's true that all players are potential criminals. Damn, we better eat quickly and leave before we get involved. As Ryu Min read the thoughts of the guests, his sibling voiced concern. Brother, why is that man behaving like that? Why? He's intentionally causing trouble to legally extort money. Why do players act like that? Can't they just earn money by working? They don't have time for that. This month might be their last, who would bother working? Part-time when looting is so much easier. That was why players raided street vendors. Because they were at a dead end. Because it was an easy way to make money. But I thought things like that would decrease after the implementation of the player law. Seems I was wrong. To brazenly cause such a scene. We really need the player forces to be active soon. While saying this, Ryu Min was busy with his system. What are you doing, Hung? Just adjusting some settings. Touching the air to configure his equipment to 2 tiers lower, Ryu Min uttered the activation. Word. SSSHH. Why are you equipping yourself all of a sudden? It seems I'm the only player among the customers. I can't just stand by. As Ryu Min stood up, his young brother urgently stopped him. Hung, it's dangerous. Just stay put. Leaving him be is more dangerous. With a quick "I'll be right back," Ryu Min approached the man. He had changed his gear to regular rank, so there was no reason to be suspected. In the meantime, the manager returned with a bundle of cash. Manager, what took you so long? Don't tell me you called the police. Of course not. How could I? Anyway, here, what's this? The man frowned as he took the cash. This is all you have. The cash the manager brought was merely 200,000 won. For a booming restaurant expected to make at least 1,000,000 won a day, this was hardly satisfactory. Fuck, you think you're playing with me? Who are you giving this 200,000 won to? Nowadays, we mostly deal with card payments, so there isn't much cash. It's true. Then call out your account, and transfer 10 million won to me. 10 million won. Why are you surprised? For emotional distress, 10 million won is quite cheap, right? What? Is it too little? Should I raise it? No, that's not it. Then do as I say while I'm being nice. You have your phone, right? Transfer it right in front of me now. I don't have that kind of money in my account. You're lying now. Do you think I'm easy to fool? You think I'm a joke? Huh. As the man menacingly raised his axe. Tap. Ryu Min grabbed the man's wrist. Let's stop this now. Who the fuck are you? Ryu Min tightened his grip. Just a customer who was quietly grilling meat in the corner. The man felt the immense strength from his gripped wrist. Perhaps enough to not break it, but it was a calculated measure. You shouldn't cause such a disturbance. It's so noisy, you might hurt someone. Let go of my hand, you bastard. Will you stop making a scene if I let go? Fine, fine, just let go already. As pressure was applied as if to almost break it, the man's expression became desperate. Of course, Ryu Min had no intention of actually breaking the man's wrist. He merely intended to intimidate and drive him away. However, that was just Ryu Min's wish. Reading the man's thoughts revealed he had no intention of leaving quietly. Let go, fucking bastard. Even if I let go, you're not planning to leave quietly, are you? So what? What are you going to do about it? We'll just have to wait for the police to come, then. What? Police? This fucking guy is asking for it. Suddenly, the man grabbed another axe with his free hand. Turns out, he was a dual axe-wielding gladiator. Just die, you fucking bastard. As he swung the axe aiming for the head. Huh, a shield. Ryu Min noticed a shield materializing in front of him. Clang. The axe bounced off the shield. Ryu Min released the man's wrist and turned his head. A familiar woman appeared, leading a fairy. She was none other than Seo Aaron. Chapter 140. Who is that? Isn't that actress Seo Aaron? Wow, amazing. She's so pretty. The murmurs among the people grew louder with the arrival of Seo Aaron. Even the man causing the scene was momentarily flustered by the sudden appearance of a celebrity. Are you okay, Ryu Min? Ah, yes, thank you. Please leave it to me and step back. Seo Aaron, who had blocked the man's attack with a fairy's protective shield, turned her gaze away. Ryu Min was internally surprised by this clear hostility. Even though it was their first meeting, Co Aaron was watching the opponent with sharp eyes. She's showing hostility because he's a criminal player. Was it because of the betrayal by the actors she trusted before? Just by looking into her eyes, it wasn't the Co Aaron he used to know. Co Aaron, who had also summoned a golem, warned the man. Will you continue, or will you willingly go to the police station? Why would I go to the police? I haven't committed a crime. The crime you've just committed is clearly visible. Property damage. This table. I didn't do that. You did. Right. How many people saw it and you're trying to deny it? As voices rose around him, the man's face trembled. Are you crazy? How dare you? Mere civilians. It's not just property damage. Didn't you try to kill someone just now? Kill? Who's killing? It was just a threat. Pulling out an axe and calling it a threat. If I hadn't intervened, what would have happened? You might have ended up hurting someone if not killing him. Rather, that bastard would have been hurt, not me. Ryu Min wouldn't have taken a hit from such a lowlife. He would have avoided it on his own. But showing off his power wouldn't have been beneficial, so Ryu Min remained quiet. He intended to leave it to Co Aaron for now. What do you say? Isn't this enough reason to go to the police station? Fuck. Unable to find a rebuttal, the man cursed. How did it come to this? I was just trying to get some money instead of robbery. It was a sort of blackmail using hair as an excuse. It's cheap, but that wasn't important. It was better than robbery, wasn't it? Compared to other players who blatantly loot, he considered himself relatively honorable. But things didn't go as planned. How did it get so twisted? Fuck. The man's hostile gaze turned towards Co Aaron. It didn't seem like she would back down with just words. Given the situation, I'll have to get rid of this woman and escape. Preparing for battle, he held an axe in each hand. 3 pesky fairies and 2 golems seemed manageable. But then, he belatedly noticed, Co Aaron had one more summon. What's that? A knight in armor stood in front of him, wielding a sword. At first, he thought it was a human, but realizing that where there should have been eyes, there were only flickering blue flames, he recognized it as a summon. A soul knight, a new summon Co Aaron had obtained at level 40. Fuck, all these are her summons. 3 fairies, 2 golems, and 1 soul knight. Even just by numbers, it seemed disadvantageous. His axe seemed petty compared to the challenges he had to overcome. I knew Co Aaron was a summoner from the articles, but I didn't expect her to have this many forces. 3 might be manageable, but frankly, 6 summons were overwhelming. Don't be scared. No matter how many summons there are, killing the summoner ends it all. She's probably level 40 and an expert rank like me. She can't be that strong. Planning to catch her off guard while talking seemed like a good idea. With that thought, the man asked, "You want to get noticed as a celebrity, so why don't you mind your own business and carry on with your day? I'm a regular customer here. How can I watch you ruin the owner's business? I absolutely can't." Saying that, Co Aaron raised 3 fingers. You have 3 choices. 1. Get arrested quietly by the police. 2. Get caught by me. Quietly. 3. Resist and still get caught. What kind of choices are those, all ending in getting caught? It's only natural to get caught when you've done wrong. UFC King BTCH, I'll kill you. Eventually, unable to hold back his anger, the man charged. Okay then, this is self-defense since you attacked first. The golems moved in front of Co Aaron. Clang, clank. Though he tried to swing his axe at Co Aaron, it seemed as if his arm was magnetically drawn to the golems instead. Fuck, why does my attack keep going towards the golems? Unbeknownst to the man, the golems had a skill to draw the enemy's aggression. Fuck, move, you bastards. While the golems drew aggro, 3 fairies flying behind sent beams of light towards the man. Zing. Ah, fuck. The man screamed as the beam hit his back, swinging his axe. Whoosh whoosh, but only slicing through air, as the nimble fairies were not hit. You fucking fairies. The man, now burned, glared murderously at Co Aaron. What self-defense? You attacked me first, UFC King BTCH. Don't you know that the law has changed recently? Haven't you heard of the anti-player law? Who cares about that? Anyone who dares attack me gets FCK'd up, no matter who they are. Got it. Being a celebrity won't save you, UFC king bitch. Oh, were you being considerate all this time? Sorry, I didn't notice. Hearing Seo Aaron's sly words, Ryu Min thought. She's an actress, so her acting is top-notch. On the other hand, the other guy was boiling with rage. FC King BTCH, playing games with me. Fine, I'm getting serious now. Activating the gladiator skill rage, red smoke rose from the man's body. Zing. Once again, the fairy's beam scorched his body, but he seemed not to feel any pain as he charged towards Seo Aaron. Despite commands to block, the golem's taunts seemed ineffective. As Seo Aaron wore a puzzled expression, the distance between them quickly closed. Die, UFC King BTCH. Just as the man's axe was about to reach Seo Aaron. Clang. The Soul Knight stepped in, engaging the man in a one-on-one battle. Clang clang crash. Fighting in such a cramped restaurant caused great chaos, dishes shattered, and tables crashed. Seo Aaron, though feeling like she would be unable to look into the owner's face later, prioritized subduing the man before her. Fortunately, it seemed that subduing him would be easy. The man, who had been blocking the knight's attacks with his axe, was clearly being pushed back. Damn it, is this a summoned creature? Why is it so strong? The movements and swordsmanship of the Soul Knight were so advanced they could be mistaken for those of a player. Swoosh. Eventually, as the knight's sword touched the man's throat, he raised his hands in surrender. I give up. I admit defeat. Please don't kill me. Please. You admit you were at wrong. Yeah, I was at wrong. I'll compensate for everything. Compensation is a given, but you must also obey the law. Seo Aaron pointed towards the door with her chin. The police, having been called by the owner, were waiting at a distance for the situation to conclude. Officers, we've caught a criminal player here. Oh, yes. Please keep him like that for a moment. Seo Aaron pointed towards the door with her chin. The police, having been called by the owner, were waiting at a distance for the situation to conclude. Officers, we've caught a criminal player here. Oh, yes. Please keep him like that for a moment. With the Soul Knight's sword still at his throat, the police awkwardly approached with handcuffs. Click. Handcuffs, specially made to resist even a tiger's strength, were locked around the man's wrists. Thank you for your cooperation, Ms. Seo Aaron. It's nothing. Would you like me to accompany you to the station, just in case? That would be appreciated. We need you for the report at the station anyway. Then please give me 3 minutes. I have some things to wrap up here. Sure, we'll wait. Having received permission, Seo Aaron approached Ryu Min. Mr. Ryu Min, I'm sorry. As you can see, we won't be able to have our meal. No, I'm the one who should apologize. It's my fault you got involved in this mess. There's no need for you to apologize. Players like him need to be taught a lesson. There, just tarnishing the image of all players. That's true. Then, the younger brother suddenly joined the conversation. Ms. Seo Aaron, hello. Hello, you're Ryu Wan, right? Ryu Wan was so moved that she remembered his name. Yes, hello. I received the autograph you gave me last time. I was so happy, I even framed it. Is that so? I'm glad you liked it. But how come you're here, Ms. Seo Aaron? Mr. Ryu Min invited me for a meal. My brother. Ryu Min shrugged at Ryu Wan's gaze. I called her before coming. I thought we could have a meal together if she were free. I didn't expect this to happen. He truly didn't know. Even if he could foresee the future, it was only 7 seconds ahead. Anyway, we'll have to postpone our meal. Seems so. Then, I'll be going ahead, Mr. Ryu Min. See you next time. Again, I'm sorry for dragging you into this mess. It's okay. Seo Aaron smiled lightly and got into the police car. On the way to the station, Seo Aaron thought about Ryu Min, who, despite not being particularly strong in combat, stood up to the criminal. He's braver than I thought. Seeing this unexpected side of him, Seo Aaron saw Ryu Min in a new light. Unbeknownst to Ryu Min, of course. While the restaurant owner followed the police to give a statement, Ryu Wan asked. Why did you call Ms. Seo Aaron? You like Ms. Seo Aaron, right? I thought it might cheer you up to be with her. I never really Expected her to come, though. Oh, was it the feeling of his brother caring for him that touched him? Ryu-1 looked at his brother with a moved expression. I didn't know you'd go to such lengths for me. Thanks. Of course, I'd do anything. You're my only brother. The brothers smiled at each other. Their meal was ruined because of the troublemaker, but their mood was surprisingly uplifted. If it wasn't for Ms. Co. Aaron, we might have been in danger, right? Yeah, I was a bit scared myself, but thankfully she appeared just in time. Ryu-min was actually worried, contemplating how much strength to show since he was supposed to be a weak prophet. It was a relief Co. Aaron appeared at the right moment, so he let her handle it. It's better to leave it to Co. Aaron than to show my own strength.